God-Level Farm Chapter 1123 to Chapter 1169. Louis Hai smiled, explaining, Mr. Xia, in Italy, perhaps the Freemason sect is weaker than the Glory Club, but the gap is not obvious. Besides, we have strong forces in Europe and North America, so our overall strength is only stronger than the Glory Club. Speaking of this, Louis Hai showed a trace of pride on his face, continuing, if it's only a dispute in Turin, the Glory Club won't dare to act rashly without any reinforcements. After all, we don't have a direct conflict with the Glory Club. The German family is at most a vassal organization of the Glory Club. The Glory Club won't dare to get involved in the dispute at the risk of a full-scale conflict. If we really want to launch a full-scale conflict, we can mobilize enough forces from all over Europe within one day, even from North America. We don't need to fear the Glory Club at all. Louis Hai immediately added, but Mr. Xia, all this is based on the fact that we only use the forces of the Turin branch. If we mobilize forces from all over Italy, it's equal to initiating a provocation. If the Glory Club doesn't respond, they will lose face. They will definitely intervene. But as I said, it's unrealistic to defeat the German family with only our forces in Turin. Everything he said was just a castle in the air without any foundation. The first premise was no longer valid. Xia Ruofei smiled, saying, Ahai, nothing is impossible, but you don't dare to think about it. Think about it, if we can eliminate the German family in Turin, how many benefits will it bring to the Freemason sect? Louis Hai gave a wry smile secretly, thinking it was too unrealistic. But since Xia Ruofei said so, he would just daydream and let his imagination run wild. Louis Hai said, Mr. Xia, if we can eliminate the German family with the power of the Turin branch, that's a great thing. For a long time, the Italian mafia had been entrenched in the southern part of Italy. That was their nest. The Freemasons were relatively weak in comparison. However, in the northern part of Italy, the Freemasons were evenly matched. In Milan, Rome, and Turin, the Freemasons were no weaker than the Italian mafia. But in recent years, the mafia's tentacles have gradually extended to these big cities. They have the local advantage, which we can't match. So the balance is gradually broken. Louis Hai paused and said, just like in Turin, the Moor family was at most equal to the Turin branch of the Freemason sect. In general, they were all well-behaved and lived peacefully. But after the German family supported by the Glory Club, the situation changed. The German family is much more powerful than the Moor family. Other forces, some forces in Turin, including the Freemason sect and the Nigerian mafia, etc., they all have some small conflicts. Now Rome and Milan are in a similar situation. If this continues for a long time, our forces will be nibbled away bit by bit. Louis Hai said, if we can defeat the German family with the power of the Turin branch, we can not only take back our resources and territory, but also give a warning to the Glory Society and other old mafia organizations. I believe that many outside forces will follow our example. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly as she listened. At this time, a voice sounded at the door of the small conference room, Brother Hai. Are we going to make a move on the German family? I've been tolerating them for a long time. This group of bastards was simply insatiably greedy. Moreover, each and every one of them was extremely arrogant. They just needed to be taught a lesson. Brother Hai, when will our people arrive in Turin? When the time comes, you will personally lead us and kill them. Ha ha ha. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw a man about 28 or 29 years old walking in. His eyebrows were similar to Louis Hai's. There were 3 or 4 people behind him. All of them were strong and shrewd. Apparently, they had been in the underworld for many years. Louis Hai frowned and said, what are you talking about? Jingfeng, come and greet Mr. Xia. Then Louis Hai hurriedly said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. This guy is LV Jingfeng, my cousin. He's in charge of Turin. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Louis Hai glared at LV Jingfeng and said, look at you, you're almost 30 years old, but you're not mature at all. You're always shouting and killing. Do you think it's 20 years old? LV Jingfeng was confused by Louis Hai's scolding. He opened his mouth but before he spoke, Louis Hai scolded him again, what are you waiting for? Come and greet Mr. Xia. LV Jingfeng respected and feared his cousin since he was a child. He didn't dare to disobey Louis Hai's words. He hurriedly walked over and bowed slightly. "Hello, Mr. Xia." Then, he couldn't help looking at Xiao Ruofei, who was younger than him, with curiosity. He didn't know why Louis Hai valued this young man so much. Louis Hai said coldly, "Jingfeng, Mr. Xia is a VIP introduced by Uncle Yi." Uncle Yi said we should respect Mr. Xia as much as we respect him. LV Jingfeng was shocked. He bowed deeply to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia." "Mr. Xia, please don't take offense to my negligence just now." His tone was much more respectful this time. Xiao Ruofei thought, it seems that Yifu has a high prestige in the Tiandihui. Only after Louis Hai mentioned his name, LV Jingfeng's attitude became serious at once. He smiled and said, "You're welcome. I need your help this time." LV Jingfeng hurriedly said, "Mr. Xia, just tell us what to do. Our Tiandihui has some influence in Turin." Louis Hai glanced at LV Jingfeng and said, "Didn't you say the German family was arrogant in Turin? I think you're more arrogant than them." LV Jingfeng sneered, "Brother Hai, it's not the same. Mr. Xia is a VIP. We'll do anything for him even if we have to go through fire and water." "You." Seeing LV Jingfeng's cheeky smile, Louis Hai got angry. Xiao Ruofei thought LV Jingfeng was interesting. Although he was not as considerate as Louis Hai, he was more realistic. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Don't stand there, sit down and talk." "Thank you, Mr. Xia," LV Jingfeng said. Then he asked the other backbones of the Turin branch to sit down. Xiao Ruofei smiled. "Ah Hai, where were we just now?" Louis Hai answered, "Mr. Xia, you asked me to analyze the pros and cons of defeating the German family, and I've almost finished." Hearing this, LV Jingfeng became spirited. It turned out that Louis Hai and Mr. Xia were discussing how to deal with the German family. Xiao Ruofei nodded, "If we destroy the German family, can the Hong sect rule the underground world of Turin?" He looked at LV Jingfeng when he asked this question. LV Jingfeng said without hesitation, "Mr. Xia, if we can destroy the German family, then the Hong sect will be the most powerful one among the remaining forces. But it's unrealistic to rule the underground world completely. After all, there are still the Nilesia Mafia, Southeast Asian Mafia and other small and medium-sized forces. We can't destroy them all, and the government and police won't allow this to happen." Louis Hai added, "Anyway, if we can destroy the German family, then the Hong sect's power in Turin, even in northern Italy, will increase greatly." "Yes, yes, yes." LV Jingfeng nodded to show his agreement. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Very good. Then let's do it." LV Jingfeng exchanged glances with his subordinates excitedly, while Louis Hai was confused. How to do it? The hundreds of people in Turin are not enough. Did my analysis just now go to waste? Or did this young master only listen to the favorable side selectively? Louis Hai hesitated, reminding, "Mr. Xia, if we dispatch people from other areas, I'm afraid the Glory Society will fight back fiercely." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly, "No need, we'll use the people in Turin." "What?" LV Jingfeng cried out involuntarily, "No support. Mr. Xia, are we trying to boost the morale of others and diminish our own? Well, we can't defeat the German family with only a few hundred people here." Louis Hai didn't scold LV Jingfeng this time, because he had the same point of view as LV Jingfeng. He just looked at Xiao Ruofei, waiting to see how Xiao Ruofei would answer. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Whether or not we can destroy them, we'll only know after we try." "Jingfeng, don't tell me you don't have the courage." LV Jingfeng was not shrewd, so he immediately said, "Mr. Xia, we're not afraid. We've been fighting for so many years, who's afraid of death? I'm afraid we won't be able to finish the task if we don't have enough people." Xiao Ruofei smiled, "Hi, Jingfeng, let's do it this way. You should know the situation of the German family very well. Tonight, you should think about what to do if you want to destroy this mafia family completely. Don't they have a lot of properties and territories? Where should we attack first? Where should we attack? Who are the core members of their family? What are their positions? Which ones must be killed? You should figure out the information and make a plan. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow, okay?" Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng looked at each other, feeling it was ridiculous. But thinking of Li Yifu's instructions, Lui Hai nodded, okay, Mr. Xia, we'll make a plan right away. In any case, it was just a plan on paper. It wasn't like he was going to let his brothers fight with real swords and spears. He would just treat it as a military chess game. In any case, when the time came, he would make the plan a little more conservative. Tomorrow, when Xiao Ruofei saw that there was clearly not enough manpower, he would probably give up on this unrealistic idea, right? Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. He stood up and said, Ayong, take me to my friend's room. Ayong hurriedly said, okay, Mr. Xia. Xiao Ruofei nodded to Lui Hai, LV Jingfeng and others, saying, you guys keep discussing, I'm going to have a rest. Take care, Mr. Xia. Lui Hai and others stood up to see him off. Ayong took Xiao Ruofei to Luoxi's room on the first floor. Monica hadn't rested yet and was accompanying Luoxi in this room. Xiao Ruofei chatted with the siblings for a while, mainly to let them relax and tell them that it was very safe here. The German family and the Grasso family would definitely not be able to find them. Even if they did, they would definitely not dare to come in and snatch them. Then, Xiao Ruofei went back to the room Ayong prepared for him, took a bath and rested. In the small meeting room upstairs, LV Jingfeng looked at Lui Hai blankly, saying, Brother Hai, what's the situation with Mr. Xia? Lui Hai said grumpily, you're asking me? Who should I ask? LV Jingfeng's subordinates also expressed their opinions. Naturally, they all felt that Xiao Ruofei's request was unrealistic and might even put the Hongsek's Turan division in danger. Lui Hai waved his hand impatiently, saying, okay. 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 Let's not talk about this. I'll call Uncle Yi and tell him about the situation here. Let's see what he says. Yes. 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 LV Jingfeng agreed, we should ask Uncle Yi to make the decision. After all, he introduced him. Lui Hai nodded slightly. LV Jingfeng asked again, then. Brother Hai. What's the plan Mr. Xia mentioned? Should we do it? Lui Hai glared at him, saying, isn't this nonsense? Mr. Xia has spoken, how can we not do it? Not only must we do it, but we must do it meticulously, in place and feasible. We can't let Mr. Xia think we're doing it half-heartedly, understand? But, aren't you also against this unrealistic idea? LV Jingfeng asked. Lui Hai said with disappointment, opposing is one thing, doing is another. It's a matter of attitude. Mr. Xia is Uncle Yi's guest. Do you still need me to teach you? LV Jingfeng shrunk his neck and said, got it. You guys are the most familiar with the situation in Turan. You guys should discuss it carefully. Lui Hai stood up and said, I will call Uncle Yi. After saying that, Lui Hai got up, pushed open the door and walked out. He considered his words carefully before calling Li Yifu on his cell phone. Li Yifu quickly picked up the phone and asked in a dignified voice, Hi, have you seen Mr. Xia? I've already received them. Lui Hai hurriedly said, Mr. Xia and his two friends are now in our branch in Turan. I've arranged everything for them. You must receive them well. Li Yifu said seriously, no matter what Mr. Xia asks you to do, you must obey him unconditionally. Lui Hai's heart trembled. It seemed that Mr. Xia was more important to Uncle Yi than he thought, but what happened tonight was related to the survival of the Turan branch. Even if Mr. Xia had a high status, Lui Hai had to report it to Li Yifu. He took a deep breath and said, Uncle Yi, I was just about to report it to you. That? Mr. Xia asked. Don't you understand my words? Li Yifu seriously interrupted Lui Hai and emphasized, I'll emphasize it again. No matter what Mr. Xia asks you to do, you must obey him unconditionally. Yes. Uncle Yi, we respect Mr. Xia very much. Lui Hai said with a wry smile, but he asked us to launch an attack on the biggest mafia force in Turan. And from what I see, Mr. Xia wants to wipe out this force in one fell swoop. Then you should cooperate with him. Li Yifu said, do you need me to teach you? Lui Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle Yi, you may not know the situation here. The Turan Mafia family is a vassal force of an elder of the Glory Society. If we rashly mobilize people to deal with the German family, it may lead to a full-scale conflict between the Italian branch and the Glory Society. I have also raised this issue with Mr. Xia, but from what I can see, Mr. Xia's intention is. Since it's like this, we shouldn't mobilize people from outside the district and just rely on the people from the Turin branch to complete this task. However, the strength of the Turin branch isn't enough to eliminate the Gehrman family. The final result may be that we suffer heavy losses and may not even achieve our goal. Louis Hai said all these in one breath and let out a long sigh of relief. No matter whether Li Yifu would blame him or not, he had to fulfill his responsibility as the boss of the Itali Hong sect. No matter what, he had the obligation to explain the interests to Li Yifu. Li Yifu listened to Louis Hai's words quietly, saying lightly, Hai, that's all? Louis Hai gave a start, saying, that's all. Uncle Yi, can you tell Mr. Xia that if we want to wipe out the Gehrman family, we can make a long-term plan? And it's good for our branch to wipe out the biggest Turin mafia family. We'll try our best to accomplish this, but we can't act rashly. Enough. Li Yifu scolded, Hai. I think you've been too comfortable in Italy, your brain has deteriorated. Louis Hai's forehead was full of sweat, saying timidly, Uncle Yi, what? Li Yifu said mercilessly, you also know that wiping out the Gehrman family is good for the branch's development in Italy. Mr. Xia is helping you, but you don't know what's good for you. Louis Hai opened his eyes wide, saying hurriedly, Uncle Yi, I don't understand. Can you make it clear? How do you want me to make it clear? Li Yifu said grumpily, I can only tell you that since Mr. Xia asked you to do this, he must have his reasons. He's not the kind of person who doesn't care about his subordinates. Since he mentioned it, he must be confident. Li Yifu didn't know what Xia Ruofei was thinking, but he knew that with his granduncle's strength, he could wipe out a small mafia like the Gehrman family by himself without the help of the branch. The difference between the strength of a cultivator and a gang of the secular world was like the difference between the clouds and mud. That was the suppression of absolute strength. Even if faced with a gang of gangsters who had quite a number of firearms, Marshal Granduncle would definitely be able to beat them to a pulp. Maybe it was hard for one person to wipe out a giant like the Glory Society, but the Gehrman family? It's just an eyesore of a bug, but since Xia Ruofei wanted the Turin branch of the branch to participate in this matter, he must have his own considerations. The branch of the branch of the branch didn't need to consider so much, they just needed to follow his instructions. Li Yifu said in his heart, Hai is usually smart, why did he become so sentimental now? In fact, it was not that Louis Hai's thinking was rigid, but he couldn't understand the terrifying strength of a practitioner. He was used to judging Xia Ruofei's proposal from the perspective of ordinary people. Thus, a plan that was not difficult for Xia Ruofei became crazy in his eyes. Hearing Li Yifu's words, Louis Hai's heart was in turmoil. He was dumbfounded and didn't speak for a long time. Li Yifu said meaningfully, Hai, some people's strength can't be judged by common sense, do you understand? Louis Hai quivered, saying at once, I understand. Uncle Yi, you're the best example. There was a rumor in the branch that Li Jiuzhou could live so long because he cultivated the immortal spell. And the strength that Li Jiuzhou showed in his early years also proved this point. Li Yifu had also demonstrated his prowess a few years ago. He was in his 80s, but he was able to subdue the twin flower red rod of the Hong sect with just a flick of his finger. His prowess was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and even science could not explain it. Li Yifu said indifferently, Mr. Xia told me not to say too much about him, but you just need to remember one thing, and that is that Mr. Xia's strength far surpasses mine. Because of Xia Ruofei's order, Li Yifu didn't want to say too much. But he could hear that Louis Hai still had doubts. Li Yifu was worried that Louis Hai would be timid and ruin Grandmaster's plan, so he revealed some to Louis Hai after thinking about it. Louis Hai felt like being struck by lightning, his head buzzing. Li Yifu's words were like throwing a heavy bomb into a calm lake, making Louis Hai lose the ability to think temporarily. Much stronger than Uncle Yi, what did that mean? Mr. Xia didn't look strong. The point was that he was so young. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he couldn't be stronger than Uncle Yi. Of course, Louis Hai didn't doubt Li Yifu's words at all, nor did he think that Li Yifu was exaggerating. Because there was no need for him to do so. Could it be that Mr. Xia had cultivated to the realm of eternal youth, and was actually older than Uncle Yi? Louis Hai couldn't help but have messy thoughts. Li Yifu said lightly, Hai, don't make wild guesses. Mr. Xia is only in his 20s. You and I can't imagine the world of geniuses. Louis Hai was seen through by Li Yifu, so he said embarrassedly, I know, Uncle Yi. Li Yifu said seriously, Hai, this matter came out from my mouth and reached your ears. That's it. Mr. Xia doesn't like to make public. Don't mention this to anyone, understand? Yes. Don't worry, Uncle Yi. I'll keep my mouth shut. Louis Hai was shocked, and immediately swore. Okay. Remember my words, cooperate with him fully. Li Yifu said, no matter what Mr. Xia asks for, you must do your best to fulfill it unconditionally and without hesitation. Understand? Yes. Louis Hai said with his chest out. After hanging up the phone, Louis Hai's mood hadn't completely calmed down. He smoked a cigarette in the corridor, then turned around and walked into the conference room. In the small conference room, LV Jingfeng was having a heated discussion with his subordinates. In the beginning, LV Jingfeng thought this plan was unrealistic. But Louis Hai ordered him to have a proper attitude and carry out Xia Ruofei's order seriously. Out of his long-time respect for his cousin, he carried it out to the letter. After analyzing it for a while, LV Jingfeng also felt that it was quite interesting. Although he still didn't think that it was possible to implement this plan, it felt pretty good to occasionally make deductions like this to satisfy his craving. Seeing Louis Hai coming in, LV Jingfeng immediately stood up and asked, Brother Hai, what did Uncle Li say? Do we still need to carry out this plan? If Li Yifu agreed to persuade Xia Ruofei to give up the plan, then what they were doing now would be useless. Louis Hai glanced at LV Jingfeng, saying, Uncle Li only said 8 words, do your best. LV Jingfeng cried out involuntarily, what? Were they really going to do as Mr. Xia said? Will Uncle Li also? Li Yifu's prestige was too high. Even if he wasn't with them, LV Jingfeng still didn't dare to say anything disrespectful. Even so, Louis Hai still glared at LV Jingfeng, saying, Jingfeng, you've got guts, haven't you? How dare you speak ill of Uncle Li behind his back? I didn't. Brother Hai, don't slander me. Everyone can testify. LV Jingfeng hurriedly said. Louis Hai curled his lips, saying, okay. Let's not talk about this. Hurry up and draw up the plan. I'll work overtime with you tonight. We must come up with a plan with the highest efficiency, the highest success rate and the least loss. No, you'd better have a rest. LV Jingfeng hurriedly said, we'll take care of this. We'll make sure Mr. Xia is satisfied with the plan. Louis Hai glared at LV Jingfeng, saying, do you think I'm kidding? Let's make the plan together, I'll check it for you. And, inform our brothers to start preparing tomorrow, we must be ready to go out at any time. LV Jingfeng was dumbfounded, judging from his cousin's words, he was going to mess around with Mr. Xia. What happened to him when he went out to make this call? Why did he suddenly change his attitude? The next morning, when Xia Ruofei saw Louis Hai and others, they all had huge dark circles and bloodshot eyes. Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng almost stayed up all night. Louis Hai wasn't familiar with the specific situation of Gehrman clan, so he asked LV Jingfeng to introduce it in detail at the beginning. Then they discussed how to maximize the strike effect. The result of an all-night effort was a thick plan. Xia Ruofei skimmed through it quickly, nodding in his heart. Obviously, Louis Hai and others had put in a lot of effort. The first part was the basic situation of Gehrman clan, written in detail. It seemed that the intelligence work of the Freeverse sect was really good. The middle part suggested the key targets, the attack route, the order, the arrangement of the existing forces and so on. Finally, a list of the core members of Gehrman clan was attached. The list contained not only names, but also photos, resumes, personality analysis, living habits and so on. At the same time, the list was sorted according to the degree of importance, so it was clear at a glance. After reading it, Xia Ruofei said with satisfaction, very good. Hi, I know you put in a lot of effort. Thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. You're welcome. Louis Hai hurriedly said, his attitude was more humble than yesterday. Mr. Xia, what do you think of this plan? Xia Ruofei nodded, it's very thorough. Very good. But I have a little suggestion. Please say. Louis Hai hurriedly said. Xiao Ruofei picked up the red and blue pencil on the table, circled the last part, and then pointed to the first part of the plan with an arrow. Hearing this, LV Jingfeng said subconsciously, Mr. Xia, to assassinate so many important targets at the same time, I'm afraid it's difficult. Louis Hai didn't wait for LV Jingfeng to finish his words and interrupted him, no problem. Just do as Mr. Xia said. LV Jingfeng couldn't help looking at Louis Hai with his eyes wide open. Xiao Ruofei's plan looked beautiful, but in fact, it was almost impossible to operate. LV Jingfeng didn't understand why Louis Hai didn't object at all. He didn't believe that Louis Hai couldn't see how unrealistic it was to assassinate so many high-level members of the Gehrman family. Louis Hai ignored LV Jingfeng and continued, Mr. Xia, just tell us what you need us to do. We'll follow your arrangement. Louis Hai knew that since Xiao Ruofei proposed it, he must be confident. The strength of these experts was beyond their imagination. Since Li Yifu revealed a little information to him last night, Louis Hai didn't dare to question Xiao Ruofei anymore. Xiao Ruofei looked at Louis Hai, smiling faintly. Jingfeng felt that the task of clearing out the targets was difficult, so I'll do it. What I need you to do is to provide me with information. The more detailed the target's information, the better. In addition, send 1 or 2 people to cooperate with me and be responsible for communication. Hearing this, Louis Hai said without hesitation, Mr. Xia, I'll go with you. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and nodded, okay. And, Jingfeng, mobilize all the people in your Turan branch. After I start the operation, the Gehrman family will be in chaos. You have to seize the opportunity and attack from multiple directions, trying to defeat them at one stroke. Okay. LV Jingfeng seemed to be infected by Xiao Ruofei's confidence, or out of his trust in Louis Hai. He nodded and agreed without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei said, last but not least, you attack from multiple directions at the same time. No matter which direction you attack from, contact A Hai at once, and I'll rush over to support you. Understood. LV Jingfeng replied. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, all right then. You guys go and deploy people to strengthen the intelligence gathering. I'm going to rest for a while. I need to conserve my energy. Then, Xiao Ruofei said to Louis Hai, Hai, call me when the time is right. Let's strive to finish the job in one fell swoop tonight so that the glorious society won't have time to react. Louis Hai felt his blood boiling, as if he had returned to the days when he worked hard with the brothers of the Hong sect when he was young. He straightened his chest and said loudly, yes. Xiao Ruofei turned around and returned to his room. LV Hai didn't wait for LV Jingfeng to speak and said directly, Jingfeng, no need to say any more. We'll carry out Mr. Xia's orders to the letter. Don't ask me why. If I could tell you, I would have already told you. LV Jingfeng smiled bitterly and said, got it. Brother Hai, when you follow Mr. Xia, pay attention to your own safety. He didn't care about it since he had arranged everything in advance. But Louis Hai acted together with Xiao Ruofei. In his opinion, it was an extremely dangerous thing. They might lose their lives if they were not careful. Louis Hai said grumpily, I'll definitely be safe if I follow Mr. Xia. You'd better worry about yourself. Don't screw up the chain. Or you'll lose your position as the branch boss. I don't know where your confidence comes from. LV Jingfeng muttered. But after being glared at by Louis Hai, he didn't dare to say anything more. He hurriedly gathered several core members and started to arrange people. Although the Gehrman family hadn't settled in Turan for a long time, they had almost taken over all the industries of the Moore family. So they had a large territory and many industries. They had to prepare for the attack in advance. Under the situation of lack of manpower, LV Jingfeng's overall planning ability was also tested. But Louis Hai didn't worry about this. LV Jingfeng wasn't a greenhorn anymore. He could take charge of the Turan branch not only because he was Louis Hai's cousin. In terms of leadership ability, LV Jingfeng was also very strong. But he wasn't as smart as Louis Hai, so he didn't know how to be flexible sometimes. The night came quietly. Turan City was as lively as usual, but there was a sense of leisure. No one noticed that some of the Chinese in Turan were secretly gathering together. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei left the small building with Louis Hai. During the day, Monica and Rossi were worried about their own situation, so they came to Xiao Ruofei. but Xiao Ruofei didn't tell them about tonight's action. He just comforted them and asked them to stay here for a few days. Besides, Xiao Ruofei also told them that the disturbance would be over soon. This time, Xiao Ruofei wanted to kill the Gehrman family because of Monica. If Tolls didn't covet Monica, perhaps Xiao Ruofei wouldn't take such extreme measures. Now, the Gehrman family obviously touched Xiao Ruofei's reverse scale. Killing indiscriminately was undesirable. But Xiao Ruofei didn't feel any psychological pressure to kill a notorious mafia organization like the Gehrman family. During the day, he checked several English websites in Turin. During this period, the public security in Turin was obviously worse. Vicious cases such as robberies and rapes were on the rise. Without a doubt, it was all thanks to the Gehrman family. Therefore, eliminating them was equivalent to eliminating the evils for the people. Louis Hai drove the car and left the small building with Xiao Ruofei. The car slowly drove into the night. Bloody Dusk Bar. An ordinary Horton car slowly stopped at the roadside of a street away from the bar. A young man smoking while leaning on the signal lamp immediately walked over. Louis Hai pressed down the window, asking lightly, "Target number 9 is still inside?" They numbered the targets according to their importance. After considering the distance and the importance of the targets, they chose the Bloody Dusk Bar as their first stop. The young man said respectfully, "Brother Hai, he went in at 6 o'clock and didn't come out. We have some unfamiliar brothers in the bar keeping an eye on him. Target number 9 is in the VIP box of the bar. That's his exclusive box." Louis Hai nodded. "Okay, you continue to wait for orders. Inform the brothers inside and ask them to withdraw first. In addition, when the bar is in chaos, you should evacuate immediately. Don't stay around here." "Okay, Brother Hai." The young man nodded and retreated far away. Louis Hai looked at Xiao Ruofei, asking respectfully, "Mr. Xia, what do you think?" Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Show me the photo of target number 9. "Yes." Louis Hai replied. All the information was prepared. Louis Hai skillfully took out a photo with an Arabic number 9 on the back and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei glanced at it, nodded, and kept it in his arms. He then said, "Ah Hai, wait here. I'll be back soon." Louis Hai said hurriedly, "Mr. Xia, I'll go with you." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand, "You'll affect my action. Hai, you just need to keep in contact and stay away from the scene. I don't want any accidents, understand?" Louis Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was at least the top 3 in the Italian branch, but he was despised by Xiao Ruofei. However, he didn't dare to go against Xiao Ruofei's wishes. Moreover, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Xiao Ruofei's words. Their strength wasn't on the same level at all. He could really become a burden to Xiao Ruofei. After Xiao Ruofei gave the order, he immediately opened the door and got out of the car without any hesitation. The music in the bloody dusk was loud. Everyone on the dance floor raised their arms to the rhythm of the music, twisting their bodies wantonly. Under the flashing spotlights, they looked like a group of demons dancing wildly. There were more quiet pubs in Turin. The locals enjoyed their leisure time, chatting and drinking coffee with their friends and the music. However, there were several pubs like the Bloody Dusk. Most of the people here were troubled youths or rebellious girls. Such a place was naturally a natural place to hide filth. Selling alcohol to minors was child's play. Some of the people in the bar had blurry eyes and were lying on the sofa like dead pigs, twitching from time to time. It was obvious that they had overdosed on drugs. There were also people who took off their pants in a dark corner of the bar and got tangled up together. In the VIP room, a young man with a 6-pointed star pattern on the back of his head was hugging a hot girl, shaking his head to the rhythm of the music. There were many men and women of the same age as him in the room, drinking happily with glasses in their hands. There were also 2 burly men in black suits and sunglasses guarding the door of the VIP room. The young man with the 6-pointed star hairstyle was one of the heirs of the Gehrman family. He was also the grandson of the current head of the Gehrman family. His name was Moise Gehrman. Moise was handsome. He had the deep eyes, high nose bridge, and handsome face that were unique to Italians. If he were to wear a tailored suit, he would definitely be an elegant young master. However, those who were familiar with him knew that there was an evil soul hidden in Moise's glamorous appearance. Moise, who had been influenced by the mafia since he was young, could be said to be cruel and merciless. He was also very eccentric and even a little perverted. The first time Moise killed someone was when he was 12 years old. Because a maid accidentally spilled some yogurt on him, he flew into a rage and strangled the maid from the Philippines to death with a rope. His father, Rem Gehrman, was present at the scene. Not only did Rem not stop Moise, he even praised his ruthless style. In their eyes, these maids were no different from goods. So what if a maid died? They could just report an accident and compensate a sum of money. The families of these Filipino women would be eager to settle it privately and not pursue the matter. One could imagine how twisted Moise's personality was after growing up in such an environment. Just a week ago, a waiter from the Bloody Dusk bar had other work on hand when the bell rang, so he only arrived at the VIP room a few minutes late. Then, Moise suddenly went berserk and tied the waiter up and cut him dozens of times. His screams lasted for 2 to 3 hours. In the end, the waiter's voice was hoarse and he was tortured beyond recognition. Only then did Moise have his subordinates drag the waiter out and throw him off the overpass. Moise proudly showed off to others for a few days. All of this was described in the information collected by LV Jingfeng. After Xia Ruofei finished reading, there were only 4 words in his heart: even death can't wipe out your crimes. Xia Ruofei wore a cap and entered the bar. He walked through the dance floor. His goal was naturally the VIP room at the innermost side. Although the dance floor was crowded with people everywhere, Xia Ruofei seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll and walked over unhurriedly. The people in front of him seemed to be pushed aside by a gentle force, making way for Xia Ruofei. In the corridor outside the VIP room, there were also 2 tall and burly men in black standing there. They looked at Xia Ruofei, who was walking straight towards them, with some vigilance. Xia Ruofei ignored the 2 of them and went straight to the door of the VIP room. Without waiting for the 2 men to scold him, he bent down and threw 2 punches at the same time, accurately hitting the 2 men's lower abdomens. The 2 of them let out a muffled groan and fell limply to the ground. When the people in the bar saw that there was a fight, they didn't run away in panic. Instead, they whistled excitedly. The atmosphere in this kind of bar was too hot. It could be said that fighting was a common occurrence. The people who came here to play more or less had some gang background, so they weren't afraid of fighting at all. Xia Ruofei didn't stop at all and kicked the door of the VIP room. In the VIP room, Moise also heard the faint sound outside the door. Before he could scold him, the door of the VIP room suddenly sprang open. The 2 men in black who were on guard in the VIP room couldn't even dodge in time and were knocked unconscious by the door. When Xia Ruofei walked in, the door was still shaking. It was obvious how much strength he used just now. The 2 men in black wouldn't wake up for a while. Xia Ruofei quickly looked around and immediately locked onto Moise, the target of the operation. His figure flashed like lightning. Xia Ruofei quickly looked around and immediately locked onto Moise, the target of the operation. His figure flashed like lightning. Xia Ruofei quickly looked around and immediately locked onto Moise, the target of the operation. His figure flashed like lightning. Xia Ruofei quickly looked around and immediately locked onto Moise, the target of the operation. His figure flashed like lightning. Louis High's Horton sedan was parked at the corner of the crossroad. The bar across the street was blurred in the drizzle. Louis High stared at the front. Although he was confident in Xia Ruofei's strength, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. Louis High felt a shadow flashed by the bar door, but he didn't see it clearly. It was as if his eyes were blurred for a second. When he looked again, there was no shadow at all. However, after 2 or 3 seconds, the co-driver's door was opened. Louis High was startled. He had been in the underworld for more than 10 years, but he didn't notice that someone was so close to him and opened the door directly. Louis High touched his waist subconsciously. There was a large caliber pistol there. "It's me." Hearing Xia Ruofei's familiar voice, Louis High felt relieved at once. A thought popped up in his mind: was my eyes blurred just now? Was the shadow at the bar door Mr. Xia? The parking position was 100 meters away from the bar's entrance, but Xia Ruofei only spent 2 or 3 seconds to get back to the car. She was several times faster than the fastest 100m runner in the world. Louis High was speechless inside. Xia Ruofei sat down and said lightly, "It's done." Go to the next place. Louis Hai came back to his senses, replying excitedly, yes. He started the car and drove out of the parking space, heading in the opposite direction of the bar. After a dozen meters, Louis Hai saw a large group of people rushing out of the bar in exasperation through the rearview mirror. Naturally, those people didn't expect that the murderer of Moise could run more than 100 meters away in just a few seconds. Therefore, they didn't pay attention to the Horton sedan that was gradually disappearing into the night. Instead, they spread out and searched nearby while yelling. At 21:08, Moise Gehrman was killed by a mysterious Easterner in the Bloody Dusk bar that he frequented the most. After that, the Easterner left as if nothing had happened. At 21:20, the third son of the Gehrman family's patriarch, Adam Gehrman, who was in charge of the family's finances and was known as a business genius, was working overtime in the company's office. His temple was pierced by an Asian man dressed in black, and he died on the spot. Adam Gehrman's bodyguard saw that after killing Adam, the Easterner jumped out of the office window on the 19th floor. It was as if gravity had no effect on him at all. He didn't rely on any equipment to assist him. He just gently grabbed the outer wall a few times as he fell and landed lightly on the ground. Then, with a strange flash, he disappeared into the night at an extremely fast speed. It was almost impossible for the naked eye to capture his movement trajectory. At 21:33, Fergerman, the younger brother of Gehrman, who was in charge of the internal order of the family, was attacked by a mysterious Easterner on his way home after attending a dinner party and died on the spot. Fergerman's driver survived. According to his description, he was driving normally. Suddenly, an Asian man in black jumped onto the front of the car as if he had dropped from the sky. It seemed that he didn't use much strength to stomp the car's engine through the hood. Then, the Asian man raised his hand, and a sharp light flashed. A hole appeared in the windshield of the car. When the driver turned around, he saw an ordinary stone embedded between Fergerman's eyebrows. Fergerman's eyes were wide open, and he was dead on the spot. At 21:46, old Gehrman's second son, Pedro Gehrman, who was in charge of the family's drug business, was happily rolling flyers in his lover's house when a masked man in black suddenly appeared in front of his bed. Before he could react, the masked man punched him in the chest. Pedro Gehrman didn't even make a sound before he went to meet Satan. Pedro's lover witnessed everything with her own eyes. She was so scared that she almost had a nervous breakdown. In her terrified and incoherent narration, the masked man was simply the incarnation of the devil. However, the two top-class bodyguards of the Gehrman family who were standing guard in front of Pedro's lover didn't react at all. They had no idea that someone had sneaked into the house and killed the person they were supposed to protect. At 22:08, old Gehrman's cousin, Silvio Gehrman, who was in charge of the family's firearms business, was in the middle of an arms deal. An Asian man in black sneaked into the junkyard where they were trading and nailed Silvio to the ground with a rusty steel bar. Silvio screamed for 3 minutes before he died. The man in black was very fast. He came and went like the wind. The gunman that Silvio brought with him didn't have time to react at all. They vented their anger on the small family that bought the firearms from the Gehrman family. They thought that it was a trap set by the small family. Therefore, the few people from the small family who participated in the deal were shot into sieves by the angry gunman. The core members of the Gehrman family were assassinated one after another. In less than an hour, 5 of them had died an unnatural death. The Moore Manor had now been renamed to the Gehrman Manor. This used to be the place where the core members of the Moore family lived. After the Moore family was almost uprooted, the Gehrman family took over the spoils of war. At this time, old Gehrman's eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a crazy beast. On the floor in front of him was a pile of ceramic fragments. A few minutes ago, these ceramics hadn't been broken into pieces. They were relics from the Ming dynasty from Xianxia. They were old Gehrman's favorite collection. Now, they had been smashed into pieces by the furious old Gehrman. The servants in the house were hiding outside the door in fear. No one dared to come in to clean up at this time. They had no doubt that if they went in now, they would definitely be torn to pieces by the cruel old Gehrman. Since 9 o'clock in the evening, the news of the assassination of the core members of the family came one after another. Those who were killed included his most beloved grandson, his most valued son, his most trusted younger brother. Everyone had a photo left behind by the murderer, and on the back of the photo, there were Arabic numerals of different sizes written on it. Every one of them being assassinated was no less than a piece of flesh being cut out from old Gehrman's heart. Anger, sadness. All kinds of emotions intertwined. Old Gehrman's body trembled involuntarily. He had already fallen into a state of madness. Who is it? Who did it? Old Gehrman roared in a hoarse voice, "Go and investigate immediately. I'll find him tonight and tear him to shreds. Cut off his flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs." In the shadows, someone bowed slightly to old Gehrman and then quickly disappeared into the darkness. Old Gehrman panted heavily. After a while, he gradually calmed down. His face was as calm as water. He said, "Inform all the family members immediately. From now on, no one in the manor is allowed to leave. The family members outside are to come back immediately. Tell them to be careful on the road. Bring more people to protect them." "Yes." Another person bowed slightly and disappeared into the darkness to pass on old Gehrman's order. In the rainy night, the Horton car shuttled back and forth in Turin City, which was gradually filled with the smell of blood like a ghost. Louis Hai, who was driving, couldn't restrain his excitement. He asked, "Mr. Xia, there are 6 main targets left. It's not far from Moor Manor. Shall we go to the manor first?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No hurry. Let that old guy live a little longer. I want him to see his family fall apart and be helpless. I've decided to kill target number 1 last." "Yes." Louis Hai replied, "Then we should go, near the museum. Target number 5 lives near there. According to the information from our brothers, he should be in his own home now." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. But, you should inform Xingfeng that we can start the attack now. Tell them to be careful. The Gehrman family must have received the news. Although it will inevitably increase the difficulty, at the same time, they will become chaotic. This is the best time to attack." "Understood." Louis Hai took out his phone excitedly. He dialed the number and said directly, "Xingfeng, Mr. Xia said we can start now." LV Xingfeng couldn't wait any longer. Every time Xia Ruofei went to assassinate a target, there would be brothers from the Hong sect who were in charge of collecting information and keeping an eye on him. Therefore, LV Xingfeng already knew from the reports of his subordinates that Xia Ruofei was frequently successful. It could be said that it was effortless. LV Xingfeng couldn't wait to fight with the leaderless Gehrman family so that he could vent the resentment that he had accumulated recently. Therefore, after hearing Louis Hai's words, LV Xingfeng's voice changed due to excitement. "Got it. Brother Hai, let's start now." Xia Ruofei said lightly, "Hai, tell Xingfeng to act according to his ability. Once he is in trouble, he should inform me immediately. I'll give him a hand." "Okay, Mr. Xia," Louis Hai said. Then he said to LV Xingfeng on the other side of the phone, "Xingfeng, did you hear what Mr. Xia said just now?" "Yes." "Brother Hai, please thank Mr. Xia for me." LV Xingfeng said, "And Mr. Xia, don't worry. If things go wrong, I'll ask him for help immediately." "Okay." Louis Hai said, "Go. Be careful." After hanging up the phone, Louis Hai asked, "Mr. Xia, now, let's go to the museum first?" Although Louis Hai felt humiliated because he was regarded as a burden by Xia Ruofei, he knew clearly that he couldn't help Xia Ruofei with his strength. Besides, he might even drag him down. After all, Xia Ruofei couldn't make full use of his horrifying speed. Therefore, Louis Hai said at once, "Yes." Xia Ruofei opened the door and got off the car. His figure flashed, quickly hiding in the bushes by the roadside. Louis Hai didn't dare to neglect it. He hurriedly drove forward and found a small road to hide the car. Then, Louis Hai got off the car and climbed up a tree. From here, he could see the road leading to Moor Manor from afar. In the drizzle, the road in the rich district was very quiet. But Louis Hai was clear that there was a strong killing intent hidden under the seemingly quiet road. For the core members of Gehrman family who might rush back to the manor, this might be a road of no return. Time passed by and the road was still quiet as usual. Louis Hai's body was wet from the drizzle and it was very uncomfortable. But he still sat still on the tree branch, gazing ahead intently. After about 30 or 40 minutes, a car light flashed from afar. Obviously, the car was heading towards Gehrman Manor. Louis Hai was refreshed. He sat up straight and stared ahead with his eyes wide open under the faint light of the street lamp. The car approached from afar and soon arrived at the intersection after climbing the slope. Louis Hai's heart beat faster. He didn't even dare to blink his eyes, for fear of missing the moment when Xiao Ruofei launched a strange attack. However, the car passed through the road slowly and nothing happened. Louis Hai couldn't help showing a puzzled look. Was it because Mr. Xiao wasn't prepared? Or the opportunity was not good so he didn't take action? Louis Hai didn't know that Xiao Ruofei had seen clearly the person in the car from afar. Although he was a member of Gehrman family, he wasn't on Xiao Ruofei's must-kill list. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to kill too many members of Gehrman family. Since he wasn't on Xiao Ruofei's must-kill list, he just let him go. Of course, this was also to avoid alerting the enemy. The fact that this car appeared here in the middle of the night also meant that Xiao Ruofei's judgment was correct. Then, there should be more core members of the Gehrman family coming here to seek refuge. If Xiao Ruofei made a move at this time, the people behind would definitely receive a warning, and the ambush would be ineffective. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly let the car pass. Xiao Ruofei had always been very patient when it came to his prey. He remained motionless in the bushes by the roadside without the slightest impatience of waiting. Another 10 minutes passed. Finally, a car's headlights appeared faintly in the distance. Xiao Ruofei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the car with a sharp gaze. This time, 3 cars drove over in a single file. The car was getting closer and closer. Although there was a dazzling light, Xiao Ruofei still relied on his excellent eyesight and the faint light from the dashboard to see everyone in the car clearly. The people sitting in the car were all burly men in black with cold expressions. There were no members of the Gehrman family. However, Xiao Ruofei was not disappointed. Because the security standard was so high, the escorts must be very important. It was impossible for all 3 cars to be filled with these thugs. To pull 3 cars to the manor so late at night, and to use Mercedes-Benz, it was impossible for all 3 cars to be filled with these bodyguards. Therefore, there must be important people among them, and it was very likely that they were in the second car. Because of the cover, Xiao Ruofei couldn't see who was sitting in the second car. He quietly hid in the bushes and let go of the first car. At this time, he could already see the people in the second car. When his gaze fell on the back seat of the car, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw 2 people sitting in the back seat of the car. They were both core members of the Gehrman family who were on the must-kill list. One of them was the 5th target, and the other was the 4th target. Because the distance was very close, and the car was about to drive away from Xiao Ruofei, he didn't hesitate. After confirming that the target was in the car, he immediately turned his hand and took out a steel drill from the ring-2 space. Then, Xiao Ruofei used a move similar to a javelin and threw the javelin out. The steel drill rotated and made a sharp sound. It flew to the side of the car almost instantly. The steel drill directly went through the gap of the wheel hub, as if it had eyes, and firmly stuck the wheel. The car suddenly made a metal friction sound that made people's teeth ache. It was abruptly stopped by the steel drill. At the same time that Xiao Ruofei threw the steel drill, he jumped into the air and directly pounced on the black Mercedes-Benz car. He punched the rear window of the car heavily. The window made a muffled sound, and cracks appeared on it. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. The thickness of the window glass was beyond his expectations. It seemed that this should be a special bulletproof car. 2 cars were escorted by bodyguards, and a bulletproof car was specially used. It could be seen that the Gehrman family was terrified after experiencing darkness for an hour. Everyone became frightened. Through the window, Xiao Ruofei could clearly see that. The 2 people in the car were extremely frightened. They were saying something loudly in Italian. He was stunned for just a moment. Then, he immediately punched the same position again. Then, without any pause, he punched again. In just 2 seconds, Xiao Ruofei punched 5 times. Although the bulletproof glass was thick and solid, Xiao Ruofei's 5 punches, which were infused with true qi, were enough to break gold and break stone. Finally, the bulletproof glass was completely broken, and glass fragments fell down. The two people in the back seat showed a desperate look. Without any hesitation, Xia Ruofei reached out and picked up the two glass shards. Then, with a wave of her hand, the glass shards shot out like lightning, accurately hitting the space between the two people's eyebrows and deeply embedding themselves. The terrified expressions on the two men's faces immediately froze. The moment the glass shards hit their foreheads, the huge impact of the true energy infused into the shards had already turned their brains into paste. Naturally, they couldn't be any more dead than this. After that, Xia Ruofei threw in two numbered photos without any hesitation. Then, he flashed into the grass. Then, under the cover of the night, he exerted his speed to the extreme and rushed in the opposite direction of Louis Hai's car. From the moment Xia Ruofei threw the steel drill to the moment he succeeded and ran away from the scene, the whole process took at most 10 seconds. When the bodyguards in the two cars in front and behind reacted and chased this side, Xia Ruofei's figure had already disappeared. Seeing Xia Ruofei succeed, Louis Hai immediately slipped down from the tree and returned to the car, starting the engine. As expected, after a while, Xia Ruofei opened the door and sat in the car. He ran in the opposite direction to mislead the bodyguards. After hiding in the dark, he quickly ran back to join Louis Hai. Targets number 4 and number 5 have been eliminated. Xia Ruofei said, "Now, let's leave here right away." Yes. Louis Hai was well prepared, starting the engine and driving forward. This path could leave the wealthy district from another direction and return to the downtown through the Constantine Bridge downstream of the Po River. Louis Hai asked while driving, "Mr. Xia, where are we going next?" Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, "We can only do a sneak attack once. They'll be more vigilant later. Let's go back to the downtown directly. If Xingfeng needs help, I can get there faster." Understood. Louis Hai replied calmly. Xia Ruofei continued, "Besides old Gehrman, there are 3 more targets left. You contact our brothers who are waiting for the latest situation. If possible, he would kill them all in one go. If not, he would just let them go back to the manor. Then we'll kill them all." Okay. Wait a minute. Louis Hai immediately contacted his subordinates and said, "Mr. Xia, as you expected, those important targets have left their original places. The security standard is very strict. Our men said the remaining 3 targets are likely to unite and try their best to rush back to the manor." Xia Ruofei nodded, saying, "Then let them go." Understood. In the Gehrman manor, old Gehrman received the report that 2 core members of the family were attacked and killed at the intersection at the foot of the mountain. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. A pile of ceramic fragments appeared on the floor that had just been cleaned up. Inform the others to change into the bodyguard's clothes and blend into the bodyguard team. All vehicles move together and retreat to the manor as soon as possible. Old Gehrman ordered. After taking over the manor of the Moore family, old Gehrman abandoned the original security system and spent a lot of money to set up a new security system. He also arranged hundreds of excellent fighters in the manor. So he was very confident about the safety of the manor. That was why he repeatedly asked his family members to retreat to the manor. Yes. The subordinates immediately separated to contact the remaining core members of the Gehrman family. At this time, another subordinate stumbled into the room, panting as he said, "Mr. Gehrman. Something bad happened. One of our restaurants, 2 convenience stores and 2 construction sites in the downtown were attacked by the Freemasons of Huaxia. Their attack is very sharp and we have no leader. The situation is very unfavorable to us." The Gehrman family's doctor hurriedly woke up old Gehrman. The first thing he said when he woke up was, "Pass on my order. Don't go back to the manor. Organize your men and fight back. We must defeat the Huaxia people." "Yes, sir." A subordinate quickly went to pass on old Gehrman's latest order. "Wait." Old Gehrman stopped him and said, "This must be the doing of the Huaxia people. The biggest threat was that elusive assassin. Pass down the order immediately. Don't send out all your men. Hide a few of your best marksmen near the important people in our family. Send out the assassin's face. If you find him, immediately kill him from afar." "Yes, sir." The subordinate hurriedly went to pass down the order. Xia Ruofei's series of assassinations had indeed thrown old Gehrman into a panic. However, old Gehrman was an old fox after all. He quickly grasped the crux of the problem. Obviously, the assassin hiding in the dark, who specialized in assassinating the core members of the Gehrman family, was the biggest threat. Every time Xia Ruofei made a move, he only targeted a few pre-selected targets. He did not kill the innocent people around the targets. Therefore, old Gehrman was able to get a lot of information. His first judgment was that this assassin had only assassinated the most important people in the Gehrman family. In addition, the assassin's skills were simply unfathomable. Even under the protection of layers of bodyguards, this assassin was still able to enter a no-man's land as if there was no one there. Just relying on a sea of people would not be able to do anything to him. Only a long-distance sniper might be effective. Old Gehrman did not believe that even a high-caliber sniper rifle bullet could not kill this assassin. As long as this detestable assassin was eliminated, although the Hong sect had caused a lot of trouble, they could still deal with it. If they really could not, they could still ask for help from the glorious society. After old Gehrman gave the order, he said to the housekeeper who had been waiting beside him, "Find out the information on the Hong sect in Xianxia and Turin. I need to do some research." The family doctor quickly said, "Mr. Gehrman, your blood pressure is very high now. Your physical condition is not very, go away." Old Gehrman said rudely. The family doctor kept quiet out of fear and hurriedly retreated. He knew that if he said another word, the cruel old Gehrman would definitely kill him. The butler hurriedly followed old Gehrman's instructions to find the information. Tonight was destined to be a turbulent night for Turin. Clashes between gangs broke out in several places at the same time. Ear-piercing sirens sounded in many places throughout the city. Louis Hai drove that inconspicuous Horton car, carrying Xia Ruofei back to the downtown quietly. Soon after crossing the bridge, Louis Hai received a message from LV Jingfeng. One of the assassination targets, Sean Gehrman, who was in charge of construction business, led a large group of people to reinforce the construction site. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, "Ah Hai. Let's go right now." "Yes. Mr. Xia." Louis Hai answered excitedly. He had traveled the seas with his father since he was a child. He had lived a life of fighting and killing for so many years. Compared to the average person, he could be considered to have experienced many storms and waves. However, all of his past experiences added together were not as exciting as tonight's. Louis Hai felt that it was so cool to take revenge with Xia Ruofei. The Horton car drove through the night. The rain seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. The raindrops hit the car window and made pitter-patter sounds. Hopefully, the heavy rain could wash away the blood tonight. Xia Ruofei slowly leaned against the back of the seat, closing his eyes to rest. Turin City was not very big. In addition, it was raining today. Besides, there were gunshots from gangs in the city from time to time. Therefore, there were almost no pedestrians and vehicles on the road. Louis Hai drove smoothly all the way and soon arrived at the construction site. Xia Ruofei glanced at the GPS screen, saying, "Ah Hai, find a hidden place to park the car." Louis Hai said, "Mr. Xia, this place is quite far from the construction site. We can get closer, no need." Xia Ruofei said, "I have a bad feeling. For safety's sake, you stay away from it." "Okay." Louis Hai just gave a suggestion. Since Xia Ruofei made the decision, he naturally obeyed unconditionally. The car stopped at the roadside, then turned into a small alley and parked at the entrance of the alley. Xia Ruofei opened the door while saying, "Ah Hai, you stay in the car. Turn off the engine and don't turn on the lights. In addition, be alert at all times and load the gun. If anything happens, just shoot. I'll rush over as soon as I hear the gunshots." Louis Hai felt warm in his heart, nodding, "I know. Mr. Xia, don't worry about me. Take care of yourself." Xia Ruofei nodded, patting Louis Hai's shoulder. Then he opened the door and got off the car. Through the rearview mirror, Louis Hai saw Xia Ruofei's figure escape into the back alley and disappear in the night. Xia Ruofei walked through the dark like a cat, heading towards the construction site at full speed. In the brightly lit construction site, two groups of people were fighting desperately. An Italian man in a black windbreaker was standing in the rain, while a man in a black suit was holding an umbrella for him. Both of them were silent, paying attention to the situation in the construction site silently. The man in the black windbreaker was Sean Gehrman. He looked very calm, but his legs and stomach were trembling. Sean was old Gehrman's nephew. He was very clear about his uncle's latest order. He was just a bait. His purpose was to lure out the terrifying killer, and then let the sniper hidden nearby kill him. Sean got the detailed information about what happened tonight. The killer who came and went like a ghost and specialized in assassinating the core members of the Gehrman family was like a nightmare. In addition to the arms and drugs business, the Gehrman family had many businesses on the surface. Among them, the construction industry with high profits was the focus of the Gehrman family's investment. They usually used some means of the mafia to make their rivals not dare to compete with them. Thus, they obtained various projects continuously, and the profits were amazing. Sean was entrusted by old Gehrman to be in charge of the construction industry. Naturally, he was one of the core members of the family. He was clear that he was probably the target of the killer. Although there were many bodyguards around him, and there were several snipers hidden in different directions not far away, Sean still did not have any sense of security. The killer's methods were too terrifying. Sean had no confidence that the snipers and bodyguards could solve this problem before the killer killed him. However, he dared not disobey old Gehrman's orders, otherwise, he would suffer a fate worse than being killed by the killer. Old Gehrman was someone who didn't even recognize his own family. He would definitely torture them, and they wouldn't die for a while. Sean looked into the distance and prayed in his heart. There were several people like him who were acting as bait. He hoped that he wasn't the unlucky one. Xia Ruofei quickly made his way to the wall of the construction site. He didn't become careless just because he was strong. On the contrary, he was as cautious as ever. Xia Ruofei gently kicked off the ground and his body abruptly rose up. He nimbly swept over the wall of the construction site, then rolled and hid in the shadows. Then, he carefully poked his head out to look at the brightly lit area. Sean, who was wearing a black trench coat, was standing to the side. He was an obvious target. Xia Ruofei saw Sean's appearance at a glance. He was also certain that LV Jingfeng's information was correct. The one standing there was indeed old Gehrman's nephew, Sean. Xia Ruofei's eyes flashed and he immediately leaped forward, moving quickly in Sean's direction. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, he was getting closer and closer to Sean. Suddenly, Xia Ruofei felt a strong sense of alarm. He had no time to think about it at all. He almost subconsciously made a standard sideways evasive action. Almost at the same time, a sniper bullet hit the spot where he was just a moment ago, causing sparks to fly from the cement floor. Xia Ruofei didn't stop. He immediately rolled forward, followed by another sideways roll. In a very short period of time, he made several evasive actions in succession. Every time he moved away, the bullet would arrive. The sniper bullet seemed to be chasing after his butt. While Xia Ruofei was evading, his mind was working quickly. He quickly determined the situation. Through a preliminary analysis of the trajectory, it was clear that he was in the range of several sniper rifles. He could even roughly determine the positions of several snipers. Xia Ruofei kept making irregular evasive actions. He was being chased by sniper bullets, and he looked a little embarrassed. Fortunately, after training, Xia Ruofei's nerve reaction speed had far exceeded the level of his lone wolf commandos. It also exceeded the reaction time of those snipers. Therefore, he was always able to evade the bullets without any mishap. After making more than 10 evasive actions, Xia Ruofei finally found a blind spot beside a thick cement wall. He leaned against the cement wall, panting slightly. There was still some lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for his keen sense of danger, if it weren't for his constant high level of concentration, he might have died at the construction site. The current large-caliber long-range sniper rifles could shoot bullets faster than the speed of sound. In other words, when he heard the gunshot, the bullet had already entered his body. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, with his chi refining stage cultivation, it was impossible for his body to withstand a sniper rifle bullet. Even if he was a high and mighty cultivator, if his heart was shattered, he would still die. Xia Ruofei wasn't afraid that the other party had adjusted their strategy so quickly. On the contrary, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. At the same time, his desire to kill the Gehrman family grew stronger. The more dangerous the enemy was, the more he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. He absolutely couldn't give him a chance to rise from the ashes. Otherwise, he would be irresponsible to himself. Xiao Ruofei quickly caught his breath. At this time, Shan was beginning to withdraw under the escort of a large number of bodyguards. Obviously, Xiao Ruofei's sudden appearance and rapid approach had scared him out of his wits. Xiao Ruofei didn't rush out to deal with Shan. He quickly analyzed the trajectory of the sniper rifle in his mind, and a route became clearer in his mind. Xiao Ruofei was very sure that there was a sniper on the roof of the reinforced concrete building. This was also the most dangerous sniper spot among the few. It was the highest point of the entire construction site and had a large area of control. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath and kicked off the ground. He leaped out like an agile cheetah and did a beautiful side roll to hide behind a pile of concrete bricks. Then Xiao Ruofei leaped in another direction. His figure flickered in and out of sight in the construction site, and his route was even more unpredictable. On the roof, the best sniper of the Gehrman family, Edmund, was chewing gum as he searched for the whereabouts of the target through the scope. Through the scope, Edmund saw Xiao Ruofei's figure flickering like a ghost. However, the time he was exposed to the muzzle of the gun was very short. Edmund didn't have time to adjust his shot before he found that the target had used the terrain to hide in his blind spot. "What the hell?" Edmund muttered. He pressed a button on the communicator and said, "Guys, brace yourselves and open your eyes wide. That guy is a bit difficult to deal with. Edmund, he has appeared in my shooting range a few times, but those damn Xianxia people are too fast. There's no time to react. I've seen him a few times too, but I haven't found a chance to shoot. There's no pattern to his movement. We don't know where he'll appear next, so it's hard to predict in advance." Edmund frowned and said, "Anyway, brace yourselves. The area he's in is completely within our crossfire range. He can only hide here and there. If he wants to leave this place, he has to go through that open space. That will be our chance. Now, don't shoot. Understood?" "Roger that." While the snipers of the Gehrman family were communicating on the communicator, Xiao Ruofei had unknowingly moved 200 to 300 meters forward. Of course, this was the linear distance between him and the building. In fact, his movement was erratic. In just a minute or two, he had moved more than a kilometer away. Another 2 minutes passed. Damn it. Almost there again. Montillo. You should have shot him. It's your turn. That guy is faster than a rabbit. How could I react in time? Why is he always able to find all of our blind spots? Does he have psychic powers? Those damn Xianxia people are too cunning. The snipers were cursing on the communicator. What's the point of him constantly running around? There's no way he can get out of this area. Wait. At this moment, the sniper named Montillo suddenly shouted, "Guys! Why do I feel that this Chinese kid is slowly approaching Edmund's position? Hey! Montillo! Are you out of your mind?" Another sniper sneered. "We're all covering each other with crossfire. If that brat really dares to do that, he will be beaten into a sieve before he even enters the building. Montillo! I'd like Montillo. This guy is too difficult to deal with. He's the most difficult target I've ever encountered, bar none." While they were talking, Xiao Ruofei had unknowingly moved 100 meters toward the building. He was now less than 50 meters away from the entrance of the building, but there was no cover in this 50 meters or so. It was a completely open area, and this area was completely exposed to the shooting range of all the snipers except for Edmund on the top floor. Xiao Ruofei leaned against an excavator and took a moment to catch his breath. Then, he quickly went through the route that he had just set in his mind. He took a deep breath and rushed out with all his might. Edmund was the closest to Xiao Ruofei. When Xiao Ruofei rushed out, he aimed and fired. The whole action was done in one breath. However, Xiao Ruofei was too fast, and he kept changing directions as he ran. Edmund's sniper bullets all missed. Because he was already very close to the building, Xiao Ruofei quickly ran out of Edmund's shooting range. *T. Edmund scolded. "Guys, shoot. Kill him. Kill him." Edmund didn't need to say anything. The other snipers all aimed at Xiao Ruofei and fired. However, Xiao Ruofei had already calculated the fastest and safest route. Of course, this safety was relative. Even the best Special Forces soldier would find it difficult to safely pass through such a large open area under the surveillance of 3 or 4 snipers. What Xiao Ruofei relied on was his extreme speed and his keen perception of danger. Whenever there was a hair's breadth away from danger, his body would strangely change direction and evade the sniper's bullets. For Xiao Ruofei, the distance of 50 meters was just a sprint. More than 10 sniper bullets hit the ground in a row. In just 2 seconds, Xiao Ruofei's body flashed and rushed into the building. The sniper's communication channel was suddenly in a panic. "Edmund! Retreat! Retreat!" Montillo shouted crazily. "We couldn't stop him. He has already rushed into the building. Retreat now. Edmund, he's coming for you. Run." Hearing this, Edmund got up and rushed to the other side of the rooftop without saying another word. As an experienced sniper, when choosing a sniper's position, he would definitely plan an escape route in advance. Edmund spent 5 seconds rushing to the guardrail on the other side of the rooftop. There was a steel cable that was connected to a slightly shorter building on the opposite side. Edmund quickly took out a buckle from his bag. He fastened one end to the pulley and the other end to his waist. Then, Edmund jumped over the guardrail. He grabbed the pulley with both hands and pushed hard against the guardrail. His body immediately slid toward the building on the opposite side. The whole escape process only took about 10 seconds. Edmund was slightly relieved. He thought to himself, "I will never accept this kind of mission in the future. That guy is a freak." He had never seen someone so agile. Under the aim of 3 or 4 sniper rifles, he was able to dodge and move without getting hurt. This was terrifying. Edmund had only slid halfway when he heard Montillo's terrified yell in his earpiece. "Edmund! He's here! He's here!" Edmund was stunned. He tried to turn his head and look back. He saw a figure appear on the rooftop of the building. He even had time to smile at Edmund. Then, he reached out and drew a line on the steel cable. Then, he lowered his body and dodged the bullets that were coming from other directions. Edmund suddenly felt his body sink. Then, he couldn't help but fall. He was terrified and desperately held on to the steel cable. However, this was just a last-ditch effort. Although he managed to avoid falling from a high altitude, he couldn't reconnect the steel cable. So, in the next moment, he crashed into the building on the opposite side. Edmund let out a cry of despair. The outer wall of the building was quickly magnified in his eyes. Bang! With a muffled sound, Edmund crashed into the building. With such speed and such a huge impact, even a bull wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone a fragile human body. Edmund was killed almost at the moment of impact. Before he fell into eternal darkness, Edmund's last thought was, "How can he be so fast? If I had 5 more seconds, I would have been able to escape." After Xiao Ruofei tore the steel cable with his bare hands, he didn't bother with Edmund anymore. He knew that Edmund was dead for sure. After he dodged a sniper bullet, he used the concrete railings of the building as cover and quickly crept to Edmund's sniper spot. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the sniper rifle that Edmund had abandoned. He couldn't help but whistle and say to himself, "M82. These mafias are really well armed." The M82A1 large-caliber sniper rifle produced in the United States was known as the King of Snipers. In the 12.7mm sniper rifle market, the M82A1 was almost the dominant model due to its long range, high accuracy, and powerful performance. At least 30 countries' military and police forces were equipped with this sniper rifle. Huaxiao's military had domestic standard sniper rifles, which were also excellent. Normal reconnaissance soldiers naturally didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with foreign firearms. However, the lone wolf commandos were different. Although they also used standard equipment in actual combat, the lone wolf commandos had the opportunity to come into contact with and learn from some of the famous foreign firearms. Xiao Ruofei had naturally used an open gun like the M82A1 before. He was also very impressed with the performance of this sniper rifle. He lay on the rooftop and skillfully removed the magazine to check. There were still 6 bullets in it. This standard magazine had a capacity of 10 bullets, which meant that Edmund had fired a total of 4 times just now. However, he didn't even touch Xiao Ruofei's hair. In addition, there were 2 magazines full of large-caliber sniper bullets on the ground. Edmund had been in a hurry and didn't have time to take these things away. Xiao Ruofei directly loaded a magazine full of bullets and then quickly loaded the gun. He put his eyes in front of the scope and adjusted the direction of the muzzle. Xianxia had already retreated to the outside of the construction site under the protection of a large number of bodyguards. He was about to board his bulletproof Mercedes-Benz. Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry to shoot because he knew that if the first shot didn't hit the target, he wouldn't have a second chance. Those bodyguards would immediately form layers of meat shields. Even if he used up all his bullets, he wouldn't be able to kill Xian. Xiao Ruofei held his breath and placed his finger gently on the trigger. He kept adjusting the direction of the muzzle according to what he saw through the scope. One of the bodyguards opened the door and Xianxia, who was heavily protected by the bodyguards, moved to the side of the car. Then, he lowered his head and got into the car. As he was closing the door, one of the bodyguards moved slightly to the side, revealing a small gap. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Xiao Ruofei quickly adjusted and stabilized the muzzle of the gun. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The bodyguard felt something cold beside his ear. Then, he heard a poochie sound. He quickly turned around and saw that Xianxia's eyes were wide open and he had fallen onto the car seat. There was a large bullet hole on the left side of Xian's forehead, which had seemingly pierced through his head. A mixture of red and white liquid was flowing out from the wound. The bodyguards quickly surrounded the car and cried out in shock. Only the bodyguard who had felt the cold in his ear was stunned. He reached out to touch his ear and found that his hand was stained with blood. Obviously, the bullet had brushed past his ear. As a professional bodyguard, he knew very well that the angle of the shot was very small. If the other party's hand had moved slightly, the one whose head had exploded would not have been Xian's, but his. This made him feel a burst of fear. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. The bodyguards fearlessly surrounded the direction where the bullet had come from. The important person they were responsible for protecting had been assassinated in front of everyone. If they could not kill the murderer, they would die when they returned. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to evacuate. There were at least 3 snipers just now. He wanted to get rid of them so that when LV Jingfeng and the others were fighting with the mafia, these snipers would not shoot them from the side. In fact, after the 3 of them witnessed Edmund being killed by Xiao Ruofei, none of them hesitated for even a second. They all decisively chose to evacuate. Every sniper had shot Xiao Ruofei more than once, so Xiao Ruofei already knew their sniping positions like the back of his hand. After he killed Xian, his eyes did not leave the scope. He directly turned the head of the gun at a certain angle. It was an 8-story building about 400 meters away on the opposite side. One of the snipers was hiding in the building. Xiao Ruofei accurately found the window where the sniper had ambushed. The sniper rifle was still in front of the window, but the person was gone. He looked left and right through the scope, and soon a running figure appeared in the scope's field of view. This sniper had obviously been professionally trained. He was constantly changing his position as he ran, and deliberately chose some obstacles such as walls and pillars to seek protection for himself. If it were an ordinary sniper, in such a situation, most likely they would not have a chance to shoot. However, Xiao Ruofei's nerve reaction was much better than the best snipers. He had also undergone very rigorous sniping training and was very familiar with this model of sniper rifle. Many factors determined that this sniper would not be able to escape. Xiao Ruofei was highly focused. The muzzle constantly followed the sniper's movement trajectory, and then he decisively fired. This shot seemed to be aimed at a gap and was not aimed at a person at all. But in the next moment, the sniper's figure appeared in that gap, as if he had delivered himself to the door. With a splat, the sniper bullet accurately hit his head. His eyes showed a look of disbelief, and he fell to the ground softly. 2 more. Xiao Ruofei said without the slightest emotion. He turned the muzzle to look for the next target. A minute later, with 2 crisp gunshots, the 4 snipers sent by the Gehrman family had all been eliminated by Xiao Ruofei. At this time, Xian's bodyguards had also rushed to the bottom of the building. They knew very well how terrifying the killer upstairs was, but they still chose to rush into the building without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei clapped his hands and stood up. Xiao Ruofei borrowed the force of the outer wall several times to decelerate before landing lightly on the ground. At this time, the group of bodyguards who rushed in from the front of the building had climbed up 7 or 8 floors. Only the framework of the building was built, the outer walls were not built yet. They were all dumbfounded when they saw Xiao Ruofei landing from the sky like a rock. Was there such a thing? The group of bodyguards rushed to the other side, but they could only see Xiao Ruofei landing lightly, then escaping into the dark rainy night at an incredible speed. The bodyguards fired a few shots in the direction where Xiao Ruofei had disappeared in despair. Then, they ran downstairs in a mess and chased in that direction. But how could they catch up with Xiao Ruofei? What's more, after Xiao Ruofei entered the woods, she immediately changed her direction and ran towards Lui Hai's car. When the bodyguards were still searching in the wet and slippery woods with the last glimmer of hope, Xiao Ruofei had already left the construction site in Lui Hai's car. Shan and several snipers had been killed. The remaining members of the mafia without a leader were definitely not the opponents of the Hong sect. Xiao Ruofei and Lui Hai didn't need to stay here anymore. News from the Hong sect kept coming, all of which were good news. Tonight, the Gehrman family was beaten to a pulp by the Hong sect like a stray dog. On Xiao Ruofei's side, he constantly received information from LV Jingfeng. Soon, he and Lui Hai killed the last 2 targets successfully. Xiao Ruofei already knew that there were snipers around the important figures of the Gehrman family, so he paid special attention during the operation. With his many years of experience as a special forces soldier, he had already found and killed the hidden sniper before assassinating the core members of the Gehrman family. Naturally, the assassination went very smoothly. Now, other than the patriarch of the Gehrman family, the core members of the Gehrman family had all been killed by Xiao Ruofei. The low-level members of the Gehrman family had also been defeated by the Hong sect. It could be said that even if the Gehrman family was still alive, they were already crippled. When Xiao Ruofei killed the last core member of the Gehrman clan named Roberto, Lui Hai handed him a dry towel as soon as he returned to the car. It was raining heavily outside. Xiao Ruofei was inevitably soaked by the rain. Xiao Ruofei took the towel and asked as he dried his hair, "Ah Hai, how's the situation over at Jingfeng's side?" Lui Hai said excitedly, "Mr. Xia, the Gehrman family is in chaos now. All the core members were killed and the subordinates are not in the mood to fight. Jingfeng has gained a lot tonight." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Tell them to work harder. Tonight, we must eradicate this family in one fell swoop. Otherwise, the police will increase patrolling and monitor the gangs tomorrow. It will be inconvenient for us to carry out our plan. In addition, the Gehrman family will definitely ask for help from the Glory Society. You must pay attention to this." Lui Hai said confidently, "Don't worry. We're also keeping an eye on the Glory Society. If they dare to act rashly, they'll have to prepare for an all-out war with the Hong sect." Then, Lui Hai asked expectantly, "Mr. Xia, are we going to Moor Manor next?" Although the manor was renamed to Gehrman Manor after the Moor family was destroyed, Lui Hai was still used to calling it Moor Manor. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Contact Xingfeng. He should be able to spare some people now. Let's go there together." "Yes." Lui Hai answered excitedly. Although Xiao Ruofei killed the core members of the Gehrman family one by one, which made Lui Hai very excited, he could only hide far away and watch from the side. He still felt unhappy. Therefore, when he heard that Xiao Ruofei was going to take them to attack the Gehrman Manor, Lui Hai couldn't hold back his excitement. He immediately took out his mobile phone and called LV Jingfeng. "Jingfeng. How's it going on your side?" Lui Hai said as soon as the phone was connected, "Mr. Xiao ordered me to spare some people, and you come here yourself. He's going to take us to attack the Gehrman Manor." LV Jingfeng was a brave and fierce man. Tonight, he led the brothers of the Hong sect in Turin. He was always in the front, regardless of the danger. Therefore, when he heard that they were going to destroy the Gehrman family's nest, LV Jingfeng was so excited that he almost jumped up. He immediately mobilized his men and drove to the outside of the city to meet with Lui Hai. Then, they drove to the Gehrman Manor together. Gehrman Manor. Calls came in one after another. Old Gehrman slumped in the chair with a pale face. News after news came in. Pieces of territory that originally belonged to the Gehrman family had been taken over, and the mafia members under them had suffered heavy casualties. What drove him crazy was that almost all the core members of his family had been killed. Among them were his most valued son, grandson, and even his own brothers and cousins. Old Gehrman already knew that after tonight, the Gehrman family would be wiped out. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair. Who on earth wanted to deal with the Gehrman family? This was no longer a territory fight. Obviously, the other party wanted to uproot the Gehrman family, although those who participated in the fight were all from the Turan branch of the Hong sect. Old Gehrman didn't think that the Hong sect was the mastermind. Obviously, they had provoked someone they shouldn't provoke. However, there was no point in delving into that now. Even if the Hong triad were to stop now, the Gehrman family's power would be greatly reduced. There was no way they could maintain their former glory under the combined assault of the Southeast Asian, Nigerian, and Hong triad. Moreover, there was no way the Hong sect would stop now. Tonight, the smell of blood filled the air in Turan City. The territory controlled by the Hong sect had increased by a few %. Not only that, the small and medium-sized gangs were like cats that smelled fish. They all came out to loot the burning house. Under such circumstances, the Gehrman family that was already in a mess had no way to defend themselves. Obviously, the Gehrman family's fate was sealed. They would be torn to pieces by the Hong sect in Turan City. Everyone kicks a man who is down. This was the law of the jungle that had never changed since ancient times. Old Gehrman's eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a trapped beast. The people around him were also trembling in fear. They were afraid that they would offend Old Gehrman and get themselves killed. Old Gehrman kept mumbling to himself, "Who the hell is it? Who the hell is it?" Tonight, he kept thinking about it. The Gehrman family had a lot of enemies, but none of them had anything to do with Xianxia. Although their expansion in Turan had some conflicts with the Hong sect and Xianxia, both sides had been very restrained and there had been no bloodshed. But everything seemed to have changed since yesterday. Toles was killed by a Chinese man in his own villa. Then, the Chinese man rescued the woman from the Grasso family who Toles had taken a fancy to and left the villa with a swagger. Wait. The woman from the Toles family? Old Gehrman suddenly had an idea. Could it be that all of this had something to do with that woman? Indeed, after the Xianxia man saved the woman named Monica yesterday, the Hong sect in Xianxia started to attack the Gehrman family like crazy today. Also, the mysterious assassin who killed the 9 core members of the Gehrman family as if he was cutting vegetables looked slightly different from the Xianxia man who killed Toles last night. However, judging from the way he acted, it was very likely that they were the same person. Old Gehrman could not help but grit his teeth. Just because of a woman, the power that he had painstakingly built up collapsed overnight. How ironic. His heart was filled with resentment. After a while, he stared with bloodshot eyes and asked loudly, "Paul, is the patriarch of the Grasso family still here?" After Toles was killed yesterday, the arrogant Gehrman family in Turan naturally vented their anger on the Grasso family. Because they did not manage to catch Monica's brother Rossi in the rehabilitation center, Diorc, the young patriarch of the Gehrman family, who was killed by Xia Ruofei tonight, personally led his men to smash the Grasso family into pieces. At the same time, he also brought the patriarch of the Grasso family, Monica's uncle, Carlos Grasso, to the Gehrman manor. Even the patriarch was imprisoned, but the Grasso family did not dare to say anything. Instead, they sent people to search for Monica's whereabouts, hoping to hand her over in exchange for the Gehrman family's forgiveness. The butler, Paul, quickly said, "Sir, Carlos Grasso is locked up in the manor cellar." Old Gehrman panted heavily as he glared with bloodshot eyes and said, "Pull him up." "Yes." Paul quickly signaled to the 2 guards next to him. At the same time, he was silently mourning for Carlos Grasso. After a while, Carlos, whose face was bruised and swollen, was pushed and shoved by the guards of the Gehrman family. As soon as Carlos saw Old Gehrman, he quickly begged, "Benevolent Mr. Gehrman, please forgive our family. All of this was caused by Monica. I promise, I will personally hand Monica over and let you do whatever you want with her." Old Gehrman grinned hideously. "Just hand over Monica? Do you know how great our family's losses are?" Carlos quickly said, "Mr. Gehrman, all of your losses will be borne by the Grasso family." Old Gehrman could not help but laugh wildly and said crazily, "You'll bear it? Can your Grasso family bear it? Do you know? In just one day, our Gehrman family has lost almost all of our territory, leaving only this manor. Also, the core members of our family are almost all dead. You'll bear it? How will you bear it?" Collis was dumbstruck, his mouth unconsciously wide open, and he could not speak for a long time. When he came back to his senses, his heart was immediately filled with the greatest fear. Although he could not believe that the powerful Gehrman family would be beaten so miserably in just one day, there was no doubt that old Gehrman had blamed everything on the Grasso family and him. Thinking of this, Collis' body began to tremble involuntarily. His face turned pale, without a trace of blood. Old Gehrman grinned hideously. "Collis, tell me, how should I thank you?" Old Gehrman emphasized the word thank you, almost gnashing his teeth, causing Collis to shudder uncontrollably. He quickly said, "Mr. Gehrman, we really didn't know anything. How dare we lay a hand on the Gehrman family? Everyone in our Grasso family is a dutiful businessman." "Humph. You wouldn't dare. But that Monica of your family dared." Old Gehrman said with a gloomy face, "If she hadn't found those damn Xianxia people, would our family have ended up like this today?" Collis suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He murmured with a pale face, "Monica. Monica again. She's simply a jinx. I should have kicked her out of the family long ago. It's over. It's over. It's all over now." Old Gehrman said coldly, "Enough. Stop acting. Are you secretly happy to see our family in such a miserable state?" I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Mr. Gehrman, Monica has never listened to my orders. This is all her own doing. It has nothing to do with our Grasso family." Collis quickly said. His life was in the hands of old Gehrman. Even if he was secretly happy, how could he dare to show it? What's more, after hearing that all of this was caused by Monica, he didn't feel happy at all. This was because when Monica was in the family, they had treated her very badly. Now that Monica had such a great help, it wasn't a good thing for the Grasso family. Old Gehrman sneered again and again. He glanced at the ashen-faced and trembling Collis and said faintly, "Paul, thank Mr. Collis for me. Remember, don't kill him. This person is still useful to us." "Yes, sir," Paul said politely and slightly bowed. Collis' face changed greatly and he repeatedly begged, "Mr. Gehrman, please don't." Paul naturally ignored Collis' pleading and gestured to the burly men next to him with his mouth. They immediately came forward, lifted Collis, and dragged him outside. Old Gehrman said coldly, "Greet him here. I want to take a good look." "Yes." The burly men replied in unison. "No." Collis cried out in fear. Next, a burst of mournful screams rang out. Old Gehrman only ordered them to leave him alive. Other than that, there was no need to have any scruples. The burly men were also very heavy-handed. After a while, Collis' breath was hanging by a thread as he lay weakly on the ground. His hands and feet were irregularly twisted, and it was obvious that they had been broken. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and even his closest relatives might not be able to recognize him. Old Gehrman saw that Collis had fainted and immediately felt a little dispirited. He said faintly, "Bring him a basin of water and wake him up." "Yes." At this moment, a young voice lazily said in English, "The Moore manor is quite lively tonight." Apart from a trace of ridicule, there was no murderous intent in his voice. His imposing manner wasn't very strong, but in the ears of old Gehrman and the others, it was no different from a clap of thunder. "Who is it? Come out!" Butler Paul shouted. The burly men in charge of protecting old Gehrman also acted as if they were facing a great enemy and surrounded old Gehrman. Old Gehrman, on the other hand, was very calm. He pushed away the burly men protecting him and quickly came to the side of Collis, who was lying weakly on the ground. He took out a dagger and pressed it against Collis' neck. Then, old Gehrman said, "People of Xianxia, don't hide your head and show your tail. Come out." As soon as old Gehrman finished speaking, a figure strangely appeared in the room. It was a young man from Xianxia wearing a black trench coat with a faint smile on his face. No one noticed how this young man came in. The manor was heavily guarded, and there were no alarms. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This young man was naturally Xiao Ruofei. He did not even change his appearance. He had used the same face when he assassinated the core members of the Gehrman family. Of course, this face was also different from the one on his passport with the name Xia, and it was even more impossible for it to be the slightest bit similar to his original appearance. Old Gehrman's bodyguards hurriedly took out their guns and surrounded him. Xiao Ruofei's body swayed slightly, and everyone felt their vision blur. Then, the bodyguards were shocked to find that all their guns were in Xiao Ruofei's hands. Xiao Ruofei twisted his hand and condensed all the pistols into a twisted shape, turning them into a pile of scrap iron. He casually threw the pile of scrap iron to the ground and then looked at Old Gehrman with a smile. Old Gehrman waved his hand to stop the bodyguards who wanted to rush up with their bare hands. He knew that this was a meaningless action. Xiao Ruofei's performance tonight was enough to prove his strength. At this time, a guard rushed in a panic and said, "Mr. Gehrman, a lot of Huaxia people have attacked. We can't resist." Ah. He was halfway through his sentence when he realized that Xiao Ruofei was standing in the middle of the room. He was shocked. Old Gehrman frowned and shouted, "Get out." The guard retreated as if he had been granted amnesty. Before he left, he could not help but glance at Xiao Ruofei. He had been guarding the door not far away and did not know how this Huaxia person had entered. Old Gehrman did not seem to care that the manor was about to be breached. He clenched the dagger in his hand and slowly said in English with a thick Italian accent, "Young man, how about we make a deal?" Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows, shrugged, and asked with a faint smile, "Mr. Gehrman, what chips do you think you have to trade with me now?" Old Gehrman looked at Kalas, who had been beaten to a pulp, and said, "Do you know who this person is?" He was the patriarch of the Grasso family, Kalas. "Using his life in exchange for mine, this is a better deal for you." Xiao Ruofei glanced at the pig head on the ground and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "What does this person have to do with me? Using him in exchange for your life? Is there something wrong with your brain, or is there something wrong with mine?" Old Gehrman's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Young man, didn't you kill our Gehrman family this time because of Monica of the Gehrman family?" Although Xiao Ruofei had changed his appearance when he assassinated Tolls, as long as Old Gehrman was not particularly slow, it was not difficult for him to guess. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was not very surprised. He shrugged, spread out his hands, and asked, "So? Kalas is the patriarch of the Grasso family. He's the most important person in the Grasso family." Old Gehrman said hopefully, "My request is not high, as long as you let me live. My family has no hope. I just want to find a safe place to spend the rest of my life. This is a very simple matter for you." Kalas, who was on the ground, seemed to have sobered up a little. He seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope and hurriedly said, "Sir, I'm Monica's uncle. Please, save me. Our Grasso family will always remember your kindness." Almost all of Kalas' teeth had been knocked out, so his speech was a little sluggish. Coupled with his heavy Italian accent in English, Xiao Ruofei had a hard time listening to him, but at least she understood. He had long known about the Grasso family from Monica, especially what the patriarch, Kalas, had done to Monica and her brother. Therefore, he had no good impression of the Grasso family and was full of disgust for Kalas. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, "Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here?" Then, Xiao Ruofei looked at Old Gehrman with a faint smile on his face and said, "Mr. Gehrman, I'm a very timid person. I've killed almost all the core members of your Gehrman family and destroyed the foundation that you've worked so hard for so many years. You must be itching to skin me and pull out my tendons now. It's just that the difference in strength is too great, so you chose to endure. Am I right?" Old Gehrman's expression changed again and again, but he didn't say anything. His hatred for Xiao Ruofei was monstrous, because Xiao Ruofei not only destroyed the foundation of the Gehrman family, but also killed his most valued grandson, which was tantamount to destroying the hope of the Gehrman family. Even if he could revive the Gehrman family with his own strength, he was already in his twilight years. Even if he created another family business, what was the point of having no one to inherit it? The only thing that supported Old Gehrman's desperate desire to live was hatred. He only hoped to survive, then find the boss of the glorious society, and do everything he could to avenge his grandson and the other core members of the family. The first target of his revenge was naturally the young man in Xianxia in front of him. Although he didn't know the young man's name, he believed that as long as he could live, he would have a chance to find the young man and kill him in the cruelest way. In addition to the young man in Xianxia, there was also the Freemasons. This seemed a little difficult, but he would definitely use all his strength to complete the revenge plan. Of course, the premise was that he had to survive. Now, it seemed that the hope was slim. Xiao Ruofei looked at old Gehrman mockingly, then pointed at Kalas on the ground and said mockingly, "Also, even if you want to live, you should at least be a little more careful. You want to threaten me with this kind of trash? Are you kidding me? This guy didn't tell you that Monica was ostracized and wronged by the family. The person she hates the most, besides Tolls, is probably this Kalas who has a pig's head because of your plastic surgery. So, do you still think he's your bargaining chip?" Old Gehrman's face changed dramatically. He stared at Kalas fiercely and asked, "Is what he said true?" Kalas's face was already pale, and now it was even more bloodless. He trembled and said, "No. I'm Monica's uncle." He only said the friction within the family. Monica won't leave him in the lurch. Where is she? I want to see her. I want to see Monica. As soon as Kalas's voice fell, a cold voice came from outside the house, "I'm here." Xiao Ruofei looked back in surprise, only to see LV Jingfeng walking in with Monica. Louis Hai was pushing a wheelchair, on which sat Rossi. LV Jingfeng bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei, saying, "Sir. When I went back to gather people, Monica and her brother insisted on coming with us. I thought the situation here had been settled, so I took the initiative to bring them. Please don't be offended." Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Kalas seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw and quickly said, "Monica. Rossi. Save me. I'm your uncle." If old Gehrman's dagger wasn't on his neck, he might have rushed over. Monica looked at Kalas with disgust, saying coldly, "Uncle? When you wanted to give me to that homicidal maniac as a commodity, did you think you're my uncle? When you put Rossi under house arrest and threatened me, did you think you're my uncle? Sorry, I don't have an uncle like you, nor do I have those cold-blooded clansmen. Only Rossi is my relative in the entire Grasso family." "No, no." Kalas cried desperately, "Monica. I was wrong before, don't leave me in the lurch. I promise you. As long as you save my life, I'll support you to be the patriarch of the Grasso family. I'll listen to all your orders in the future." Xiao Ruofei said sarcastically, "As long as you die, with the Freemasons' control in Turin, we can easily choose whoever we want to be the patriarch of the Grasso family." Kalas was stunned for a moment. He suddenly felt that Xiao Ruofei's words made sense, but at the same time, his heart sank a lot. Monica ignored Kalas and bowed to Xiao Ruofei, saying, "Sir, please don't care about this person. Rossi and I just want to see with our own eyes how the Gehrman family is destroyed. As for this person, he has nothing to do with us. Please don't mess up your plan because of us." Out of consideration for Xiao Ruofei's identity, both LV Jingfeng and Monica only respectfully addressed Xiao Ruofei as Sir. Obviously, they didn't want to reveal any information about Xiao Ruofei, not even his surname. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded to Monica. Then, he turned his gaze to the ashen-faced old Gehrman and asked calmly, "Mr. Gehrman, now you know how ridiculous your so-called bargaining chip is, right?" Old Gehrman's hand holding the dagger trembled slightly. He refused to accept this fact, but he had to accept it. Old Gehrman's expression changed several times. Then he threw the dagger away freely, revealing a strange smile on his face. He looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Originally, I wanted to keep my life so that I could avenge my sons and grandsons. Now it seems that I have to start the second plan. Unfortunately, I can't wipe out the damn Freemasons." Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng's expression changed slightly. Only Xiao Ruofei's expression remained normal, asking with a smile, "Oh? So you have a second plan? Tell me about it." Old Gehrman slowly put his hand into his pocket. LV Jingfeng's eyes flashed a sharp light, raising his gun. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand at him, motioning him to calm down. At such a close distance, everything was under his control. There was no need to make a fuss. Old Gehrman took out a small black remote control from his pocket, looking at Xiao Ruofei and saying, "Actually, this is good. After all, it will take a lot of effort to find out your identity. It's better to do it this way. It doesn't matter if some small fish or shrimps escape the net." Speaking of this, Old Gehrman waved the remote control in his hand, with an abnormal blush on his face. He said in a calm tone with a hint of madness, "Do you know? There is a large amount of TNT buried under this house. As long as I gently press the button, the entire Gehrman Manor will be reduced to rubble. And we, you, and you, all of us will be blown to smithereens. It will be impossible to tell who the broken limbs and flesh belong to. This is truly a case of you being in me, and you being in me, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Old Gehrman couldn't help laughing crazily at the end. Louis Hai and the others' faces changed dramatically. They knew that the Gehrman family might have a backup plan, but they didn't expect it to be so crazy. One had to know that the Freemasons had only launched an all-out attack on the Gehrman family tonight. If what Old Gehrman said was true, and there were a lot of explosives buried under the house, it was impossible for them to be buried today. Perhaps they had already set them up when they took over the manor. That was to say, Old Gehrman slept on top of a pile of explosives every day, and was ready to perish together with the enemy. This was simply too crazy. Seeing Old Gehrman laughing crazily, Louis Hai and the other brothers of the Hong sect, Monica and her brother, and the housekeeper, bodyguards and guards of the Gehrman Manor all changed their faces. Although those Gehrman family members were loyal to the family, no one wanted to be buried in the sea of fire with the family, and Old Gehrman was obviously crazy. His face was flushed, as if he was going to press the detonation button at any time. Among all the people, only Xiao Ruofei looked normal, even with a teasing smile. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Old Gehrman. After laughing for a while, Old Gehrman looked at Xiao Ruofei suspiciously. "Aren't you afraid?" "Should I be afraid?" Xiao Ruofei asked back. Old Gehrman snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of death? Anyway, I can't escape the fate of death if I fall into your hands. If I can drag so many people down with me, why don't I do it? So, please don't doubt my determination." Xiao Ruofei made an inviting gesture with a smile and said, "If that's the case, then don't hesitate anymore. I'm looking forward to it." Old Gehrman laughed, saying, "I don't care if you're deliberately mystifying, anyway, go to hell with me." Then, Old Gehrman's eyes showed a determined look, pressing the remote control button in his hand heavily. Old Gehrman's face was filled with madness, while the others looked terrified. Monica couldn't help but close her eyes, her face full of despair. However, a few seconds later, the violent explosion that everyone had imagined did not happen. The scene was dead silent. Monica couldn't help but open her eyes, only to see that everyone was equally stunned. Old Gehrman looked as if he had seen a ghost. He kept pressing the button of the remote control, while Xiao Ruofei still had a faint smile on his face, watching calmly. When they first learned that there were a lot of explosives buried under the house, everyone except Xiao Ruofei felt their hearts twitch when they saw Old Gehrman's finger move. But now, seeing his exaggerated actions, they felt that it was funny no matter how they looked at it. Old Gehrman's heart was also broken. He wasn't bluffing, and it wasn't that he couldn't bear to die at the last moment. In fact, no matter how hard he pressed, the button wouldn't budge. He couldn't press it at all. Wasn't this a ghost? Xiao Ruofei seemed to be watching a show. He looked at Old Gehrman with a smile on his face. After a while, he stepped toward him. Old Gehrman saw this and shouted in horror, "Don't come over. I'll press it if you come any closer." Monica couldn't help but laugh and say, "Haven't you pressed it a few times already? Why hasn't it exploded yet?" The brothers of the Hong sect couldn't help but burst into laughter. The originally tense and even tragic atmosphere was suddenly destroyed. Xiao Ruofei walked in front of Old Gehrman and said in a coaxing tone, "Be good, this thing is very dangerous. Let me keep it." After that, Xiao Ruofei slowly opened Old Gehrman's fingers and took the remote control in his hand. Old Gehrman stood there in a daze like a person who had been cast a spell. He didn't resist at all. It wasn't until Xiao Ruofei turned around and left that he collapsed to the ground as if his spine had been pulled out. Xiao Ruofei put the remote control into his pocket. In fact, he put it in the Ring 2 space to completely cut off the signal. He knew very well that old Gehrman was not bluffing. There were indeed a lot of explosives buried underground. Just now, old Gehrman had only used his mental power to control objects remotely to lock the button. Therefore, even if old Gehrman used all his strength, it was impossible for him to press that button. Now that he had snatched the remote control, if he accidentally touched the remote control, it was very likely that there would be an earth-shattering explosion. Even if he was a chi refining stage cultivator, it would be very difficult for him to escape. Therefore, it was safer to keep it in the space. Xiao Ruofei looked at LV Jingfeng and asked, "Jingfeng, what's the situation outside?" "Sir, Gehrman Manor is under our control," LV Jingfeng said excitedly. "From tonight onwards, the Gehrman family will no longer exist in Turin." He really couldn't restrain his excitement. Since he followed Louis Hai, LV Jingfeng had been operating in Turin City for several years. However, the results of these years were not as good as tonight's. It could be said that after tonight, the Turin branch of the Hong sect would be the real boss of the underground world of Turin City. Its strength and territory would more than double. This feeling was really cool. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Ask your people to clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Let's evacuate as soon as possible. Maybe the police will come and join in the fun. Who knows?" "Yes," LV Jingfeng said. "By the way, you don't have to clean up the surveillance cameras." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Pick the valuable and useful things and take them away." LV Jingfeng was stunned for a moment. However, due to his fanatical worship of Xiao Ruofei, after tonight's event, he was definitely Xiao Ruofei's crazy fan. He would definitely carry out Xiao Ruofei's order without hesitation. Therefore, LV Jingfeng immediately passed down the order. The members of the Freemasons began to clean up the battlefield in a spacious manner. There were still small skirmishes in some places. Some people hid in the beginning and did not take advantage of the chaos to escape. But overall, the general situation was set. On the other side, LV Jingfeng's trusted subordinates had also captured old Gehrman, his housekeepers, and bodyguards. Although old Gehrman was still alive, he was like a walking corpse. No matter how the brothers of the Hong sect tied him up, he didn't resist at all. While the brothers of the Hong sect were cleaning up the battlefield, Xiao Ruofei didn't stay idle. He squatted in front of old Gehrman and said with interest, "Mr. Gehrman, I heard that the big families in Europe all have treasure rooms. I'm also very interested in the treasure room of your Gehrman family. I wonder if you can show us around?" Old Gehrman glanced coldly at Xiao Ruofei, then closed his eyes without saying a word. Apparently, he had lost all desire to live. Xiao Ruofei felt bored. He looked at Rossi, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and asked with a smile, "Rossi, if there is a treasure room in this house, where do you think it is most likely to be?" Old Gehrman originally looked like he had nothing to live for. His eyes were closed tightly, but after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, he couldn't help but open his eyes and look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't seem to see old Gehrman and continued to look at Rossi with a smile. Rossi, too, looked at the room with interest. This was the most luxurious building in the manor. The first floor was a tall hall, very spacious, and the furnishings were also quite luxurious. Beautiful sculptures, expensive oil paintings, shiny crystal lamps. It was really not an easy thing to find a treasure room in such a place. What's more, this was just Xiao Ruofei's statement. It was very likely that there was no treasure room here. However, Rossi took it as an interesting game. He carefully observed everything in the room and analyzed where the treasure room would be located if there was a treasure room. It must be the most unexpected place. Perhaps it was right under everyone's eyes, but it was easy to ignore. Seeing Rossi's serious look, Louis Hai and others couldn't help but become interested and joined in the game. "Sir, I think it might be behind that bookshelf," Rossi said. "This is obviously a reception room. It seems unreasonable to put a bookshelf with a height of a few meters." LV Jingfeng, whose English was good, immediately retorted, "It's obviously unreasonable. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy to be discovered?" "Then, where do you think it will be?" Rossi asked unwillingly. After looking for a long time, he felt that the bookshelf was the most likely. As for other places, it was impossible to set up a treasure room. "Maybe it's inside this wall." LV Jingfeng said, but it needs to be measured inside and outside the room to see how big the value difference is. If it's big, it means there's a hidden space. Louis Hai ran over and knocked on the wall, saying, it's solid. It's impossible. I think if there's a treasure room, it might be underground, or, in these pillars? I feel that these pillars are too thick, and they look a little out of place. Hearing the discussion of Louis Hai and the others, old Gehrman curled his lips imperceptibly. Then, he recovered his hopeless look immediately. Xiao Ruofei also saw old Gehrman's disdainful expression. He glanced at him with a smile and said, you're all so imaginative. Louis Hai grinned, anyway, our brothers are still cleaning up. We have nothing to do anyway. By the way, you're the one who suggested it. You haven't guessed it yet. Everyone focused their eyes on Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled, saying, you've all put forward a lot of good ideas. Actually, what you said is, just when everyone thought that Xiao Ruofei was going to say, everything makes sense, he changed the topic and said, everything is wrong. After that, Xiao Ruofei glanced at the speechless Louis Hai, LV Jingfeng and others, asking with a smile, you must want to know the reason, right? LV Jingfeng and others nodded. Xiao Ruofei shrugged, saying, the reason is very simple. Because there's no treasure room in this room. Tisk. Even if LV Jingfeng worshipped Xiao Ruofei to the extreme, after hearing this sentence, he could not help but have the impulse to raise his middle finger. Even old Gehrman, who had been pretending to be dead, couldn't help opening his eyes, looking at Xiao Ruofei with a strange expression. Xiao Ruofei cleared his throat, saying with a smile, everyone, do you want to visit Mr. Gehrman's treasure room? Then come with me. Is there really a treasure room? Is it really not in this room? Louis Hai and others couldn't help but ask curiously. Xiao Ruofei glanced at old Gehrman, saying, although Gehrman family hasn't been in Turin for a long time, it's an old mafia family in southern Italy. How can it not have any family background? Am I right? Mr. Gehrman? Old Gehrman snorted, closing his eyes again. Xiao Ruofei didn't feel offended, laughing and saying, follow me if you want to see the treasure room. By the way, Jingfeng, bring Mr. Gehrman here. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei took the lead and walked in front. Passing through the magnificent hall, there were rooms on the side, one of which was old Gehrman's study room. Xiao Ruofei led Louis Hai and others in a line. Monica pushed the wheelchair and entered the study room with Rossi. The brothers of the Freemasons also pushed old Gehrman into the room. Old Gehrman couldn't help showing a cynical look when he saw Xiao Ruofei leading everyone to the study room. There was indeed a secret room in this matter, and it was not in the hall. However, the entrance was not in this study room either. When old Gehrman saw Xiao Ruofei's confident look just now, he thought that Xiao Ruofei was so resourceful that he could even find such a hidden secret room. Now, it seemed that he was just bluffing. Even if he died, he didn't want his family's treasures to be taken away by these Huaxia people. Although many people poured in, the study room was spacious and didn't seem crowded. LV Jingfeng looked at the furnishings of the study room curiously, asking, Sir, is there really a treasure room here? Xiao Ruofei said smilingly, you have to ask Mr. Gehrman. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei looked at old Gehrman with a smile, saying, Mr. Gehrman, why don't you open the treasure room and show us? Maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood. Old Gehrman naturally didn't believe Xiao Ruofei's nonsense. He sneered, there's no treasure room here, stop daydreaming. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, it seems that Mr. Gehrman is not honest. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei pointed to one of the bookshelves and said, Jingfeng, two of you go and push these two bookshelves away. Okay. LV Jingfeng was eager to try. He personally went up with a member of the Hong sect. Each of them was responsible for one bookshelf and pushed it to both sides. When Xiao Ruofei saw this, he quickly shouted, Stop, stop, stop. What's wrong? LV Jingfeng asked, puzzled. Didn't you tell us to push it away? Xiao Ruofei walked over and said, I forgot to tell you that it's difficult to push such a heavy bookshelf away with brute force. After saying that, he walked to one of the bookshelves and found the 5th row and the 8th book among the exquisite books. Then, he pressed the upper part of the book and pulled out half of it. Then, Xiao Ruofei walked to the other bookshelf and pulled out half of the 11th book on the 3rd row. It seemed that there was no pattern at all. He just did two simple actions. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, "Okay, start pushing now." Old Gehrman saw this and sneered. Deliberately mystifying. He spoke in Italian, so Xiao Ruofei couldn't understand. He couldn't help but ask Monica, "What did he say?" Monica pursed her lips into a smile and said, "This is Italian slang. It means that you're deliberately doing some unfathomable actions to make people feel that you're very profound. That's roughly what it means." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny. It seems that Mr. Gehrman won't cry until he sees the coffin. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei said to LV Jingfeng, "What are you waiting for? Get to work." "Oh," LV Jingfeng said. Surprisingly, this time, LV Jingfeng and the brother from the Hong sect easily pushed the heavy bookshelf to both sides until it was pressed against the two walls. There was a gap of more than 1 meter in width in the middle. However, there was an ordinary wall behind the bookshelf. Louis Hai even knocked on it out of curiosity. The sound was very dull. Obviously, it was solid inside. Everyone's expression was a bit strange. Did Mr. Xia make a mistake? Only old Gehrman had a mocking smile on his face as if he already knew this would happen. Xiao Ruofei's expression was normal. He walked to the corner of the room and pulled down a brass wall lamp. Suddenly, there was a hinge sound. On the wall behind the bookshelf, about 2 meters high, the wall brick slowly sank down, revealing a dark entrance. It's really a different world. Amazing. You can even find this. It's incredible. Louis Hai and others took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim. Old Gehrman looked as if he had seen a ghost. Is there really a secret room here? Why don't I know about it? What the hell is going on? He had always thought that Xiao Ruofei was bluffing, just like how Xiao Ruofei had always thought that he was just being stubborn until he saw the end of the world. Old Gehrman didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei really found the entrance to a secret room in this study room. At this moment, old Gehrman started to doubt his life. In fact, this kind of mechanism and secret room, which were set up by secular means, had almost no secrets under the investigation of mental strength. Before Xiao Ruofei entered the building, he had already used his mental strength to check it, so it was not surprising that he could find this treasure room. For old Gehrman, this was like a fairy tale. This was because even he did not know that there was such a secret room hidden in the study that he often used. This matter originally belonged to the Moore family. After they took it for themselves, they checked the inside and outside of the house and did find a secret room, but it was not on the first floor. Therefore, when he saw that there was really a secret passage hidden here, he was shocked on one hand, but on the other hand, he was secretly relieved. Perhaps there were things left behind by the Moore family, but at least some of the treasures of the Gehrman family would not be discovered. Although he knew that it would be difficult for him to survive today, even if he died, he did not want to give away the wealth that the Gehrman family had accumulated over several generations to this group of Huaxia people. Xiao Ruofei also noticed old Gehrman's expression. He thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Mr. Gehrman, it seems that I have wronged you just now. You really don't know that there is a secret passage here." Old Gehrman snorted coldly and did not say anything. Xiao Ruofei still smiled and said, "I find it strange too. The exit of this secret passage is set so high up, it's not convenient for you to go in and out with your old arms and legs. How could there be such an inhumane design?" LV Jingfeng, who was on the side, could not wait and said, "Sir, it doesn't matter whether this old guy knows about this secret passage or not. There must be treasures in such a secret place. Let's go in and take a look first." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand, indicating that he should not be impatient. Then, Xiao Ruofei continued to smile and said to old Gehrman, "Mr. Gehrman, I forgot to tell you that this secret passage leads to a room on the second floor. The layout of that room is very interesting. It's hidden in the middle of many rooms. Through an ingenious spatial illusion, it makes people unable to feel that there's a place that's been isolated into a secret room." The more old Gehrman listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "By the way, if I'm not wrong, there are 2 exits from the hidden room. One is here, and the other." He deliberately paused for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "The other one is behind the big bed in the master bedroom on the second floor." The heavy bed was the same as the 2 bookshelves. It was designed with a guide rail. After activating the mechanism, it could be easily moved away, revealing the door to the secret room. What do you think? Doesn't it sound familiar? Old German's eyes widened. Xiaoruofei's smile was like a devil's smile, making him shudder. How could he not be familiar with it? That was his treasure room on the second floor. When he first entered the Moore manor, the steward of the Moore family told him about this treasure room in order to save his life. At that time, there were still many treasures of the Moore family hidden inside. Of course, they all became his spoils of war. Old German liked this secret room very much. After taking the Moore family's treasures for himself, he also put the treasures that his family had collected for so many years in there. In the dead of night, he would often go to the secret room to admire the past. Some of the treasures were even from the Middle Ages. Every one of them fascinated him. The steward of the Moore family, who wanted to save his life, naturally shut his mouth forever. Perhaps the steward didn't have time to tell him about the second entrance, or maybe he wanted to keep a secret. In any case, even old German didn't know about the secret passage in the study on the first floor. Old German thought that after the death of the steward, no one would know about the secret of the secret room. He didn't expect this devilish man from Xianxia to be able to find a secret passage that even he didn't know about. When he thought about the wealth accumulated by generations of people in the secret room upstairs, old German's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. He was like a crazy beast, roaring and struggling violently. The brothers of the Hong sect who were in charge of guarding him didn't react in time and were directly overturned by the old man. However, old German had been tied up and was like a cornered beast. Soon, he was pressed to the ground by the brothers of the Hong sect who rushed up. Xiaoruofei looked at old German whose eyes were red. He didn't have any sympathy at all. Those who killed would be killed by others. According to Xiaoruofei's understanding of the situation from Louis Hai, the wronged souls who died directly or indirectly in old German's hands could fill up this huge manor. Therefore, this miserable old man didn't deserve any sympathy at all. Let's go. Take Mr. German, let's visit the treasure room. Xiaoruofei said with a smile. He walked straight to the front of the wall and reached out his hand to pull at the hole above his head. An elaborate ladder hung down. Obviously, this was also designed beforehand. Xiaoruofei took the lead to climb up the ladder, followed by LV Jingfeng and Louis Hai. As for the other brothers of the Hong sect, they didn't follow them but stayed in the study to guard old German. Because her brother Rossi couldn't move freely, Monica chose to stay with Rossi even though she also wanted to watch the fun. Different from the general design of the secret passage, the entrance of this one was about 2 meters high. After entering the secret passage, there was a flight of stairs all the way up. It was an anti-human design. No one knew what the Moore family was thinking at that time. Xiaoruofei and the other two walked up a dozen steps along the secret passage. After pushing open a door, they entered a room. This room was not big, only about a dozen square meters. However, a space of 3 or 4 meters in length and width was separated from the other rooms, which couldn't be noticed from the outside. Actually, the design was very delicate. There were only 2 hidden doors and no windows in the room. Therefore, it was pitch dark when they came in. However, Xiaoruofei's eyesight was much better than ordinary people. Just as LV Jingfeng and Louis Hai were about to turn on the lighting function of their mobile phones, he had already found a drawstring switch on the wall. Xiaoruofei walked over and pulled it gently. A chandelier hanging down from the middle of the ceiling lit up at once. After a short period of adaptation, Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng finally saw the whole room clearly. However, they still couldn't help rubbing their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. There were oil paintings on the 4 walls. The 2 uncouth men didn't know the value of those paintings, so they didn't talk about them for the time being. There were also 2 rows of shelves full of different kinds of antiques. They didn't even talk about them. Just the large chests in the room were enough to make the 2 men stare. These boxes were piled up in a corner of the room, stacked on top of each other. Roughly counting, there were at least 20 to 30 boxes. The lids of the 2 chests at the top were still open. Inside the chests were glittering gold coins. The only thing missing was a flag with a skull in the middle of the gold coins. Otherwise, it would be the pirate's treasure in the movies. Louis Hai had stayed in Europe for many years, so he had a good eyesight. He picked up a handful of gold coins and looked carefully, exclaiming, "It's Byzantine gold coins, there are so many of them." Byzantine gold coins were called dollars of the Middle Ages. It was a universal currency in that era, so its circulation was naturally large. If the 20 or 30 boxes were all filled with this kind of gold coins, even if the collection value wasn't high due to the large quantity, the value of the gold alone was immeasurable. Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng's breathing became rapid. In contrast, Xia Ruofei was much calmer. With the improvement of his cultivation, he was indifferent to worldly wealth. Instead, he was very interested in the exquisite antiques on the 2 rows of shelves and the oil paintings on the wall, appreciating them with great interest. "Mr. Xia, what should we do with these gold coins?" Louis Hai asked. Xia Ruofei said casually, "Do as you see fit. These are your trophies." "That's not possible." Louis Hai hurriedly said, "It's all thanks to you that we could kill the Gehrman family this time. We're just assistants. We can't accept these things." Loyalty was the most important thing in the Hong sect. Those who were greedy for money would be despised by others. Besides, Xia Ruofei's identity was not ordinary and his ability was beyond their imagination. No matter how valuable these gold coins were, they didn't dare to covet them. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Let's count them first. We don't know if there are gold coins in those boxes. What's more, it's not the time to decline. We have to carry these things back first." Yes. Louis Hai also felt that Xia Ruofei was right. Although the Gehrman family was no longer a threat to them, it was hard to say whether the old Gehrman family had asked for help from the Glory Society or whether the police of Turin would come. Therefore, they shouldn't stay in this place for long. They had to carry these things back to their own base camp. Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng immediately counted these boxes. Of course, it was impossible for them to count the gold coins one by one. They could only open each box and confirm the contents so that they had a rough idea of what was inside. Meanwhile, LV Jingfeng called some of his most trusted brothers to arrange a van downstairs and let them carry the things in the secret room. The boxes were opened and closed one by one. Gold coins, the boxes full of gold coins were visually shocking. After opening a dozen boxes, they were all gold coins from the Byzantine period. When there were only about 10 boxes left, he opened them again and found that they were all filled with euros. No matter how indifferent Xia Ruofei was to fame and fortune, he couldn't be numb to the boxes of gold and euros. He couldn't help but say, "Does this guy like the feeling of being a nouveau riche? Why does he hide so much cash at home?" Judging from the size of the box, if there were 10 boxes full of such large amounts of cash, there would be hundreds of millions of euros. Louis Hai said with a smile, "I can understand, these mafia families have a lot of money that can't be exposed. Although their money laundering channels are very developed, it's normal to store some unlaundered cash at home." Unlaundered cash was tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of euros? This was just a small mafia family. Xia Ruofei couldn't help being shocked. LV Jingfeng's brothers were still waiting outside. He had to check all the boxes with Louis Hai before moving them out. Although these brothers could be trusted, it was better not to let them see the things in the boxes. One box, another box, 10 boxes were opened consecutively, all of which were full of euros. Finally, there was only one box left. This box was placed in the corner, under the previous boxes. It was exposed after all the boxes were moved away. LV Jingfeng was already numb to gold and euros. He opened the box as usual and couldn't help exclaiming, "It's not money." Xia Ruofei also took a look and couldn't help laughing. "Although it's not euros or gold coins, it seems to be more valuable." There were pearls, diamonds, agates, and gems of various colors inside. Although there was only half a box, it was obviously more valuable than a box of euros. Louis Hai said, "Jingfeng, close the box. Ask our brothers to move it. By the way, ask them to bring in more boxes and take away all the antiques and oil paintings." "Okay." LV Jingfeng said. Just as he was about to close the box, Xia Ruofei suddenly said, "Wait a minute." LV Jingfeng stopped his actions with some doubt. He looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Is there a problem, Mr. Xia?" Xia Ruofei walked to the front of the box and reached out to remove the surface of the pearl agate. Suddenly, a gray box was revealed. there's a box here? LV Jingfeng was also surprised. I didn't notice it just now, Mr. Xia, open it. Louis Hai said with a smile, it's stored in a box together with the jewelry, it must be valuable. Xiao Ruofei nodded. He just glanced at it and saw the box through the gaps of the jewelry, feeling curious. He tried to probe it with his spiritual power and found it couldn't penetrate the surface of the box. Then he stopped LV Jingfeng. You guys stand further away. What if there's some sort of mechanism here? Xiao Ruofei said. He wasn't kidding. The material of the box couldn't be penetrated by his spiritual power. Obviously, it wasn't ordinary. Some mechanisms in the secular world were not a big threat to him, but it was different if it came from the cultivation world. Maybe he could avoid the possible threat with his genuine qi protection and sensitive nerve reaction, but Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng couldn't escape. Seeing Xiao Ruofei's serious tone, Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng hurriedly stepped back. Forget it, for safety's sake, you'd better retreat to that passage. Xiao Ruofei said. Although they felt it was making a fuss, they still executed Xiao Ruofei's order without hesitation. Seeing Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng retreat outside the room, he secretly operated his genuine qi to protect his vital parts. Then he concentrated and slowly opened the box. The lid of the box was opened without any ripples. There was no unknown danger as imagined. Instead, there was an aura that Xiao Ruofei was quite familiar with. There were black stones neatly stacked in the box. They filled up about half of the box and there were at least 10 to 20 of them. These black stones were the incomparably precious boundary stones to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. Boundary stones were undoubtedly the best nourishment for Xiao Ruofei's Ring 2 space. Now that the space only relied on absorbing jadeite to level up, the consumption was undoubtedly an astronomical figure, and the conversion efficiency of boundary stones was much higher. It was just that boundary stones were always something that could only be encountered and not sought. It was extremely difficult to take the initiative to find boundary stones. Xiao Ruofei never thought that there would be such an unexpected surprise waiting for him after destroying a small mafia family. Could it be that he had to find a few more mafia families that were full of evil to destroy in the future? Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. Of course, this was just a joke. It was definitely a coincidence that boundary stones were hidden in the Gehrman family's treasure room. Whether these boundary stones were previously collected by the Moore family or the Gehrman family, Xiao Ruofei dared to guarantee that they definitely didn't know what these small black stones were used for. They were probably just kept as a collection. The moment the box was opened, the White Realm raccoon that had been immersed in the mysterious rules of space in the Ring 2 space suddenly opened its eyes. Then, as if it had been injected with chicken blood, the little guy shot out like lightning, wanting to penetrate the space barrier. However, even if it was called the darling of space, the White Realm raccoon didn't have the ability to freely travel in the artificially created space of the spirit map world. After hitting the space membrane several times and being bounced back, the White Realm raccoon was so anxious that it kept squeaking. Its abnormality quickly alarmed Xia Qing, who was busy in the space. Xia Qing's control of space was naturally not as good as the Realm raccoon's, and he had no way to restrain the Realm raccoon that had a tendency to go berserk. Seeing this little guy jumping up and down like this, it was going to cause damage to the medicine garden and rice fields in the space. Xia Qing was also very anxious. Just as he was about to urgently contact his master, Xiao Ruofei, an invisible force of space shrouded him and locked him in a very narrow space cage. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had immediately sensed the strange movements of the White Realm raccoon in the Ring 2 space. He also knew that the little fellow's abnormal behavior definitely had something to do with these world stones. These were the most delicious food in the eyes of the Realm raccoon. After being restrained by Xiao Ruofei, the White Realm raccoon kept crashing, hoping to break out of the cage, but it was obviously futile. Xiao Ruofei used his psychic power to shout directly into the white boundary raccoon's ear, "Hey! Little guy! Are you crazy?" The White Realm raccoon gestured while squeaking. Xiao Ruofei easily understood what the White Realm raccoon was trying to express. He couldn't help but find it funny. "You want these world stones? Keep daydreaming. I was the one who discovered it." Xiao Ruofei ignored the jumping Realm raccoon and continued, "I haven't said anything about you yet. You only know how to freeload my family's spatial law comprehension all day long. I asked you to help me find world stones, but you didn't have any results. This time, I found them myself. Speaking of which, these world stones are right in front of our eyes, but you didn't react at all. I say, can you do it or not? You're not bragging, right? The White Realm raccoon looked like a raccoon that was humiliated, waving its front paws and squeaking loudly. Xiaoruofei understood. The White Realm raccoon wanted to say that the world stones were blocked by a strange container. Not a trace of aura leaked out, so it couldn't sense them. Xiaoruofei, who was still standing outside, couldn't help but look at the gray box in his hand. This thing was definitely not ordinary. It could isolate psychic power from probing, and it could also block the Realm Raccoon's heaven-defying sensing ability. Its material was definitely not ordinary. Xiaoruofei used a psychic power to say to the White Realm Raccoon, no matter what you say, you didn't put in any effort to reap the rewards this time. What right do you have to share the fruits of victory with me? The thought of reaping without sowing is unacceptable. The Ring 2 space was like a bottomless pit. If he wanted to level up, he had to continuously absorb world stones. Xiaoruofei himself felt that it wasn't enough. How could he share it with the White Realm Raccoon as food? If it was really the Realm Raccoon that sensed it and guided him to find the world stones, then out of the spirit of the contract, Xiaoruofei wouldn't mind sharing some with it. But in this situation, unless Xiaoruofei's head was clamped by a door, how could he share it for no reason? The White Realm Raccoon changed to a pleading expression. No matter how one looked at it, it was a bit flattering. Xiaoruofei smiled and said, you haven't replenished world stones for a long time. Are you about to starve to death? So pitiful. Following that, Xiaoruofei immediately changed the topic and said, then you ate so many world stones in one go last time. If you don't save a bit, you deserve to starve to death. Xiaoruofei continued, don't even think about this batch of world stones this time. There's no share for you. If you don't want to starve to death, please don't think about comprehending the rules all day long. Can you help me sense the world stones? I'll say it right here. As long as you can find clues to the world stones, I definitely won't take it all for myself. I'll definitely share it with you. All right. Stop it. Xiaoruofei said, reflect on yourself there. I'll let you out when you stop. Following that, Xiaoruofei used his spiritual power and said to Xiaqing, keep an eye on it. Report to me immediately if there's any situation. Yes. Master. Xiaqing said respectfully. Xiaoruofei then nested 2 layers of space outside the space cage where the White Realm Raccoon was locked up tightly. Originally, the rules of space were different from outside. The White Realm Raccoon used all its strength but still couldn't shake the space cage. Now that 2 more layers were added, it accepted its fate and didn't continue to go crazy. Xiaoruofei then withdrew his spiritual power. He closed the small box and said, ah hi. Xingfeng. Come in. After Lui Hai and LV Xingfeng came in, Xiaoruofei said to them, hurry up and let the brothers come in and move. By the way, I want this box. Yes. Lui Hai and LV Xingfeng said in unison. In their opinion, everything in the treasure room was Xiaoruofei's spoils of war, including the box in his hand. Therefore, they were only a little curious about the things in the box, but didn't have any dissatisfaction. After the brothers of the Hong sect came in, Lui Hai and LV Xingfeng divided the work. Lui Hai went outside and supervised them to move the boxes into the car. LV Xingfeng stayed in the treasure room and found a stack of white paper to write a bunch of seals. Every box was sealed before they were moved out of the treasure room. One of them stayed inside while the other stayed outside, which basically prevented the possibility of the treasures being stolen. It was a little troublesome to move those antiques and oil paintings. Fortunately, the Gehrman Manor was so big that it was easy to find a few boxes. They found boxes of different sizes, stuffed them with waste paper, foam and other shock absorbers. Then they packed those antiques and oil paintings into boxes, pasted seals on them and carried them out. A van couldn't fit them all. Lui Hai asked people to drive 2 more vans over to load all the treasures in the treasure room. Seeing his family's treasures being moved away, old Gehrman felt like his heart was bleeding. But there was nothing he could do. Xiaoruofei used his psychic power to check it out. Considering that the box had a special property of blocking psychic power, he even knocked on a few walls to make sure he didn't miss any hidden spaces. Only then did he leave the treasure room through the secret passage. LV Jingfeng said respectfully, "Sir, everything has been loaded into the car." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly, asking, "What about the other brothers?" "It's almost done." LV Jingfeng said, "Those that should be cleaned have been cleaned up, and those that should be taken away have been loaded into the car." Xiao Ruofei nodded. He looked around and found that except for old Gehrman, who was tied up and thrown on the carpet, all the other bodyguards and stewards were gone. He could roughly guess the fate of these people. Basically, those who could pose a threat to the Hong sect couldn't escape death. After all, this was the Gehrman manor. Those who stayed here were all loyal to the Gehrman family. If they weren't killed, they might become a hidden danger in the future. And some old, weak women and children would also be driven away from the manor. "Then it's almost time to leave," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he slowly walked to old Gehrman and squatted down. Although old Gehrman didn't have any hope of surviving, he still couldn't help trembling all over at this moment. His eyes were full of fear. At this time, old Gehrman finally experienced the fear and despair of those who were tortured and killed by him before they died. But to his surprise, Xiao Ruofei didn't kill him directly. He just patted him lightly and said with a smile, "Mr. Gehrman, goodbye." After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the room. Old Gehrman was stunned. "You let me go just like that? That's not scientific. And, since you don't intend to kill me, can you loosen the damn rope first?" Not only old Gehrman, but also Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng were stunned. Louis Hai quickly followed Xiao Ruofei and whispered, "Mr. Xia, this old guy can't be left alive." "I know," Xiao Ruofei said without turning his head. Louis Hai thought for a while and said immediately, "I understand." "Understand what?" Xiao Ruofei glanced at him with a smile, "I didn't ask you to kill him. Let's go. Don't let our brothers wait, get in the car." "Ah?" Louis Hai was stunned. After talking for so long, he still let this old guy go. Although he was full of doubts, Xiao Ruofei was no different from a god in his mind. He didn't hesitate to follow Xiao Ruofei's order and immediately asked LV Jingfeng to catch up. Originally, LV Jingfeng was a little worried about the treasure in the van and wanted to escort it with the car. However, Xiao Ruofei stopped him and let him go with her car. What a joke! With him in the motorcade, how could the treasures in those vans fly away? So, LV Jingfeng was still the driver. Xiao Ruofei, Louis Hai, Monica, and her brother all sat in this MPV. Soon, the motorcade drove out of the Gehrman manor. The spacious manor was quiet. The bodyguards, guards, and other workers had either been killed by the Freemasons or driven out of the manor. Only old Gehrman was left behind, who was tied up and thrown on the ground. The car drove on the private road outside the manor. Xiao Ruofei, sitting in the middle row, suddenly asked with a smile, "You don't understand, right?" "No." Louis Hai hurriedly said, "Mr. Xia must have his own considerations for not killing old Gehrman. We don't dare to make any presumptions." Xiao Ruofei took out the remote control he snatched from old Gehrman and handed it to Louis Hai, who was sitting on the co-pilot seat. Louis Hai gave a start and took it subconsciously. While driving, LV Jingfeng turned around and asked curiously, "Isn't this the old guy's remote control? Speaking of which, he really scared me at that time. I didn't expect that old guy was bluffing." Xiao Ruofei revealed a mischievous smile, saying, "Jingfeng, do you want to try pressing it? Isn't this thing broken?" LV Jingfeng was puzzled. He held the steering wheel with one hand and took the remote control from Louis Hai with the other. Then, he found the only button on the remote control and pressed it forcefully. Rumble, a violent explosion sounded behind him, and the entire ground shook. LV Jingfeng, who was driving, was even more shocked. His hands trembled and he almost drove the car into the ditch. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei was prepared. He held the back of the driver's seat with one hand and adjusted the car's direction with the other. LV Jingfeng stepped on the brake hard and stopped the car. The other cars in the motorcade were also shocked by the explosion and stopped their cars one after another. LV Jingfeng turned around and looked at the Gehrman manor that had been blown into ruins. His voice changed a little. Mr. Xia, what's the situation?" Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter, saying seriously, Jingfeng. Well done. Now, all the evidence of our activities in the manor must be destroyed. As I said, there's no need to deal with the surveillance videos. No. LV Jingfeng looked at the remote control in his hand. The scene of the old Gehrman pressing it forcefully kept appearing in his mind. Just now, the old Gehrman didn't. You're talking about that old guy. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, you've already killed him with your own hands. The explosives were buried under his butt. I reckon he's been blown up to the point where not even his bones can be found. LV Jingfeng didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Xia Ruofei's godlike image in his mind began to collapse. How could there be such a naughty supreme god? When the explosion happened just now, he almost peed in his pants. Besides, he had killed so many core members of the Gehrman family. Why did he keep the old guy alive? And he even tricked him to press that button. Killing people was nothing to LV Jingfeng, but blowing up a person to the point where not even his bones were left would still leave a shadow in his heart. Louis Hai also looked at LV Jingfeng with a funny expression, saying, okay, hurry up and drive. The police will be here soon. By the way, inform the brothers in the first car, let's take a detour, don't let the surveillance video record us. Oh. Okay. LV Jingfeng said quickly, then restarted the car and commanded the motorcade to move forward through the walkie-talkie. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when they returned to the Turan branch of the Hong sect. The rainy night was full of blood. Xia Ruofei had killed more than 10 core members of the Gehrman family. The Hong sect took the initiative to attack the Gehrman family. Both sides suffered casualties. Of course, the Gehrman family, who was in a mess, suffered more. As old Gehrman was blasted into the sky by the violent explosion, it could be said that the Gehrman family had been completely wiped out. Without a leader, the remaining small fries naturally scattered like birds and beasts. Even if they stayed in Turan, they did not dare to reveal their former identities. The Hong sect gained a lot. It could be said that they replaced the Gehrman family and became the most powerful force in the underground world of Turan. Of course, the police in Turan would strengthen their control. The Hong sect needed to keep a low profile for a while to consolidate their territory. Large and small boxes were all moved into the meeting room of the small building and neatly stacked together. Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng asked the others to leave. Louis Hai said respectfully, Mr. Xia, these are your trophies. What do you want to do with them? Xia Ruofei said casually, didn't I tell you? I want this box. You can divide the rest among yourselves. It's not bad to leave them for your daily expenses. From Xia Ruofei's point of view, that half a box of world stones was much more precious than gold, jewels, and cash. Moreover, he had now achieved complete financial freedom. These things were worth a lot, but how was he going to take them? He couldn't put them into the Ring 2 space in front of so many people. Although the Hong sect gained a lot of benefits this time, especially in Turan, they helped Xia Ruofei. These treasures could be regarded as a reward for their hard work. That was what Xia Ruofei thought. Louis Hai didn't dare to accept it. He said hurriedly, no way. Mr. Xia, you can't accept a reward for nothing. Besides, we have killed Turan's biggest enemy thanks to you. How can we take your loot? Xia Ruofei slightly knitted his brows and said, there must be a lot of casualties in tonight's operation, right? Take out a portion of the money to compensate the dead and injured brothers, and leave the rest for your activities. After saying that, Xia Ruofei didn't give Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng the chance to decline. He yawned and said, okay, let's not talk about these trivial matters. After a busy night, I'm tired too. I'm going to sleep first. After that, Xia Ruofei carried the dusty box and left the small conference room. Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng looked at each other in front of the treasures. After a while, LV Jingfeng asked, Big Brother Hai, what should we do? Even if Xia Ruofei didn't care about these treasures, LV Jingfeng didn't dare to take them. These things were hot to the touch, Louis Hai fretted, how do I know? If Mr. Xia doesn't take them, we can't take them either. Should we throw them to the Bow River? LV Jingfeng said, or, you can ask Uncle Yi. We'll do as he says. Louis Hai nodded, that's the only way, let's call him now. LV Jingfeng said, the US is 6 hours slower than us. It's only 8 p.m. now. Uncle Yi shouldn't go to bed so early. Okay. Lu Yihai took out his phone and dialed Li Yifu's number. Li Yifu didn't rest. Lu Yihai had reported to him that Turan was preparing to take action tonight. He had been waiting for the news. Li Yifu picked up the phone at once. Hi. How's the situation? Li Yifu asked. Uncle Yi. Mr. Xia is amazing. Lu Yihai couldn't restrain his excitement. He's invincible. Even the snipers can't do anything to him. In just one night, we will wipe out the entire Gehrman clan. Li Yifu had expected this. He nodded faintly. Uncle Yi didn't cheat you, right? Lu Yihai scratched his head embarrassedly. Uncle Yi, we're just ordinary people. How can we imagine the ability of Mr. Xia? I'm short-sighted. Don't make fun of me. On the one hand, he wanted to ease his embarrassment. On the other hand, he really needed to ask Li Yifu about the treasures. So Lu Yihai said quickly, Uncle Yi, there's one thing we don't know how to do. We want to hear your opinion. Li Yifu became serious at once, asking, is it related to Mr. Xia? Sort of. Lu Yihai knew how important Mr. Xia was to Li Yifu, so he didn't dare to keep him guessing. He said immediately, well, we're in the Gehrman family's nest. Lu Yihai told Uncle Yi about the treasures briefly, and then asked, Uncle Yi, these treasures are hot to our hands. But Mr. Xia doesn't want them. What should we do? Hearing this, Li Yifu also fell into hesitation. Normally, Xia Ruofei's words were the golden rule for him. But the situation was different. Li Yifu pondered for a while before making a decision, saying, let's do it this way. You appraise the treasures according to the market value, and transfer the money to Mr. Xia from the fund of the Freemason sect. I'll give you the account number. You just need to report the appraisal to the headquarters, and I'll inform the others. I'll personally pay the difference to the organization. Whether it was gold coins or antiques, they couldn't sell them through normal auction channels. If they sold them in the black market, the price would be discounted. In addition, such a large sum of money had to be laundered, so there must be losses. According to Li Yifu's plan, the actual value of these treasures should be transferred to Xia Ruofei, and he would pay for the losses. In this way, the Freemason sect wouldn't lose any money. Lu Yihai hurriedly said, got it. Uncle Yi, don't worry, we'll handle it well. With Li Yifu's words, this hot potato finally had a place to go. Although it was troublesome to appraise and find a safe channel to sell them, the Freemason sect had been operating in Europe and the United States for so many years, so it was still doable. Li Yifu instructed Lu Yihai to keep this matter a secret from Xia Ruofei, and then hung up the phone. Lu Yihai put away his phone and said to LV Jingfeng, Uncle Yi asked us to appraise the treasures first, and then apply for funds. We can transfer the money to Mr. Xia directly. What we need to do is to figure out the value of these treasures, and find a suitable channel to exchange them for money. Uncle Yi will deal with the rest. LV Jingfeng also let out a sigh of relief, saying, that's much easier. Xia Ruofei didn't know the result of the discussion between Li Yifu and Lu Yihai. After he returned to his room, he put the small gray box into the Ring 2 space. The white realm raccoon was still confined in a small space by him, so he didn't need to worry that this little guy would snatch away those precious boundary stones. Of course, he was also rather fearful of the realm raccoon's spatial innate talent. Thus, he still instructed Xia Qing to inform him at the first instant if the little fellow showed signs of escaping, so as to prevent it from truly wasting these realm stones. Although Xia Ruofei really wanted to let the spirit map spatial zone absorb the world stones, this was a foreign country after all. Moreover, if so many world stones were to be absorbed, the spatial zone would most likely rise by another level. It wouldn't be good if some strange phenomenon occurred. Thus, he decided to let the spatial zone absorb them after returning to the country. After keeping the world stone, Xia Ruofei went to take a shower and went straight to bed to rest. Although he had personally killed several people tonight, it did not affect his sleep. He still slept until the sun rose. After waking up, Xia Ruofei wondered if it was due to the increase in his cultivation that his reverence for life seemed to have lessened. He still remembered the first time he went on an actual combat mission. After personally killing a drug dealer, he could not eat for a week. Whenever he closed his eyes, all he could see was the bloody bullet hole on the drug dealer's forehead, although he killed those core members of the mafia last night and each of them deserved to die, he didn't have any psychological shadow. This made Ruafe a little uncomfortable. Just as he sat on the bench under the eaves in the backyard and stared blankly at the drizzle in the garden, a pleasant voice sounded behind him. "Mr. Xia. What are you thinking about?" Xia Ruafe looked back and realized that Monica had appeared behind him without him knowing. Monica was wearing a long black down jacket. Her voluptuous figure was wrapped in the down jacket. It was less sexy and seductive, but more adorable. Looking at the relaxed smile on Monica's face, Xia Ruafe felt that his efforts over the past few days weren't in vain. This trip to Italy wasn't in vain. He stood up with a smile and said, "I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just in a daze." "Monica, did you sleep well last night?" "Of course. This is the best night I've slept in the past few months." Monica looked into Xia Ruafe's eyes and said sincerely, "Xia, thank you." Xia Ruafe smiled faintly and made space for Monica to sit down. The two of them sat side by side on the bench, facing the garden. Xia Ruafe asked, "Monica, do you have any plans for the future?" Monica's face showed a hint of confusion and said, "I don't know. I grew up in Turin and left a lot of good memories here. But, this city also left a lot of bad memories for me." Xia Ruafe said, "The Gehrman family has become history. If you are willing to stay in Turin, no one will trouble you anymore." "I know." Monica said, "I think I need to think about it and ask for Rossi's opinion." "Xia, can we stay for a few more days?" Xia Ruafe shrugged and said, "Of course, you can stay as long as you want." "Thank you." Monica stood up and said, "I'm going to see Rossi. There are no caregivers here. I have to wake him up." Xia Ruafe's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He asked, "Have you done a detailed examination of Rossi's condition? Is there any possibility of recovery? I've seen a lot of doctors over the years. This is the sequelae of severe polio. It can only be improved through rehabilitation training. The possibility of a complete recovery is slim." Monica said gloomily. Then she quickly smiled and said, "But Rossi is a very optimistic young man, and he's quite smart. Although he needs the help of a wheelchair, he can take care of himself most of the time." Xia Ruafe nodded and said, "I see. Then I'll go first." "Bye." Monica said. "Bye." After Monica left, Xia Ruafe said without turning his head, "Hi, come out." "Why are you hiding there stealthily?" Xia Ruafe had already found that Louis Hai was hiding behind. But Monica was here just now, so he pretended not to know. Louis Hai walked out from the corner awkwardly and said, "Mr. Xia, I saw you talking with Miss Grasso, so I didn't want to disturb you. What's up?" Xia Ruafe asked. "Here's the thing. Collis woke up in the hospital. He wants to see Miss Grasso. We don't dare to make the decision, so we can only ask for your opinion." Louis Hai said. Xia Ruafe was stunned at first, then he remembered who Collis was. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "This old guy is not dead yet?" Louis Hai smiled embarrassedly. "After all, he's a victim of the Gehrman family. So, when our brothers left, we took him to the hospital out of consideration for humanity. Speaking of which, Collis had to thank the old Gehrman family for beating him black and blue, so the brothers of the Gehrman family took him down the mountain and helped him inform the Grasso family to send him to the hospital. If he had really been imprisoned somewhere in the manor unharmed, he would have died in the explosion last night without knowing what had happened. This old guy is really lucky." Xia Ruafe said, "He wants to see Monica? What does he want to do?" Louis Hai said, "He said he hopes Miss Grasso can take over the family. He's willing to give up the position of the patriarch and fully support her." Xia Ruafe thought for a while and said with a smile, "This old guy is really smart." Obviously, Collis knew that the Gehrman family was finished. For a long time in the future, the underworld of Turin would be the Huaxia gang. And Monica obviously had a close relationship with this Huaxia gang. If Collis didn't say anything, Monica had every reason to retaliate against him and the entire Grasso family because of his suppression and restrictions on Monica and her brother in the past. They were a pure business family that could easily bully the Gehrman family, not to mention this Huaxia gang that was even more terrifying than the Gehrman family. Therefore, Carlos wisely chose to back down. He tactfully gave up the position of the patriarch to Monica. Perhaps Monica would forgive him. Moreover, under Monica's leadership and with the support of the Chinese, the family would definitely prosper in Turin. Their business would be even bigger than before. Needless to say, this old guy had a good plan. I can't make the decision. Xiao Ruofei said, it's up to Monica. How about this? I'll find a suitable opportunity to ask her. Okay. Louis Hai said. He looked at the direction where Monica left and smiled. Mr. Xia, you're so nice to Miss Grasso. In fact, Louis Hai knew that Xiao Ruofei had done so much for Monica. But what puzzled him was that although Monica was grateful to Xiao Ruofei and respectful to him, she didn't seem to admire him like a girl. Could it be that there was a girl that Mr. Xia couldn't flirt with? You talk too much. Xiao Ruofei said, let's deal with the Freemasons first. You'll be very busy in the future. Haha. Louis Hai smiled, it's all thanks to you, Mr. Xia. We won't be idle during this period. Xiao Ruofei asked, by the way, is there any response from the Glory Society? Louis Hai said seriously, our brothers in the Freemasons are paying close attention to the Glory Society. So far, they haven't taken any abnormal actions. According to our insider, the elder behind the Gehrman family is very angry, and even proposed to take revenge on us. Oh? What's the attitude of the Glory Society's senior management? Xiao Ruofei didn't feel strange that the Freemasons had insiders in the Glory Society. He was more concerned about the collective will of this huge mafia organization. After all, if it turned into a full-scale conflict, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be afraid of them. But there would be casualties in the Freemasons. No matter how powerful Xiao Ruofei was, he couldn't protect all his brothers in the Freemasons. And this kind of full-scale conflict in Italy or even the whole Europe would cause a lot of casualties. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to see this result. Louis Hai smiled, the Glory Society is not a monolithic organization. This kind of old mafia family has many factions. It's hard to pass such a radical proposal. Moreover, we've only mobilized the people of the Turin branch. It's only a local competition. The Glorious Society won't dare to expand the scope of the conflict. Therefore, the elder's suggestion was not approved. That's good. Xiao Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. Louis Hai smiled, Mr. Xia, don't worry. At most, they will express their dissatisfaction to me and the Hong sect headquarters in North America. They won't dare to start a war with us. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, we still can't let our guard down. Hai, you guys have to closely monitor the Glorious Society's movements. If there's any abnormality, immediately notify me. Yes. Louis Hai answered seriously. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei called Monica to the back garden and told her about Carlos. Then he asked, Monica, what do you think about this matter? Monica was silent for a long time before she said, Xia. I'm also very conflicted. I grew up in this family and I've always been in the truffle business. It's just that this family has left me with too many bad memories. I don't know if going back is a good choice. Xiao Ruofei smiled. I can see that you still have feelings for your family. No. I hate them. Monica retorted. Since Grandpa passed away, those carefree days have come to an end. Especially this time, Rossi and I have been restricted by our family. Carlos even used Rossi to threaten me. Xiao Ruofei looked at Monica and said, I understand. But think about it from another perspective. You only hate Carlos and those family members led by him. Can they represent the whole family? A trace of confusion appeared in Monica's eyes as she said, I don't know. In this family crisis, only Uncle Monterey and Aunt Jessica stood up for me, but they have already been marginalized. Actually, many family members are angry but don't dare to speak out. Xiao Ruofei said, you can't expect everyone to be so selfless. But after all, this is your family. Many of them are related to you by blood. Xiao Ruofei looked into Monica's eyes and said, Monica, I won't interfere with your decision, but I can tell you that if you return to the family, Carlos will give up the position of patriarch, and Huaxia's Hong sect will support you unconditionally. You can easily take control of this family. I think you should know who is good to you and who is bad to you, who is the majority that dares to be angry but dare not speak out, who is taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. When you take control of the family, those who are bad to you and Rosie, you can directly drive them out of the decision-making level or even out of the family. Uncle Monterey and Aunt Jessica, you can put them in an important position because they are still loyal to you in the face of adversity. When the time comes, how the family is run will be up to you, right? I guarantee that no one will dare to say a word. The confusion in Monica's eyes gradually dissipated. Obviously, she was a little tempted by Xiao Ruofei's proposal. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I think you don't want the Songlu family, which has been passed down for so long, to decline, right? What's more, if you go back, you can help people like Uncle Monterey and give them a better stage to perform. Of course, I will respect any decision you make. If you don't want to go back, then I will send someone to tell Carlos. Even if you want to continue squeezing the Grasso family's living space, there is no problem. At this time, a voice came from behind the two of them, Monica. Let's go back. Monica looked back and saw that Rossi had come up behind them at some point. Monica quickly walked over and said, Rossi, why are you here? It's windy outside. Monica, I heard what Mr. Xia said to you just now, Rossi said. I know what you are hesitating about. But I can tell you that I also want you to go back to the family. But they treated you like that. Monica frowned slightly. Obviously, she was more bothered by the fact that her family had once used Rosie as a bargaining chip to make Monica hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. She didn't even dare to escape. She was still brooding over this matter. Rossi smiled and said, only by going back to control the family, can we make those who treated us badly pay the price. Only when you go back, the family will be our family, right? After Rossi appeared, Xiao Ruofei stepped aside with a smile, letting the siblings make their own decision. After hearing Rossi's words, Monica fell into contemplation. After a long while, she raised her head and said to Xiao Ruofei, Mr. Xia, I've decided to follow your advice and go back to the family. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay. I will let them arrange it as soon as possible. 2 days later, Xiao Ruofei and Louis Hai accompanied Monica and her brother to the Grasso family. Carlos, who was covered with bandages, also came back. There were many fractures on his body, so he couldn't leave the hospital so soon. But after knowing that Monica decided to go back to the family today, he still struggled to be carried back. Many members of the Grasso family had their own houses in Turin, but most of the direct descendants of the family lived in a small manor in the southern suburbs of Turin. Some time ago, after Carlos Backer, the Moore family, was annexed by the Gehrman family, the members of the Grasso family had been in a state of panic. What happened in the past few days had made the few people who had suppressed Monica and Rosie, or helped them to do evil, feel uneasy. Today, Monica returned to the family as a queen accompanied by the people of the Italian Hong sect. Everyone looked at her with a complicated expression. Carlos announced on the spot that from today on, Monica would take over the position of the patriarch of the Grasso family. No one felt surprised because the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. This was the eternal truth. Since Monica had already made up her mind, she naturally wouldn't decline. She took the sapphire ring that symbolized the authority of the patriarch from Carlos's hand without hesitation. Then, she took out a piece of paper and announced a series of personnel appointments and dismissals in the family. The faction led by Carlos was stripped of all their positions without exception. They would temporarily stay in the family and work at the lowest level. Of course, it wasn't that Monica was merciful that she didn't kick them out of the house. In fact, it was Xiao Ruofei's suggestion to keep these people in the family so that she could slowly investigate. Once she found out that they were embezzling money from the family company, Monica would definitely deal with them without mercy. With the threat of the Hong sect, these people didn't even have the thought of running away. They could only helplessly accept any arrangements made by Monica. If some people left the core, there would naturally be people who would re-enter the decision-making level. Like Monica said, Monterey and his wife were entrusted with important tasks. As Monica's deputy, Monterey was in charge of many of the businesses that were firmly controlled by Carlos and the others. Monterey's wife, Jessica, was also in charge of the family's internal affairs. There were also some capable clansmen who sympathized with Monica and her brother's experience. They were also promoted. Xiao Ruofei and the others were there to support Monica. They didn't express any opinions during the whole process. Just by standing there, they were the biggest deterrent to them. Monica arranged everything in an orderly manner. The family's business was almost suspended during this period. It could be said that there were many things waiting to be done. She might have had a trace of resentment in her heart before, but when she was really busy, she forgot about it. She just felt very fulfilled. Xia Ruofei waited for Monica's matter to be over before he walked over and said with a smile, "Monica, you made the right decision. Look. Now you're glowing." Monica said embarrassedly, "It's all thanks to your help." "Thank you." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Since you have nothing else to do here, we'll go back. Ah Yong and Ah Hua will stay behind to help you. If there's anyone who doesn't have eyes and dares to go against you, just tell them." The present Grasso family members saw the two burly men who represented the underground kings of Turin, and their hearts trembled slightly. Monica said gratefully, "Thank you. Xia, I'll take care of the two brothers of the Hong sect." "Thank you. Goodbye." Xia Ruofei said, "Oh, I might go back to China in 2 days. I hope the next time we meet, you'll have led the Grasso family to a higher peak." "Are you going back?" Monica's heart trembled inexplicably. "When's your flight?" "I'll see you off at the airport." "No need." Xia Ruofei said with a free and easy smile, "In the words of Huaxia, we'll meet again if fate wills it." After that, Xia Ruofei waved his hand to Monica, turned around and led Louis Hai and the others out of the door. Monica looked at Xia Ruofei's receding figure, and an inexplicable sense of reluctance arose in her heart. When she was with Xia Ruofei, she always had a strange feeling, as if they were very familiar with each other. However, this feeling would disappear suddenly sometimes. Am I falling in love with him? Impossible. I already have a crush on Xia. I can't tolerate other men. Monica said in her heart. This Xia was not the Xia Ruofei who had changed his appearance, but the Xia Ruofei in Monica's heart. Thinking of Xia Ruofei, Monica couldn't help but complain to herself, "Don't tell me Xia Ruofei forgot about me. We haven't contacted each other for so long, and he didn't reply to my last email." After a long while, Monica smoothed out her complicated feelings, and continued to discuss the next step of the family's development with Monterey and the others. The next day, Xia Ruofei took the flight to Huaxia. After more than 10 hours of flight, Xia Ruofei returned to the capital of Huaxia. This time, he didn't inform anyone about his return from Italy. After coming out of the capital's international airport, he took a taxi to a busy shopping mall in the city, found a washroom and restored his original appearance. Then, he changed his clothes and put away his mobile phone, watch, clothes, passport, and other things that he had used during his time in Italy into the space. Then, he walked out of the bathroom, took a taxi at the entrance of the mall, and went straight to his courtyard. In the taxi, Xia Ruofei turned on his mobile phone. While he was in Italy, his original mobile phone had been turned off, mainly to prevent it from being located in Italy. As soon as he turned on the phone, he received an email notification. He clicked on it and found it was sent by Monica a few days ago. After reading the email, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel absent-minded. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already seen Monica's determination to die that day in the courtyard of Toll's villa. Today, when he saw this email, his heart was in turmoil. There was no doubt that in that situation, what Monica wrote was equivalent to a farewell letter. In the letter, Monica did not hide her passionate feelings for Xia Ruofei at all. She also earnestly asked Xia Ruofei to go to Italy to save her brother, Rossi. It was equivalent to her dying wish. Xia Ruofei stared at the phone screen for a long time, then suddenly looked up and said, "Sir, please find a place to park the car." The taxi brother looked back at Xia Ruofei with some surprise and said, "This place is quite far from Luhai Lane." "Sorry, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do, so I won't be going back for the time being," Xia Ruofei said. "Okay." The taxi brother responded readily, then found a temporary parking spot for the taxi and slowly stopped the car. Xia Ruofei took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the taxi brother, saying, "Thank you, sir. Keep the change." Then he opened the door and got out of the car. Xia Ruofei stood on the streets of the capital, which was full of cars and horses. Although they had just parted, he still missed Monica, who was far away in Italy. Xia Ruofei pondered for a long time on the street. In the email, Monica mentioned that her brother, Rossi, was under house arrest by the family. At the same time, she also mentioned Rossi's physical disability. In Xiao Ruofei's view, this was an opportunity. In fact, when he was in Italy, Xiao Ruofei wanted to save Rossi, but at that time, he appeared in Turin as Xianxia, and he and Monica were strangers. If the Freemasons' full-scale attack on the Gehrman family could be explained by the Freemasons' own interests, then he treated Rossi's leg disease, which was the sequelae of polio that modern medicine did not have any effective treatment, which was very strange. Originally, Xiao Ruofei planned to find a reason or pretend to ask Monica's family about Rossi's condition after returning to China. After learning about Rossi's situation, he would then propose to treat him. Now that Monica had mentioned it in the email, Xiao Ruofei did not need to beat around the bush. He thought about it for a while, then took out his phone and called Monica. A small manor in the southern suburbs of Turin. Monica was carefully reading the financial statements in her exclusive office. The first thing she did after taking over the Grasso family was to thoroughly check the accounts of the family's several companies. These companies were the core assets of the Grasso family. They were mainly engaged in truffle trading and related industries. Before this, the company was controlled by people who were absolutely loyal to Callas. Now that Monica was in power, the first thing she had to do was to firmly grasp these companies in her hands. Controlling the financial lifeline was equivalent to controlling the family's entire family. In addition to sending her more trusted clansmen to take over the company, Monica also commissioned a third-party independent accounting firm to conduct a comprehensive check of the accounts of these family companies. The first purpose of doing this was naturally to find evidence of the embezzlement by Callas's people. On the other hand, she hoped to clear up the company's accounts and solve the problems left behind by history. Only then could everyone go into the future with less burden. So these days, Monica was quite busy. Even her brother, Rosie, who couldn't walk, couldn't stay idle. He was also helping Monica take care of the family's affairs. Monica looked very carefully, so much so that the phone on the desk rang several times before she reacted. She frowned slightly. There were too many phone calls for her these days. It was difficult to concentrate on handling official business. Most of these phone calls were for her instructions and reports. Monica had just taken over the family's affairs. She had to adopt a more conciliatory attitude towards the family members, especially those who were neutral in the matter between her and Rossi. So, although Monica was a little unhappy, she still put down the financial statements in her hand and reached for her phone. When she saw the caller's name displayed on the phone, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly emitted a strange look, and her heart beat faster. Monica's hand was almost trembling as she swiped the phone screen and answered the call. "Xia?" Monica said with a trembling voice. She really couldn't believe it. These days, Xiao Ruofei seemed to have disappeared. There was no reply to her urgent email for help. Sometimes, she even wondered if Xiao Ruofei had deleted her contact information, and even the email address he left for her was no longer used. After all, although she and Xiao Ruofei had a few spring breezes, they had never confirmed their relationship as lovers. The two of them were more like relieving each other's loneliness and didn't need to take any responsibility for each other. Even if Xiao Ruofei disappeared from her life, it wouldn't be a surprise. Xiao Ruofei's gentle voice came from the phone. "Monica, it's me." Monica's tears flowed down at once. She didn't know how she had survived these days. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of tragic fate she would have faced without the young man from Huaxia, who also had the surname Xia. Perhaps the best result would have been that she had successfully stabbed Towers to death that day, and then she would have had time to commit suicide. "Monica, are you listening?" Xiao Ruofei's voice came from the phone. "I'm here," Monica said quickly. "I'm sorry," Xiao Ruofei said. "These days, because of some special reasons, I didn't check my email in time. I just saw the email you sent me. How is your situation now?" Monica could feel Xiao Ruofei's concern. She said, "The most difficult stage is over." "Xia, don't worry, I'm safe now." Xiao Ruofei pretended to heave a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. That's good. When I saw your email, I was almost scared to death." Although Monica had guessed countless times that Xiao Ruofei wouldn't appear in front of her again, and she had blamed Xia Ruofei countless times. At this moment, Monica still felt warm in her heart. She chuckled and said, "It's okay now. By the way, Xia, did you know? The reason why I was able to survive this time was because of one of your compatriots." "My compatriots?" Xia Ruofei held back his laughter and pretended to be curious. "Yes. And he has the same surname as you, Xia." Monica said excitedly, "Did you know? When I first saw him, I almost recognized him as you." "Do I look like him?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Actually, you don't look like him," Monica said, "but that feeling is very strange. I almost mistook him for someone else several times. Sometimes, that familiar feeling makes me feel like that Mr. Xia is you." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but secretly wipe his sweat. He thought to himself that a woman's sixth sense was too scary. He was sure that his appearance, temperament, and even height had changed. Even if it was someone who was very familiar with him, it would be difficult for them to connect the two identities together. Monica was the same, of course, but she always had a familiar feeling. This feeling was inexplicable. Perhaps it could only be explained by a woman's intuition. Xia Ruofei listened to Monica's vivid description of what had happened in the past few days. Although these things were experienced by Xia Ruofei himself and he was very clear about everything, he still listened with great interest. Monica's excited state could even infect Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei didn't say much. At this time, being a loyal listener was obviously the best choice. Finally, Monica finished. She asked, "Xia, what I experienced in the past few days, was it magical?" "Indeed, it was magical," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "But I'm more afraid. I didn't expect you to be in such a dangerous situation. Mr. Xia helped you so much. I really have to thank him. Next time, if there's a chance, introduce me to him. Maybe we can become very good friends." When Xia Ruofei said these words, there was more or less a tinge of mischief in them. Sure enough, Monica immediately said, "Xia." Mr. Xia said the same thing. "It's almost exactly the same as what you said. Your tacit understanding is so high. Do you really not have any brothers who were separated from you when you were young?" Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "How is that possible?" Then, Xia Ruofei immediately changed the topic and said, "Monica, I'm really sorry about what happened this time. I couldn't be by your side when you needed me the most." At the same time, Xia Ruofei said silently in his heart, "Actually, I was already there, but for our safety, I had to use another identity. It's okay now." Monica comforted him. Then, she hesitated and said, "Xia, if you're free, can you spare some time to come to Turin? I miss you very, very much now." Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, "Of course, no problem. I was just about to talk to you about this." "You were going to come to Italy?" Monica's mood suddenly became better. "Yes. I saw in your email that your brother, Rossi, can only be accompanied by a wheelchair for the rest of his life because of the sequelae of polio." Xia Ruofei said, "I hope to treat him." Monica said, "Xia, Rossi's sequelae are quite serious. I've taken him to see many doctors over the years. There's no effective treatment for the sequelae of polio. He can only take rehabilitation training, but the effect is not very good, I know. Those are the theories of Western medicine." Xia Ruofei said, "Actually, I'm a pretty good traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, Luo Shi's condition was caused by the evil of rheumatic fever. Although it has left some serious sequelae, if you stimulate his acupuncture points, with the help of medicine and massage, you should be able to greatly improve it. Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei added, "Western medicine and Chinese medicine are two completely different theoretical systems. Maybe you don't know much about Chinese medicine, but in fact, no. I believe in you." Monica directly interrupted Xia Ruofei and said, "Xia, come to Italy as soon as possible. I need you." Monica's last sentence made Xia Ruofei's heart burn. These days in Turin, he was very close to Monica, but unfortunately, because of his other identity, he couldn't get close to her. Xia Ruofei had suppressed the fire in his heart for a long time. After hearing Monica's words, Xia Ruofei couldn't wait to fly to Italy immediately. He took a deep breath and said, It will take some time to apply for a visa. I'll come over as soon as possible. I'll wait for you, Monica said, and then kissed him through the phone. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he stopped another taxi and went to Luhai Lane Sihiyuan. In the car, Xia Ruofei called Zhao Yongjun. Brother Zhao, I'm back. Xia Ruofei said. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Zhao Yongjun was obviously relieved. You don't know, I've been worried these days when you were away. If you had an accident outside, I'd feel guilty for the rest of my life. Is it that serious? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've learned how to be sentimental? Go away. Am I being sentimental? It's obviously brotherly love, okay? Zhao Yongjun laughed and scolded, Ruofei, since you're back, I'll call Song Rui, Ho Liang, and the others tonight. I'll set up a party. Speaking of which, you haven't seen them for a while. Don't rush this. Xia Ruofei said, I'll stay in Jing City for a few days. There will be plenty of opportunities to drink and chat. Brother Zhao, I have something to trouble you with. Yo. You're being polite with me. Zhao Yongjun said, if there's anything, just say it. How did you learn to be so indecisive? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, I want to go to Italy, about the visa, wait. What did you say? Zhao Yongjun interrupted Xia Ruofei's words, is there something wrong with my ears, or did I travel directly? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, you didn't hear it wrong, it's me. Xia Ruofei. I want to go to Italy. Because they were in a taxi, Xia Ruofei couldn't say it too clearly, but how could Zhao Yongjun not react? Ruofei. What's going on with you? Zhao Yongjun said with a bitter smile, so you, kid, are going to go against Italy, right? Change your identity and go out, change your identity again, and go out again. The situation is special. Xia Ruofei said, and this trip is very safe, there won't be any problems. It's just that I'm in a hurry, so I need you to help me find someone for the visa, as soon as possible. A few days ago, Zhao Yongjun helped him with the same thing. Xia Ruofei naturally knew that Zhao Yongjun had this channel, so he didn't hold back with Zhao Yongjun. Okay. I'll go and say hello. Zhao Yongjun said, bro, if you come a few more times, the guy at the Italian embassy will suspect that I'm a professional in helping people get visas. Why do things like this happen every 2 to 3 days? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, then I'll leave it to you. I've been flying for more than 10 hours, and I'm a little tired. Let's not get together today, tomorrow. I'll be the host, and I'll treat you to a big meal in the Sihiyuan. This is what you said. Zhao Yongjun said. I said it. I'll cook personally, and there will be enough good wine and good food. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, let's not go home until we're drunk. Tomorrow, no one is allowed to leave early. If you're drunk, you can sleep in the guest room. Anyway, I have a lot of rooms there. Xia Ruofei's words fell into the taxi driver's ears. The taxi driver couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei in the rearview mirror. The main reason was that Xia Ruofei was too arrogant. In a place like Beijing, saying that he had a lot of rooms at home was definitely showing off his wealth. Okay. Zhao Yongjun replied happily. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei was just about to put away his phone when he received a new email notification. The gentle voice in the steel gun said, thank you to the Qidian book friends Dazed Fish for the 2,000 book coins and Alblis for the 100 book coins. Xia Ruofei opened the email and took a look. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he wasn't still in the taxi, he might have exclaimed out loud. This was an email from the bank he opened an account with overseas. The content was very simple. 10 minutes ago, a sum of money was transferred to his account. The amount was 270 million. And the unit was, euros. What's going on? A windfall from the sky? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but secretly say in his heart. He carefully looked at the email. This huge amount of money was transferred by a trading company called Lyman. This was a very unfamiliar company name. Xia Ruofei was sure that he had never heard of this company before. But this was normal. It was very likely that this was a shell company set up in a tax haven like the Cayman Islands. The real controller behind it couldn't be found just by looking at the company's information. Who in the world sent such a large amount of money to me? Xiao Ruofei was also puzzled. Such a large amount of money couldn't have been transferred by mistake. First of all, it involved 2 to 300 million euros. The probability of making a low-level mistake during the transfer was almost zero. Moreover, the bank had to confirm it repeatedly before allowing the funds to be transferred to the account. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. "Sir, we're here." The taxi driver's voice made Xiao Ruofei come back to his senses. He looked and saw that the car had stopped in front of the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. "Oh. Thank you," Xiao Ruofei said as he took out a $100 bill from his wallet and handed it to the driver. After getting out of the car with a small suitcase, Xiao Ruofei walked to the courtyard house door and stood still. After a while, the iris recognition door lock opened automatically. Xiao Ruofei pushed the door and walked in. Outside the door, the taxi driver turned his head and couldn't help but look at the magnificent courtyard house door. He thought to himself, this guy wasn't bragging in the car just now. He really has a lot of rooms in his house. Such a large courtyard house in the central city must be worth a few hundred million. Xiao Ruofei had just entered the first courtyard when Wu Cheng came out to greet him. The security system of the entire courtyard house had been upgraded. There were many cameras installed on the 4 walls, and the access control system was also integrated. When the front door opened just now, Wu Cheng was notified immediately. Although it was not opened abnormally, he still checked the surveillance camera immediately. Naturally, he found that Xiao Ruofei had returned and hurried out to greet him. "Boss, you're back." Wu Cheng greeted him as he took Xiao Ruofei's suitcase. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "How's your family these days?" "Everything is normal," Wu Cheng said. The two of them passed through the moon gate and arrived at the second courtyard where Xiao Ruofei lived. Although he had not lived here for a few days, the courtyard was still spotless. Xiao Ruofei pushed the door open and entered the house. He found that the house was also very clean and tidy. Today, he did not inform them in advance that he was coming back. It was obvious that Wu Cheng, Wu Shouchuan, and Xiao Xiaolan had worked very hard and meticulously. "Ask Mrs. Wu to make something light for lunch," Xiao Ruofei said as he took off his coat and hung it on the coat rack. "Buy more ingredients tomorrow. Brother Zhao and the others will come here for a small gathering." "Okay," Wu Cheng replied. "Boss, do you have any specific requirements for ingredients?" "Buy the best. Don't be afraid to spend money," Xiao Ruofei said. "Or go to Sam's Club to buy. Try to buy ingredients from our Taoyuan brand. If the company doesn't have any products, just buy the best ones." "Understood," Wu Cheng replied. "Then you wash up and take a rest. I'll call you when lunch is ready." "Okay. Go ahead." After Wu Cheng left, Xiao Ruofei went to take a bath and walked out of the bathroom refreshed. The heating in the house was very good. Just now, Xiao Ruofei was lying in the jacuzzi tub and was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. For the past few years, he had been busy and running around. This could be considered as half a day of leisure. However, he was still thinking about the 270 million euros in his overseas account, so after soaking for a while, he got up, put on a bathrobe, and returned to the bedroom. Just now, when he was taking a bath, Xiao Ruofei thought about it and felt that the money was a bit strange. Therefore, he wanted to find out the background of Lyman Company. After returning to the bedroom, Xiao Ruofei was about to call Li Yifu and ask him to investigate the direct line of Lyman Company. However, when he picked up his phone, he found that there was a missed call from Li Yifu. So, Xiao Ruofei didn't even think about it and directly called back. "Grand Uncle." Li Yifu answered the phone in the shortest time possible. His attitude was still as respectful as ever. "Yifu, you just called me?" Xiao Ruofei said. "Just in time, I also have something to ask you." Li Yifu didn't have time to talk about his own matters and quickly said, "Please instruct me, Grand Uncle." "I will do my best. It's not that serious," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Help me check the details of a company called Lyman Company. Just now, a sum of money inexplicably entered my account. It was from this company. I don't know what's going on. When Li Yifu heard this, his tone suddenly became a little strange, or perhaps a little awkward. He said that Grand Uncle Lyman Company is a shell company under the Hong sect. Hong sect? Xiao Ruofei suddenly raised his voice. Yifu, tell me clearly, what's going on? Why did the Hong sect transfer money to me, and it's 270 million euros? Li Yifu quickly said, Grand Uncle, it's like this. A few days ago, when we were dealing with the Gehrman family, didn't you find a treasure room in the manor? This money. Don't tell me that this money was exchanged for those gold coins and jewelry? Xiao Ruofei said. There's almost 100 million euros in cash. Li Yifu quickly added, the remaining 170 million is almost the valuation of those jewelry. Isn't this nonsense? Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, I've already said that the money will be left to the Italian Hong sect as funds. Because of me that day, many of the Hong sect's brothers were killed or injured. Li Yifu quickly explained, Grand Uncle, please forgive me. I've already asked clearly. The reason why we were able to completely wipe out the Gehrman family that day was all thanks to you, Grand Uncle. The Hong sect has already taken advantage of the situation and obtained such a large territory for no reason. Moreover, you were the one who found the treasure room, so Ahai and the others definitely wouldn't dare to take this money. Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Li Yifu quickly said, Grand Uncle, the Hong sect has a perfect compensation system. For the brothers who died that night, and those who were injured due to their injuries, we will compensate them enough internally. Don't worry about this. Also, Ahai and Jingfeng won't come back empty-handed when they attacked the Gehrman family. Many of the things in the manor are very valuable. They have already gotten a great deal, so they can't take this money no matter what. I said that I would give it to them. Why wouldn't they dare to take it? Xiao Ruofei said, this Ahai is really too much. He has to ask for permission for everything. He doesn't have any courage at all. Yes, yes, yes. Li Yifu quickly agreed. Then, he said, Grand Uncle, please understand our difficulties. It's not easy for us to deal with that wealth. Also, it was the unanimous decision of the Hong sect's higher-ups to convert all the jewels and gold coins into cash and transfer them to you. Please accept it. Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly and said, all right. Since you're already here, then I'll accept it. He also knew that for an overseas organization like the Hong sect with such a long history, the wealth they had accumulated over the years was also quite shocking. It might even be comparable to those giant corporations that were worth tens of billions. In fact, the world's billionaires list was never a true ranking of wealth. In this world, there were many hidden rich people or low-profile organizations. The wealth they controlled was even more than the world's richest people on the surface. For the Hong sect, 200 to 300 million euros was nothing. Since the Hong sect was so sincere, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't reject it. Moreover, from the perspective of Li Yifu, Xiao Ruofei still had a very deep relationship with the Hong sect. In the future, when the time was right, he would just help the Hong sect a little. After Xiao Ruofei relented, Li Yifu also obviously breathed a sigh of relief. He said repeatedly, Thank you, Grand Uncle. Thank you, Grand Uncle. Those who didn't know better would think that Xiao Ruofei had transferred 270 million euros to the Hong sect. How could the person who gave the money be so grateful, but the person who received the money be so reluctant? Xiao Ruofei asked, by the way, why were you looking for me just now? Li Yifu said a little embarrassedly, Grand Uncle, I originally wanted to report this to you about the money, but it's fine now. Xiao Ruofei said, okay, that's all for now. By the way, is there anything you don't understand about cultivation? Thank you, Grand Uncle, for your concern. Li Yifu was a little flattered. I'm still digesting the content that Grand Uncle taught me last time. There's no problem for now. Okay. If there's anything you don't understand, don't blindly practice. You can ask me anytime. Xiao Ruofei said. Yes. I understand. Li Yifu said gratefully. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei threw the phone on the bedside table, then leaned against the headboard. He put his hands behind his head and stared at the ceiling in a daze. He thought that there was a strange story behind this huge sum of money. He didn't expect that after the mystery was revealed, it would be so simple. In fact, Xiao Ruofei should have thought about the wealth that was taken out from the Gehrman family's treasury long ago. However, he really didn't care about it. Especially after he found half a box of boundary stones in the box, he focused almost all of his attention on the boundary stones. He didn't expect that after going around in circles, the wealth would still be in his pocket in the end. 270 million euros was equivalent to 2 or 3 billion Huaxia dollars. It was more than the current assets of the Taoyuan company. In just one night, he had already gained so much by taking down a small mafia family. If he were to take down all of the Italian mafia families, how much money would he have? Xiao Ruofei didn't become greedy because of this. On the contrary, he became more alert. After having absolute power, it could be said that it was easy to obtain wealth. It was because it was too easy that many people would inevitably get lost and go down the wrong path. The Dao arts was a cultivation technique that was full of righteousness. If Xiao Ruofei's Dao heart was really covered in dust because of this worldly wealth, then his cultivation would definitely be affected. If it was serious, he would even suffer a backlash, similar to the Qi deviation in martial arts. Xiao Ruofei silently recited the cultivation method of the Great Dao technique several times and gradually calmed down. Then, he called Song Wei and told him that he had come to Beijing today. Ever since the two of them had that special cultivation experience, Song Wei had left an indelible mark in Xiao Ruofei's heart. He couldn't tell whether his feelings for Song Wei or for Ling Qingxue were deeper, but he was sure that ever since they parted in Beijing last time, his longing for Song Wei had deepened. Xiao Ruofei originally thought that he would be able to see Song Wei today, but he didn't expect that Song Wei had just gone to Guangzhou province with his teacher 2 days ago. He heard that a Tang dynasty tomb had been destroyed by grave robbers there and needed to be rescued and excavated. With great regret, Xiao Ruofei could only remind her to pay attention to her own safety and then hang up the phone. Song Wei wasn't in Beijing, so Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt bored. He wanted to use his identity to get a visa as soon as possible and then go to Italy to help Monica's brother, Rossi, cure his leg problem. After that, he was ready to go back to Sanshan. After all, the company was building a pharmaceutical factory branch, and there were a lot of things like farm expansion. He had been a long-time hands-off manager and had thrown all the work to Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and the others. He felt a little apologetic. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei called Captain Luan and told him that he needed to fly to Italy in the next few days and asked him to prepare in advance. This kind of international flight not only needed to apply for the route in advance, but the crew also needed to go through some procedures. After all, after arriving in Italy, Xiao Ruofei didn't return home immediately, and the crew couldn't stay on the plane all the time. They also had to enter the country. Fortunately, most of the crew members were Chinese Americans, so it was very easy to go to Italy. After making arrangements for going abroad, Xiao Ruofei had some free time. He thought of the gray box that was still lying in the Ring 2 space and the boundary stones in the box. When this thought appeared, it immediately began to grow. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help it at all and immediately took out the box from the space. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 18 boundary stones, not a single one was missing. After Xiao Ruofei took out the boundary stones, he casually removed the imprisonment on the white boundary raccoon. Then, he ignored the little guy's protest and directly withdrew his consciousness. He got up and went over to lock all the doors and windows. Then, he pulled the curtains tightly. Then, he took out the spiritual map scroll from his palm, casually picked up a boundary stone, and slowly approached the quaint scroll. Under Xiao Ruofei's control, the spirit map scroll released rays of light. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei had already closed all the doors and windows tightly, and all the curtains were drawn. Furthermore, he casually set up a small formation, so he didn't have to worry about attracting other people's attention. A suction force came from the spirit map scroll, and instantly swallowed the entire world stone. The world stone seemed to have encountered an invisible whirlpool, as it spun towards the spirit map scroll, and then disappeared into thin air. Xiao Ruofei's mind was still connected to the spirit map scroll, so he could clearly feel that the moment the world stone entered the Ring 2 space, all of its essence was almost instantly absorbed, turning into threads of spatial energy and merging into the spirit map scroll. Even the White Realm raccoon that rushed over after sensing the World Stone's aura couldn't keep up with the speed of the spirit map scroll's absorption. When it arrived, it only saw that the World Stone had already turned grayish-white, and its surface was filled with cracks. After losing the support of spatial energy, the World Stone fell to the ground, shattering into many pieces. The White Realm raccoon waved its front paws in annoyance, and squeaked a few times towards the Ring 2 space. Xiaoruofei in the outside world smiled lightly, and picked up another World Stone from the box. The spirit map scroll greedily swallowed the World Stone, but this time, the White Realm raccoon was already prepared. The moment the World Stone appeared in the Ring 2 space, it immediately pounced on it. Unfortunately, although it successfully caught it, the World Stone was also instantly absorbed clean, and it only managed to snatch a normal stone that had lost its essence. The third stone, the fourth stone, the fifth stone, Xiaoruofei felt that the spirit map scroll's speed of swallowing the World Stone had begun to slow down, so he used his mental power to directly speak to the White Realm raccoon in the space. Little guy. Have you messed around enough? Stop for a moment. After speaking, Xiaoruofei's mind moved, and he directly used spatial energy to confine the little guy in midair. Xiaoruofei even had the mischievous idea of imprisoning the White Realm raccoon near the location where the World Stone had appeared. Furthermore, he did not use the overlapping small spaces to completely imprison it. He only used the power of space to bind it. In this way, the White Realm raccoon's 4 limbs could still move randomly, but its body could not move at all. The boundary stones were clearly within reach, but they were just a little bit off. The white boundary raccoon's lungs were about to explode from anger, if it had lungs like a human. The last time the Ring 2 space leveled up, the Ring 2 space had absorbed 7 World Stones, but it still wasn't enough. Later on, Xiaoruofei had specially gone to stone gambling and obtained a batch of jade materials, which allowed the Ring 2 space to break through the bottleneck and level up. Therefore, Xiaoruofei was mentally prepared today. According to his observation, the difficulty of upgrading the space would increase every time. Last time, he had leveled up twice. The first time, he had used up 5 World Stones. The second time, 7 World Stones still weren't enough. This time, Xiaoruofei felt that even if he used up 10 World Stones, it would still be very normal. In the beginning, Xiaoruofei had given the World Stones to the spirit map painting to absorb one by one. There weren't any ripples in his heart. However, when the 10th World Stone was quickly absorbed and the space still showed no signs of leveling up, Xiaoruofei couldn't help but mutter. Every World Stone was extremely precious. That was because until now, Xiaoruofei still didn't have any effective method to find World Stones. Every time he obtained them, it was a coincidence. Although Xia Qing had told him that the White Realm raccoon had an innate sensitivity towards World Stones and its sensing range was much further than the sensing array he had made before, Xiaoruofei had never seen it before. It seemed like it didn't eat or drink in the space and would often stay in a daze for a few days. He really couldn't see what kind of awesome ability it had. Moreover, Xiaoruofei had no idea how many World Stones there were on Earth. This time, Xiaoruofei had obtained a total of 18 World Stones. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them had been absorbed by the spirit map painting. Xiaoruofei couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Don't tell me that after these 18 World Stones are all used up, the space won't be able to level up again? That would be too much of a scam." Although his heart was beating like a drum, Xiaoruofei's hands didn't hesitate at all. After the 10th World Stone was absorbed, he immediately took out another World Stone from the box and continued to let the spirit map painting absorb it. In any case, other than providing energy for the spirit map painting to level up, the only known use of these World Stones was to be food for the World Raccoon. Comparing the two, Xiaoruofei basically didn't need to make a choice. Of course, he would let the space absorb it. The World Raccoon didn't put in any effort, yet it still wanted to take advantage of him for free. Dream on, regardless of whether the space could level up or not, or how many World Stones it needed to absorb to level up, these World Stones would all end up in the same place. Therefore, Xiaoruofei couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. 11 World Stones, 12 World Stones, 13 World Stones, Xiaoruofei was almost numb. He felt that the spirit map painting was eating World Stones like it was eating jelly beans. One World Stone after another, it simply couldn't fill it up. Finally, when the 14th World Stone was about to be completely absorbed, Xiao Ruofei, who had been paying attention to the space's situation, clearly felt a wave of fluctuation appear in the laws of the entire empty map space. It was as if the laws were first compressed to the extreme before suddenly erupting outwards. Xiao Ruofei was connected to the Ring 2 space by heart. Moreover, his spiritual power cultivation was also much higher than before. Therefore, he could faintly feel that the laws of space in the spirit map world seemed to have become chaotic at this moment. Even the white world raccoon felt a trace of unease. It stopped its pointless struggle and was quietly suspended in midair by the invisible power of space. Of course, this trace of chaotic laws lasted for an extremely short period of time. It was almost an instant. Then, many laws in the Ring 2 space began to operate once again. Xiao Ruofei could feel that the laws of space and time in the spirit map world seemed to have become clearer than before. Now, the space's level up wasn't just an increase in size or an increase in the density of spirit energy. Xiao Ruofei could faintly feel that the space was becoming more and more real. It was a strange feeling. The Ring 2 space was there to begin with. Logically speaking, it shouldn't give Xiao Ruofei an illusory feeling. However, he could clearly sense the difference between this man-made space and the outside world. Especially when he had just obtained the space, compared to the current space, there was a very obvious difference. The Ring 2 space was becoming more and more similar to the outside world. For example, when he had just obtained the space, although the interior of the space was rich in spirit energy, there was a sense of deathly stillness. Now, the sensory changes were very obvious. Xiao Ruofei's mind stayed in the space. He could even feel the gentle breeze and the rippling of water. If the sky of the space had the sun rising and the moon setting, it would be no different from the outside world. This was an evolution of laws. Perhaps every time the space leveled up, the laws of the spirit map world would also evolve to a different degree. However, at that time, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation wasn't high enough. Moreover, his connection with the space wasn't as close as it was now. Therefore, the feeling wasn't as obvious. This time, it was the first time Xiao Ruofei felt that the internal laws of the space were gradually perfecting. He closed his eyes slightly and silently sensed for a while. He felt that his understanding of the laws of space and even the truths of the Great Tao had improved slightly. Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes and his gaze landed on the box. There were still 4 world stones quietly placed in the box. They definitely weren't enough to upgrade the space by another level. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to keep them. The upgrade of the space was a process of quantitative change to qualitative change. Even if it couldn't cause qualitative change to occur, it would at least be a kind of quantitative accumulation. This way, if he could obtain more world stones next time, he would need a few fewer world stones to upgrade the space. Overall, it was the same. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei only muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he stretched out his hand and picked up another world stone. He moved it closer to the spirit map scroll. Although the space had just leveled up, the spirit map scroll still didn't reject the world stones. It immediately absorbed the world stones. At this moment, the white realm raccoon that was still imprisoned in midair couldn't help but squeak. Xiao Ruofei sensed it with his mind with great interest. This little guy seemed to be stopping him from continuing to absorb the world stones for the space. However, when it saw the world stone, the essence contained within the world stone had already been completely absorbed. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said to the white realm raccoon with his mind, "How many should I leave for you? Give me a reason first." Squeak squeak squeak. The white realm raccoon gestured with its hands. Xiao Ruofei easily guessed the white realm raccoon's meaning. It could help Xiao Ruofei find the world stones. The condition was that it could first eat 2 to satisfy its hunger. After all, it had been hungry for a long time after coming out of the ancient tomb. Xiao Ruofei laughed in spite of himself. "I thought you didn't know what hunger was. Since that's the case, hurry up and try to sense the world stones. If you can really find them, I'll definitely keep my promise. Your portion will definitely not be lacking. When the time comes, won't you have food?" The white realm raccoon gestured a few more times with its squeak. It meant that it was so hungry that its chest was sticking to its back. It didn't have the strength to sense the world stone's location unless it ate 2 first to recover its vitality. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh in anger. "I like your shameless look. Little guy, if you want to eat for free, you better give up on that idea. Here, you must be paid according to your work. If you don't put in any effort, you won't get anything in return. Xiao Ruofei's mind swept past the dejected white realm raccoon and continued, if you're not willing to cooperate, I naturally won't force you. Furthermore, I won't chase you away. You can stay here and comprehend the spatial laws for as long as you want. As for the matter of finding the world stones, since you can't help, then forget about it. I'm not in a hurry anyway. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei directly removed the restriction on the white realm raccoon. The little guy landed on the ground and crawled up. It waved its claws at the sky as if it was demonstrating its power. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He made a decision on the spot, the remaining 3 world stones wouldn't be absorbed by the spirit map scroll for now. With a thought from Xiao Ruofei, the 3 world stones and the box disappeared from the bedroom. In the next moment, they appeared in the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei didn't give the Ring 2 space an order to devour, and the space wouldn't absorb these world stones on its own. Therefore, the world stones could still be stored in the space. The prerequisite was that Xiao Ruofei's connection with the Ring 2 space was sufficiently precise, and his control of the space was sufficiently precise. After the box containing the 3 world stones entered the space, Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for the white realm raccoon to react. With a thought, he used the spatial laws to create a small space, which happened to envelop the box. When the white realm raccoon rushed close to the box, it was immediately blocked by an invisible spatial membrane. What made the white realm raccoon despair was that in just a few seconds, Xiao Ruofei had superimposed more than 20 small spaces on the outside of the box. The small spaces were nested together, protecting the box and the world stones inside tightly. With the white realm raccoon's current strength, even if it didn't sleep or rest, it would take a very long time to break through all these small spaces. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei knew everything that happened in the space like the back of his hand. Once he discovered that the white realm raccoon was destroying those small spaces, he only needed to slightly move his mind and he could once again construct a firm spatial barrier. The speed at which the world raccoon broke through the spatial barrier was definitely not as fast as Xiao Ruofei's speed of setting up the small spaces. Therefore, unless Xiao Ruofei was willing, the white realm raccoon would never be able to touch these world stones. Xiao Ruofei said to the white realm raccoon with a smile, "Little guy, don't think about destroying my space. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as confinement." The white realm raccoon also knew that a strong dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its old haunts. In the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei could mobilize all resources. Even if it was someone whose cultivation was several times higher than his, if they were dragged into the space, it would be very difficult for them to effectively threaten him. Moreover, the white realm raccoon's cultivation wasn't considered high. It only had a deeper understanding of the rules of space. If it couldn't beat Xiao Ruofei in the outside world, there was no need to even mention it in the space. How could it not lower its head when it was under someone else's roof? Therefore, the white realm raccoon could only resentfully glance at the gray box. It might as well hide far away and continue to comprehend the rules of space. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei said again, "As for the matter of working together to find the world stones, you can weigh it yourself. I'm a man of my word. As long as I find the world stones with your help, I'll definitely share them with you. You don't have to doubt this. Also, if you're really starving, it's not impossible for me to lend you 1 or 2 world stones to satisfy your hunger." When the white realm raccoon heard this, it instantly became spirited and squeaked a few times. "Listen to me first. I have a condition," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "First, I still need you to help me find the location of the world stones. I also have a sensing formation here, but it's just not as wide as yours. So, if I follow your instructions and my sensing formation also discovers the existence of the world stones, then it will prove that you're not fooling me, nor are you not working hard. At that time, I don't mind giving you 2 world stones in advance. How about it? My suggestion isn't bad, right?" Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. The white realm raccoon tilted its head and thought for a moment. It was very dissatisfied with Xiao Ruofei's method of not letting go of the falcon without seeing the hare. However, there was nothing it could do. The initiative was in Xiao Ruofei's hands. If it was like a few days ago, It would be able to comprehend the new spatial laws every day and its days would be quite comfortable. In any case, it was different from ordinary spirit beasts. It could eat 8 or 10 or even more world stones at a time and it would not starve to death even if it did not eat for a long time. However, the situation was different now. Xiao Ruofei seemed to have gotten lucky and suddenly obtained so many world stones. The realm raccoon could only watch as the world stones were swallowed by the Ring 2 space one by one, but it could not do anything about it. Now, Xiao Ruofei had purposely placed the remaining 3 world stones right in front of its eyes. It could only see them but not eat them. The world stones were very tempting to the White Realm raccoon. If it was compared, it was equivalent to a peerless delicacy to a glutton. That kind of temptation could be magnified dozens of times. Once the realm raccoon's appetite was stimulated, it would be difficult to suppress it. In the end, the little guy helplessly accepted Xiao Ruofei's suggestion and waved its claws unwillingly. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "I'm still a little busy these few days. Stay in this space obediently. If you can sense the world stones, remind me. It's fine if you don't. When I have time, we'll travel around the world. At that time, it'll be up to you." After talking to the White Realm raccoon, Xiao Ruofei wanted to enter the space to feel the changes after leveling up. However, he heard Wu Chang's footsteps coming from the backyard. He raised his head and looked at the clock on the wall. He knew that lunch should be ready. Thus, he put away the spirit map scroll and removed the defensive array with a wave of his hand. He then pushed open the door and walked out of the bedroom. "Boss, it's time to eat." Wu Chang turned around the moon gate and saw Xiao Ruofei. He quickly said. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Let's go. I haven't tasted your sister-in-law's cooking for a few days." Xiao Ruofei and Wu Chang came to the backyard together. Wu Shoujuan and Xia Xiaolan quickly came forward to greet them. Xiao Ruofei greeted them gently, then looked at Xia Xiaolan and asked with a smile, "Wu Chang, when are you and Xiaolan getting married?" Xia Xiaolan immediately blushed. Wu Chang laughed and said, "Boss, it's not that fast. You're not young anymore. It's about time for you to get married." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Could it be that you think Xiaolan isn't good enough? You still want to wait and see?" Wu Chang quickly said, "No, no, no. Xiaolan is so beautiful, being able to marry her is the blessing of 8 lifetimes. How could I dislike her?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Xia Xiaolan was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She couldn't help but glare at Wu Chang coquettishly. Wu Shoujuan also said with a smile, "Boss Xia, Xiangzi listens to you the most. You should persuade him. This child is not enlightened." The eldest sister-in-law was like a mother. Wu Shoujuan naturally hoped that her brother-in-law would get married soon. After all, he was not young anymore. What's more, Xia Xiaolan was a good girl in their hometown. Now that they were working under the same roof, it was a good opportunity to be close to her. However, Wu Chang was a little slow in this regard. The progress of the two was not very fast. Wu Shoujuan was also a little anxious. "Sister-in-law." Xia Xiaolan called out shyly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Wu Chang, Xiaolan, sister-in-law is right. Both of you are at the right age. It's time for you to get married. Of course, it's still up to you to control your feelings. We outsiders are just giving advice." Wu Chang said with his chest out, "I know, boss. I will work hard. When I have enough money, I will propose to Xiaolan." "Brother Changzi." Xiao Xiaolan hurriedly said, "I'm not greedy for your money." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Wu Chang, did you hear that? Xiaolan didn't ask for anything from you. She has already said this. Don't you understand?" Wu Chang couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei continued, "You can discuss this matter among yourselves. Wu Chang is my brother. Sister Xiaolan and I are from the same family. If you get married, I will take care of the problem of buying a car." After Wu Shoujuan heard this, she couldn't help but be happy. After coming to Beijing to work, Wu Shoujuan felt that her brother-in-law had really met a noble person. Not only was the salary high, but the work was also very easy. He could also live in such a good house. In Beijing, even those rich people in the city couldn't live such a life. Now, Xiao Ruofei directly wanted to give a car to Wu Chang as a wedding gift. Such a boss couldn't be found even if she held a lantern. Wu Chang quickly said, "Boss, this gift is too generous. We don't dare to accept it. Besides, we haven't even started dating yet. Why don't you dare to accept my gift?" Xiao Ruofei pretended to be angry and said, "This matter is settled. Let's eat." After that, Xiao Ruofei stepped into the dining room. Wu Chang and Xiao Xiaolan looked at each other. Both of them were a little embarrassed and quickly avoided eye contact. Xiao Ruofei walked to the dining table and sat down. Then, he looked up at them and said, "What are you doing? Come in and eat." Wu Shoujuan quickly said, "Boss, we can eat in the kitchen." "Wu Chang, didn't I tell you? There aren't so many rules in my house." Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, "Everyone is equal. It's more lively to eat together. Wouldn't it be a waste for me to eat such a big table of dishes alone? Come over, come over." Xiao Ruofei greeted them a few times. Then, Wu Chang persuaded Wu Shoujuan and Xiao Xiaolan to enter the dining room together. The few of them sat down cautiously. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "That's right. In the future, unless there are too many guests and we can't sit down, under normal circumstances, we will eat like this. You are working for me, not servants of the old society. Why are you divided into different classes?" "Got it, boss," Wu Shoujuan said. She felt warm in her heart. It felt good to be respected. She used to be a nanny in the county. She ate and lived in her employer's house. The feeling of living under someone else's roof was very obvious. Every time she ate a few dishes in her own kitchen, her employer never invited her to the table. Xiao Ruofei saw that Wu Shoujuan and Xiao Xiaolan were a little restrained. He laughed and chatted with them while eating. Slowly, they relaxed. The few of them sat around the table and ate. It was quite a happy feeling. Because Xiao Ruofei told them to eat light, there weren't any greasy dishes at noon. Wu Shoujuan's cooking was very good. Xiao Ruofei ate with relish and couldn't help but give Wu Shoujuan a thumbs up. Wu Shoujuan was naturally happy from the bottom of her heart that her culinary skills were recognized. She quickly advised Xiao Ruofei to eat more. Xiao Ruofei had just finished his lunch and was about to go to the front yard to digest his food when he received a call from Zhao Yongjun. "Brother Zhao. Have you eaten?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and answered the phone. "I haven't eaten yet." Zhao Yongjun said, "You want to treat me to a meal?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You think too much. I just wanted to tell you that I have finished my meal. If you want to come over for a meal, it's too late now." "Damn. You are too stingy." Zhao Yongjun laughed and scolded, "I have been busy with your matter until now." "Is it? Is the visa thing done?" Xiao Ruofei asked quickly. "Is your passport ready-made?" Zhao Yongjun asked. "NN." Xiao Ruofei said. It was his first time going to Hong Kong. When he applied for a pass, he also applied for a passport. "That's fine. You can go to the embassy in the afternoon to apply for a visa. Find the same person as last time." Zhao Yongjun said, "Do you still have the phone?" "Yes." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Zhao is awesome. Don't pretend to praise me. You don't even want to treat me to a meal. It's all fake." Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. "Treat. I have to treat." Xiao Ruofei said, "Let's just do it tonight. Don't wait until tomorrow. Call all your brothers and come to my Sahiyuan. Let's get drunk. I think you want to treat them to a meal as soon as possible, and then go directly to Italy." Zhao Yongjun said. Being exposed by Zhao Yongjun, Xiao Ruofei wasn't embarrassed. He just laughed. Zhao Yongjun said, "I don't know what is so attractive to you in Italy. You can't even wait for a day." Okay. Hurry up and apply for a visa in the afternoon. I will take care of the people. We will go there in the evening." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said happily. After hanging up the phone, he turned and walked back to the backyard. Wu Shoujuan and Xiao Xiaolan were cleaning up the mess, while Wu Chang was washing the car in the yard. When they saw Xiao Ruofei, they quickly stopped what they were doing and greeted him. Xiao Ruofei said, "Wu Chang, sister-in-law, tomorrow night's meal has been changed to tonight. You go and prepare the ingredients in the afternoon. Is there enough time? No problem. Wu Shoujuan said, half a day is enough. Okay. Wu Chang, you drive sister-in-law there. Xiao Ruofei said, just do as I said. Pick the best ingredients and buy them. Oh yeah, you go to Walmart and see if there are any Taoyuan brand Yangtze River shad. If there are, buy a few back. Alright. Wu Chang replied straightforwardly. Xiao Ruofei left a card for Wu Chang before. Whether it was gas, groceries, or other expenses, they were all paid with this card. This was similar to the official card of a government unit. Wu Chang only needed to organize the invoices and card swipe slips on a regular basis, and mail them back to the company's finance department to cancel the account. After that, Xiao Ruofei walked to the middle courtyard while calling Captain Luan. He first asked about the situation with Luan's crew and found out that they were all ready, so he asked Luan and the crew to fly to Beijing today and prepare to fly directly to Turin, Italy tomorrow. After everything was arranged, Xiao Ruofei looked at the time and saw that it was about time, so he went directly to the entrance of the alley to take a taxi and went straight to the Italian embassy. He already had the experience of using his identity to apply for a visa last time, so he was familiar with the process. The acquaintance Zhao Yongjun found was also very helpful. He quickly went through the procedures with Xiao Ruofei and successfully got the visa. Of course, he didn't know that the young man in front of him was actually the same person as the Xiao that Zhao Yongjun introduced a few days ago. After applying for the visa, Xiao Ruofei took a taxi and rushed back to the Sihiyuan without stopping. It took almost 2 hours to go back and forth, and most of the time was spent on the road. After he returned home, he didn't go directly to the backyard, but went to the basement. There was a wine cellar here. Although the area was reduced by half after the renovation, it was still quite big. Only Xiao Ruofei had the authority to access the wine cellar, so even Wu Chang didn't know that there were only a few bottles of wine in the cellar. Xiao Ruofei's wine was kept in the Ring 2 space. There were many surveillance cameras in the courtyard house. Xiao Ruofei came to the wine cellar to take the wine to deceive people. Although the possibility of Wu Chang analyzing the surveillance video was very low, Xiao Ruofei had already formed a habit of being cautious, especially when it came to the core secrets of the Ring 2 space. He never dared to relax in the slightest. After staying in the wine cellar for a while, Xiao Ruofei took out 10 bottles of the best Zue Ba Xian white wine from the space, and then thought about it and took out 2 bottles of Semelon white wine. Xiao Ruofei put the wine in a cardboard box and left the wine cellar with the cardboard box. After locking the door of the wine cellar, Xiao Ruofei went straight to the backyard with the cardboard box. Wu Chang and Xiao Xiaolan were busy processing the ingredients under the command of Wu Shoujuan. When Wu Chang saw Xiao Ruofei, he quickly put down the kitchen knife in his hand and quickly walked over to take the cardboard box. Xiao Ruofei said, "Just put the wine in the dining room." "Yes." Wu Chang replied. Xiao Ruofei strolled into the kitchen and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, you've worked hard." Wu Shoujuan raised her hand and wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve. She said with a smile, "What's the trouble? Compared to the farm work we do in the village, this kind of work is nothing." Xiao Xiaolan also nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei said, "Sister-in-law, let me take care of the Yangtze River shad. I promised a friend that I would cook it myself." Xiao Ruofei had already caught a glimpse of the 3 Yangtze River shad melting in the sink. "Okay." Wu Shoujuan replied, "This kind of fish is more common in the south. I really don't know how to make it delicious. It's such an expensive fish. If it's spoiled, it'll be a waste." That afternoon, Wu Shoujuan and Wu Chang were shocked by the price of the Yangtze River shad. Just 3 small fish cost a few thousand yuan, which added up to only a little more than a catty, and they were all frozen. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Then let me do it. Although my cooking skills are average, I still have some experience in making Yangtze River shad." The first time he tasted Yangtze River shad, Su Yu, the chef of Ling's restaurant, had personally cooked it. After Xiao Ruofei tasted it, he couldn't stop praising the delicious taste, so he specially asked Su Yu for advice on how to cook Yangtze River shad. Although he couldn't cook as well as Su Yu, the ingredients were so good. If he cooked according to Su Yu's method, the taste would definitely be quite good. Now, the production of Yangtze River shad had increased a little. It was about 3,500 caddies a month, and the price was basically maintained at more than 4,000 yuan per caddy. Even then, there was often a shortage of demand. Wu Chang and Wu Shoujuan were very lucky to be able to buy Yangtze River shad today. As Xiao Ruofei spoke, he found an apron and put it on. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and said, "It's time to show my strength." Wu Shoujuan said with a smile, "Boss, teach me too. In the future, if you want to eat Yangtze River shad, I can make it for you." "No problem." Xiao Ruofei said, "Sister-in-law, remember, the first point of cooking Yangtze River shad is that you absolutely can't scrape off the fish scales. This is more delicious than fish meat." Genius remembered this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. In fact, the cooking of the reindeer was not complicated. Steaming was enough. In fact, the top ingredients did not have so many complicated procedures in cooking. Returning to the basics of cooking could highlight the deliciousness of the ingredients. Xiao Ruofei asked Wu Shoujuan to remove the gills and internal organs of the reindeer. After that, Xiao Ruofei put the reindeer into boiling water to remove the fishy smell. Then, Xiao Ruofei spread the ham slices, mushroom slices, bamboo shoots, and other supplementary materials on the reindeer. Then, he added cooked lard, white sugar, refined salt, dried shrimp, cooking wine, chicken soup, and other seasonings. After that, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's done. Steam it in the steamer for 20 minutes. Then, it can be served directly. Sister-in-law, pay attention to the timing. Serve the steamer after the guests arrive." "That simple?" Wu Shoujuan asked in surprise. "Of course. The reindeer itself is a delicious dish. It doesn't need so many complicated cooking skills." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Then, I'll leave it to you." Okay. Wu Shoujuan said quickly, "Boss, go ahead." Xiao Ruofei nodded and walked out of the kitchen. When he went out, he heard Wu Shoujuan whispering the keyword steam and 20 minutes. He couldn't help but smile and look back at Wu Shoujuan. Then, he stepped out of the kitchen. Zhao Yongjun and the others came very early. Xiao Ruofei just sat down on the rattan chair under the eaves of the backyard to rest for a while when he heard Song Rui's voice outside the door. "Ruofei, open the door, open the door." Xiao Ruofei got up with a smile and pressed a button on a control panel not far behind him. The door of the backyard for cars to enter and exit slowly opened. There were many such control panels in the Sihiyuan. Each panel had an LCD screen. So, no matter where the owner was, he could easily see who the visitor was and control the opening and closing of the courtyard door. The 3 cars entered one after another. Wu Chang quickly directed the cars to park at the side of the courtyard. Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, Ho Liang, and the others all got out of the car. Xiao Ruofei's brothers in Beijing all came. Xiao Ruofei was surprised to see that Zhui also came. She came in the same car as Song Rui. Did the two finally make substantial progress? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but take a deep look at Song Rui and Zhui. They were also a pair of clowns. Zhui was a little insensitive when it came to relationships between men and women. Song Rui was so obvious to everyone around her, but she treated Song Rui as her best friend. Song Rui used to be the #1 hedonistic young master in Beijing, but after meeting Zhui, he became a pure and innocent young man. His ability to pursue girls directly degenerated into the negatives. The relationship between the two always maintained a very awkward distance. Even outsiders like Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but worry for them. "Big Boss Xia, I'm here for a meal. Do you have any objections?" Zhui asked casually. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Why would I have any objections? I'm more than happy that Beauty Xue is willing to give me face. As long as you're willing, you can come every day." When Xiao Ruofei said this, he felt Song Rui's murderous gaze. He immediately changed his words and said, "I don't have any objections if you come every day with Song Rui. You know how to talk." Zhui said happily. Xiao Ruofei greeted Zhao Yongjun, Ho Liang, Wei Jun, and the others one by one, and welcomed them into the backyard restaurant. In the kitchen, when Wu Shoujuan saw that the guests had arrived, she immediately put the shad that Xiao Ruofei had prepared into the steamer basket and started to steam it. As for the other dishes, some were already simmering and could be served at any time. Some had already prepared the ingredients and could be fried immediately. Xia Xiaolan also went to help. The kitchen was in full swing. Wu Chang followed everyone to the dining room and helped Xia Ruofei greet the guests. After everyone took their seats, Wu Chang went to open the wine. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Today, I prepared a bottle of Semelon. This is exclusive to the ladies. The men can drink white wine. Is that okay?" "Whatever you say." Song Rui said, "Anyway, we don't plan to leave today. We can drink to our heart's content." "No problem. Tonight, we won't rest until we're drunk." Su Zixuan said with a smile. "Refreshing." Xia Ruofei gave a thumbs up and said to Wu Chang, "Wu Chang, the men can drink white wine. Give each of them a small bottle. Everyone can drink their own wine. It's fair." "Okay." Xia Ruofei looked at Zhui Yi and asked, "Is it okay for you to drink white wine? If you can't drink, I also prepared juice here. Drink some." "You all drink. It's disappointing for me to drink juice alone," Zhui Yi said. "You have courage," Xia Ruofei praised. Soon, everyone was served wine. There were already a few cold dishes on the table. Wu Chang ran to the kitchen and soon, 1 or 2 hot dishes were served. Xia Ruofei raised his glass and said, "Come, come, come. Today, it's rare for us brothers to get together again. Also, the beauty Zhua is here too. Support us. Let's have a drink first. Cheers. Cheers." There were bursts of laughter in the dining room and the backyard. After eating for a while, Wu Chang brought a big plate with steamed shad on it. When Xiao Ruofei saw it, he immediately put down his chopsticks and said with a smile, "Come, everyone, try this dish. I made it myself. Damn, it's shad." Song Rui still knew what was good for him. He was the first to reach out his chopsticks and pick up a piece of meat near the belly with a large piece of fish skin and scales. He put it into Zhui Yi's bowl. Song Rui said, "Try it. This is wild shad from the Yangtze River. It's very difficult to eat now. Oh right, don't throw away the scales. This is the most delicious part of the shad. It's nourishing and beautifying." After steaming, the scales of the shad had all softened and turned into a gelatinous substance. The taste of the bamboo shoots and shiitake mushrooms had all seeped into the fish. It was quite delicious. "Can the scales be eaten?" Zhui Yi looked at Song Rui in disbelief. "Are you deliberately making fun of me?" Song Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "If it's not edible, why would Ruofei keep it? You'll know when you try it. A fish like this costs a few thousand yuan. You can't eat it normally. So expensive?" Zhui Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath after hearing that. Her monthly salary was only 5 or 6,000 yuan. Even if she didn't eat or drink, it was only enough to buy a fish like this. Thinking of this, Zhui Yi couldn't help but think, comparisons are odious. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The scales of the shad are edible. In the Song dynasty, the great writer Susher once called the shad the she-scale fish." Zhui Yi nodded and said, "Yes. I still believe Boss Xiao's words." Song Rui almost hit his head on the table. "Why didn't you believe what I said?" Xiao Ruofei just said a few words. At most, he added Susher's name in it, and you immediately believed it? Do I have no credibility in your eyes? Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter and said, "Everyone, don't be so polite. Hurry up and try it." After Zhui Yi took a bite, she immediately said, "It's so delicious." Seeing this, Song Rui quickly grabbed a piece of the belly of the other shad fish in front of Ho Liang and put it into Zhui Yi's bowl. He said, "Eat more if you like it." Zhui Yi said embarrassedly, "Don't give me more." Everyone didn't eat much. The size of the shad fish was generally small. 3 fish added up to less than 1 catty. With so many people eating at the same time, if someone ate more, there would definitely be others who didn't get to eat. Song Rui said casually, "It's okay. You can have my share." "Good brother," Zhui Yi said. Xiao Ruofei almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Song Rui, this guy, worked so hard for so long, but still couldn't get rid of the identity of a good brother. After Zhao Yongjun, Su Zishuan, and the others tasted it, naturally, they were full of praise. Zhao Yongjun said, Ruofei, after our Taoyuan club opens, Ling's Buddha jumps over the wall and this steamed shad fish must be the signature dishes. These two top-notch delicacies were still very attractive to people like Zhao Yongjun and the others who had high standards. Song Ruwei also said, also, the Zui Ba Xian that we drank today can't be bought on the market. It's best to get some. When the time comes, we'll divide the members into several levels. This Zui Ba Xian wine can only be enjoyed by the members of the highest level. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, hey. I didn't expect Xiao Ruwei to have improved so much. He's quite business-minded. Song Ruwei said proudly, I'm gifted, okay? I just didn't learn seriously before. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, don't worry. Although the production of this Zui Ba Xian is very low, it's not a problem to supply a part of it to the Taoyuan Club. As for the Buddha jumps over the wall, although the ingredients used are precious, they can all be bought on the market. As for the Yangtze River shad fish, more than 10% of the Taoyuan Company's monthly production is supplied to Ling's restaurant group. When the time comes, the Taoyuan Club's restaurant will definitely not lack this signature dish. That's great. Zhao Yongjun said happily, just these two dishes and the Zui Ba Xian that Xiao Ruwei mentioned, I'm afraid that we'll be able to attract a lot of members. Also, the other projects that we've designed will definitely be first class in the entire Beijing-Tianjin region. Su Zishuan said with a smile, our club is still under construction. Recently, many friends have asked me when we'll open the membership application. Xiao Ruofei raised his glass and said, haha. Then, let's drink to the success of the Taoyuan Club. Cheers. Cheers. Xiao Ruofei raised his head and drank a glass of white wine. Then, he wiped his mouth with a small towel and said, speaking of which, I haven't paid attention to the Taoyuan Club for a long time. How's the construction going now? Song Ruwei said snappily, you know that too. You left us brothers in Beijing-Tianjin to work ourselves to death, while you went around the world to have fun. I heard from Brother Zhao that you're going to Italy? Business. Business. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Xiao Ruwei, although Ruofei didn't manage the specific matters, the Taoyuan Club's project was definitely inseparable from his efforts. Zhao Yongjun said, we're familiar with Beijing-Tianjin, so it's only right for us to do more. Song Ruwei said, I understand the reason, but when I see this kid being carefree all day long, I can't help but get angry. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Xiao Ruwei, you only see the thief eating meat, but you don't see the thief getting beaten up. How am I free and unrestrained? Aren't I busy every day? There are hundreds of people in the company who depend on me to make a living. Brother Xia, you're definitely showing off. Ho Liang said with a smile. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but laugh and said, Ruofei, the construction of the club is progressing very smoothly. It's a lot faster than we expected. We expect it to be basically completed before the end of the year, and it will be operational before the Spring Festival. There won't be any problems. It's faster than I expected. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you've all worked hard. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, the construction unit is quite impressive. In addition, it's inseparable from Yi's strong support. She also participated in the entire design process. Many of the eye-catching designs were Yi's ideas. Xiao Ruofei also looked at the design plan. The final draft was indeed amazing. He immediately said with a smile, what are we waiting for? Let's toast to Consultant Xue. Su Zishuan and the others immediately responded. Everyone filled their glasses to the brim. Shui Yi said with some embarrassment, I didn't actually do much work, but you still paid me such a high salary. Song Ruwei asked Shui Yi to be a consultant because he wanted to give Shui Yi some extra income to supplement her family. Otherwise, a public institution's salary of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan would be really difficult to live in Beijing. This club was a partnership of good friends, so the brothers naturally didn't mind giving her an extra salary. What they didn't expect was that Shui Yi was quite serious and responsible. She participated in a lot of things and put forward a lot of constructive suggestions, which helped a lot in the design and construction of the club. Labor is the most glorious. You have worked hard, so we pay you. Isn't that normal? Xiao Ruofei said, right, Xiao Rue? Song Rue quickly said, yes, yes, yes. Come, come, let's toast to Yi. Zhui clinked glasses with everyone one by one, and then drank a glass of Semillon white wine. After putting down the wine glass, Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, by the way, Ruofei, the Mushroom House cooperation with Xiongnan Satellite TV has basically been built. Director Gao seems to want to start filming before the end of the year. The new season of The Life I Yearn For will be broadcasted around the Spring Festival at the latest. You have to be prepared to be on the show. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, you're all waiting to see a joke. Manager Feng is really too much. It's like forcing a duck onto a perch. I think this idea is quite good. Su Zixuan said, not only will it promote our Taoyuan club and your company, but it will also increase your exposure. You are now the living signboard of your company. Just your fans alone can increase your company's sales by a lot. Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, please, our company's products have always been in short supply, okay? The only factor restricting our product sales now is our production capacity. I'll go, find someone to show off. We were caught off guard. Song Rue said, brothers, Xiao Ruofei is so arrogant, do you agree? No. Su Zixuan and others said. Then what should we do? Song Rue wanted to see the world in chaos. Make him drink. Su Zixuan and others said in unison, and even Zhao Yongjun laughed and followed. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Xiao Ruofei said as he slammed the table. Another round of competition on the wine table began. It turned out that it was unwise to drink with a cultivator. Xiao Ruofei didn't even use his true qi to force the alcohol out of his body. He just relied on his terrifying alcohol tolerance after his physique was changed, and he easily knocked all of them out. Zhao Yongjun muttered, good wine. Good. As he slumped on the table, only Zhui and Xiao Ruofei were left sober in the dining room. Xiao Ruofei was a little tipsy as he said to Zhui, if you want to go back, I'll ask Wu Cheng to drive you back. You can stay here for one night. There are many rooms at home. I'll ask Wu Cheng's girlfriend to stay next to you. He was also worried that Zhui, a girl, would be scared to live in an unfamiliar place. Zhui thought for a moment and said, I'd better go back. I smell like alcohol, and I have to go to work tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay. But you have to wait for a while. We have to settle these guys down first. Zhui said, it's okay. It's so late. Don't let Wu Cheng run back and forth. I'll call a taxi. Xiao Ruofei said, that won't do. It's so late. It's not safe for a girl like you to call a taxi online. If something really happens, won't Xiao Rue chop me into pieces? Shui's face showed a trace of unnatural expression as she said, what does it have to do with that guy? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, you're just playing dumb. We outsiders can see Xiao Rue's intentions clearly. No matter how slow you are, you can't not feel it at all, right? After that, Xiao Ruofei patted Song Rue, who was like a pile of mud, and asked loudly, right? Xiao Rue. Song Rue twisted a few times and said in a daze, who? Who wants to drink with me? Come. Cheers. Shui looked at Song Rue with a wry smile and gently sighed, Ruofei, I'm not purposely tantalizing Song Rue, so you have no feelings for him? Xiao Ruofei asked. No. Shui said without hesitation. Then, she immediately came back to her senses. Her face was slightly hot as she lowered her head and said, Song Rue cares about me a lot. I'm not a clay figurine. How can I not feel anything? Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to call Wu Chengyan to help get Zhao Yongjun and the others to the guest room to sleep. Now that he heard it, he was not in a hurry. He reached for the bottle and poured Shui a glass of Semillon. Shui was the only one drinking this bottle of wine tonight. Moreover, she was a woman, so Zhao Yongjun and the others would not deliberately compete with her. So, there was still half a bottle left. Xiao Ruofei also poured himself a glass of drunken eight immortals. Then, he raised the glass and gestured to Zhui, saying, let's drink first. If you don't mind, you can tell me what you think. This matter was related to his good friend's lifelong happiness. Xiao Ruofei was naturally very concerned. Shui also drank some wine today. If he could take the opportunity to ask her real thoughts, it would be a good thing for Song Rui. Shui was quite bold when it came to drinking. She raised the glass to Xiao Ruofei and drank it in one gulp. Then, Shui sighed softly and said, Ruofei, when it comes to matters of the heart, I am a cautious person. I know a little about Song Rui's family situation. I think, the possibility of me and him being together in the end is not high. So, if it is destined to be fruitless, it is better not to start it. Xiao Ruofei sipped the wine and did not interrupt Shui. Since she had opened her mouth, Shui would naturally say what she had been holding in her heart. She did not need Xiao Ruofei to guide her. Shui continued, so, I deliberately kept a certain distance from him. I even treated him as a good brother. I just wanted him to back off. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and say, that's because you don't know Xiao Rui well enough. Although he sometimes seems a little noisy and unreliable, once he gets serious, he will never give up easily. Shui nodded and said, I have been holding back from taking the initiative to contact him because I don't want to give him any hope. I also don't want to keep him in suspense. But he seems to never be discouraged or impatient, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Let me tell you my opinion. Shui immediately nodded and said, okay. I have no one to talk to about these things. I can't even talk to Wei Wei. After all, she is related to Song Rui. Actually, when it comes to matters of the heart, as an outsider, I can't help. Xiao Ruofei said, but my personal opinion is that you are still very young. It seems that there is no need to suppress your current feelings for the future. Wasn't it more important to experience a love that both sides had given their hearts to than the unknown future? Isn't there a very popular saying now? It's called grasping the present. You are all young people in your 20s. There is no need to be so old-fashioned. What do you think? After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he looked at Shui with a smile. Shui's eyes showed a trace of confusion as she said, I know what you said makes sense, but the education I received since I was young is more traditional. Isn't dating for marriage? If it's not for marriage, then what's the point of dating? Dating without marriage is acting like a hooligan? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. In terms of traditional values, this sentence is not wrong. And I believe that most people with normal values don't think about breaking up in the future when they are dating, right? It's only after a period of time together that they find that the two people have different personalities, habits, and even values, that they finally choose to break up. This kind of relationship can't be considered as acting like a hooligan, right? Shui nodded and said, I'm not that extreme, but Song Rui's situation is not the same. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I understand. Being with Song Rui may be a lot of pressure, and this pressure mainly comes from Song Rui's family. Am I right? Shui nodded silently. In fact, Shui had heard most of Song Rui's family situation from Song Wei. She had also heard about the marriage arrangements of these big families for the younger generation, which was why she had hesitated for so long. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, this concern is not unreasonable. However, Lil Rui is a determined person. He won't give up easily once he's set his mind on something. You don't have to be so pessimistic about their future. Also, how much he can decide about his marriage depends on his own determination and his achievements. This is also one of the reasons why he is working so hard now. Shui was slightly moved and nodded silently. In addition, as his brother, I will support him unconditionally. Xiao Ruofei said, although I don't dare to say that I have a great influence on family Song, I can still speak for him. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei stood up with a smile and said, of course, it's still the same sentence. Outsiders can't help with matters of the heart. The decision is still up to you. Just take it that I'm drunk and rambling. Don't take it to heart. Shui said seriously, I know, I will seriously consider it. Thank you, Ruofei. At this moment, the drunk Song Rui seemed to have dreamt of something as he mumbled, I don't want to be your bro. I never wanted. Shui's face was hot and she said in a panic, Ruofei, I'll go first. Don't ask anyone to send me back. How can that be? Xiao Ruofei said and then shouted, Wu Chong. Wu Chong. Wu Chong, who had been waiting not far away, immediately pushed the door open and said, "Boss, you called for me?" Xiao Ruofei said, "Drive Shui home. Be careful on the road." "Yes." Wu Chang said, "Miss Xue, this way please." Shui quickly said, "Ruofei, you should first settle Brother Zhao and the others down before you send me back." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, Song Ruwei won't sleep in the restaurant. You can go back without worry." Shui blushed and whispered, "I don't care if he lives or dies." After saying that, she left the restaurant as if she was fleeing in a panic. Xiao Ruofei smiled and patted Song Ruwei, who was unconscious, and said to himself, "Xiao Ruwei, this is all I can do for you. The rest is up to you." After that, he stepped out of the restaurant and sent Shui to the car. After waving goodbye, he turned back. Xiao Ruofei easily carried 2 people, one in each hand, and went straight to the front yard. Wu Shoujuan had already prepared the guest rooms in advance. The bedsheets were all new and there was a smell of sunshine. Xiao Ruofei went back and forth a few times, and sent Zhao Yongjun and the others to the guest rooms to settle down. One good thing about the drunken 8 immortals wine was that even if they were drunk, they wouldn't get sick the next day. However, in order to prevent these guys from vomiting at night, Xiao Ruofei used his true qi to help them force some of the alcohol out of their bodies. Of course, he didn't completely help them get rid of the alcohol. He still kept them in a dizzy state, the kind where they could sleep until dawn. After settling Zhao Yongjun and the others, Xiao Ruofei went directly to the master's courtyard in the middle to rest. Wu Shoujuan and Xia Xiaolan would clean up the mess in the backyard. Xiao Ruofei used his true qi to get rid of all the alcohol in his body and took a hot bath. Then, he went back to the room and took out the spirit crystals to cultivate for a while before going to bed to rest. The next morning, before Xiao Ruofei got up, Song Ruwei woke him up. He found that he was sleeping in the guest room. He drank too much last night and didn't have any memory of it. He quickly ran to the middle courtyard to find Xiao Ruofei. "Ruofei, where's he?" Song Ruwei's loud voice could be heard even outside the alley. Xiao Ruofei was naturally woken up. He helplessly put on his clothes and said, "She went back last night." "Don't worry, I asked Wu Chang to drive her home. I watched her enter the house before coming back." Song Ruwei was slightly relieved. Then, he asked nervously, "Brother, you didn't say anything last night, right?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "It's okay." He only held the girl's hand and confessed to her about 17 or 18 times. "Ah?" Song Ruwei was shocked. "Why didn't you stop me? Was he scared?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Okay. I was just scaring you. You were so scared when you were sober. Do you expect to suddenly become a man after drinking a little?" "Who was scared? Who's scared?" Song Ruwei said, unconvinced. "If you weren't scared, would Zhui treat you as a brother?" Xiao Ruofei said, "How long has it been? Why hasn't there been any progress?" "Brother, I'm just enjoying the process of pursuing a girl," Song Ruwei said. Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "You don't believe it yourself. Hey! Don't expose people when life is hard, okay? Why do you have to mention it?" Song Ruwei was a little flustered. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "I'm just worried about you. Xiao Ruwei, as a brother, let me remind you that it's time to work harder. The girl is not completely uninterested in you. As a man, sometimes you should take the initiative." Song Ruwei heard and immediately asked, "Did he say something to you yesterday?" "What did she say to me?" "No." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "She must have said something to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't say that." Song Ruwei said, "Ruofei, tell me quickly. What did he say?" "She really didn't say anything. It's up to you to believe it or not," Xiao Ruofei said. Then, Xiao Ruofei shouted again, "Wu Chang, are you done? I have to go to the airport later." After that, Xiao Ruofei walked to the backyard. Song Ruwei followed him and asked, but Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything. It was not that he was deliberately keeping them in suspense. It was not a good thing to have too many outsiders involved in matters of the heart, especially when Song Ruwei and Zhui were just a thin piece of paper. It was best to leave it to them to break through by themselves. Therefore, until breakfast, Xiao Ruofei kept his mouth shut. he didn't tell Song Rui about Zhui's heartfelt words. However, Song Rui was also a smart person. Xiao Ruofei believed that he would strengthen his attack. As for whether it would succeed or not, it depended on whether Zhui listened to his words last night and what decision she made after listening. Anyway, no matter what Zhui's decision was, there should be a clear result between her and Song Rui soon. Xiao Ruofei certainly hoped that it would be a good result, but he had done what he could. Now, he could only bless them. Zhao Yongjun and the others finished their breakfast and left one after another. Although Song Rui wanted to ask Xiao Ruofei about it, it seemed that Xiao Ruofei wouldn't say anything even if he knew something, so he had to leave first. Since Xiao Ruofei asked him to strengthen his attack, he would give it a try. It seemed that he had never formally confessed to Zhui. It seemed that he had to plan well and find a good time. Although Xiao Ruofei often teased him and they often bickered, Song Rui was very clear that Xiao Ruofei wouldn't fool him when it came to important matters. Xiao Ruofei certainly wouldn't do anything bad to him. After Zhao Yongjun and the others left, Xiao Ruofei also went back to his room to pack his luggage. Then, he asked Wu Chang to drive him to the airport. Luan's crew had flown overnight from Sanshan to Beijing last night. The international route to Turin had also been applied for. The estimated departure time was about 10:30 in the morning. This time, Xiao Ruofei was openly using his own identity to go abroad, so there was no need to be secretive. He directly asked Wu Chang to send him to an annex building next to the T2 terminal of the Beijing International Airport. The boarding passage for the business jet was located in this annex building. At 10:35, the Gulfstream G650 business jet was allowed to enter the runway after an Airbus plane landed. This time, they were flying directly from Beijing to Turin, so there was no need to change planes in Germany. The cruising speed of the Gulfstream was also faster than that of ordinary civil aircraft, so after more than 9 hours of flight, the plane had entered the airspace of Turin and began to descend slowly. Moreover, the comfort of riding a luxury business jet was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary flights. Even the first-class cabin was not on the same level as a private business jet. Xiao Ruofei even slept on the big bed in the luxurious bedroom in the rear cabin for a short while during the journey. After waking up, he enjoyed the Western food and red wine that the stewardess had carefully cooked for him. Then, he went to the cockpit to take a look. Basically, the plane began to approach. The two pilots, who had been flying for more than 9 hours in shifts, were about to enter a relatively busy period. Xiao Ruofei naturally returned to the cabin and fastened his seat belt. About 20 minutes later, the Gulfstream G650 business jet landed smoothly on the runway. Generally speaking, this kind of long-distance flight would be equipped with 2 crew members, at least 3 to 4 people, so that they could take turns to rest. However, the pilots of the business jet did not have such an easy time. There were only 2 people cooperating with each other throughout the flight. Fortunately, the whole flight was less than 10 hours. Although the 2 captains looked tired, they were in good condition overall. Compared with civil aviation pilots, their usual flight tasks were many times easier. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 relatively difficult flights, but they would have no complaints. Xiao Ruofei went to the cockpit to express his gratitude to the 2 captains and asked them to take the crew to the hotel as soon as possible. During the few days that he was in Italy, the plane would definitely be waiting in Turin. Xiao Ruofei carried a simple suitcase and walked out of the cabin along the gangway. Then, he quickly passed through the customs along the VIP passage and walked out of the restricted area with light steps. Xiao Ruofei looked in the direction of the voice. Among the crowd, the blonde Monica's tall figure was so outstanding. She jumped happily and waved at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei also showed a warm smile and quickened his pace with the small suitcase. Monica. Xiao Ruofei came to Monica and said with a smile, "Long time no see." Monica's eyes were misty. Then, she hugged Xiao Ruofei tightly without saying a word. This action surprised the 2 burly men behind Monica, but they didn't dare to disturb her at this moment. After all, Monica's words carried enormous weight in the entire Grasso family. Her power was even greater than Collis in the past. Although Monica had been acting like a meek woman ever since Xiao Ruofei had appeared, she had actually displayed her iron fist in the Grasso family over the past few days. She had mercilessly expelled all the family members who had evidence of corruption. A few greedy fellows had even been sent to prison. He directly used the name of the family company to call the police on the grounds of official occupation. What awaited these fellows was a prison sentence of varying lengths. It could be said that Monica had taken advantage of the power of the Xianxia Freemasonry. On the one hand, she had made a large-scale adjustment in the family's personnel and supported a group of loyal subordinates. On the other hand, she had dealt a heavy blow to the original Collis faction. In just a few days, she had completely controlled the situation. Now, Monica was no longer that helpless little girl. She was the queen of the Grasso family in every sense of the word. Monica smelled the familiar scent of Xiao Ruofei and murmured, "It feels so good to see you again. I thought I would never see you again in this life." In Europe, in places like airports and stations where parting and reunions happened all the time, people were already used to hugging, kissing, and other scenes. The passengers who passed by them all cast kind smiles at them. Xiao Ruofei gently patted Monica's back and said with a smile, "Why would I? It's just that I was a little busy some time ago. Aren't I here now?" Then, Xiao Ruofei stroked Monica's hair and said softly, "I really didn't know you were in such a dangerous situation at that time. I couldn't be by your side when you needed me the most." "My heart, no, Xia, no matter when, as long as I can see you, it's enough." Monica said, "That's all in the past. I'm fine now, and Rossi is fine too." When Monica mentioned Rossi, Xiao Ruofei immediately asked, "By the way, where is your brother? I want to check his condition as soon as possible." Although Monica didn't have much hope for the treatment, Xiao Ruofei couldn't wait to treat Rossi after meeting him. This kind of heart still warmed her heart. She got out of Xiao Ruofei's arms and said, "The car is outside. I'll take you home. Rossi can't move easily, so I didn't bring him out." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go," Xiao Ruofei said, "the treatment is more important." With that, he strode out of the room. The two burly men brought by Monica had already taken the lead in carrying Xiao Ruofei's luggage. The group of people walked through the airport lobby and headed outside. A Bentley was parked quietly in the parking space outside the airport. The driver in a suit and white gloves was already waiting next to the car. When he saw Monica come out, he quickly opened the door. Xiao Ruofei and Monica got into the car that originally belonged to Collis. One of the burly men put Xiao Ruofei's luggage in the trunk and turned to get into another black Mercedes-Benz, while the other burly man sat in the passenger seat of the Bentley. The two cars started slowly. The Mercedes-Benz opened the road in front. They drove out of the airport one after another and headed toward the manor in the suburbs. Along the way, Monica was very excited. She introduced the buildings and historical sites along the way to Xiao Ruofei with great familiarity. Although Xiao Ruofei had just been to Turin not long ago, he still listened with great interest. The last time he was here, he was so focused on solving Monica's problem that he didn't have the mood to tour Turin City. Moreover, even if he knew the scenery like the back of his hand, it was still pleasing to have a beautiful woman with a hot body leaning on him and explaining things to him. After passing through the city, Monica finally stopped talking and quietly snuggled up to Xiao Ruofei. After getting into the car, Monica hugged Xiao Ruofei's arm tightly and didn't let go for even a moment. After surviving a disaster, she seemed to have a new understanding of the meaning of life. She didn't care if Xiao Ruofei had a woman in Xianxia or if they could have a happy ending in the future. The only thing she wanted was to seize the happiness in the present. Xiao Ruofei also felt Monica's attachment to him. He gently held Monica's soft and tender hand, and the two of them leaned their heads together, enjoying this long-lost warmth. The car drove into the small manor of the Grasso family and slowly stopped in front of the biggest house in the manor. The driver and the burly man in the passenger seat quickly got out and opened the door on both sides. Xiao Ruofei and Monica got out of the car. Monica smiled and said, "Xia, this is my home. I grew up in this manor. It's been more than 20 years, but it's still the same. There's almost no change." This was the second time Xiao Ruofei came to this manor. The last time he came was a few days ago. He brought the brothers from the Turin branch of the Hong sect to support Monica. He also witnessed Monica taking charge of this family with his own eyes. Of course, he still played along and pretended that it was his first time here. He looked around with a hint of curiosity. Monica laughed and said, "Let's go. I'll show you around." After that, Monica generously held Xiao Ruofei's arm and walked inside. The exterior of this house looked a little old. At first glance, one could tell that it was an old building. In fact, there were many such old buildings in Europe. They were all well preserved. Many people who traveled to Europe would feel that in terms of prosperity, many places were definitely not as prosperous as the international metropolises like Beijing and Shenzhen. However, they could feel a strong cultural atmosphere. Monica held Xiao Ruofei's arm as they walked. Along the way, people kept bowing and greeting them. It could be seen that Monica had established her prestige in just a few days. Xiao Ruofei saw this and was very happy. He was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Although Monica, Rossi, and even the brothers of the Freemasons didn't know that he was the summer who led the Freemasons on a killing spree a few days ago, it didn't affect his own sense of accomplishment. The first floor was a tall hall. The interior decoration was beautiful, and the rich European style was overwhelming. Two big men with Eastern faces were sitting on the sofa. When they saw Monica walk in with a young man, their eyes narrowed at the same time, and then they stood up. They walked up to the two of them. One of the big men looked up and down at Xiao Ruofei and asked in Chinese, "Huaxia?" Xiao Ruofei naturally knew these two people. One of them was called Ayong, and the other was called Ahua. A few days ago, he had asked the Turin branch of the Hong sect to temporarily stay with the Grasso family. Of course, the purpose was to support Monica. Now that Xiao Ruofei had come to Turin with his real identity, naturally, he had to pretend that he did not know the two of them at all. He revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and said, "That's right. Are you also from Huaxia?" The big man nodded slightly and said lightly, "I haven't asked for your name yet." In the eyes of Ayong, Ahua, and even the brothers in the Turin branch of the Hong sect, the relationship between Monica and Mr. Xiao was very close. Of course, this Mr. Xiao referred to the super strong summer a few days ago. Therefore, when they saw Monica being so intimate with another young man, they naturally felt some hostility in their hearts. After all, it was for Monica that Mr. Xia did not hesitate to kill and use the power of the Turin branch of the Hong sect, paying a certain price. In their opinion, Mr. Xia spared no effort, so it must be because he was interested in Monica. After that night, Mr. Xia had an extremely high image in the eyes of all the brothers of the Hong sect. Although the young man in front of them was from Huaxia, he was also Mr. Xiao's love rival. Xiao Ruofei said with a bright smile on his face, "My name is Xiao Ruofei. I'm Monica's boyfriend." Ayong's expression changed slightly when he heard this. What he was afraid of really happened. Mr. Xia shouldn't have been in such a hurry to leave. He had already done his best to help Monica. It wasn't easy for things to calm down, and the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed. It was the best time to launch a love attack. He didn't expect Mr. Xia to suddenly leave. Now, her real boyfriend had appeared. It seemed that Mr. Xiao's chances were slim. Monica quickly said, "Xia, these two are the people I told you about sent by the Hong sect to help me. This is Ayong, and this is Ahua. They are both elites of the Hong sect. Nice to meet you." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a warm smile on his face. Although Ayong and Ahua had a faint hostility towards Xiao Ruofei, they also knew that this kind of thing wasn't something they could get involved in. Moreover, LV Jingfeng had specifically emphasized that the two of them were there to support the Grasso family. How could they overstep their boundaries and interfere in this kind of relationship? Therefore, the two of them looked at each other, and very tacitly nodded slightly at Xiao Ruofei. Then, they ignored Xiao Ruofei. "Xia, these two brothers from the Hong sect don't like to talk much. Please don't mind them," Monica explained in a low voice. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "They've helped you so much. Why would I mind?" Monica let out a sigh of relief, nodded heavily, and said, "Let's go. I'll show you around." Monica really took Xiao Ruofei around the place. She grew up here, and many of her childhood memories were kept in many places. To her, this house was naturally extraordinary, so she took Xiao Ruofei inside and out. Finally, Monica took Xiao Ruofei to a bedroom upstairs. She pushed the door open and said with a smile, "This is my room. Come in and take a look." Xiao Ruofei nodded and followed Monica into the room. Monica closed the door with her foot and at the same time hugged Xiao Ruofei and kissed him passionately. Xiao Ruofei had been holding it in for many days. How could he resist such temptation? However, there was still a trace of rationality in his heart. He said vaguely, "Monica, your brother is still waiting for me to treat him. He's been in a wheelchair for so many years. He doesn't mind sitting a little longer." Monica said vaguely. Monica closed the door with her foot and at the same time hugged Xiao Ruofei and kissed him passionately. Xiao Ruofei had been holding it in for many days. How could he resist such temptation? However, there was still a trace of rationality in his heart. He said vaguely, "Monica, your brother is still waiting for me to treat him. He's been in a wheelchair for so many years. He doesn't mind sitting a little longer." Monica said vaguely. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Xiao Ruofei had set off from the capital at around 10 o'clock in the morning. After more than 10 hours of flight, he arrived at around 10 o'clock in the evening. However, due to the time difference, it was still around 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Turin. When he arrived at the manor of the Grasso family, it was not even 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When Xiao Ruofei and Monica came out of the bedroom, the sky outside had begun to darken. One must know that in Turin, the sun set at around 9 o'clock in the evening. It could be seen how crazy the two of them were after a long drought. When Monica went out, her legs were still a little weak. Although Europeans had a stronger physique, under Xiao Ruofei's storm-like attacks, she could not bear it. However, even though she was physically exhausted, she still couldn't hide the joy in her mind. This could be seen from Monica's beautiful face that was still flushed red. Monica did not hide her relationship with Xiao Ruofei at all. When they went out, she tightly held onto Xiao Ruofei's arm as if they were conjoined twins. They did not want to be separated for even a moment. The people of the Grasso family inevitably looked at Xiao Ruofei strangely. In their opinion, this Asian man was most likely a gigolo who lived off a woman. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not care about what others thought of him. He was still smiling and calm. Monica raised her voice and asked, "Is dinner ready?" "Patriarch, dinner is ready. Please go to the dining room to eat." Luo Di, who had been appointed as the family butler by Monica a few days ago, bowed and said. Luo Di was the brother of Monica's aunt, Jessica. He used to work in the Grasso family's business. After Jessica was entrusted with an important task by Monica to manage the internal affairs of the family, Luo Di was transferred to the family butler position. Oh, by the way, please invite our two friends from Huaxia to eat with us," Monica ordered. "Yes, Patriarch," Luo Di said respectfully. A Yong and a Hua were also treated with great courtesy during their stay in the Grasso family. Today, Monica invited them to dinner because they were Xiao Ruofei's Huaxia compatriots. After arriving at the restaurant, Monica dragged Xiao Ruofei to the long dining table. Very quickly, a Yong and a Hua arrived at the dining hall together. The faintly discernible hostility on their faces had vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by unconcealable terror. The two of them came to the table and bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei and Monica. Hua said, "Mr. Xia, Ms. Grasso, thank you for your kind invitation. We won't disturb you anymore." The two of them had specially come over to say hello. After Hua finished speaking, the two of them prepared to leave the restaurant. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "Let's sit down and eat together. You don't have to be so polite." "This?" Hua hesitated. Ah Yong hurriedly said, "Yes." "Then I'll do as you say." Hua also reacted and quickly said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia." After saying that, the two of them consciously walked to the end of the long dining table and sat down, their postures very humble. Xiao Ruofei looked at the two of them strangely, but didn't say anything. He just smiled and asked Monica, "By the way, where's your brother? Why didn't he come to dinner?" Before Monica could say anything, the housekeeper, Luo Di, said, "Sir, Luo Di eats dinner every day around 19 o'clock sharp. He's already finished eating." Monica's face was slightly hot. She couldn't wait to see her lover today and didn't even care about her brother's meal. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "In that case, let's eat." Monica nodded and signaled to Luo Di. Luo Di immediately made a gesture, and the servants immediately served the food that had been prepared. Apparently, the dinner was carefully prepared. It wasn't the Western food they usually ate, but the traditional Chinese dishes. But it was also served separately, each person had a small portion. Xia Ruofei glanced at it. There were home-cooked dishes like yuxiang shredded pork and mapo tofu. Apparently, Monica specially invited a Chinese chef after knowing that he was coming to Turin. "You're so considerate." Xia Ruofei smiled at Monica, then picked up the chopsticks specially prepared for them and said to Ah Yong and Ah Hua, "You two, don't be so polite, let's eat." The two of them stood up at the same time and bowed, "Thank you, Mr. Xia." Then they didn't dare to look into Xia Ruofei's eyes, but lowered their heads and focused on the delicious food in front of them. The atmosphere was a bit weird. Time went back to a few hours ago. When Ah Yong and Ah Hua saw Monica bringing Xia Ruofei into her boudoir, their faces became even more serious. They walked aside and discussed in a low voice, then decided to call Louis Hai to report this matter. Louis Hai, who had returned to Milan, also became serious after receiving Ah Hua's call. After asking about the details of Xia Ruofei's appearance, he said, "Don't act rashly. I can't contact Mr. Xia now, but I'll report to Uncle Yi right away and ask him for instructions on how to deal with it." After hanging up the phone, Louis Hai didn't dare to delay and immediately called Li Yifu, who was far away in the US. Although Summer didn't express any special feelings for Monica, Louis Hai and others had already regarded Monica as Summer's woman. Summer's performance in Turin had already convinced many brothers of the Hong sect, including Louis Hai. The strength he showed was beyond the limits of human beings, making him a god in everyone's mind. How could a god's woman be desecrated? Therefore, Louis Hai couldn't wait to say, "Uncle Yi, there's an emergency here, I need to report to you." Li Yifu asked seriously, "What's wrong? Is there any movement from the Glory Society?" Since the Turin branch of the Hong sect destroyed the German family's nest, the Hong sect didn't dare to relax at all. They had been preparing for a full-scale conflict with the Glory Society. Therefore, Li Yifu subconsciously thought of the Glory Society when he heard Louis Hai's urgent voice. "No, no. Uncle Yi, it has nothing to do with the Glory Society. They didn't take any obvious actions, so they must have admitted defeat." Louis Hai said quickly, "But this matter may have something to do with Mr. Xia." "What?" Li Yifu raised his voice, "Then why don't you say it?" Even though he was guessing that Glory would make a big move, Li Yifu maintained an indifferent attitude from beginning to end. After all, it was very difficult for worldly battles to cause any ripples in Li Yifu's heart. However, once it involved Xia Ruofei, Li Yifu would immediately become very nervous. Here's the thing. Didn't Mr. Xia save a woman from the Grasso family in Turin? The one called Monica. And before he left, he specially ordered us to send 2 brothers to the Grasso family to strengthen Monica's reputation and deter those who are ready to make trouble in the family. Louis Hai said, "We all think Mr. Xia should have some feelings for Monica." Li Yifu frowned, "Get to the point, when did you become as gossipy as a woman?" No matter whether Xia Ruofei had feelings for Monica or not, it wasn't something Li Yifu could speculate. Xia Ruofei was the grandmaster. Could it be that Li Yifu still dared to guess all day long whether or not he was going to give him a grandmaster? Regarding Xia Ruofei's private life, even if Li Yifu had a few more guts, he would not dare to recklessly guess. Louis Hai smiled embarrassedly, "Uncle Yi, today's report can't avoid gossip. Here's the thing, Hua just called me and told me that Monica picked up a young man from the airport today. They were very intimate and Monica directly took the young man to her boudoir and hasn't come out yet." "What?" Li Yifu immediately frowned, "Really?" He didn't dare to speculate about Xia Ruofei's private life, but it didn't mean he could watch his grandmaster being cuckolded. If his grandmaster was cuckolded, he, as his grandnephew, would lose face too. "Hua won't lie," Louis Hai said, "he has made some preliminary inquiries. That young man is also from Huaxia. Coincidentally, his surname is Xia. Uncle Yi, what should we do? Monica openly betrayed Mr. Xia. Should we teach the Grasso family a lesson? And that toy boy who seduced Monica, in my opinion, we should just catch him and throw him into the river." "Wait." Li Yifu frowned, "You said the young man's surname is Xia?" "Yes." Louis Hai said casually, "But he can't be compared with Mr. Xia. His whole body is loose, he's obviously a toy boy who drank too much. What does he look like? Li Yifu asked anxiously. Hua had described the appearance of the man brought back by Monica to Lui Hai. Therefore, although Lui Hai didn't meet Xiao Ruofei, he could copy Hua's description and tell it to Li Yifu. Li Yifu suddenly asked, "You must have inquired about the young man's name, right? Is his name Xia Ruofei?" Lui Hai widened his eyes in surprise, saying, "Uncle Yi, you're really a living immortal. Do you know how to calculate? That toy boy is Xiao Ruofei. Uncle Yi, what should we do? Please give us some instructions. When I think of that gigolo in Monica's room, I feel uncomfortable." Li Yifu raised his eyebrows at the other end of the phone, saying coldly, "Hi, if you dare to say toy boy again, believe it or not, I'll fly to Milan and peel off your skin." Lui Hai quivered with fear, stammering, "Uncle Yi, did I say something wrong? Please point it out, don't be angry." Li Yifu snappily said, "Angry with a brat like you? Do you think I can be angry? Cut the crap. Just pretend that nothing happened today." "Ah? What ah?" Li Yifu said, "No, call the two guys in charge of the Grasso family, tell them to be respectful to Mr. Xia Ruofei. Don't neglect him. This. Lui Hai was dumbfounded. "Uncle Yi, this toy boy, he snatched Mr. Xia's woman." Lui Hai almost said the word toy boy out of habit, but fortunately, he stopped in time at the last moment. "You know nothing," Li Yifu scolded. "Who told you Monica is Mr. Xia's woman? Just mind your own business, don't think about these gossips all day." Although Lui Hai couldn't figure it out, Li Yifu's words were the golden rule. Lui Hai dared not disobey him, saying at once, "I see. Uncle Yi, don't worry, I'll call the two guys right now." "Okay." Li Yifu nodded. He thought for a while and said, "Mr. Xiao Ruofei's status is even more honorable. You can understand it as Mr. Xia Tian can only be considered as his subordinate. So, hurry up and call the two guys, don't offend him." Li Yifu was very clear in his heart that Xiao Ruofei had merely changed his appearance that summer. In this sense, Xiao Ruofei's real identity was naturally more honorable than the identity he had used to deceive others. Besides, Xiao Ruofei not only solved Monica's problem with the identity of Xiao Ruofei, but also rushed to Italy with his original identity to meet Monica. It could be seen that Monica was very important to Xiao Ruofei. Consequently, the importance of the entire Grasso family in Li Yifu's mind increased a lot. He had decided that after Xiao Ruofei went back, he would ask Lui Hai to increase the support and protection for the Grasso family. Because the patriarch of the Grasso family was probably his other Grand Master. Hearing this, Lui Hai was scared out of his wits. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. In his opinion, Xiaxia was already a godlike figure, but he didn't expect that the gigolo that Monica brought back would have an even more honorable status. This was simply beyond his comprehension. He came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Uncle Yi, I know. Then I won't talk to you anymore, I'll call Hua right away." Lui Hai said goodbye to Li Yifu respectfully and then called Hua. He was scolded badly by Li Yifu, so he wouldn't be polite to Hua and scolded him as well. After that, Lui Hai told Hua to respect Xiao Ruofei, even more than Xiao Ruofei. Although he didn't tell Hua everything Li Yifu said, he made it clear that Xiao Ruofei's identity was even more honorable than Mr. Xiao Ruofei, which was confirmed by Li Yifu himself. After the call, Lui Hai put down his work and called several guards to drive from Milan to Turin. Hua was stunned for a long time after receiving the call. Then he conveyed Lui Hai's instructions to Yong. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. After a while, they both showed a look of lingering fear. When Xiao Ruofei entered the door, the two of them did not hide their hostility. Fortunately, they did not say anything too extreme. Generally speaking, their attitude was a little cold, but it was not to the extent that it could not be remedied. That was why the scene in the dining room was like this. As Xiao Ruofei ate, she looked thoughtfully at the unnatural Ah Yong and Ah Hua. She already understood a little. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei lowered his voice when he passed by Hua, "Tell your boss, don't come to the Grasso family, and be natural in front of Monica. I'm Xiao Ruofei who just came to Italy from China. I don't know you or have any relationship with you, understand?" Those who could be trusted by Louis Hai to be independent were not stupid. Hua immediately understood the meaning of Xia Ruofei's words and quickly said, "Understood. Sir, don't worry, we'll follow your instructions." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and turned to smile at Monica, who was not far away. "Monica, it's not too late now. Bring me to see your little brother. I want to treat him early." Monica also felt the subtle change of a Yong and a Hua's attitude, but she was smart enough not to say anything. When she heard that Xia Ruofei was going to see Rossi, she nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, he lives on the first floor, I'll take you there." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly to a Yong and a Hua, and then followed Monica to Rossi's room. In a big bedroom facing south on the first floor, Rossi was sitting in a wheelchair in a daze. Naturally, he was the first to know that his sister had brought back a young man from Huaxia. He even knew that Monica had brought that man into her room the moment she came back. She didn't even come out during dinner time. It was self-evident what the two of them had done inside. Rossi had an inexplicable agitation in his heart, and the face of Summer always appeared in front of his eyes. Although he didn't know that mysterious young man from Huaxia for a long time, in his opinion, Summer was the best candidate for Monica's lover, not this Huaxia guy who came out of nowhere. Even though he heard from Steward Roddy that this young man came to Turin by private jet. So what if he had some money? His sister was now the patriarch of the Glasso family. Although the Glasso family was not the top wealthy family in Europe, as a family that had been running truffle business for hundreds of years, its assets were quite rich. Private jet may be a great luxury in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of real rich people, it was just a means of transportation to improve the efficiency. What's more, Monica could become the patriarch of the Glasso family because of Summer. Although Summer didn't express his admiration for Monica, Rossi and Louis Hai had the same feeling. He just didn't say it, but his actions had already expressed it very clearly. Rossi knew his sister very well. Monica was actually very conservative in her personal feelings. As far as he knew, Monica didn't even have a boyfriend. He once thought that his sister and Mr. Summer were simply a golden couple. He didn't expect that Monica would directly bring a man home and look so impatient. Just as Ross was frowning in thought, there was a soft knock on the door. "Rosie, it's me." Monica's voice came from outside the door. "Can I come in? She's bringing that wild man to see me." Rosie thought to himself. He didn't reply to Monica immediately. Instead, he waited for Monica to knock on the door again before saying slowly, "Come in." "The door isn't locked." The door was pushed open and Rossi looked up. Sure enough, the young man from Huaxia walked into the room with Monica with a smile on his face. In fact, in the eyes of many Westerners, the people of Huaxia all looked the same. However, Rosie immediately felt the obvious difference between the Huaxia man in front of him and the Mr. Summer he had met a few days ago. To be fair, although Xia Ruofei wasn't considered handsome, he wasn't ugly either. In addition, after he cultivated the Great Way technique, his entire body inadvertently exuded an otherworldly aura, making it easy for people to feel close to him. However, perhaps it was because of his preconceived notions, but no matter how Rossi looked at it, he felt that Xia Ruofei was disgusting. Especially when he saw the happiness on Monica's face. As a younger brother, he felt inexplicably irritated. Monica smiled and said, "Rossi, let me introduce you. This is, hey." "Monica, I'm not interested in your boyfriend," Rossi said in a cynical tone. The smile on Monica's face froze. She turned her head to look at Xia Ruofei awkwardly. Xia Ruofei didn't get angry. He still had a smile on his face as he walked forward and said, "Rossi, let's get to know each other. My name is Xia Ruofei. I'm from Huaxia." Xia Ruofei spoke in Chinese, which made Rossi slightly stunned. He glanced at Xia Ruofei and asked, "You know I know Chinese?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I know that not only do you know Chinese, but you also know many languages. Not only are you a language genius, but you are also quite talented in business. Other than the fact that you have difficulty moving, you are better than most able-bodied people." Rossi curled his lips and said, "Don't think that I will accept you being with my sister just because you praised me a few times. Did Monica tell you all this?" Xia Ruofei laughed, nodded, and said, "Of course, I'm not a prophet. If Monica didn't tell me, how would I know?" In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to ask Monica about this. It was just that Xiao Ruofei knew Rossi quite well and expected that it might be difficult to get in touch with him. Therefore, on the way back from the airport, Xiao Ruofei deliberately led the topic to Rossi and inquired about this situation for Monica. Seeing that Rossi didn't speak in the Xiao Ruofei, he smiled and continued, Rossi, it doesn't matter if you accept me or not. As long as Monica likes me, it's enough, isn't it? Rossi snorted softly and said, I don't know what kind of bewitching potion you fed her. Mr. Xia is so outstanding, but she's still unmoved. What's so good about you? Why would she like you? Hearing this, Monica's expression couldn't help but change slightly. She scolded in a low voice, Rossi, don't talk nonsense. There's nothing going on between Mr. Xia and me. At this point, Monica secretly looked at Xiao Ruofei. She was worried that Xiao Ruofei would overturn the vinegar jar because of this. If the Mr. Xia that Rossi mentioned was someone else, Xiao Ruofei might really feel a little sour. However, if it was Xia, how could Xiao Ruofei be jealous of himself? He said in his heart, so my brother-in-law thinks that the other me is more suitable for her sister. He really had no taste. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Rossi, I didn't come here today to discuss feelings with you. Monica also quickly said, Rossi, Xiao flew from Huaxia to Turin to treat your leg. Rossi opened his eyes wide and stared at Monica for a long time before saying, Monica, are you sure you don't have a fever? Monica was a little embarrassed. In fact, she didn't believe that Xiao Ruofei could cure Rossi's leg, but Xiao Ruofei had come all the way here so enthusiastically, and she really wanted to see Xiao Ruofei, so she didn't stop Xiao Ruofei. This didn't mean that she had much confidence in Xiao Ruofei's medical skills. Rossi sighed, looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, in your Huaxia, are the people surnamed Xia especially powerful? Xiao Ruofei was a little confused. She shrugged and asked, why do you say that? Until now, I only know 2 people surnamed Xia from Huaxia, and they're both quite capable. Rosie said seriously, Mr. Xia Tian's skills are even more powerful than Spider-Man and Superman combined. And you, Mr. Xiao Ruofei, your ability to pursue girls makes me gasp in amazement. Monica is a calm person. How did you make her fall head over heels for you to actually believe that you can cure the sequelae of polio? Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then said with a wry smile, can I take it as you praising me? Rossi shrugged and said, of course. In fact, I'm very inexperienced in this area. After all, not many girls would be willing to date someone who sits in a wheelchair all year round. Xiao Ruofei secretly complained in his heart, I don't think you're praising me. If this brat wasn't Monica's brother, and if his faint hostility towards him wasn't because of his other self, Xiao Ruofei would definitely leave in a huff. Monica frowned slightly and said, Rossi, I don't need you to worry about my personal feelings. Mr. Xia didn't come all the way from Huaxia to listen to your sarcastic remarks. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand to stop Monica from continuing. Then, he smiled and said to Rossi, hey. A life without love is lacking. Have you ever thought that if you can stand up, with your intelligence and wealth, there will be countless beauties throwing flirtatious glances at you, dazzling you? Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment. Without waiting for Rossi to speak, he continued, I know you've seen many doctors since you were young, and there's no lack of famous doctors among them. But those are all Western doctors. I believe you haven't tried Chinese medicine treatment, have you? Chinese medicine? Rossi said with a slight frown. He spoke fluent Chinese and was naturally no stranger to Huaxia's culture. He shrugged and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, but I don't think my problem can be cured by drinking water boiled from tree roots and bark. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Even a person with such a good command of Chinese had such a huge prejudice against Chinese medicine. It could be seen that the demonized propaganda of Western countries had a great negative impact on Huaxia's culture and Chinese medicine in Huaxia. He sternly said, Chinese medicine is not the witch doctor that some media say. It's also a systematic discipline that has been passed down for thousands of years. It's different from Western medicine's treatment of headache and foot pain. Chinese medicine pays particular attention to the harmony of yin and yang, as well as systematic conditioning. And I have to correct you on one point. Chinese medicine is not only used to treat diseases through Chinese medicine. This theory at least includes acupuncture, massage, and so on. Even rehabilitation physiotherapy methods in the field of Western medicine have been used by Chinese medicine doctors for hundreds of years. Monica said apologetically, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. Rossi spoke rudely, it's okay. He just doesn't know much about Chinese medicine, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He was not angry with Rossi. Instead, he continued, the Mr. Xia Tian you just mentioned is also from Huaxia. In your eyes, Eastern Huaxia is full of mystery. Xia Tian's fighting strength is comparable to Spider-Man's. Why can't Chinese medicine, which has been passed down for thousands of years, cure your leg disease? Xia Ruofei mentioned Xia Tian, which made Rossi slightly absent-minded. Xia Ruofei continued, Rossi, let me try. Even if it can't be cured, it won't be a loss to you, right? If I succeed by chance, you can get rid of the wheelchair completely. Xia Ruofei used a trace of spiritual force, and his voice was full of bewitching power. Rossi couldn't help but follow Xia Ruofei's psychological suggestion. He imagined a good life after he regained the ability to walk and run, and then nodded involuntarily. Seeing this, Monica couldn't help but be surprised and happy. With a gentle smile on his face, Xia Ruofei walked over and pushed Rossi's wheelchair to the side of the table. He smiled and said, Rossi, give me your hand. Let me check it for you. If it wasn't for the inexplicable hostility, Rossi was actually a very curious young man. Now that he had nodded in agreement, he simply didn't care about it anymore and began to be interested in the treatment methods of Chinese medicine. He put his hand on the table. Xia Ruofei moved a stool and sat down opposite Rossi. He then reached out and took Rossi's pulse. After learning several ancient books of Chinese medicine and the inheritance jade talisman, Xia Ruofei could easily solve ordinary problems with his own medical skills even if he didn't use the spirit heart flower's petals. Therefore, he wasn't bluffing when he took Luoxi's pulse. He was really using the methods of Chinese medicine to check Luoxi's pulse. Of course, he also used a little bit of his spiritual force to ensure the accuracy of the examination. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and carefully checked. After a long while, he asked Rossi to change his hand. The saying of a man taking the left hand and a woman taking the right hand didn't exist in Chinese medicine. A real Chinese medicine doctor must take the pulse of both hands when taking a patient's pulse. The result of the examination was similar to Xia Ruofei's previous inference. Rossi's meridians in his legs were very blocked, and it was almost impossible for him to move his blood and qi below his calf. How's the situation? Monica couldn't help asking. Xia Ruofei said, Rossi's situation is relatively serious. Rossi said with some disappointment, of course, I've seen countless doctors and done countless tests over the years. They all gave me the same answer. This is almost the most serious sequela of polio. It's very difficult to recover the feeling in my legs with medical means. It doesn't matter. We'll find a way later. Monica said. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, I just said that the situation is relatively serious. I didn't say that it can't be cured. Xia, do you really have a way? Monica suddenly became spirited. She knew that Xia Ruofei would never talk nonsense just to make her happy. As long as Xia Ruofei said that he could cure Rossi, Monica would definitely choose to believe him without hesitation. In contrast, Rossi was much more rational. In other words, he didn't think highly of Xia Ruofei from the beginning, so he wasn't too disappointed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, although it will be a bit tricky, it's not impossible. How about this? Today, we'll use acupuncture and physiotherapy. Tomorrow, I'll prescribe a few medicines with them. The effect should be more obvious. After that, Xia Ruofei looked at Monica and said, ask someone to get my suitcase. Okay. Monica quickly responded, and then quickly walked out of Rossi's room. Xia Ruofei said to Rossi, let me help you to the bed. You'll need to lie flat for the acupuncture later. Rossi asked doubtfully, Mr. Xia, can you really help my legs recover? He didn't dare to expect a complete recovery. After treatment, even if he could stagger a few steps, it would be a huge surprise for him. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, Luoxi, if I'm not wrong, you can't feel anything below your knees, right? Rossi nodded and said, yes. Then I can tell you. Xia Ruofei said, after today's acupuncture and massage treatment, your legs will recover some feeling. This should be considered effective, right? Yes, what? Rossi's mouth opened into an O shape and he said repeatedly, Mr. Xia, that's impossible. I'm not belittling traditional Chinese medicine, but it's not scientific at all. If Xiao Ruofei had said that after a stage of treatment, he could regain some feeling in his legs, then he might have been skeptical. But how could it be possible with just one acupuncture treatment? If it was that easy to restore the feeling in his legs, then his condition wouldn't have left so many famous doctors at their wits' end. In fact, Rossi's leg disease was very serious. Although his fever had subsided and his life was saved after he was diagnosed with severe poliomyelitis, from then on, he could not feel anything below his knees. Furthermore, his legs were severely deformed. After so many years, even if he persisted in rehabilitation physiotherapy, the muscles in his legs still inevitably atrophied. Rossi almost gave up hope. Now that he heard Xiao Ruofei say that he could regain feeling in his legs through one acupuncture treatment, his first reaction was disbelief. Over the years, he had experienced too many mental journeys from hope to disappointment. Now he was basically in despair. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, the whole system of traditional Chinese medicine is unscientific in the mainstream view of the West. Rossi, whether it's possible or not, we'll know in a while. Rossi took a deep look at Xiao Ruofei, took a deep breath, and said, okay, then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Xia. Seeing Xiao Ruofei full of confidence, Rossi's mood was unconsciously affected, and a glimmer of hope began to sprout in his heart. Anyway, it didn't matter if he tried once. At worst, there would be no effect. It was not the first time he had experienced such a process over the years. After a while, Monica came in with Xiao Ruofei's small suitcase. She was slightly surprised to see that Rosie was already lying down on the bed. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, have you brought it? Give it to me quickly. Monica handed the suitcase to Xiao Ruofei. He opened the suitcase and took out an exquisite box that he had prepared beforehand. Opening the box, there was a row of silver needles of different sizes neatly clamped on the lid. Inside the box was a set of delicate cupping tools, including pots, mugwort, and so on. Xiao Ruofei motioned for Luoxi to take off his pants. Luoxi was still a little shy in front of his sister, but Monica went over to help Luoxi take off his pants in no time. After Xiao Ruofei carefully disinfected the silver needles with alcohol, he sat down beside the bed. He said to Luoxi, today, I'm mainly going to perform acupuncture on a few acupoints on your legs. Although the silver needles are very long and look a little scary, you won't feel any severe pain. So don't be nervous. The more relaxed you are, the less pain you will feel. Rossi touched his nose and said, I can't feel anything in my legs. You can poke me however you want. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh and said, you'll feel it soon. Then, Xiao Ruofei turned back to Monica and said, Monica, if you're afraid, you can wait outside. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Rossi. Monica saw the trembling silver needles in Xiao Ruofei's hand. Thinking that such a long needle was going to be inserted into Rossi's leg, she was indeed a little scared. However, she still said bravely, no, I'll watch from the side. Okay. Xiao Ruofei didn't mind having someone next to him during the treatment. He didn't say anything else. His eyes became very focused. With a slight shake of his right hand, a silver needle was accurately inserted into the Yanglingquan acupoint diagonally below Rossi's knee. His movements were as fast as lightning. Monica, who was at the side, even felt that the silver needle had been gently vibrating on Rossi's leg in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ruofei had already found the acupoint, so there was no hesitation at all. Soon, the second and third needles also found the corresponding acupoints. His acupuncture technique came from a long-lost ancient Chinese medicine book in the Jade Talisman, called Xinglin Sanzhou. When performing acupuncture, he didn't find too many acupoints, and the technique was very special. If used with a small amount of true qi, the effect would be quite obvious. After Xiao Ruofei inserted 3 needles, he didn't continue to take the needles from the box next to him. Instead, he took a breath and stretched out 2 fingers to gently twist the silver needles. A trace of true qi invisible to the naked eye was introduced into Rossi's acupoint along the silver needles. Because there was no feeling in his legs, Rossi didn't feel anything at first. It was as if the needle was inserted into someone else's body. However, as Xiao Ruofei began to introduce true qi to stimulate the acupoints, Rossi also noticed a trace of abnormality. Unconsciously, he felt that the three places where the needles were inserted had a variety of feelings, such as soreness, swelling, numbness, and so on. Although this feeling wasn't particularly obvious, it was very real. Rossi could even feel that this soreness and swelling was centered on the silver needles, radiating about 5 or 6 centimeters. He still didn't feel anything in the other parts of his body below his knees, but the soreness and swelling at the place where the needles were inserted was getting more and more obvious. Rossi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, revealing a shocked look. He had no feeling in his legs for more than 10 years. This was the first time he really felt the existence of his legs after he fell ill. This feeling was very wonderful, and at the same time, it set off a great wave in his heart. Xiao Ruofei wasn't boasting. From the time he inserted the needles until now, it had been less than a minute, and the effect he said before had already appeared. Monica asked worriedly, Rosie, are you feeling unwell? No. Rossi said quickly, Monica. This feeling is great. It can't get any better. I seem to feel something in my legs. Xiao Ruofei, who was concentrating on the acupuncture, said without raising his head, keep calm, don't move, and it's best not to talk. Monica was also surprised and happy, and quickly said, yes. Rossi, do as Xiao says. Don't move, so as not to affect his treatment. All right, Rossi said in a low voice. From the moment Xiao Ruofei entered the room, Rossi was the most obedient. Now, basically, he would do whatever Xiao Ruofei asked him to do without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei continued to twist the silver needles, and wisps of true qi constantly stimulated Rossi's acupoints. In the second half of the acupuncture treatment, Xiao Ruofei began to flick the ends of the silver needles with his fingers, and the 3 silver needles began to vibrate rapidly at different frequencies. The expression on Rossi's face became more and more rich, because with the vibration of the silver needles, the soreness and swelling in his body became more intense. He could even feel a hot current being transmitted from the tips of the silver needles, making his calves feel as if they were bathing in a hot spring. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and took out the 3 silver needles at a very fast speed. Then, he slowly disinfected them with alcohol, wiped them clean, and put them into the box one by one. Monica asked, Xia, is the treatment done this time? Xiao Ruofei closed the box and nodded, yes. The effect of this treatment should be good. What do you say? Rossi. As Xiao Ruofei spoke, he winked at Rossi and revealed a smile. Of course. Rossi said with an excited expression. Mr. Xia, I haven't been able to feel my legs for many years, and no doctor has ever been able to restore the feeling in my legs. You're the first one to succeed in this. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's not a big deal that you can feel your legs during acupuncture. When I remove the silver needles and you can still feel them, that's the first step to success. Rossi reached out and touched his deformed and shrunken calf, saying, Mr. Xia, I don't know if it's my illusion, but my legs seem to be touched. It's just that the feeling is very weak, as if there are several layers of pants, Xiao Ruofei said with certainty, it's not an illusion, Rossi. Acupuncture stimulates several of your acupoints and can dredge the meridians. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, when the qi and blood flow smoothly, the sensory nerves will gradually recover, Monica said excitedly, Xia, then continued to treat Rossi. Rossi also nodded repeatedly and said, Mr. Xia, I'm not afraid of pain. Please continue to treat me. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's not a matter of whether you're afraid of pain or not. Acupuncture treatment requires a certain interval of time to allow these acupoints to recover their vitality. If you don't control it, they will be overdrawn and eventually hurt the body. In addition, Xiao Ruofei paused and continued, today is the first treatment, and we haven't combined the external and internal Chinese medicine, so the effect is not particularly ideal. You should rest for the night. Tomorrow, I'll prepare a set of Chinese medicine. Through massage and acupuncture, the effect will be very good. I'm looking forward to it. Rossi said excitedly, I may not be able to sleep tonight. In fact, Rossi was so excited that he was about to cry. His hands were almost constantly rubbing his 2 calves, as if only in this way could he feel the hope of standing up. That won't do. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, only when you have a good spirit can you ensure the effect of tomorrow's treatment. If your body is too weak, many treatments can't be carried out at the same time. I understand. Rossi said, don't worry, I will force myself to fall asleep as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei nodded, stood up, and said with a smile, then I won't disturb you anymore. Rest early. Good night. Good night. Mr. Xia. Rossi said respectfully. After Xia Ruofei showed his skills, Rossi's attitude towards him had changed dramatically. After seeing the hope of standing up, Rossi almost worshipped Xia Ruofei as a god. Monica also smiled and nodded to Rossi, and then walked out of the bedroom with Xia Ruofei. As soon as they went out, Xia Ruofei said, Monica, inform a Yong and a Hua to come and see me. I have something to ask them to do. Okay, I'll take you to your room first. Monica said with a smile. Then, she glanced at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously and said, after you see them, don't lock the door. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He asked even though he already knew the answer, why? Monica rolled her eyes and said, you worked so hard to treat my brother. As his sister, shouldn't I reward you? You said it yourself. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, does that mean I can choose the position? Monica pinched Xia Ruofei's arm coquettishly and said with a flushed face, I'll call Ah Yong and the others. After that, she walked straight to the other end of the corridor. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, hey. You haven't taken me to my room yet. The one at the end of the corridor on the left. Monica said without turning her head. Xia Ruofei watched Monica walk away with flirtatious steps. Then, he dragged his small suitcase and walked to his room. After he returned to his room and sat down for a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Xia Ruofei said loudly. Ah Yong and Ah Hua opened the door and walked in. As soon as they entered, the two of them bowed respectfully to Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, you were looking for us? Xia Ruofei nodded slightly. He gestured with his mouth and said calmly, sit down. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Ah Yong and Ah Hua sat down on the sofa opposite Xia Ruofei. They looked a little reserved. Xia Ruofei looked at the two of them and asked, your boss came to Turin? Ah Hua quickly stood up and said, Mr. Xia, brother Hai, sit down and talk. Xia Ruofei said. Yes. Hua sat down again and said, brother Hai heard that Mr. Xia came to Turin, so he rushed over from Milan overnight. Xia Ruofei said, tell him not to come to the Grasso family. I don't want Monica to think that I have anything to do with the Hong sect. Yes, after you gave the order, we immediately contacted Big Brother Hai. Ah Hua said respectfully. He will stay at the Turin branch of the Hong sect and await your orders. Xia Ruofei nodded. He knew that Louis Hai must have reported this to Li Yifu. But he didn't know whether Li Yifu would tell Louis Hai that Xianxia and Xia Ruofei were actually the same person. According to his inference, Li Yifu would not say it. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, actually, I'll be fine here. I should be returning to Huaxia in a few days. Your brother Hai doesn't need to stay in Turin all the time. If he has something to do, he can just go back to Milan. We'll tell brother Hai. Hua replied. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, now there's one thing I need your help with. Hua said hurriedly, please tell us. Xia Ruofei asked, is there an authentic Chinese medicine hall in Turin? Yes. Hua thought for a moment and said, Huichun Hall, Lingji Hall, and Chinese Medicine Hall all have good traditional Chinese medicine. The doctors in the hall are very skilled. Many local Chinese people often go to them for treatment. Are their herbs authentic? Xia Ruofei asked. After all, this was Europe. It was impossible for people to grow traditional Chinese medicine. So the foreign traditional Chinese medicine clinics probably bought their herbs from Huaxia. Plus the tariff and international freight, the cost would be very high. Therefore, some unscrupulous businessmen might sell inferior ones. Mr. Xia, Lingji Hall has a close relationship with the Hong sect. Besides, they have a good reputation. There shouldn't be any problem with their herbs. Hua said, if you need any herbs, just leave them to us. Even if Lingji Hall really has inferior herbs, they would never dare to sell them to the Hong sect. That's true. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I'll make a list. If possible, prepare the herbs for me as soon as possible. Yes. Hua said respectfully, the herbs you need will be delivered tomorrow morning. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. If the herbs could be delivered tomorrow morning, they must have prepared them overnight. At this time, most of the clinics were closed. But for the Hong sect, no matter what time it was easy for them to make some herbs. Xiao Ruofei nodded and picked up a piece of paper on the table. He picked up a pen and made a list of more than a dozen herbs. He also noted how much of each herb he needed. Then, Xiao Ruofei handed the paper to Hua and said, that's it. The time can be a little more flexible, but you must ensure the quality of the herbs. Don't worry. Hua stood up and said, if there's any problem with the herbs, you'll only ask me. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Ruofei said pleasantly, that's all. Go back and have a rest. Yes. Hua said, Mr. Xia, we'll leave now. Yong, who was more taciturn, also said to Xiao Ruofei, Mr. Xia, good night. After they left Xiao Ruofei's room, they immediately called Lui Hai to report this matter. They also asked the Grasso family to find a fax machine and fax the list of herbs written by Xiao Ruofei to Lui Hai. Lui Hai naturally attached great importance to Xiao Ruofei's request. He immediately asked LV Jingfeng to call the manager of Lingji Hall. The manager of Lingji Hall heard that Lui Hai, the boss of the Hong sect, wanted to buy some herbs, so he dared not neglect it. He hurriedly got out of bed and rushed to Lingji Hall. On the way, he also called the pharmacist and woke up the poor pharmacist from bed. Half an hour later, the herbs needed by Xiao Ruofei had been sorted and packed. They were labeled and sent to the Turin branch of the Hong sect. Considering that the Freemasons needed a large amount of herbs, it was obvious that they were not meant to be consumed all at once. Therefore, the shopkeeper of the Lingji Hall thoughtfully prepared a delicate scale for weighing the herbs. At the same time, he also sent a clay stove and 3 clay pots to the Turin branch of the Freemasons. Lui Hai immediately arranged people to pack the herbs and tools into a box and asked LV Jingfeng to send it to the manor of the Grasso family in the suburbs. If Xiao Ruofei hadn't emphasized twice that Lui Hai shouldn't meet him at the Grasso family, Lui Hai would have sent it there himself. Although it was midnight, the Grasso family didn't dare to neglect the visit of the Hong sect brothers. Steward Luo Di came out to welcome them in person. LV Jingfeng didn't stay for long. He directly handed the things to Steward Luo Di and told him to pass it to Hua immediately. Then, he took a deep look at the manor of the Grasso family before getting on the car and leaving. When Yang and Hua received the box, Monica had already slipped into Xiao Ruofei's room. Both of them were at their most energetic age. The lingering afternoon didn't satisfy them. Monica locked the door and immediately threw herself into Xiao Ruofei's arms. The two of them passionately hugged and kissed each other. The boundless spring scenery in the luxurious guest room didn't come to an end until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Ruofei was still full of energy, and there was no sign of fatigue on her face. Monica, on the other hand, was so tired that she was like a pile of mud. She felt like she was floating in the clouds, and she had yet to recover from the strong impact. Xia, thank you. Monica murmured. I've never seen Rossi so happy. You're the one who's given him a new ray of hope in his life. Xiao Ruofei gently kissed Monica's forehead and said, Monica, he's your brother. I should do anything for him. What's more, this is something that I can do. Also, don't ever say thank you between us. It's too formal. I know. Monica was already surrounded by a strong sense of happiness. But I just want to thank you. I really don't know how to express my feelings at the moment. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, there are many ways to thank someone, such as, after saying that, Xiao Ruofei's evil claws started to become restless again. Monica turned pale with fright and quickly said, God. Don't you feel tired at all? How can there be such a strong man? Xiao Ruofei answered with actions. For a moment, the heart-stirring sound in the bedroom began to reverberate again. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei and Monica lingered in bed for a long time before reluctantly getting up and getting dressed. When the two of them finished washing up and walked out of the room, it was already past 8 o'clock. If Ling Qingxue and Xiao Ruofei lived in such a big family and slept in the same room last night, even if they were tired from rolling in the sheets all night, they would definitely get up early in the morning and sneak back to their room. But European girls were not the same as traditional Huaxia girls. Monica didn't care about this. She was with Xiao Ruofei openly. After a night of hard work by Xiao Ruofei, Monica, who was nourished by Xiao Ruofei's arm, walked out of the room openly. When the two of them came to the dining room, Rossi was already sitting at the table. At the same time, Ah Yong and Ah Hua were also there. They didn't eat first, but chose to wait for Xiao Ruofei. When Xiao Ruofei and Monica walked into the dining room, Rossi immediately greeted them with a smile. Ah Yong and Ah Hua hurriedly stood up and greeted Xiao Ruofei and Monica. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and went straight to the table to sit down. Ah Hua stood up and said, "Mr. Xia, we have prepared the things you need." "So fast?" "Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Ruofei said happily, "After we finish eating, I'll have to trouble you to bring the food to my room." "Okay." Ah Hua replied. Monica asked curiously, "Xia, what did you ask Mr. Ah Hua to prepare?" "It's the herbs I need for the next step of the treatment." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm not familiar with Turin. Considering that Ah Hua and Ah Yong are also Huaxia people, they might know where to buy the most authentic Chinese medicine, so I tried to ask them for help. I didn't expect them to be so efficient. It's really beyond my expectations." Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. "It's nothing. We're familiar with the place. It's best to leave it to us," Ah Hua said modestly. Xiao Ruofei had told him in advance, so Ah Hua didn't dare to be too respectful. After breakfast, Ah Yong and Ah Hua took the box that LV Jingfeng had sent over last night to Xiao Ruofei's room, and then they politely said goodbye. Xiao Ruofei opened the box and saw that the herbs were neatly placed inside, and the tools for decocting medicine were all available. He was very satisfied. He skillfully picked out the herbs he needed and put them into the casserole. Then he added water and started to boil it over the charcoal fire. He had checked these herbs and found that they were all of good quality. The Hong sect was quite reliable. Xiao Ruofei didn't just deceive people by decocting the herbs. He used these herbs to make an ointment called Soothing Tendon and Strengthening Bone Ointment mentioned in the ancient books of Chinese medicine. This ointment had a good effect on the recovery of meridians and bones, and the prescription had long been lost in the long river of history. It took a long time to make the ointment, mainly to ensure the efficacy of the medicine. Xiao Ruofei used a slow boil, hoping to fully force out the medicinal properties of the herbs. After more than 2 hours, Xiao Ruofei checked carefully and nodded with satisfaction. He poured the medicinal soup from the casserole into a soup bowl, and directly threw away the dregs. These dregs basically had no medicinal properties, and the essence had been directly in the medicinal soup. After cleaning the casserole, Xiao Ruofei poured the medicinal soup back into the casserole and continued to simmer it over the charcoal fire. At the same time, he found the last herb from the box, crushed it, and poured it into the medicinal soup. He constantly stirred it with a spoon. This herb was like a catalyst. After mixing with the medicinal soup gradually began to thicken and finally formed a gel, which was about half the size of the casserole. Xiao Ruofei stirred it with a spoon according to the ancient books of Chinese medicine. After feeling the obvious resistance, he took the casserole from the charcoal stove. According to the normal process, the Soothing Tendon and Strengthening Bone Ointment would be finished as long as it was left to cool. However, Xiao Ruofei still wanted to add some ingredients to them. The spirit heart flower petals that played a crucial role in the healing process had yet to be added. The reason why Xiao Ruofei chose to add the flower petals after the ointment was formed was because he was worried that adding the flower petals too early would affect the formation of the gel. After all, he didn't understand why the decoction would slowly coagulate after the last herb was added. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei took out a petal of the spirit heart flower from the space. Once the petal came into contact with the human body, it would be quickly absorbed, so Xiao Ruofei did not dare to touch it with his hands. He wrapped the petal with his mental strength and put it into the casserole. Then, Xiao Ruofei took out a pair of nitrile gloves from the space and put them on. This was mainly to prevent his skin from accidentally touching the petals and ointment. Xiao Ruofei then added a small amount of water. When the spirit heart flower petals came into contact with water, they immediately dissolved. Xiao Ruofei picked up a spoon and quickly stirred it. In the process of stirring, the components of the spirit heart flower's petals naturally and evenly blended with the ointment. At the same time, it also increased the dissipation of heat. After stirring for about 15 minutes, Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction. He tidied up the room and opened the window to let in some air. He didn't want the room to be filled with the smell of Chinese medicine when he slept. Xiao Ruofei carried the casserole with the ointment and walked out of the room. Monica had been near Xiao Ruofei's room all this time. When Xiao Ruofei opened the door, she immediately walked over. "Xia, you've worked hard," Monica said emotionally when she saw the casserole in Xiao Ruofei's hands. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "I'm not tired at all. Let's go. Today, we'll continue to treat Luo Shi. I intend to use acupuncture and massage techniques along with the ointment I just concocted. The effect should be much more obvious than yesterday." "Yes." Monica nodded her head heavily. She didn't know why, but her confidence in Xiao Ruofei suddenly increased a lot. Perhaps it was the immediate effect of yesterday's acupuncture that gave her a great shock. Monica followed Xiao Ruofei to Rossi's room with anticipation. Rossi was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at the birds flying freely outside the window in a daze. After hearing the knock on the door, Rossi came back to his senses and loudly said, "Please come in." When he saw Xiao Ruofei, Rossi immediately looked at him with anticipation and greeted, "Mr. Xia." Last night, Xiao Ruofei had completely convinced Luo Shi with her acupuncture skills. Now, his attitude was completely different from yesterday. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded to Rossi. "How do you feel today?" "Great." Rossi excitedly said, "I can feel that my legs are a little numb. When I touched them with my hand, my skin seemed to feel something. It's no longer like before, where I couldn't feel anything even if I cut myself." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Rossi, don't be too excited. How can I not be excited?" Rossi said, "Mr. Xia, Chinese medicine is too magical. Just a few simple needles, and there's actually such a magical effect." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help cursing in his heart. "What do you mean by a few simple needles? Even some national healers might not be able to use the acupuncture technique yesterday." Of course, it didn't mean that Xiao Ruofei's level of Chinese medicine was better than those masters. The main reason was that the acupuncture technique he used came from ancient books of Chinese medicine, most of which had been lost. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't correct Rossi's misunderstanding. He just smiled and said, "I mean, yesterday was actually just a preliminary loosening of the meridians with acupuncture. Today, I will use a variety of techniques and drugs to treat you. If yesterday's little effect made you so excited, then in the future, won't you be so excited that you can't sleep every day?" Monica chuckled and said, "Xia, if you can really stand up again, I think Rossi will definitely be willing to stay awake for several days and nights." "Of course," Rossi said excitedly. "Mr. Xia, let's start the treatment." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He went forward to help Rossi up and let him lie flat on the bed. In fact, Rossi's legs were completely weak. Basically, all his weight was on Xiao Ruofei, but Xiao Ruofei still finished it easily. Xiao Ruofei took out the silver needles and said while disinfecting them, "Today, will be acupuncture on the upper body. Rossi, take off your clothes on the upper body." Rossi said in surprise, "Mr. Xia, my problem is on my legs. Why do you have to do it on the upper body?" Of course, he was just curious and didn't question Xiao Ruofei's decision. When he asked the question, he had already started unbuttoning his shirt. Monica came over and helped him get into a half-lying position to help him take off his shirt. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I said yesterday that Western medicine treats the head and the feet. If it can't be cured, we'll just stop and replace the organs. But it's different. Chinese medicine pays attention to the balance of yin and yang. It treats the human body as a comprehensive system to regulate. Therefore, it's not strange to treat leg diseases by acupuncture on the upper body." Rossi nodded and said, "Chinese medicine is really unfathomable. Mr. Xia, I was really ignorant yesterday." Xiao Ruofei smiled and motioned for Luo Shi to lie down. Then, he stretched out 2 fingers and picked up a silver needle, moving as fast as lightning. Monica, who was on the side, only saw a blur in front of her eyes, and then a silver needle as thin as a cow's hair was inserted into Rossi's chest. Luo she didn't feel much as he was lying there, but Monica saw it very clearly. Such a long silver needle had actually pierced into his body. The key was that the silver needle was very thin, as if it would break if one wasn't careful. She also didn't see Xia Ruofei use much force, but she was actually able to easily pierce so much. Xia Ruofei's expression was very focused. His hands moved quickly and decisively, and his eyes didn't even blink. In the blink of an eye, the silver needles were inserted into 5 acupoints. Then he used the acupuncture technique of Xingling Sanzhou and gently twisted the silver needles. In fact, it looked a little scary that so many silver needles had been inserted, but Rossi didn't feel much pain. The main reason was that most of the human nerves for pain were distributed to the epidermis. The silver needles were so thin, and Xia Ruofei's technique was neat and tidy. Rossi felt like he had been bitten by a mosquito. But when Xia Ruofei began to use the acupuncture technique, a warm current immediately came from the acupoints and slowly flowed along the meridians. This feeling was like bathing in a hot spring, which made Rossi so comfortable that he almost cried out. He even felt like falling asleep. Xia Ruofei quickly twisted the silver needles and said, "Rossi, you should feel warm now, and the place where the needle is inserted will be a little sore and swollen. This is a normal reaction. Don't be nervous. If you feel any other discomfort, tell me in time." Rossi nodded and said, "I know." After about 30 minutes of acupuncture treatment, Xia Ruofei withdrew the silver needles one by one in a specific order. Monica quickly came forward and wiped Xia Ruofei's forehead with a hot towel. In fact, Xia Ruofei wasn't sweating. She also wanted to express her concern. Xia Ruofei smiled at Monica and said, "It's okay. I'm not tired." Then Xia Ruofei said to Rossi, "Rossi, how do you feel now?" Rossi said, "Mr. Xia, I feel a little warm in my legs, and there seems to be a little itchy below my calf. It's like a lot of ants are crawling." "Mr. Xia, the feeling today is stronger than yesterday." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "The meridians are dredged step by step, and the effect is naturally getting better day by day. You can feel numbness and itchiness, which means that the purpose of this acupuncture has been achieved." "Great!" Rossi said excitedly. Although the itchy feeling wasn't very comfortable, it really made him feel the existence of his legs. Xia Ruofei said, "Next, I'm going to massage the part below your knee. The process may be a little painful, but you have to bear with it. If you really can't help it, it's okay if you cry out. We won't laugh at you." Xia Ruofei said as he rolled up Rossi's trousers. In order to cooperate with the treatment, Rossi specially wore a pair of very loose trousers today, so that it wouldn't be so embarrassing to take off his underwear. Rossi said indifferently, "Mr. Xia, I'm not afraid of pain. What I'm most afraid of is that I can't even feel pain. That's just... ah." Luo she was halfway through his sentence when he couldn't help but shout. Because Xia Ruofei had already begun to massage his calf, a sharp pain made him subconsciously cry out in pain. Monica couldn't help but take a breath. In fact, she saw very clearly that Xia Ruofei didn't seem to be very forceful. He just pressed twice casually. She didn't know why Rossi had such a big reaction. Monica asked worriedly, "Rossi, are you okay?" Rossi gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine. This feeling is great. I haven't felt pain in my legs for many years. It reminds me that my legs are still on my body." When Rossi was speaking, Xia Ruofei didn't stop the massage. He found the acupoints very accurately, and with the stimulation of a small amount of true qi, the pain was actually very strong. However, after Rossi was mentally prepared, he clenched his teeth and didn't cry out. Xia Ruofei said while massaging, "Speak less, so that you can save your strength." Rossi's face was twitching with pain, but he still squeezed out a smile and said, It's okay. I can bear it." In fact, under the stimulation of pain, Rossi's smile looked a little ferocious. Monica was even more worried. At the same time, she was also very distressed to see her brother in so much pain. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei didn't massage for long. After about 10 minutes, he stopped. At this time, Rossi's body was sweating a lot, as if he had been splashed with water. The sheets under his body were wet. He gasped and asked, "Mr. Xia, is it over?" The most painful process is over, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, the next treatment won't hurt. Rossi, your willpower is very strong. I'm more confident in curing your legs. Thank you. Rossi said weakly. He had been enduring the pain and had consumed a lot of his strength. Take a rest first, then we'll start applying the ointment externally, Xiao Ruofei said as he stood up. He first went to the side and took the casserole with the ointment and put it on the stool beside Rossi's bed. Then he took out a new pair of nitrile gloves from his pocket, tore open the packaging, and slowly put them on. Then, Xiao Ruofei directly reached out and grabbed a ball of ointment and applied it on Rossi's legs. He said, after acupuncture and massage, your meridians have been dredged a lot. Now is the time when your qi and blood are running smoothly, so you can better absorb the ointment. As he spoke, he spread the ointment evenly on Rossi's legs. When the ointment touched the skin, Rossi couldn't help but take a breath. The gentle voice in the steel gun said, "Thank you to the Qidian book friends Erlang of the Jing family for 1,500 book coins, Erig, will friendship last forever, and Albus for 100 book coins." Seeing this, Monica couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Rosie, what's wrong? Is it very painful?" Monica had never come into contact with traditional Chinese medicine. The strong smell of medicinal herbs emitted by the ointment was quite pungent to her. Now that she saw Rosie's reaction, she subconsciously thought that the ointment was very irritating and made Rosie feel very painful. Rosie raised his hand and waved it, saying, "No, no. Monica, it doesn't hurt at all. On the contrary, it's simply too comfortable. Compared with the massage just now, it's like heaven and hell." After the ointment came into contact with Rosie's skin, he immediately felt a cooling sensation. Especially after the painful massage just now, this cooling sensation made him feel like he was drinking sweet dew. It was so comfortable that he almost moaned. Xiao Ruofei seriously applied the ointment on Rosie's calf while saying without turning his head, "Monica, I just said that the following treatment process won't hurt. It seems that you don't believe me. This is really sad." Monica said with some embarrassment, "Xia. I didn't mean that. I'm just too concerned about Rosie, but my heart has been hurt. You have to compensate me." Xiao Ruofei said deliberately, "Why don't, okay. I'll listen to you." Monica didn't wait for Xiao Ruofei to finish and hurriedly said. Her brother was right beside her. If this guy said something explicit without thinking, then she really had no place to put her face. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "That's what you said." N. Monica said as she glared at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly. Rosie sensibly kept silent and closed his eyes. Of course, that trace of cooling sensation also made him relax completely. At this time, closing his eyes for a while was simply too comfortable. After Xiao Ruofei finished applying the ointment for Rosie, he stood up and said, "Monica, this ointment is very precious. Don't waste it." After that, he was about to apply the remaining ointment on Monica's body. Monica's beautiful face turned pale. She smiled and stepped back while saying, "I don't want to." Xiao Ruofei sighed and shook his head. "You really don't know what's good for you." After that, he turned around and smeared the ointment on Rossi's body. Rossi was not wearing a shirt, so he smeared the ointment directly on his chest and abdomen, which was very convenient. "Hey. Xia, you're not allowed to bully my brother." Monica pouted. Without waiting for Xiao Ruofei to speak, Rossi quickly said, "It's okay, it's okay. It's very comfortable to rub on your body. Did you hear that?" Xiao Ruofei said proudly. "Rossi is the one who knows best." Monica flattened her nose and said, "As long as you can heal his legs, even if you take some kind of excrement and smear it on his body, he won't have any objections, let alone ointment." "Hey, Monica, you're too disgusting," Rossi shouted in dissatisfaction. Then he laughed and said, "But you're right." At this time, Xiao Ruofei had already used both hands to smear as much ointment as possible on Rossi's body. He wasn't joking with Monica. The petals of the spirit heart flower were evenly mixed in the ointment. Such precious petals naturally couldn't be wasted. Xiao Ruofei took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. Then he said, "Okay, Rossi. Just leave the ointment like this. Wash it off before you go to bed at night. You may have to eat your lunch in bed." "No problem, I'll listen to you," Rossi said readily. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said to Monica, cover the rest of the ointment with plastic wrap and store it in the refrigerator. The ointment he made this time was enough to be used 3 to 4 times. Okay, leave it to me. Monica said, Xia, you've worked hard this morning. Go back and rest for a while. I'll call you for lunch. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then he said goodbye to Rossi and turned to leave the room. Xiao Ruofei's plan was to treat Rossi once a day. The composition of a petal of the spirit heart flower would be divided into 3 to 4 days for Rossi to absorb. Then it would be supplemented with acupuncture, massage, and the efficacy of the ointment itself. In this way, the first stage of the treatment would come to an end. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's storage of the spirit heart flower's petals was relatively abundant. If he directly used several petals and let Rossi take them all at once, there was a high probability that Rossi would be cured. But in this way, it was far from being able to explain his superb medical skills. It was even beyond the scope of human understanding. For the sake of caution, Xiao Ruofei would rather be a little more troublesome. Rossi's situation was relatively serious. According to Xiao Ruofei's inference, after using a whole petal of the spirit heart flower, coupled with his special acupuncture and massage technique, Rossi's leg deformity should be corrected. The nerves in his leg should also be able to recover. But after all, Rossi's leg muscles had atrophied. If he wanted to completely recover and walk normally, he would need follow-up physical therapy. These tasks could be completed by normal medical methods. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's task this time was to solve the problem that the medical experts were helpless to solve. At noon, Monica accompanied Xiao Ruofei to have lunch. Rossi directly stayed in the room and ate his lunch on the bed. In fact, it was quite uncomfortable to lie in bed for the whole day. But Rossi saw the hope of really standing up. This little inconvenience did not bother him at all. Even if he had to lie motionless, he would gladly endure it. Because he could feel a slight chill coming from his legs. The feeling in his legs was getting more and more obvious. It was like a withered tree coming back to life. This made his heart, which had been full of despair, gradually have a chance of survival. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Monica, Monica, I'm going to go out in the afternoon. It's not easy to come to Italy. I want to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Turin. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Monica said without hesitation, okay. I'll go with you. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, you don't have to go out. You have been with me for the past 2 days. You have just taken over the position of the patriarch. There must be a lot of things waiting for you. These 2 days have already delayed a lot of things. It's okay. I can work overtime at night. Monica said. You are in Turin. Of course, I have to be a good tour guide for you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, girls should not stay up late. Besides, you have more important tasks at night. How can you work overtime? Hearing this, Monica couldn't help but chuckle. It's okay. I can work overtime after completing the important tasks. Come on. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Who was the one who became a pile of mud last night? Monica's pretty face suddenly blushed. She couldn't help but cast a coquettish glance at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, okay, you can work in the afternoon. You can take care of Rossi at home. I'll ask Yong and Hua to accompany me. We are all from Huaxia, so we have more in common. Monica thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile and said, that's good too. Okay. Just arrange a car for us. Xiao Ruofei said. By the way, if Rossi has any discomfort, you must contact me immediately. Okay. Monica replied. 10 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz car arranged by Monica slowly drove out of the manor. Xiao Ruofei sat in the back seat. Yong was the driver and Hua, who was relatively talkative, sat in the co-pilot seat. After the car drove out of the manor, Hua turned around and asked respectfully, Mr. Xia, where do you want to go first? Xiao Ruofei said lightly, go to your place first. Isn't your boss here? I'll go and meet him. Got it. Hua said quickly. The car drove into the downtown area of Turin and arrived at the small building of the Turin branch of the Freemasons. Hua had already sent a message to Louis Hai on the way, so Louis Hai had already waited in the yard with LV Jingfeng and some backbones of the Freemasons. Before the car stopped, Louis Hai walked up quickly and opened the back door for Xia Ruofei. "Mr. Xia, nice to meet you," Louis Hai said enthusiastically, "welcome to Turin." Xia Ruofei had a gentle smile on her face as she asked, "Are you a Hai?" Last night, Xia Ruofei had talked with Li Yifu on the phone. He knew that Li Yifu only told the Freemasons to show enough respect to him. He didn't tell Louis Hai that Xia Ruofei and Summer were the same person. Louis Hai gave a start and felt flattered. "Mr. Xia, do you know me?" "Summer told me everything," Xia Ruofei said lightly. "Thank you for your hard work in the Grasso family." "I thank you on behalf of Monica." Since Li Yifu didn't expose him and said, Summer can only be regarded as Mr. Xia Ruofei's subordinate, Xia Ruofei simply carried on with this character setting, which was more reasonable. Sure enough, Louis Hai started to imagine after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, no wonder Mr. Summer spared no effort for the Grasso family. Although he cared about Monica very much, he never showed any intimate relationship with her. It turned out that he did all this under the instruction of Mr. Xia. In fact, Monica was Mr. Xia's woman. In this way, everything could be explained. Louis Hai couldn't help sweating when he thought of this. He actually reported this to Li Yifu and called him a gigolo. If Mr. Xia knew this, but seeing Xia Ruofei's amiable attitude, he knew that Li Yifu probably didn't tell Xia Ruofei, so he felt a bit relieved. Louis Hai calmed himself down and said, "You're welcome. In fact, we, the Hong sect, will benefit more from this. Let's have a win-win situation," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then he looked at LV Jingfeng and said with a gentle smile, "This must be LV Jingfeng, the person in charge of the Turin branch." "Hello, Mr. Xia." LV Jingfeng also hurried to greet him. "Thank you for your hard work." Xia Ruofei nodded and said. After some small talk, Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng invited Xia Ruofei in. They came to the small conference room that Xia Ruofei was familiar with and sat down separately. Xia Ruofei said, "Hi, Jingfeng, I hope that our relationship, including mine and Summer's, will be controlled by ourselves. I don't want Monica to know about this, understand?" "Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret," Louis Hai said. "I've also reminded a Yong and a Hua. They won't leak it out." Louis Hai didn't feel strange. He understood that Xia Ruofei didn't want Monica to know that he had done so much for her. This meant that Xia Ruofei had deep feelings for Monica and didn't want her to feel too much pressure. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "How's the situation in Turin?" Louis Hai said with a smile, "I'll go back to Milan after this. Let Jingfeng report the situation. He has a comprehensive understanding of the situation." After that, Louis Hai gestured to LV Jingfeng. LV Jingfeng immediately said, "Okay, Mr. Xia, the Gehrman family was uprooted overnight. Some other forces in Turin were also shocked. Although the Nigerian mafia took the opportunity to seize some territories, most of them were controlled by us. Now, the most powerful force in Turin City is undoubtedly our Freemason." LV Jingfeng was very excited as he spoke. He took a sip of water and continued, "In the beginning, the police made a lot of moves. It was mainly because we had a lot of trouble that night. Half of Turin City was in chaos, so the police were very nervous. Although everyone in the underworld knows that we were the ones who did it that night, the police didn't have any evidence to directly accuse us, so they only increased the intensity of their patrols. Some cases of street fights and riots were dealt with more seriously. We have already restrained our men in advance, so basically, we weren't affected much." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "That's good. I was worried that the police would take special care of you in Turin. Now we're the most powerful force in Turin and we're Chinese. It's normal that we're taken special care of." LV Jingfeng said carelessly, "It doesn't affect us much." Xia Ruofei said, "Then I'm relieved. Since you've taken over the Gehrman family's territory and assets, I have to remind you." Louis Hai said respectfully at once, "Go ahead. It's the Italian mafia's heartless business. Don't get involved in it." Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Drugs, arms, and sex business, although it's easy to make money, it's beyond the bottom line of human principles. We don't care what other forces do, but the Freemason can't." Li Yifu was one of the big shots in the Freemason. Xiao Ruofei, as Li Yifu's grand-uncle, helped the Freemason to take over the territory in Turin, so he thought it was necessary to remind them. Lui Hai said at once, Mr. Xia, don't worry. The Freemason has strict rules. We won't touch the business you mentioned. You can investigate it as you wish. If you find that our brothers from the Freemason have touched those businesses, you don't need to punish them. Just say the word and I'll chop them up. Lui Hai said with a murderous look. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly, that's good. I'm just reminding you. Even if you want to make a living in the underworld, you should have your own bottom line. By the way, what's the response from the Glory Society? The gentle voice in the steel gun said. Thank you for the 500 book coins, Erlang of the Jing family, Albus and Cold Night Lone Fisherman for the 100 book coins. Lui Hai said, there's no obvious action against us for now. The elder of the Glory Association behind the Gehrman family sent someone to Turin City and checked the Gehrman manor inside and outside. But he didn't say anything and went back to Sicily Island. We still need to be careful of their sudden attack. Xiao Ruofei said, these mafia organizations are cruel and merciless. They will definitely do something after suffering a loss. Mr. Xia, we didn't ask for help from other areas in Turin. This is a gang fight in Turin. The Glory Association won't dare to attack us at the risk of a full-scale conflict. Lui Hai said. A full-scale conflict is not worth the loss for them. They will hurt themselves as well as others. I don't think they will be that crazy. Xiao Ruofei said, but the family they protected was wiped out. They will do something, right? Maybe they don't dare to launch a full-scale attack on the Freemasons, but what if they only assassinate some important figures in the Italian Freemasons? Xiao Ruofei glanced at Lui Hai and LV Jingfeng, saying, for example, you two can't be under heavy protection all the time. You can't stay at home all the time. At that time, they only need a bullet from a sniper rifle. Bang! Lui Hai and LV Jingfeng couldn't help trembling slightly. What Xiao Ruofei said was totally possible. The other backbones of the Freemasons in the conference room also looked at each other. If the Glory Association really wanted to take revenge, they would be the first targets. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's also hard to find evidence for this kind of assassination. At that time, will the Freemasons launch a full-scale attack on the Glory Association at the risk of both sides suffering? What's more, even if the Freemasons gather all their forces and wipe out the Glory Association, what's the point of all this if you're dead? Lui Hai said, Mr. Xia, we've considered this possibility. In fact, since we eradicated the Gehrman family, we've been very careful. We've never gone out alone and always brought many people to protect us. LV Jingfeng also smiled and said, Mr. Xia, we've always lived a life of danger. It's our destiny to die under a sniper rifle. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's good that you're on guard. I'm just afraid that you won't take it seriously and meet the King of Hell. Speaking of which, this is Europe. The King of Hell may not be in charge of this place. You guys probably won't be able to see God. Let's see if you can see Satan. LV Jingfeng, Lui Hai, and the others burst into laughter. Indeed, they did not take life and death too seriously. After all, they were in the underworld. Even without the Gehrman family incident, they had made a lot of enemies over the years. Who knew how many people wanted to tear them into pieces? Wasn't he still alive and well? They just had to be careful. If they really fell into the trap, it was their fate. They could not blame anyone else. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you did this to help me, so I can't do anything. After all, you're all my Ifu's disciples. Xiao Ruofei's words made Lui Hai and the others stare at him. They knew that Mr. Xia had a distinguished status. But when they heard him call Li Yifu's name so naturally, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Li Yifu's status in the Hong sect was very high. Even the boss of the Hong sect respected him very much. He was also one of the bosses of the Hong sect. According to Mr. Xiao's tone, he was at least on the same level as Li Yifu, or even higher than Li Yifu. How could they not be shocked? Xiao Ruofei smiled and looked around at the people in the conference room. Then he took out several jade pendants from his bag and said, come and get them. One for each of you. Everyone has a share. Lui Hai curiously looked at the jade pendants that Xiao Ruofei put on the table. The shape of the jade pendant was very ordinary and the jade used was not the precious emperor green. Its quality was just average. Why did Mr. Xia give us each a jade pendant? Louis Hai muttered in his heart. What are you waiting for? Xia Ruofei said with a smile, come and get it. Do you want me to give it to you one by one? No, no. Louis Hai said quickly. Then he walked to Xia Ruofei first and took a jade pendant, saying, thank you, Mr. Xia. Regardless of whether this jade pendant was valuable or not, Xia Ruofei's status was there. Naturally, he had to thank him from the bottom of his heart. Even if it was just a screw, it was still giving him face. When LV Jingfeng and the others saw this, they followed suit and walked over one by one, each holding a jade pendant. Xia Ruofei smiled and watched everyone take a jade pendant. Then he glanced at the table, saying, yo. One more. That's good. Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei walked to Louis Hai and asked, Hi, do you have a gun? Louis Hai was confused by Xia Ruofei's jumpy thoughts. They had just finished talking about the potential threat of the Glory Society, but he changed the topic without any sign. He gave everyone a jade pendant that didn't look high-end at all and then asked him if he had a gun. There seemed to be no relation between these matters. Louis Hai didn't dare to ask more, saying quickly, yes, do you want to use it? Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. Louis Hai pulled out a pistol from his waist without hesitation. He grabbed the barrel and passed the handle to Xia Ruofei. Then, he reached out and pulled out a silencer from the outside of the holster. He smiled and said, Mr. Xia, if you want to test the gun, I suggest you put this on. Recently, the police in Duling City have been on high alert. The sound of gunshots might cause some trouble. Okay. Xia Ruofei took over the silencer with a smile and slowly twisted it on the muzzle. Xia Ruofei took out the magazine and looked at it before immediately reloading it. Then, he pulled the trigger skillfully and pushed the first bullet into the gun chamber. Louis Hai and the others stared at Xia Ruofei, not knowing what he was up to. At this moment, Xia Ruofei standing beside Louis Hai suddenly raised his gun, aiming at Louis Hai's head. This sudden turn of events shocked LV Jingfeng and the others. Their subconscious reaction was to pull out their guns and point them at Xia Ruofei. Put down your guns. Louis Hai was calm. He glared at LV Jingfeng and the others, saying, how dare you point your guns at Mr. Xia? But LV Jingfeng mumbled a few times and resentfully put down his gun. However, the way he looked at Xia Ruofei was no longer respectful. Instead, there was a trace of killing intent. After all, although Xia Ruofei had a powerful background, he was not the boss of the Hong sect. And now he pointed a gun at his boss' head. How could the hot-blooded LV Jingfeng have a good impression of Xia Ruofei? Xia Ruofei still looked at Louis Hai with a smile, wanting to see his reaction. Louis Hai didn't show any fear when facing the black muzzle. Instead, he said calmly, Mr. Xia, did I offend you? If I did anything wrong or offended you, please tell me. Even if I die, I can't be a muddle-headed ghost. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, you didn't offend me, nor did you do anything wrong. I just want to try this gun. After saying this, Xia Ruofei pulled the trigger without hesitation before Louis Hai could react. Seeing Xia Ruofei's action, Louis Hai's pupils shrank instantly. He felt goosebumps all over his body. At the same time, he was completely disheartened. Louis Hai had no chance to dodge such a close distance and aimed at his head. He didn't even have time to blink his eyes. LV Jingfeng and the others didn't expect Xia Ruofei to shoot directly. They had put down their guns and had no time to react. All this happened in a split second. Time seemed to slow down in this tense moment. Louis Hai even saw the faint flame coming out of the muzzle and the bullet flying towards his forehead. However, when Louis Hai lamented that he was a muddle-headed ghost, a ray of light flashed and the bullet slowed down sharply as if it fell into a swamp. This bullet was like a high-speed drill, constantly moving forward as it spun. After entering the halo, although its speed slowed down, it still persevered and drilled in. However, the halo's resistance was too great. When the bullet drilled out, it had completely lost its speed. Finally, before the bullet touched Louis Hai's forehead, it lost all its kinetic energy and fell on the floor. LV Jingfeng's angry and crazy expression had just appeared on his face when he saw this magical scene. His expression froze at once. So did the other backbones of the Turan branch of the Hong sect, as if they had seen a ghost. Of course, Louis Hai had the most intuitive feeling. He could even see the bullet enlarging in his vision, because the bullet slowed down too much, as if it was in slow motion. From despair to disbelief, Louis Hai's mood was like a roller coaster. He was stupefied. He didn't even feel that the bullet bounced up and hit his feet after falling to the ground. The meeting room was silent. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Xiao Ruofei was the only one who was sober. He chuckled and threw the gun on the table, saying, "This gun has a good performance." Louis Hai came back to his senses, stammering, Mr. Xia, what's going on? Why is the bullet? Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Look at the jade pendant." Louis Hai woke up from his dream and put his hand into his pocket. However, the jade pendant he took out was not the same as before. It had broken into 5 or 6 pieces and lost its luster. Louis Hai was dumbfounded. After a while, he reacted and asked excitedly, "Mr. Xia, this jade pendant can resist gunshots?" Xiao Ruofei smiled, "You saw it. If it's a large caliber sniper rifle shooting from hundreds of meters away, the effect is almost the same. But this thing can only resist 1 shot. You see, it's broken after 1 shot." Xiao Ruofei could create this kind of rudimentary protective matrix in minutes. Of course, the effect would not be as good as the amulets he gave to Xiao Huanhuan and the others. It was basically a one-time use item and was limited to conventional firearms. If he was unlucky enough to encounter a cultivator, this level of protective matrix would not be able to withstand a single blow. Xiao Ruofei decided to meet Louis Hai and the others last night. They had helped him a lot this time. Now that he realized they might be in danger, Xiao Ruofei decided to form a good relationship with them. Louis Hai and the others might be assassinated by the Glory Society in order to help him. Then, Xiao Ruofei would give them 1 more life, ending the karma. Therefore, after Monica fell asleep due to exhaustion last night, Xiao Ruofei came to the washroom and spent a few minutes to cut some pieces of jade from the leftover jade in the space. He made these jade pendants and gave them to Louis Hai and the others today. LV Jingfeng and the others also showed an unbelievable look, taking out the jade pendant at the same time. They had never heard of this kind of treasure, let alone seeing it. However, Li Yifu was a legend in the Hong sect. His father Li Jiuzhou was even more legendary. There were many legends and evidences about Li Jiuzhou being an immortal's disciple. Therefore, LV Jingfeng and the others could accept this phenomenon that couldn't be explained by science. After all, they had heard about Li Jiuzhou's legends and witnessed it with their own eyes today. Louis Hai's mood was more complicated. On the one hand, he felt he had a new lease of life. On the other hand, he wanted to cry. "You can just tell us directly. We will definitely believe you. Why do you have to be so serious?" Now, such a good life-saving weapon, after proving its awesomeness, had completed its historical mission and was completely reduced to a useless piece of rock. Louis Hai saw the jade pendants in LV Jingfeng's hands. He couldn't help wailing in his heart, "Why? Why am I always the one who gets hurt?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help scolding him with a smile, "Hai, look at your useless face. Isn't there another one on the table? It's yours." Louis Hai seemed to come back to life. He rushed over and grabbed the jade pendant, holding it in his hands like a treasure, giggling, "Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Xia. Remember to take it with you. Don't lose it. And, this thing can only protect you once. So, you have to take good care of your safety." Xiao Ruofei said lightly. The gentle voice in the steel gun said, "Thank you Chidian readers. Moonlit Snowy Story, Alblis, Arrogand will friendship last forever for their 100 book coins." "Yes, yes." Louis Hai said hurriedly, "This is our last resort and it's a one-time use. We won't use it unless it's the last resort." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "You can't use it even if you want to. It's triggered passively. Once it works, it means you've had a brush with death." "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Xia." Louis Hai said. LV Jingfeng and others said in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Xia." This gratitude came from the bottom of their hearts. If they respected Xiao Ruofei because of Li Yifu's repeated reminders, it was mostly because of Xiao Ruofei's identity. But now it was totally different. This kind of reverence came from the bottom of their hearts. For people like them who lived on the edge of a knife, this jade pendant was no exaggeration to say that it was their second life. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Xiao Ruofei had given them a new lease of life. Xiao Ruofei glanced at LV Jingfeng with a smile, asking, "Now you won't point your gun at me anymore, right?" LV Jingfeng was ashamed. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he raised his head immediately, saying, "Mr. Xia, Jingfeng didn't know what's good for him and misunderstood your kindness. My brothers are following my orders. It has nothing to do with them. This arm holding the gun is Jingfeng's apology to you." Then, LV Jingfeng gritted his teeth secretly. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and chopped his arm fiercely. Xiao Ruofei narrowed his eyes and exerted a little force on his feet. He was still a few meters away from LV Jingfeng, but his figure flashed and appeared in front of LV Jingfeng in an instant. He stretched out his finger and lightly tapped on LV Jingfeng's arm that was holding the knife. LV Jingfeng suddenly felt half of his body was numb. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground uncontrollably. Just now, LV Jingfeng was very determined. Although Lui Hai and the others were close at hand, none of them reacted. When they came back to their senses, Xiao Ruofei had come to LV Jingfeng's side from a few meters away. Then, they saw the dagger falling on the ground. Lui Hai's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Xiao Ruofei stop LV Jingfeng, he let out a sigh of relief. If LV Jingfeng really chopped off his arm, they would have nothing to say. They would even take it as a matter of course. However, LV Jingfeng was Lui Hai's cousin after all. Lui Hai couldn't stop LV Jingfeng from doing what he did. But as a brother, Lui Hai didn't want LV Jingfeng to be disabled. And Xiao Ruofei intervening was naturally the best outcome. Besides being relieved, Lui Hai was also shocked by Xiao Ruofei's strength. This kind of instantaneous speed almost exceeded the limit of humans' ability. Moreover, Lui Hai felt that he saw Xia Tian, who killed more than a dozen core members of the Gehrman clan, like a ghost a few days ago. Xiao Ruofei's face darkened, saying, "I hate people like you the most. You cut off hands and feet. Is it fun to make a bloody mess? What do I need your arm for? Roast it? Will the fishy smell be lighter if I add some cumin?" Lui Hai and the others didn't dare to make a sound. LV Jingfeng also stammered, "Mr. Xia, what?" Xiao Ruofei said, "You were concerned about Hai's safety, so you unconsciously took out your gun to protect him. What's wrong with that? You didn't know I was demonstrating the function of the jade pendant to you. Haven't you heard of the saying, the ignorant are not guilty?" "I see." LV Jingfeng said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia, for your magnanimity. Use your brain when you do things. Don't cut yourself for fun. How much meat do you have? How many times do you need to cut yourself?" Xiao Ruofei said. "Yes." LV Jingfeng lowered his head and said. Though Xiao Ruofei's words were not polite and his tone was heavy, LV Jingfeng felt warm in his heart. Lui Hai was also moved. "Mr. Xia, thank you. Jingfeng is impulsive. Thank you for your magnanimity." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Hai, you should feel gratified to have a brother like Jingfeng." "Yes, yes, yes," Lui Hai said. Xiao Ruofei looked around and said seriously, "I want to emphasize one thing. What you saw in this conference room today, including the jade pendant, must be buried in your heart after you leave here. Except for your adopted husband, you can't even tell the closest people to you. Do you understand?" Xiao Ruofei used his spiritual power when he said these words. He was very proficient in using spiritual power to hypnotize people. Lui Hai and the others were ordinary people without any cultivation. Plus, Xiao Ruofei's superb means had left a deep impression on them, so they were all affected by the spiritual power at once. Of course, they didn't notice it themselves. They only felt that Xiao Ruofei's words were full of pressure and awe from the bottom of their hearts. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's order had been deeply imprinted in their subconsciousness. Every time they thought of what happened today, they would involuntarily think of this scene. Even when they were drunk or tortured, or used some special drugs, their subconsciousness would ask them to keep this secret. Understood? Louis Hai answered seriously, Mr. Xia, don't worry. We'll keep the jade pendant a secret. If anyone dares to leak it out, I'll be the first one to clean up the family. Xiao Ruofei dispersed his pressure and revealed a smile, of course I believe you. I'm just reminding you. Until then, Louis Hai and others felt relaxed. They found that their backs were soaked with cold sweat unconsciously. They were shocked. How could a person's coercion be so strong? Xiao Ruofei laughed. Well, it's done. It's my first time in Turin. Who's going to accompany me? Louis Hai said at once, Mr. Xia, I'm free in Turin. I'll go with you. Okay. Then I'll follow your arrangement. Xiao Ruofei said, I'll go back to the Grasso family tonight. Don't look for me if there's nothing important. If there's something urgent, you can ask Hua to pass the message. Understood. Louis Hai said. Then he turned his head and said, Xingfeng, arrange a car. Okay. In the afternoon, Louis Hai took Xiao Ruofei to tour around Turin. It didn't take a long time. They just took a cursory look. LV Xingfeng wanted to arrange someone to protect Louis Hai, but Louis Hai refused. He thought it was very safe to stay with Xiao Ruofei. Even if the Glorious Society wanted to assassinate him, they wouldn't succeed. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had been using his mental strength to stay alert. Not only did he have to pay attention to his safety, but he also had to pay attention to whether or not someone was spying on him. After all, he had come out with his original identity. If he was targeted by the Glorious Society, there might be some trouble. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't find anything unusual in the afternoon. He didn't know whether the Glorious Society was willing to accept this loss or they had other plans. Later, Xiao Ruofei thought there was another possibility. After the German family was destroyed, the Glorious Society's power in Turin City had been weakened by more than half. It wasn't easy for them to harm the Freemason sect here. Therefore, Louis Hai might be in more danger after he returned to Milan than he was in Turin. Xiao Ruofei also told Louis Hai about her guess, reminding him to be careful. After getting the jade pendant, Louis Hai became more confident. He just said that he would pay more attention to it. Louis Hai treated Xiao Ruofei to a good Western restaurant in Turin. Then he sent a car to send Xiao Ruofei back to the manor of the Grasso family. Because Xiao Ruofei didn't want Monica to know the relationship between him and the Freemason sect, Louis Hai didn't send Xiao Ruofei back personally. After returning to the small manor of the Grasso family, Xiao Ruofei went directly to Rossi's room. Monica was chatting with Rossi in the room. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, they both greeted Xiao Ruofei happily. Monica said, Xia. Rossi is feeling much better today. Your treatment plan is very effective. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and sat down on the stool beside Rosie's bed. That's good. Rosie, the medicinal properties of this ointment have been absorbed. You can wash it off before you sleep. Okay, Mr. Xia. Rossi said excitedly. Then he asked, Mr. Xia, when can I walk? Xiao Ruofei said gently, Luoshi, there's a saying in Huaxia. You have to eat one bite at a time. Your leg has been ill for so many years. We can't be impatient in the treatment. I understand. I'm not urging you. Rossi said hurriedly, it's just that I haven't walked for so long. I'm looking forward to it. Can you give me an approximate time? Xiao Ruofei smiled, Rossi, the first stage of treatment will take 3 to 4 days. Of course, it's only the first step. After this stage of treatment, it's expected that your leg deformity will be corrected and your leg nerves will be recovered. Then you'll need to go through long-term rehabilitation training to gradually recover the atrophied muscles. At the same time, you'll need some time to overcome your psychological obstacles before you can walk. Oh, I see. Rossi said. Xiao Ruofei could see that Rossi was a little disappointed, so he said with a smile, Rossi, I can tell you clearly that the most important thing is these 3 to 4 days. If the treatment can achieve the expected effect, it means that all the difficulties have been overcome. Then you'll be fully recovered. It's just a matter of time. I'm very confident that in the future, not only will you be able to walk, but you'll also be able to walk and run freely. You'll be a completely healthy person. After hearing this, Rossi's heart was ignited with a fiery belief. In fact, he had completely believed in Xia Ruofei's medical skills, but his leg injury was too serious. He had no confidence in how much he could recover. Today, when he heard Xia Ruofei tell him that he would be able to fully recover one day, the joy in his heart was difficult to suppress. Xia Ruofei stood up with a smile and said, "Well, what you have to do is to fully cooperate with my treatment. You don't have to think about anything else. If there's nothing else, you should rest early. I should go back to my room to sleep." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Xia," Rossi said. Before Xia Ruofei left, he winked at Monica with his back to Rossi. Monica naturally understood and nodded slightly. After Xia Ruofei left Rossi's room, Monica casually found an excuse to get up and leave. Rossi looked at Monica's hurried back and disappeared at the door. He couldn't help but say to himself, "She's going to review documents at this time? This excuse is too clumsy. I'm not a child. But, it seems to be a good thing for Mr. Xia to be my brother-in-law?" After that, Rossi pressed the call bell at the head of the bed and called, "Anna. Come and help me wash the ointment. I'm going to sleep." Upstairs, in the guest room where Xia Ruofei lived, naturally, it was soon filled with a strong sense of spring. For the next 3 days, Xia Ruofei treated Rossi once a day. He still used a combination of acupuncture, massage, and external ointment. Every time he was massaged, Rossi would be in pain and sweating. The more time passed, the better Rossi's leg recovered, and the more sensitive his pain nerves became, so each treatment was more painful than the last. But Rossi gritted his teeth and endured it every time. Except for the first time when he wasn't mentally prepared, he didn't even groan for the rest of the times. Xia Ruofei chose this treatment method. On the one hand, it was really helpful for the recovery of the nerves in Rossi's legs, and on the other hand, he wanted to exercise Rossi's willpower. It turned out that Rossi's willpower was indeed very tough. On the last day, Xia Ruofei applied the rest of the ointment to Rossi's calf. Then he said with a smile, "Today is the last treatment, Monica. You can ask the physiotherapist to come over tomorrow and give Rossi a comprehensive examination first, and then work out a recovery plan. I'm not as good as those professional physiotherapists in this regard, so I'll leave it to them." Monica nodded and said, "Okay." Xia Ruofei glanced at Rossi's legs, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. A few days ago, Rossi's legs were seriously deformed, forming an ugly O shape. But after a few days of treatment, aside from muscle atrophy that made his legs look thinner than normal, there was basically no deformity. Xia Ruofei also used a spiritual force to check and found that the nerves in Rossi's legs had all recovered. It could be said that the treatment was very successful. What was even more commendable was that this treatment was not completely dependent on the petals of the spirit heart flower. Xia Ruofei was very clear that if it were only a single petal of the spirit heart flower, it would be impossible for Rossi's legs to recover to this extent given the severity of his condition. It could be said that his acupuncture, massage, as well as the soothing tendon and bone strengthening ointment itself played a pivotal role in this treatment. Rossi felt as if he was experiencing a beautiful dream these days. He could feel his condition getting better every day, and this feeling was really wonderful. His admiration for Xia Ruofei also increased with each passing day. Therefore, Rossi couldn't help but say, "Mr. Xia, I still hope that you can carry out rehabilitation training for me. I only believe in your medical skills now." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Thank you very much for your trust. But, Rossi, there are specializations in the field. In terms of muscle recovery training, those professional rehabilitation trainers can definitely do a better job than me. You can recover faster if you train with them. Do you understand?" Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but add, "This is also one of my medical advice. Do you remember it?" Rossi nodded and said, "Okay. I'll listen to you." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Well, after connecting with the rehabilitation trainers, I'm going to return to Huaxia. Rossi, I'll be waiting for your good news in Huaxia. You're also welcome to visit Huaxia at any time after you recover." Steel Gun said gently, "I wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Thank you to the Qidian book friends Albliss, Moonlit Snowy Tale, and Will Friendship Last Forever for their 100 book coins. Thank you to the Genesis book friend Northwest Man for his 100 book coins." When Monica and Rossi heard this, they both let out an "ah" sound at the same time. They both felt that it was very sudden. Especially Monica, who had just been together with Xiao Ruofei for a few days, and the two of them were almost absurd every night. When she suddenly heard that Xiao Ruofei was going back to China, she immediately felt a strong sense of reluctance. She said, "Xia, why are you suddenly going back?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I've been out for a long time this time. I still have a company in Huaxia. I can't always leave it alone." "You've only been in Turin for a few days," Rossi said in surprise. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Indeed, he had only been in Turin for 4 days, but in fact, he had also made a trip to Italy with his identity. It had been more than half a month since he had come out. Xiao Ruofei's head spun quickly and said, "Oh. I had been on a business trip for a few days before I came here. After seeing Monica's email, I came directly to Italy. I haven't been back to the company for almost a month." "So that's how it is," Rossi said. Then they couldn't keep him any longer. After all, his business was very important. Hearing this, Monica's heart was filled with warmth. Xiao Ruofei didn't reply to her email before because he didn't see it. But the moment he saw the email, even if he was on a business trip, he immediately rushed to Italy. This showed that Xiao Ruofei cared about her very much. Xiao Ruofei looked at Monica, then said to Rossi, "Rossi, you should rest well first. When your leg is fully recovered, won't it be easy to go anywhere you want? I welcome you to Huaxia to play with me at any time." "It's a deal," Rossi said with a bright smile. "It's a deal," Xiao Ruofei said, then turned to Monica and said, "Monica, come out with me for a moment. I have something to talk to you about." "Oh. All right." Monica was a little absent-minded after hearing that Xiao Ruofei was going back to China. The two of them left Rossi's room one after the other. Xiao Ruofei said to Monica, "I'm sorry. I can't accompany you for a few more days this time." Monica smiled and said, "It's okay. You've already done a lot for me. Xia, I've just taken over the family matters recently, so I might be a little busy. After I straighten everything out, I'll go to Huaxia to see you when I have time." Xiao Ruofei, Xiao Ruofei, Xiao Ruofei. Seeing the reluctance in Monica's eyes, Xiao Ruofei, Xiao Ruofei, Xiao Ruofei, Xiao Ruofei, Xiao Ruofei, Xiao Ruofei, Xiao Ruofei. Seeing this, Monica quickly said, "Xia, I know you have a girlfriend in Huaxia. Don't worry, I won't destroy your relationship, but I also hope you won't leave me. I just want to occupy a little space in your heart." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel pity for Monica. He quickly put his arm around Monica's shoulder and said softly, "You misunderstood. I don't mean that I don't welcome you to Huaxia. I just suddenly thought of something else. Monica, if you want to go to Huaxia, I'll welcome you at any time. Just let me know in advance, and I'll send a plane to pick you up." Monica smiled and said, "Don't bother. When I'm free, I'll buy a plane ticket and fly over." Then, Monica asked, "Xia, when are you going to return to China?" Although Xiao Ruofei knew that Monica wanted him to stay for a few more days, he also knew that even if he stayed in Turin for a few more days, he would still have to go back eventually. Parting was inevitable. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "The initial plan is to leave after I meet with the therapist tomorrow. The latest would be the morning of the day after tomorrow. This depends on how my flight crew applies for the flight route. In other words, we have 40 hours at most," Monica said. Then, she glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Let's go, take me to my room." "Huh?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned. "I have to cherish every minute and every second with you." Monica breathed in Xiao Ruofei's ear and said, "Also, I hope that you can remember every inch of my skin, every breath." Her languid voice and deadly seductive eyes made Xiao Ruofei's heart burn with passion. Without another word, he pulled Monica and went straight to his room. The next day, Xiao Ruofei and Monica accompanied Rossi to a very famous rehabilitation center in Turin. Monica had arranged everything in advance. In fact, Rossi had also received treatment in this rehabilitation center over the years, but his condition was very bad at that time. Rehabilitation training could only slow down muscle atrophy, but it could do nothing for his leg disease. Therefore, after seeing Rossi's current situation, Rossi's former attending doctor was shocked speechless. Regarding Luo Shi's treatment, Monica also followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and did not reveal anything. Rossi underwent a comprehensive examination in the rehabilitation center, and his condition was quite optimistic. His originally deformed leg bones had now been completely corrected. Most importantly, the necrotic nerves in his leg were like withered trees in spring, and all of them had regained their vitality. Muscle atrophy could be recovered through gradual training, and Rossi might still have some psychological barriers after not walking for so many years. But with modern medical conditions, these were not insurmountable problems. Psychological barriers could also be gradually recovered through effective intervention by a psychiatrist. It could be said that it was only a matter of time before Rossi's legs fully recovered. All of this was just as Xia Ruofei said to Rossi. It was safe. Seeing the long report issued by the rehabilitation center, Rossi's eyes were filled with tears, and the excitement in his heart was indescribable. Although he could feel that his legs were recovering at a very fast speed these days, and there were pleasant changes every day, as a person who grew up in Europe, Rossi subconsciously believed in the intuitive data of Western medicine tests more. Now, the test report showed that the recovery of his legs was better than expected, which was tantamount to a reassuring pill. The big stone in his heart was finally lifted. For Rossi's current situation, the rehabilitation center came up with a very scientific recovery plan. Now that Monica was in control of the Grasso family, there were naturally no financial difficulties, so she simply hired an experienced physiotherapist to go to the manor of the Grasso family every day to conduct rehabilitation training for Rossi. The equipment needed for rehabilitation training was not complicated, and they could just buy a set and put it at home. This way, Rossi did not need to go to the rehabilitation center every day. He could train at home and go to the rehabilitation center regularly for a comprehensive examination. Then, according to the recovery situation, the training program would be constantly adjusted. Of course, this was also strongly recommended by Xia Ruofei. In addition to convenience, he also considered the issue of safety. Although the destruction of the Gehrman family was caused by the Freien sect and had nothing to do with the Grasso family, if they really investigated carefully, there would still be some clues pointing to Monica. Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that the Glorious Society would not be crazy enough to target the Grasso family, or even Monica. Therefore, it was better for Rossi to reduce the number of times he went out as much as possible. In addition, Xia Ruofei also specially ordered LV Jingfeng to further strengthen the protection of the Grasso family. In addition to Ah Yong and Ah Hua who were stationed here for a long time, they also needed to arrange people to protect them secretly. When Monica went out, the brothers of the Freien sect who were responsible for protecting her had to be more alert and not make any mistakes. After arranging the follow-up treatment for Rossi, Xia Ruofei took the Gulfstream G650 business plane and left Turin in the afternoon local time. Of course, before they bid farewell, Xia Ruofei had prepared a jade pendant for each of Monica and Luo Shi. She had also repeatedly instructed them to wear it on their bodies at all times and not let it leave their bodies at all times. Even Louis Hai and LV Jingfeng received protective jade pendants from Xia Ruofei, so his own wife and brother-in-law should also receive some. Moreover, these two jade pendants were more advanced than Louis Hai's. Xia Ruofei chose a higher quality jade material and embedded a miniature spirit-gathering array in the protective formation, which was mainly used to replenish the energy of the protective formation. In this way, these two jade pendants were not disposable. According to Xia Ruofei's estimation, they could resist at least 3 or 4 attacks from conventional hot weapons. Only in this way, Xia Ruofei could leave Turin without worries. Xia Ruofei still felt uncertain about the Glorious Society. But they didn't take any actions for the time being, so Xia Ruofei could only observe first. He asked Louis Hai to pay close attention to the Glorious Society and inform him immediately if there was any movement. If the Glorious Society really had bad intentions towards the Freien sect or even the Grasso family, then he must nip the thread in the bud, even if he had to start a massacre again. This time, Xia Ruofei flew directly to the Three Mountains. Anyway, it was a private plane with a flexible route. The main reason was that he had met his brothers in the capital a few days ago, so he couldn't help with the details of the club. In addition, Song Wei didn't return to the capital, so it was meaningless for him to go there. After more than 10 hours of flight, the Gulfstream business jet landed smoothly on the runway of the Three Mountains International Airport. Xiao Ruofei took off from Turin at 3:00 p.m. local time. Because of the 7-hour time difference between Huaxia and Italy, it was already 8:00 a.m. when the plane landed. In fact, it was dark outside the porthole most of the time during the flight. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly went to sleep in the separate bedroom after eating something. He didn't wake up until the stewardess knocked on the door to remind him that the plane was about to land. During the takeoff and landing, passengers should sit in their seats and fasten their seat belts. This was also for the sake of safety. Even private planes were no exception. After Xiao Ruofei washed up briefly, he returned to his seat. After about half an hour, the plane landed smoothly. After Xiao Ruofei asked the crew to deal with the follow-up work, they rested in the Three Mountains. He dragged a simple suitcase out of the business terminal. Yi Linyun, who received the notice in advance, drove Xiao Ruofei's Night 15 to the airport to pick him up. Taoyuan Farm was very close to the airport. On the way, Xiao Ruofei briefly asked about the company's recent situation. Then, the two chatted for a while. The car had already entered the farm gate. After the company's headquarters moved to the city center, the farm was much quieter, but it also seemed more leisurely. Of course, the expansion project of the farm and the pharmaceutical factory project had already begun. Before Xiao Ruofei entered the door, he saw the construction site in full swing in the distance. However, there was still some distance from here, so there wasn't too much noise in the farm. Xiao Ruofei asked Yi Linyun to send him directly to the small villa. When Little Black and the rest saw Xiao Ruofei, who hadn't appeared for many days, they ran up happily. Some licked Xiao Ruofei's shoes with their tongues, some gently pulled on his trousers, and a few couldn't squeeze in, so they wagged their tails at Xiao Ruofei. They looked very intimate. When Xiao Ruofei wasn't at home, Yi Linyun would arrange for someone to come over and prepare food for Little Black and the rest. She would also regularly maintain the villa's hygiene. Xiao Ruofei asked Yi Linyun to bring the luggage into the villa. He smiled and squatted down to play with Little Black and the rest for a while. After Yi Linyun put Xiao Ruofei's luggage away, she said goodbye. After Xiao Ruofei returned to the villa, he first went upstairs to take a shower in the master bedroom. Then, he took out his phone and called some of his close friends. The first call was naturally to Monica. The two of them had just parted, so he had to report that he was safe when he returned home. Monica had many of the advantages of Eastern and Western women. She was very loyal to Xiao Ruofei, but she wasn't clingy. She wasn't like some girls in China who were weak in front of their boyfriends. The two of them chatted for a while on the phone, then said goodbye to each other. Then, Xiao Ruofei called Zhao Yongjun in Beijing. This time, he directly flew from Turin to the Three Mountains and didn't stop in Beijing. It was reasonable for him to inform Zhao Yongjun. As for Feng Jing, Xiao Ruofei naturally had to inform her as well. Of course, he didn't talk to Feng Jing for too long on the phone. He would go to the company tomorrow for work matters. If there was anything, he could report it to the company. It didn't matter if he had one more day. If there was really something urgent, he would have already reported it. Finally, Xiao Ruofei called Ling Qingxue. Hello? Ling Qingshue's lazy voice came from the receiver. Xiao Ruofei subconsciously raised his hand to look at his watch, then said, Qingxue, are you still sleeping? It's already 9:00 in the morning. Don't you have to go to work today? Ling Qingxue said lazily, I finished a bid document yesterday and didn't go to the company until 2:00 in the morning. I don't want to go to the company in the morning. Ruofei, why are you calling me now? It should still be early in the morning in Italy, right? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I'm back in China. I'm at Taoyuan Farm now. The gentle voice in the steel gun said, thank you to the Audiobook friends Albus and will friendship last forever for your 100 book coins. Ah? Ling Qingxue suddenly woke up. She sat up from the bed and said, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming back? I could have picked you up at the airport. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, the farm is right next to the airport. There was no need for you to make a trip from the city. I didn't want you to work too hard, so I told you when I got home. Then Xiao Ruofei said, let's not talk about me. Why did you prepare the bidding documents? You went to bed at 2 o'clock. Do you want to die? Xianxia said, sometimes. The company is expanding recently, so it's normal to have more things to do. Ruofei, my dad is looking for a professional management team. I'll be able to relax slowly in the future. Anyway, try not to stay up late if you can, Ruofei said. Oh yeah, how's your cultivation going while I'm not at home? Xianxia said gloomily, Ruofei, am I stupid? When I'm cultivating alone, there's basically no progress. I've been working very hard, but... Silly girl, didn't I tell you before? The questioning heart sutra of Genesis is tailor-made for joint cultivation. If you cultivate alone, it's not even as good as some rubbish cultivation methods. Ruofei said, so, it's normal that you don't make much progress. Don't think too much. I know you said that. Xianxia said, but you also told me that I have to practice every day. That's to let you familiarize yourself with the cultivation method and maintain your sense of qi. Ruofei said with a smile, besides, if you don't practice every day, it's not just a matter of not making much progress, it's very likely that you'll regress a lot. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. You can't slack off for even a moment. I know. I'll work very hard. Xianxia said, now that you're back, we can practice together. Okay. Ruofei said with a smile, I've been on the plane for more than 10 hours today, so I'll take a break first. I'll go to the company tomorrow. Let's have lunch together at noon. If there's nothing else in the afternoon, we can practice together. Ruofei, of course, also hoped that Xianxia's cultivation would improve as soon as possible. It would be best if she could practice at a deeper level as soon as possible. Xiaoyu didn't know how to talk to Xianxia about Songwei when her cultivation reached that level. 2. Xianxia. Ling okay. Xianxia said happily. You can have a good rest at the farm today. Tomorrow. Wife, I'm hanging up. Ruofei said with a smile. After making the call, Ruofei got up and went to lock the doors and windows. Then, he took out the spirit map scroll and prepared to patrol the space. Just then, the phone he had just put down rang again. Ruofei held the spiritual map scroll in one hand and waved his other hand. The phone on the bedside table slowly floated into his hand. Ruofei looked at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number. Most of the time, this kind of number was used for scams, sales, and other harassment calls. However, Ruofei looked at the number and saw that it wasn't marked by any other user. He hesitated for a while and picked it up. Hello? Ruofei said calmly. Is this Mr. Ruofei? A very young voice came from the phone. Xiaoyu seemed to have heard it. Somewhere before. I am. Who is this? Ruofei asked. Hello, Mr. Xia. The young man said enthusiastically. I'm Xiao Liao from Azimu. Ruofei paused for a moment, then immediately remembered that this Xiao Liao was the salesman of Azimu's yacht, Liao Bo. He immediately smiled and said, oh, it's Manager Liao. You're calling because you have some good news for me, right? Mr. Xia, you're really good at foretelling things. Liao Bo said with a smile. I'm informing you today that the yacht you ordered has arrived at the port. When do you think it's convenient for you to make the delivery? Ruofei's eyes lit up. He asked, oh? Where is the yacht now? It's already docked at the Sanshan Yacht Pier, Liao Bo said. Our company also has an office near the yacht pier. I can send you the exact location via WeChat. When do you think it's convenient? Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, there's no time like the present, let's do it today. Manager Liao, add me on WeChat. It's this phone number. Just send me the location. Okay. Liao Bo said happily. Please bring the agreement you signed when you ordered the yacht, your personal ID, and the prepayment receipt. Also, the final payment is 1.85 million yuan. Please prepare it in advance. No problem. Ruofei said straightforwardly. After ordering the yacht, Ruofei put all the relevant information in a file bag and threw it directly into the cave in the Ring 2 space. Under the rules of the Ring 2 space, only Xiao Ruofei, the owner of the space, could enter the cave. It was very safe to put the yacht in the space, and it was even safer to put it in the cave. There was no need to worry about it being accidentally destroyed by the Ring 2 space residents like the wasps or the white raccoons. As for the final payment, it was even less of a problem for Xiao Ruofei now. Not to mention the wealth that Xiao Ruofei had accumulated before, just the last trip to Italy alone had earned him 270 million euros. 185 million Huaxia dollars was not even a fraction of this sum. Not long after Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he received a friend request on WeChat. It said, "Hello, Mr. Xia, I'm Liao." Xiao Ruofei clicked accept and blocked his WeChat moments at the same time. Generally, unless it was a good friend in real life, Xiao Ruofei would not let his friends see his WeChat moments. He was still not used to showing his privacy, so it was a bit of a coincidence that he became a popular person on the internet, who was envied by some celebrities. Liaobo quickly sent Xiao Ruofei an address and wrote, "Mr. Xia, I'll be waiting for you at the office." Xiao Ruofei looked at the address and estimated it in his mind. He replied, "I'll be there in half an hour." Then, Xiao Ruofei put the Ring 2 space back into his body, picked up his handbag, and stuffed his phone into it. Then, he walked briskly downstairs. The Long Voyage Yacht Pier was located by the sea in the estuary district of Sanshan City. It was basically located between Chongping County and the city, but it was a provincial road from Taoyuan Farm. It was not like going back to the city, where one could take the airport highway and then connect to the city highway. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei estimated that it would take half an hour. Xiao Ruofei greeted Little Hay and the others in the courtyard of the villa. Then, he boarded the Night 15 off-road vehicle. With the roar of the engine, the car left the farm and headed in the direction of the estuary district. 20 minutes later, Xiao Ruofei arrived at the Long Voyage Yacht Pier according to the navigation on WeChat. From afar, he saw Liao Bo, who was in a suit, waiting at the entrance. Xiao Ruofei drove the car near Liao Bo and pressed the horn. Then, he poked his head out and shouted, "Manager Liao." Liao Bo turned around and quickly ran over. He smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, you're quite fast. The yacht that I've been waiting for so long has finally arrived." "Of course, I had to rush over," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Liao Bo explained awkwardly, "Mr. Xia, I'm so sorry. The yachts only started production after the order was placed. Originally, it was expected to be delivered within 2 months, but there were 2 delays at the factory. In addition, there was a small incident during the transportation process, which caused the delay." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. Good food is not afraid of being late. Manager Liao, let's talk in the car." "Okay." Liao Bo excitedly ran to the passenger seat and opened the door to climb in. He sat in the passenger seat of the Night 15 off-road vehicle and said enviously, "Mr. Xia, your car is so cool. From the outside, it looks as cool as an armored car. And the chassis is so high, and the view is so wide." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "No matter how cool it is, it's not as valuable as your yacht." In fact, Xiao Ruofei was being modest. At least his Night 15 was much more expensive than the Azimuth Atlantis 34 yacht he ordered. Liao Bo gave the directions in the car, and Xiao Ruofei quickly drove the car to a 3-story building next to the dock. "We're here, Mr. Xia," Liao Bo said. Xiao Ruofei looked at Liao Bo and asked, "Why did we come to your office first? Shouldn't I check out the yacht first?" Liao Bo smiled and said, "Don't worry, we'll definitely check it out before delivery. But boarding the yacht requires registration, so we'll have to trouble you." "I see. Let's go then." Xiao Ruofei opened the door and jumped out of the car. He followed Liao Bo into the lobby on the first floor. Liao Bo greeted as soon as he entered, "Manager Qin, my client is here." A beautiful woman in a business suit walked over with a smile on her face. She reached out her hand to Xiao Ruofei from afar and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia. Welcome, welcome. I'm the manager of this office, Qin Lan." "Hello, Manager Qin." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Nice to meet you." Liao Bo went to do the paperwork. "Please take a seat. You'll see your yacht soon," Qin Lan said. Xiao Ruofei sat on the sofa in the lobby, and Qin Lan accompanied him and chatted with him personally. Xiao Ruofei found that Manager Qin was very talkative and knew the art of conversation. She made people feel close to her unconsciously. After a while, Liao Bo ran over with a few pieces of paper and said, "Mr. Xia, there are a few places here that need your autograph. In addition, I need a copy of your ID card. Can I trouble you to give me your ID card?" "Oh, I have a ready-made one here," Xiao Ruofei said. After that, Xiao Ruofei took out a file bag from his bag, took out a copy of his ID card, and handed it to Liao Bo. "That's great, I don't have to make a copy," Liao Bo said happily. Xiao Ruofei picked up the pieces of paper that needed his autograph and looked at them carefully. They were mainly disclaimers and the like. Because Xiao Ruofei was going to see the yacht, he definitely had to get on the yacht, and it was very likely that he would ask to go out for a walk. If anything happened during that time, the company would be responsible. Xiao Ruofei saw that there were no problems, so he picked up the signature pen and signed his name. At the same time, he carefully wrote the words for yacht-related procedures on the ID card photocopier and stamped it on the copy of his ID card to prevent his ID card copy from being used for other illegal activities. Although it was very unlikely that such a big company would sell customer information, Xiao Ruofei was used to preparing for a rainy day. Liao Bo put away the documents and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, please wait a moment. I'll hand in these documents, and we can go to the dock." Soon, Liao Bo came back with a man in his 30s. He had dark skin, and it was obvious that he often went outdoors. Liao Bo introduced him, "Mr. Xia, this is Louis, an employee of our yacht club. He has a yacht driving license. You can take the yacht around here later." "Xia." Ruofei got up and said, "Then let's go." "Manager Qin, I'll go to the dock first." "Okay. Okay." Qin Lan quickly got up and said. At this stage, yachts were still a luxury that very few people could afford. Although Xiao Ruofei only bought a 10-meter small yacht, it was obvious that he was young and rich. Such a big customer naturally had to be made friends with. Cars were not allowed to drive directly to the yacht dock, so Liao Bo asked for an electric car. The three of them took the electric car and drove to the yacht dock not far away. After a short while, Xiao Ruofei and the others arrived at the dock. The long voyage yacht pier seemed to be quite large. There were at least a few dozen berths for yachts, but most of them were empty. Xiao Ruofei saw the yacht, Azimuth Atlantis 34, quietly docked at berth 16, rising and falling slightly with the waves. The yacht looked even more beautiful than in the brochure. Under the blue sea and blue sky, there was an eye-catching red decorative belt on both sides of the white hull, which looked like red lightning. The streamlined body of the boat gave off a sense of athletic beauty at first glance. The electric car stopped next to the berth. Liao Bo jumped out and said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, this is your yacht." Xiao Ruofei and Louis also got out of the car. The staff had already put down the board. Liao Bo came to the board and gestured to Xiao Ruofei, saying, "Mr. Xia, this way please." Xiao Ruofei smiled, walked over the board in 2 steps, and came to the deck of the yacht. Liao Bo and Louis also got on the yacht. Liao Bo said, "Mr. Xia, I'll show you around first, and then we'll have a test drive. What do you think?" Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Xiao Ruofei smiled as he admired the new yacht. "No problem. I'll follow your arrangements." "Okay, Mr. Xia. We're actually at the launch platform of the yacht," Liao Bo said. Liao Bo immediately introduced, "This is a sports yacht. Although the size is relatively small in the entire series, its power is very strong." Liao Bo was obviously very familiar with the business, and he had some data at his fingertips. He led Xiao Ruofei around as he introduced the yacht. Soon, Xiao Ruofei had a deeper understanding of the yacht. The design of the yacht was very advanced, and it looked very high-tech. There was a large soft roof in front of the driver's seat, where one could enjoy 360 degrees of sunlight. On the lower floor, there was a lounge area with a circle of soft sofas and a separate large bedroom. Although the yacht was small, the layout was very reasonable. Every inch of space was used, and it didn't feel crowded at all. It only felt luxurious and comfortable. After Liao Bo showed Xiao Ruofei around and got Xiao Ruofei's permission, the driver, Louis, started the yacht. With the sound of the engine, the yacht slowly started and headed for the open sea. This model of yacht had very good sports performance. When it sped up, the salty sea breeze blew in their faces, and the endless sea made them feel relaxed and happy. Xiao sat next to the driver's seat for a while, and then went down to the launch platform at the rear of the yacht. From there, he could see the snow-white splashes of the yacht, forming a white trail behind the yacht. If it were summer, Xiao would definitely be unable to resist the urge to go for a swim in the water. Although he would definitely have no problem going into the water no matter the temperature, Liao Bo and Louis would think it was very strange. Therefore, Xiao resisted the urge to go into the sea. After all, after this yacht was handed over, he would still use it in the space. By then, he would have the entire sea to himself, and it wouldn't be a problem to swim as much as he wanted. Louis drove the yacht to the calm open sea. After stopping and dropping the anchor, the yacht swayed gently with the waves. Liao Bo began to introduce the entertainment facilities on the yacht to Xiao. In fact, many people who owned yachts pursued a slow life. There were only a few who drove their yachts like speedboats. They could choose a quiet harbor where they could fish, swim, or lie on a yacht and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the sea and the sky. He could invite a few close friends and have a small party on the yacht, tasting red wine and seafood barbecue. After stopping for about half an hour, the three of them steered the yacht back. Today, Xiao was mainly here to check on the yacht, including some of the custom-made interiors, such as the jacuzzi, etc. He also wanted to experience the performance of the yacht. Everything was fine, so naturally, he returned to the yacht dock early. After all, there were still many procedures to complete. Soon, the yacht returned to the long voyage pier. After going ashore, Liao Bo drove the electric scooter and brought Xiao back to the office lobby. "Mr. Xia, how do you feel?" Qin Lan, the manager, greeted him with a smile. "Not bad. Basically, it met my expectations." Xiao nodded and said, "If there is no problem, the yacht can be handed over to you after you pay the balance." Qin Lan smiled and said. Xiao nodded and asked, "You are responsible for the relevant procedures, right?" Qin Lan nodded and said, "All the registration procedures are handled by us. We are very familiar with the maritime department. It is more troublesome for the customer to go through it himself. In fact, before buying the yacht, one needed to go to the maritime department to apply for it. After the contract was approved, one could buy the yacht." Xiao signed the agency agreement when he ordered the yacht, so he didn't have to go through these procedures himself. Now that the yacht had arrived at the port, some of the follow-up procedures were handled by Qin Lan's company, which was much more convenient. Xiao smiled and said, "Then there is no problem. I will pay the balance." Qin Lan immediately said, "Mr. Xia, this way please." Xiao directly swiped his card and paid the balance. The balance in his bank card was very sufficient, and there was no upper limit set. 185 million yuan was directly swiped. Qin Lan personally received Xiao. She put the card receipt, and some other documents in a folder and handed them to Xiao. She said, "Mr. Xia, thank you for your trust in our brand. Also, congratulations on owning your own private yacht. We will deal with the relevant procedures as soon as possible. It will be finished in a week at the latest. I will ask Xiao Liao to contact you then." "Okay." Xiao said, "If I am not in Sanshan, please send the documents to the Taoyuan building in Zhongluo district. I will ask someone to collect them." "No problem." Qin Lan said, "By the way, you can use the yacht normally during this period. If you encounter an inspection by the maritime department, you can show the documents I just gave you." Xiao nodded to show that he understood. This was similar to a temporary license plate for a car, which was also effective for a certain period of time. Qin Lan then said, "Mr. Xia, our company also provides yacht-related services, including berth rental, daily maintenance, yacht pilot services, and so on. You can consider signing up for a membership package. The cost will be much cheaper." Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I'm not going to use this yacht in Sanshan. I'll tell you when I need it." Qin Lan was slightly disappointed when she heard this, but she didn't show it. She just smiled and said, "Okay. By the way, when I ordered it, Manager Liao told me that you provide delivery service. Xiao Ruofei said, I need to ship the yacht to a warehouse in the city. Is that okay? Qin Lan said without hesitation, of course, it's okay. This is our after-sales service. You just need to provide the address. Qin Lan still remembered this strange request. Generally speaking, customers definitely wouldn't ask to ship the yacht to a warehouse. After all, they bought the yacht to use it. How could they use it if it was on land? At that time, Liao Bo also considered that the size of the yacht was very small, and Xiao Ruofei had promised that there would be no problems with the interior of the warehouse and the access road. Therefore, he agreed to this strange request. After all, compared to a business that was worth millions, the small cost of hoisting the yacht onto a flatbed truck and transporting it to the city was nothing. Xiao Ruofei heard this and took a piece of paper from the table. He wrote down the address of the warehouse in the city and handed it to Qin Lan. Then he said, I hope you can arrange for the yacht to be sent here as soon as possible. We'll contact the flatbed truck today, but it will take some time to hoist the yacht and fix it. Can we send it to you tomorrow morning at the latest? Qin Lan asked. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said. Qin Lan smiled and nodded. The business was now complete. After that, she just needed to let Liao Bo handle the procedures and transfer the yacht to Xiao Ruofei. When she was about to send Xiao Ruofei out, Xiao Ruofei suddenly asked, Manager Qin, are there any discounts on yachts now? Qin Lan was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, yes. Yes. Mr. Xia, you are our old customer. If you buy a new yacht from our company, you can enjoy a discount. The discount is the same as at the yacht show. After Qin Lan finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Ruofei expectantly. Of course, she didn't have much hope in her heart. After all, Xiao Ruofei had just bought a new yacht and hadn't used it yet. Under such circumstances, the possibility of buying another yacht was too low. However, she felt that since Xiao Ruofei asked this, he definitely wouldn't ask casually. Maybe he would introduce a friend to buy it. Yachts were originally a very niche luxury. It was a high-end toy for the rich. This nature determined that yachts couldn't be sold like Carrefour stores. Therefore, it was more important to maintain the relationship with high-end customers. In fact, of course, Qin Lan didn't know that Xiao Ruofei's small sports yacht was going to be used in the space. The reason why he asked was that he really wanted to buy another yacht to use in the outside world. On the one hand, after experiencing it, he really liked the feeling of freedom. Freedom in the space was freedom. After all, it was his secret. He had always been alone in the space. Even the yacht lacked a lot of fun, and he couldn't share it with his close friends. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei was now very rich. Especially this trip to Italy, where he received a windfall of nearly 300 million euros. If converted into Huaxia dollars, it would be about 3 billion. Buying a yacht was only a small amount of money. If he bought another yacht and put it in the outside world, he could drive it out to sea with his good friends and confidants. He could even organize a party for the company's management. It would be a company benefit. Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei said with great interest, Really? Then introduce it to me. What do you recommend? Qin Lan said enthusiastically, Mr. Xia, let's sit over there and talk. Then she turned her head and shouted, Xiao Liao. Give Mr. Xia a cup of hot tea. Hurry up and bring the fruit platter and snacks. Okay. Liao Bo quickly responded. Qin Lan invited Xiao Ruofei to sit down on the leather sofa in the reception area. Then she asked expectantly, Mr. Xia, do you want to buy it yourself or introduce it to your friends? I need to know your needs before I can recommend it to you. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I want to buy another one myself. As for the requirements, it's not too specific. It's better to have a bigger size and better performance. It'd be better if it's a new model. That way, there will be more new technology. Understood. Understood. Qin Lan said. Then she asked carefully, do you have a price in mind? Some rich people were afraid of asking this question because it seemed like they were doubting their ability. But Xiao Ruofei didn't care. He smiled and said, the price is easy. As long as I like it, it's okay if it's a little more expensive. Qin Lan was even more delighted when she heard this. She could tell at first glance that he wasn't short of money. They liked this kind of customer the most. They didn't care about the price, and most of them were very generous. As long as they liked it, they would buy it. She quickly cheered up and said, "Mr. Xia, if that's the case, I recommend you to buy a large yacht from the Azimuth Flying Bridge series, such as Azimuth 84 Azimuth 84 US, Azimuth 88 weight." As Qin Lan introduced, she skillfully found the corresponding publicity page and placed it in front of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei looked at the pages with great interest. The yachts that Qin Lan had just mentioned were mostly 25 or 26 meters long. The interior space was more spacious and the facilities were quite luxurious. There was no price on the pages, but Xiao Ruofei knew that it must be much more expensive than the one he had bought before. Xiao Ruofei glanced at another page. The picture of the yacht on it made his eyes light up. He couldn't help but point to it and ask, "Manager Qin, what type of yacht is this?" Qin Lan stopped and looked in the direction Xiao Ruofei was pointing. She quickly handed the page to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, this is Azimuth 100 Leonardo. It's the largest yacht in this series. It's 51 meters long and 8 meters wide. Its top speed is 32 knots." Qin Lan almost immediately handed over the Azimuth 100. A series of data of the Leonardo yacht was reported. Then she said, "Mr. Xia, this yacht is 30 meters long from the bow to the stern. It has a huge space and unique decoration, which makes it very comfortable and elegant. It will bring you a noble and elegant life experience. You can invite your friends and relatives to enjoy the fun time at sea together on this huge open deck. It has a large and changeable stern deck and a U-shaped bench that can be turned into a comfortable beach bed. The interior design of the yacht is unique to ensure that the service staff on the yacht can pass through quickly without affecting the privacy of the guests on the yacht. The yacht has a unique design of a large sea-view superstructure. There are large sofas and extraordinary furniture on the viewing platform. In addition, the stern deck is also made of high-quality teak flooring. It also has a large master room with a large wardrobe. The lounge area and bathroom are spacious, and there is also a large shower." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He said, "From what you've said, this is like a palace on the sea." Qin Lan smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Mr. Xia, I'm not exaggerating. This yacht is the top of the Azimuth brand. Many world-class stars have bought this yacht." Xiao Ruofei flipped through the introduction on the page and nodded. He said, "It looks good. How much does it cost to buy it now?" Genius memorized the address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Qin Lan was very familiar with the yacht business. She knew the price of all types of yachts by heart. She said without hesitation, "Mr. Xia, the price of this yacht is about 70 million Huaxia dollars." At this point, Qin Lan quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei. She saw that Xiao Ruofei's expression was normal and did not have any reaction to this shocking price. She did not even blink. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. In Qin Lan's opinion, Xiao Ruofei was undoubtedly a rich man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 3 or 4 million yuan on a yacht. However, rich people were different from rich people. Being able to afford a small yacht that cost nearly 4 million yuan didn't mean that he could afford a luxury yacht that cost tens of millions. Now it seemed that Xiao Ruofei was very rich. At the very least, he could afford the Azimuth 100. There was no problem with the Leonardo at all. This made Qin Lan even more enthusiastic about promoting the yacht. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Comparisons were odious. The young man in front of her was at most in his 20s, but he already had more wealth than she could earn in her lifetime. Qin Lan was distracted for a moment. She immediately said, "Mr. Xia, if you order now, we can give you a 10% discount. This is the best that the yacht manufacturer can give us. It's very cost-effective." A 10% discount didn't seem like a big deal, but this was a large order of 70 million Huaxia dollars. A 10% discount could save about 7 million yuan. The yacht Xiao Ruofei bought this time was less than 4 million yuan. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, "Besides the 10% discount, are there any other benefits?" Qin Lan smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, this discount saves you real money, and it's a discount of nearly 7 million yuan. I've been in this business for many years, but this is the first time I've heard of such a big discount. Qianlan wasn't lying. Yachts were standard luxury goods. This industry didn't need discounts or promotions to increase sales. The total price was very expensive, so a 10% discount was indeed very good. Qianlan continued, of course, other than this discount, some of the preferential policies during the yacht show are still applicable, including the 7-day stay in any of the Four Seasons Hotel's luxury suites around the world. Once you buy this yacht, you'll automatically be upgraded to a platinum member of our yacht club. You can enjoy a bigger discount for subsequent maintenance. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said lightly, I like this yacht, but I don't think your discount is that big. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't agree so readily. Of course, although he didn't know much about this yacht, the internet was so advanced now. He only needed to do a little research on the internet to know the domestic price of this yacht, so he wasn't worried that Qianlan would falsely quote the price. Qianlan had been in this industry for many years, and her ability to read people's expressions had long been trained. She could see that Xiao Ruofei definitely had the ability to buy it, but if there weren't more attractive benefits, Xiao Ruofei probably wouldn't decide to buy it so easily. Thinking of this, Qianlan's mind raced. Then she gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Xia, the manufacturer has given me the right to limit the price, and as far as I know, this discount is basically the limit in the world. But if you're sincere about buying it, we can give you some discounts in other ways. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, oh? What other discounts can there be? Qianlan said, Mr. Xia, you can choose to upgrade the Asma yacht with some optional facilities. For example, the jacuzzi tub you bought last time isn't a standard feature, but you can pay for it. If you order this Asmu, 100 Leonardo, I can make the decision to upgrade some of the parts for free. The upper limit is 500,000 Huaxia dollars. Qianlan glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Seeing that he still didn't say anything, she gritted her teeth and said, also, when you buy the yacht, you definitely need a full range of protection services, including berths, maintenance, and so on. If you choose our company to provide these services, we can give you the right to use a berth for 3 years, as well as free maintenance for 2 years, and waive 2 years of management fees. In fact, what Qianlan said didn't require her company to pay too much. In terms of upgrading the parts, the manufacturer had given the dealers a certain amount of authority. The 500,000 Huaxia dollars could be used for free. Of course, whether the dealers used this authority or not, and how much they used, still had a certain impact on their share of the sales. However, after the sale of such a luxury yacht, the dealers could get a very considerable share of the sales. Even with a discount, this amount of money was still very attractive. What's more, if the deal couldn't be made, there would be no income. It was self-evident which option to choose. As for the later protection services, such as the berth of the yacht, the company had already invested in them in advance. Leaving them idle would not produce any benefits. It was the same in terms of management fees. The cost of personnel had already been incurred, and it wouldn't increase much just because the yacht they serviced was added. This was the same principle as those wedding photos and hairdressers who often bought them at very low prices. The only thing that the dealers needed to spend money on was free maintenance for 2 years. However, the price of such maintenance was very high. In fact, the maintenance supplies and parts were directly imported from the manufacturer, so the cost was not as high as the price listed. Of course, for Xiao Ruofei, these preferential conditions offered by Qianlan were real benefits. After calculating, he saved at least more than 1 million yuan. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, Manager Qin, I'll think about it. You can go back to work first. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei didn't make a decision immediately, Qianlan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, on second thought, this was a deal worth tens of millions. How could she expect him to place an order directly in such a short time? She showed a warm smile and said, okay. Mr. Xia, if you need anything, you can contact me at any time. This is my business card. After that, Qianlan handed over her business card with both hands. Xiao Ruofei took the business card, nodded with a smile, and said, okay. I'll contact you after I've thought about it. After that, Xiao Ruofei put the business card in his pocket, then got up and walked out. After driving back to the small villa in Taoyuan Farm, he quickly searched for information about Asmu on the computer. 100 information about Leonardo. He had to admit that Qin Lan's introduction really made him quite interested. According to the information disclosed on the internet, the price that Qin Lan gave him was not unreasonably high. Several professional yacht websites gave a reference price of about 70 million yuan. In addition, this yacht was indeed popular among the rich and famous. There were several rich and famous people listed on the internet who owned this yacht, including the former richest man in Huaxia and a world-class sports star. Xia Ruofei had always been very decisive. Besides, right now, spending tens of millions of yuan was nothing to him. Even if it was a private jet that cost hundreds of millions, he could buy it if he wanted. However, now that he had the Gulfstream business jet that Li Yifu gave him, he didn't need to buy a private jet for the time being. So, buying a yacht to enjoy himself was a piece of cake. Therefore, after browsing the information on the internet, Xia Ruofei directly found Qin Lan's business card, took out his mobile phone, and dialed the number on it. After Qin Lan received Xia Ruofei, she quickly devoted herself to other work. Their company was not only an agent of Asmu's yacht sales, but also a yacht club. They provided a full range of services for the members of the club. After all, the customer base of yachts was not large. Just selling yachts was not enough. Aftermarket services could bring in more profits. Xia Ruofei did not place an order on the spot. Qin Lan was a little disappointed, but she didn't feel too disappointed. After all, it was such an expensive thing. She didn't have much hope. Moreover, Qin Lan could also feel that Xia Ruofei was still somewhat interested in this yacht. This was a very big gain for her. The high-end customer base was accumulated bit by bit. When Xia Ruofei bought the sports yacht, he left his contact information. After Qin Lan sent Xia Ruofei away, she immediately asked Liao Bo for Xia Ruofei's phone number and saved it on her mobile phone. Therefore, when the mobile phone rang, Qin Lan saw at a glance that it was Xia Ruofei calling. She was suddenly happy. She didn't expect Xia Ruofei to make a decision so quickly. Qin Lan immediately stopped her work and hurriedly picked up the phone. She said enthusiastically, "Hello, Mr. Xia. Manager Qin, you introduced Asmu to me this morning. 100 Leonardo yacht. I'm personally very interested in it." Xia Ruofei asked directly, "If I place an order now, how long will it take for the yacht to be delivered to me?" Qin Lan quickly said, "Mr. Xia, yachts are sold after the order is placed. Asmu is a relatively popular yacht brand, and there are usually more orders. Therefore, for a large yacht like this, the delivery period is generally about a year." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. He said, "A year?" Qin Lan quickly explained, "Mr. Xia, a year is very fast. This is a general-purpose yacht. If it is customized, it will take longer." Perhaps she felt that this was not very convincing, so Qin Lan immediately added, "In fact, whether it is a private yacht or a private jet, the delivery period is relatively long. It is said that the Gulfstream business jet takes about 3 years to be delivered on average. The Asmu yacht ordered by Ali's Mr. Ma has been in production for more than a year. So, a year is actually not long." Xia Ruofei pondered for a while and said, "I thought it would be like the yacht I bought. 2 or 3 months would be enough. I didn't expect it to take so long." "Forget it, Manager Qin, I'll think about it again." Qin Lan saw that Xia Ruofei was about to place an order, but he backed out because of the delivery period. She was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. If it was a problem in other aspects, she might be able to ask for instructions, but the delivery period was controlled by the manufacturer. She had no way to change it. Okay. You can contact me at any time after you think about it," Qin Lan said, then added, "Mr. Xia, in fact, the delivery period is really not too long. You can ask a friend, I know." "Thank you, Manager Qin," Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei was not a person who was easily influenced by others. If he felt that the delivery period was too long and he couldn't accept it, even if Qin Lan said something else, he would not change his mind. At the yacht club. After Qin Lan hung up the phone, she looked disappointed. When Qin Lan answered the phone, Liao Bo was reporting to her in the office. Liao Bo was about to leave, but when he heard Qin Lan call the other party Mr. Xia, he immediately knew that it was his former client, Xia Ruofei, so he simply stayed. Liao Bo looked at Qin Lan and asked with concern, "Manager, was that Mr. Xia?" Qin Lan nodded and said, "Yes." "About Asmu, 100 Leonardo?" Liao Bo asked immediately. Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea today. 100 Liao Bo already knew that Leonardo was interested in the yacht, so he asked this question. Qin Lan sighed and said, "Isn't that right? I heard that he wanted to place an order, but, when he heard that the delivery period was 1 year, he backed out." Liao Bo heard this and said with a wry smile, "1 year is a bit long, but we can't control it. Manager, forget it. It's our order, so it can't run away. It's not our money, so it's useless to be anxious." Qin Lan rubbed her temples and said, "I'm just a little unwilling. This order is very close." "Alas. Xiao Liao, what were you talking about just now? Let's continue." "Oh," Liao Bo said. Then, Liao Bo suddenly patted his head and asked eagerly, "Manager, do you remember the model of the yacht that Mr. Huang ordered?" "Mr. Huang?" Qin Lan didn't react for a moment. "Mr. Huang of the Tianyang Group." Liao Bo reminded her, "He's the client you contacted personally. How could you forget?" Qin Lan suddenly realized, and her eyes lit up as she said, "Asmu, 100 Leonardo. Mr. Huang ordered Asmu, 100 Leonardo." Liao Bo and Qin Lan looked at each other, and both of them showed a hint of surprise. Then Liao Bo said, "Manager, do you think it's possible? If it's possible, it'll be the best of both worlds." The gentle voice in the steel gun said, "Thank you to the Qidian book friend, second young master of the Jing family. Thank you to Alblis, and will friendship last forever for the 100 book coins." The President Huang that Liao Bo mentioned was the boss of Tianyang Group in Sanshan City. He ordered an Asma 100 Leonardo yacht more than a year ago. At that time, he paid a deposit and a down payment of more than 30 million Huaxia dollars. However, the world was unpredictable. The yacht was about to be delivered, but President Huang's company was in big trouble. Tianyang Group was a small and medium-sized real estate company. The debt ratio of real estate companies was relatively high, and their capital operations were often on a tightrope. President Huang was also unlucky. Several injury accidents occurred one after another at the construction site, and a construction quality problem was exposed. All of these things piled up together, and President Huang was in a terrible state. Because of the media exposure, several problematic construction sites of the Tianyang Group were ordered to stop work and rectify. Even the application for the housing presale certificate was blocked. This was what real estate companies were most afraid of. If the time was dragged on, there would be problems with the capital chain. Now, President Huang was facing internal and external difficulties. The construction team and suppliers were asking him for money, and the bank loan was about to expire. Originally, he wanted to pre-sell the houses to recover the funds, but after the real estate problem, the pre-sale certificate was blocked, and the company was on the verge of despair. In this case, how could President Huang still have the mood to play with the yacht? What's more, there was still more than 30 million yuan left. He couldn't take it out now. Not only could he not take out the balance, but President Huang also thought about whether he could return the order. Even if he couldn't return all of the 30 million yuan he paid in advance, even if he could refund a part of it, it could relieve the company's financial pressure. Even if it was a drop in the bucket, it was still useful. So, President Huang went to Qin Lan's company. In this case, it was impossible to cancel the order because even the general model of the yacht was personalized according to the buyer's requirements. In this sense, every yacht was unique. Who would they sell it to if they returned it? What's more, how could this kind of high-end toy that was worth tens of millions be sold easily? It was impossible for the manufacturer to return the yacht. The yacht had been cleared. If Qin Land Sales Company bought it first, it was equivalent to having a backlog of tens of millions of yuan. This was unacceptable. Therefore, even if President Huang came to mediate several times, this matter had been deadlocked, and it made the sales company very distressed. Today, when Liao Bo mentioned Mr. Huang, Qin Lan couldn't help but think about it. If she could really solve this problem, it would be equivalent to solving a big problem for the company. She would definitely gain a lot of points from the leaders. Moreover, President Huang would definitely be extremely grateful to her. It was equivalent to solving a huge problem for President Huang. Qin Lan asked hesitantly, Xiao Liao, Mr. Xia doesn't lack money. This yacht was ordered by someone else, and it was configured according to someone else's idea. Can he accept it? Liao Bo said, how do you know if you don't try? Mr. Xia didn't seem like a picky person. Besides, wasn't the delivery time the most important thing to him? If he wants this yacht, there's almost no need to wait. He can use it immediately. Maybe he'll be tempted? Qin Lan nodded heavily and said, I'll call him and tell him about it. Liao Bo quickly stopped Qin Lan and said, Manager, I think it's better to wait. Why? Qin Lan asked, puzzled. Liao Bo said, he just called. Wouldn't it be too easy for us to reply so quickly? How about this? Aren't we going to send the Atlantis 34 yacht to him tomorrow? Why don't you go there in person and tell him about the situation face to face? Maybe it'll be better. Qin Lan thought for a moment and said with a smile, you're so smart. Let's do it. If this deal can really be done, you'll be remembered as a great contribution. Liao Bo laughed and said, thank you, manager. Xiao Ruofei didn't know what was happening in the yacht club. After he hung up the phone, he didn't care about it anymore. Hearing that it took so long to buy a yacht, Xiao Ruofei was indeed a little scared. After all, the yacht wasn't really needed. He was too lazy to cook at noon, so he went directly to the farm cafeteria to eat. Although the headquarters had moved to the city, the farm cafeteria hadn't been removed. On the one hand, there were many workers on the farm. Providing breakfast and lunch to them was a benefit. Each meal only cost a little money, so everyone was very welcome. They were used to going to work early every day and eating at the farm. On the other hand, there were some young workers who still lived in the workers' dormitory. They took the bus back to the farm after work and often had dinner at the cafeteria. Anyway, keeping the cafeteria and paying a few more workers wouldn't increase the cost. Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't save money in this area. Xiao Ruofei hadn't been back to the farm for many days. When he arrived at the cafeteria, the workers greeted him warmly. Chao Tieshu's wife, who was in charge of the cafeteria, specially cooked a few dishes for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei happily sat at the same table with the workers. He shared the extra dishes with everyone. They chatted while eating. The atmosphere was happy. He didn't put on airs, and the benefits he gave everyone were so good. Naturally, everyone liked this young boss. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei didn't go out. He walked around the farm, looked at the greenhouse and the shad breeding workshop, and then went back to the villa to take a nap. After he got up, he tidied up a little. Dinner was still at the cafeteria. When the workers' bus returned to the farm, Xiao Ruofei didn't see Feng Jing. Feng Jing still lived on the farm. However, the company's affairs were complicated. As the CEO, it was normal for her to work overtime. She rarely got off work on time with the bus. Of course, the company's executives now had cars, so it was convenient for her to come back whenever she wanted. Moreover, if she worked overtime too late, it wasn't a problem to spend the night in the office. Her office was second only to Xiao Ruofei's large office. It also had a separate big bedroom. Originally, Xiao Ruofei wanted to talk to Feng Jing about the company's recent situation. Now that she didn't come back, he could only give up and wait until he went to the company tomorrow. At night, Xiao Ruofei watched TV in the living room for a while. At around 10 o'clock, he left the small villa in a flash. He went to the farm's hub water tower and the shad breeding workshop's water tower. He added some spirit heart flower petal solution. This was something he had to do every once in a while. Only by doing this could he ensure that the vegetables and shad produced were of high quality. Although the farm's security was tight, and there were brothers from the security team patrolling from time to time, with Xiao Ruofei's skills, it was a piece of cake for him to do this. Soon, he added the spirit heart flower petal solution without anyone noticing. It wasn't even 11 o'clock when he returned to the villa. Because he had to go to the company's headquarters the next day, Xiao Ruofei washed up and went to bed early. After he did his routine cultivation for a while, he fell asleep. The next morning, when he was eating breakfast in the cafeteria, he still didn't see Feng Jing. Even when the employees at the headquarters in the city finished their breakfast and left on the bus, Feng Jing still didn't show up. Xiao Ruofei knew that Feng Jing must have slept in the office yesterday. Therefore, he got up and left the cafeteria. He drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle and headed toward the city. Although he left later, Xiao Ruofei still arrived at the Taoyuan building earlier than the company's bus. After parking the car in the company's underground parking lot, Xiao Ruofei walked to the elevator with his handbag. He greeted the patrolling veterans and took the elevator directly to the chairman's office on the top floor. Every time Xiao Ruofei came to the huge office on the top floor, he felt that it was too wasteful. On the entire floor, except for a small part that was Feng Jing's CEO's office, the rest was occupied by the chairman's office. Feng Yu only came to the office for a few days every year. Most of the time, the office was idle. But since the office was renovated like this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't say anything more. Furthermore, what Feng Jing said made sense. No matter how much the office was used, the chairman's office was the face of the company. It couldn't be too luxurious. When Xiao Ruofei walked out of the elevator, he saw a young lady sitting behind the desk in front of his office. When she saw Xiao Ruofei walking out of the elevator, the young lady quickly stood up and bowed slightly. "Good morning, Chairman." Xiao Ruofei had some impression of this young lady. If he remembered correctly, she should be an employee in the chairman's office. Her name was Yao Xian. He was slightly surprised and asked, "Xiao Yao, why are you here?" Yao Xian quickly said, "Chairman, Manager Feng asked me to come over. She said that you will be coming to the company today. I will be responsible for your security during your working hours." Actually, Yao Xian had been learning from Lu Qian during this period. She was equivalent to the assistant to the CEO's assistant. Feng Jing had the intention to let Lu Qian work in a specific position. The position of the CEO's assistant must not be empty. So, she selected Yao Xian from the CEO's office. Lu Qian used this period of time to teach Yao Xian. After that, she could leave, and Yao Xian would take over her position as the CEO's assistant. Feng Jing received a call from Xiao Ruofei yesterday. She knew that Xiao Ruofei would be coming to the company today. So, she asked Yao Xian to work in Xiao Ruofei's office as his assistant or secretary. The Taoyuan company did not have a director's office. They did not even have a secretary for the chairman. Feng Jing mentioned this several times, but Xiao Ruofei felt that he would not be in the company often. There was no need to have a secretary. So, he rejected it. Xiao Ruofei listened to Yao Xian's words and nodded slightly. "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all," Yao Xian quickly said. Then, she pushed open the door to Xiao Ruofei's office. After learning from Lu Qian for a period of time, Yao Xian had mastered some of the things to pay attention to when working beside a leader. She arrived more than an hour early today and cleaned Xiao Ruofei's desk until it was spotless. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's office was cleaned by a professional. If not, Yao Xian would not be able to clean such a big area. She mainly cleaned the area where Xiao Ruofei's desk was located. Yao Xian had also sorted out the documents that needed Xiao Ruofei's signature from Feng Jing. She arranged them according to their priority and placed them neatly on Xiao Ruofei's desk. After Xiao Ruofei entered the office, Yao Xian came in quickly. She made a cup of hot tea for Xiao Ruofei and placed it gently on his desk. Xiao Ruofei sat down and started reading the documents on his desk. After Yao Xian served the tea, Xiao Ruofei looked at her and said, "Thank you. Xiao Yao, go and prepare the meeting room. After I finish talking with Manager Feng, I will call for a small meeting with the company's directors." "Okay." Yao Xian quickly replied and asked, "Chairman, do you need me to inform Manager Feng?" "No need. I will call her," Xiao Ruofei said calmly. Feng Jing was not only Xiao Ruofei's most capable subordinate, but her position in the company was only lower than Xiao Ruofei. It was disrespectful to let his secretary call her to inform her. "Okay." Yao Xian quickly replied. After Yao Xian left, Xiao Ruofei picked up the phone on his desk and called the CEO's office. Chairman, you are back at work? Feng Jing smiled and asked. Sister Jing, did you sleep in the office again last night? Xiao Ruofei said half-jokingly. I am going to scold you. You are being irresponsible with your body. Feng Jing said. Sleeping in the office does not mean I am working overtime. I am just too lazy to go back and forth. Furthermore, the conditions in the office are not worse than the apartment in the district. No matter how good the conditions are, it is still an office. Xiao Ruofei said. I don't want others to say that I am a capitalist who exploits his subordinates. You are one. Feng Jing chuckled and continued. Chairman, let's stop joking. Are you free now? I am here to report my work. Come over. Xiao Ruofei said. After a while, Feng Jing knocked on the door and walked into Xiao Ruofei's office. She was here to see Xiao Ruofei, and naturally, she did not need his secretary to inform her. Xiao Ruofei also gave her enough respect. She stood up and took a few steps forward. Then she smiled and said, You're all right. You look good. Of course. You're the boss, and you're out there all day. We're just employees who earn money for you. How can we mistreat ourselves? What you said is not accurate. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. You are also a shareholder of the company, okay? You can't lose your sense of ownership just because you don't have a lot of shares. Feng Jing laughed and went straight to Xiao Ruofei's desk and sat down. Xiao Ruofei went around the desk and sat down in his seat. He opened the drawer and took out a delicate box. He pushed it in front of Feng Jing and said, Sister Jing, I brought you a small gift from Italy this time. You still have a conscience. Feng Jing said happily. Let me see what you bought for me first. After saying that, she put the folder aside, reached for the box, and opened the lid with a click. It's so beautiful. Feng Jing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Inside the box was a diamond brooch in the shape of a teardrop. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and one could tell that it was expensive. Feng Jing took out the brooch and looked at it for a while. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She asked happily, Ruofei, this brooch must be expensive, right? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, It's not that expensive. I saw it when I was shopping in Turin. I thought it would suit you. As the company's president, you often have to attend formal social events. This brooch will come in handy, so I bought it. Sister Jing, do you like it? Of course, the brooch was not bought from a roadside stall. It was a limited edition brooch from the famous Italian luxury brand, Fesci. There was only one store in Turin, and this small brooch was priced at 100,000 euros. Xiao Ruofei had asked LV Jingfeng to bring him there when he was shopping in Turin. When LV Jingfeng heard that Xiao Ruofei wanted to buy a gift for a girl, the first thing he recommended was Fesci. Of course I like it. Feng Jing carefully put the brooch back into the box. After closing the box, she said, Ruofei, thank you. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, Hey. It's just a small gift. You don't have to be so polite. Then, Xiao Ruofei looked at the thick folder that Feng Jing had brought and said, Let's talk about business. Looking at this situation, we might not be able to finish it this morning. Let me explain first. I have something to do later, so I have to leave early. Feng Jing pursed her lips and smiled. I know. I'll try to make it short. Also, you've been gone for almost a month. It's not easy to show your face. Don't you want to meet the other executives in the company? Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, I've already asked Yao Xian to prepare the meeting room. But if you're here for too long, we can only talk about it in the afternoon. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, Oh yeah, why did you ask Yao Xian to come to my place? I'm not at home every few days. There's no need to arrange someone, right? In your dreams. Feng Jing said with a smile, Yao Xian is going to replace Lu Qian as my assistant. During this time, she is learning from Lu Qian. So. I heard that you are coming back today, so I lent her to you. You are the chairman. You can't have no one to serve you tea, right? Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, By the way, where are you going to put Lu Qian? Is there a suitable spot? Feng Jing chuckled and said, I was just about to report to you later. Since you've asked, let's report this matter first. Feng Jing paused and continued, as for Lu Qian's arrangement, I have two suggestions. One is for the company's administrative department, and the other is for the sales department. Both departments have vacancies for deputy managers. I think she should be able to fill them. Ruofei, which one do you think is suitable? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Lu Qian is your assistant, and she will only be a deputy manager. You can decide how to arrange her. After the company's headquarters moved, the division of departments was more detailed. Whether it was the administrative department or the sales department, there were many second-level departments according to the different functions and tasks. With Lu Qian's qualifications, she was more than qualified to be a deputy manager. As the chairman of the company, Xiao Ruofei didn't care much about this level of personnel appointment. Moreover, he trusted Feng Jing very much. Lu Qian was Feng Jing's assistant. No matter what the arrangement was, Xiao Ruofei would definitely respect Feng Jing's opinion. Feng Jing said, if she goes to the administrative department, Lu Qian will definitely be able to get into the role quickly. After all, she has been working in this area, and her vision is relatively broad. If she goes to the sales department, it may be a little difficult at the beginning. After all, she is not so familiar with the work, but in the long run, it may be more beneficial for her overall development. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but smile and say, Sister Jing, you are really concerned about Lu Qian's affairs. That girl is also lucky to have such a good leader like you. In fact, Lu Qian and Xiao Ruofei were about the same age, but Xiao Ruofei didn't feel out of place when he spoke in such a tone. Feng Jing said, I am cultivating talents for the company, okay? You are still laughing. Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter and said, okay. In this case, just let her go to the sales department. All-round development. Do you also think that the sales department is better? Feng Jing said. Okay. Since you also agree, Ruofei, I will arrange for her to go to the sales department. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, you can decide these things. You don't have to report to me every detail. I can't manage it. I know. I am just a hands-off shopkeeper. Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, in a while, the other executives will report the work that they are in charge of. I won't go into detail one by one. I will pick the important ones to tell you. That's the best. Xiao Ruofei said, and then adjusted to a more comfortable sitting position. Feng Jing opened the folder and said, Ruofei, during the time that you were not in the company, there were a few major projects. First is the pharmaceutical factory and farm expansion project in Chongqing County. You should have seen it when you went back yesterday. The construction team has already entered the site, and the construction is fully underway. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I saw it. You guys are very fast and efficient. It is worthy of praise. Feng Jing said, this can't be done without the active cooperation of Chongqing County, especially the land acquisition. Chongqing County did a lot of work to clear the obstacles for us. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay, I will call their county leaders later to express my gratitude. Feng Jing continued, also, the purchase of the vehicles that you arranged before has been completed. Now, the company employees use our own buses to commute to and from work. The executives of the company are also given special vehicles. At the same time, we have also recruited 10 drivers under the logistics management. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay, you guys can arrange it. I already saw our bus at the farm. Not bad, the quality of Golden Dragon's bus is very good. The key is that the design of the bus is good. Our logo is very big and eye-catching. It will definitely be a beautiful scenery on the road. Feng Jing smiled and said, it is the eye economy now. We have to think about increasing our exposure at any time and place. Then, she looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile and said, speaking of exposure, my dear chairman, how long has it been since you last updated your Weibo? Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said, aren't I busy? Also, I think our company's operations staff will still keep me updated. How can that be the same? Feng Jing said unhappily. The company's operations staff can only send you some simple text at most. You can update when you are outside. That is more down to earth. This time, you went out on a private jet. Can't you take one? Isn't it good to take a selfie on the streets of Italy? Wouldn't that be showing off? Xiao Ruofei said. Do you still need to show off? Who doesn't know that you have a super profitable company? Feng Jing rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, it can be said that among the rich people in the entertainment industry, except for the young master of the Wang family, you are the most popular. You don't make good use of such good conditions. I'm so angry. Xiao Ruofei quickly raised his hands and said with a wry smile, okay. I accept your criticism humbly. I will pay attention in the future. That's more like it. Feng Jing said, then she smiled and said, the reason why I told you to increase your exposure is that there is a very important work that needs your full cooperation. Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing suspiciously and said, Sister Jing, why do I have a bad feeling? You didn't sell me, did you? Feng Jing chuckled and said, who would dare to sell it to you? Don't be so nervous. You know about this. At the beginning, you personally promised Xiaonan Satellite TV's The Life of Yearning program. The TV station has already contacted us. They hope you can participate in their first episode's recording and strive to give the program a good start. About this, Xiao Ruofei said, since I promised them, I have to do it even if I have to bite the bullet. When Xiao Ruofei was in Beijing, he heard Zhao Yongjun and others talk about it. He knew that more than half of the shooting site at the clubhouse had been built, and Xiaonan Satellite TV wanted to start shooting as soon as possible. Of course, it was not enough to just get the mushroom house done. They had to wait for some infrastructure of the clubhouse to be built. Otherwise, the camera would be full of construction sites and there would be no beauty at all. Then it would not be The Life of Yearning, but The Life of Moving Bricks. Feng Jing said with a smile, many stars want to be on this program but can't. You still look like you're unwilling to do it. Can I be the same as them? Xiao Ruofei said, and then asked, when will their program start recording? The specific time hasn't been set yet, but it should be in a month, no more than 2 months at most. Feng Jing said, Xiaonan Satellite TV also said that they will communicate with us again before they are ready. They still have to consider your schedule. Our chairman is also very busy. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, you can arrange this matter. Ask me in advance for the specific time. If there is nothing particularly important and I can't leave, I will participate in the shooting according to your arrangement. Feng Jing nodded and said, okay. Then, Feng Jing reported to Xiao Ruofei some other recent situations of the company, including everyone's work after the headquarters moved, the company's financial situation, and so on. However, considering that Xiao Ruofei still had to convene other executives for a meeting, Feng Jing only briefly talked about the specific situation and waited for the executives in charge of relevant work to report. Feng Jing stayed in Xiao Ruofei's office for about an hour, then smiled and closed the folder and said, that's about it. Let the directors report to you. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, well, you ask Yao Xian to inform the director-level executives at home to come to my office for a meeting in 10 minutes. Xiao Ruofei's office not only had a reception hall, conference room, bedroom, but also a gym and a chess room, so small meetings could be held directly here. The conference room was said to be in Xiao Ruofei's office. In fact, coming out of the elevator outside, there was a door that led directly to the conference room. This design was also considered. When the chairman called for a meeting, they couldn't all swagger from the chairman's office. It wasn't a vegetable market. When Xiao Ruofei walked into the conference room, the company's executives at home had already arrived. When they saw Xiao Ruofei coming in, everyone got up and said hello. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and greeted everyone without any arrogance. He sat in the middle of the chair and said directly, I have been busy and not in the company during this time. Everyone has worked hard. I may have to go out in a while, so let's make a long story short and talk about the work you are in charge of. If you have something to say, say long and short. Today, the president Feng Jing, the administrative director Dong Yun, the marketing director Xiao Chong, the financial director Peng Hao, the security director Lei Hu, and the newly established logistics director Tan Ming. The pharmaceutical factory director Xue Jinshan was at the construction site, so Xiao Ruofei didn't ask Yao Xian to inform him that he had come back. It was worth mentioning that Xiao Ruofei had always attached great importance to the veterans, so in this department adjustment, he still insisted that the security department, which had relatively simple functions, be ranked as a first-class department with the administrative, marketing, and financial departments. Feng Jing said, I have already reported briefly to the chairman before the meeting. You can talk about the work you are in charge of in detail. If there are any difficulties or needs to be decided by the leader, just talk about it. After Feng Jing finished speaking, the senior officials began to report their work one by one. Starting from Dong Yun, everyone's speech was very concise. They didn't talk as much as the system. They all talked about the real work. Even so, more than an hour had passed by the time everyone had finished their reports. In fact, the company's current operation was very healthy. When the pharmaceutical factory was expanded, they had taken a loan, but the debt ratio was still quite low. In addition, the product had always been in short supply, so when everyone reported, they mainly talked about the recent work. There weren't too many difficulties that Xiao Ruofei needed to solve. Xiao Ruofei cleared his throat. When he was about to summarize and let everyone go back to work, his mobile phone on the table vibrated. Xiao Ruofei glanced at it and found that it was a call from the yacht club sales manager, Qin Lan. He casually rejected the call, then said with a smile, Sorry. I have to go out to do something, and the phone is urging me. Then I will make a long story short. Everyone has been working very well during this period of time. The results are also very significant. As the chairman, I really don't have anything to ask of you. You have all done your best for the company, and the company will definitely not treat you badly. It's almost the end of the year, and the company will definitely have the benefits that you deserve. There will be bonuses, and shares are not a dream. As long as everyone works hard with the company, hand in hand. Everyone here will become millionaires, multimillionaires, or even billionaires. Xiao Ruofei's words were like a shot in the arm, which lifted the spirits of all the executives. None of the executives present didn't know the terrifying ability of the company to make money. The salary that the Taoyuan company offered to these executives was much higher than the average level in the industry. If they could get shares, even if it was only a fraction of a %, it would be a huge fortune in the long run. Xiao Ruofei said that he could create a room full of millionaires, multimillionaires, and even billionaires, which was not an exaggeration at all. Xiao Ruofei looked around, and everyone's excitement fell into his eyes. As the helmsman of the company, Xiao Ruofei didn't need too many tricks. He just needed to grasp everyone's needs and psychology, which was enough to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. He stood up with a smile and said, Well, everyone has been very busy recently, so you can go back to your rooms. The future of the company belongs to all of us. Meeting adjourned. Xiao Ruofei said goodbye to everyone, then went directly through the door on the other side of the conference room and walked into his office. Feng Jing and the others went through the door on the opposite side and left the conference room directly. Xiao Ruofei walked to his desk and took out his mobile phone to call Qin Lan back. Mr. Xia. The phone rang, and Qin Lan immediately answered the phone. Obviously, she had been holding the phone in her hand and waiting for Xiao Ruofei to call back. Xiao Ruofei said, Manager Qin, I'm sorry. The company was in a meeting just now. Qin Lan quickly said, No. I'm sorry to disturb you. Mr. Xia, may I ask if you have time now? I've finished the meeting. Manager Qin, is my yacht here? Xiao Ruofei asked. Yes. Qin Lan said, If it's convenient for you now, please come and receive it. You've already arrived at the warehouse? Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised and immediately said, Then please wait for a while. I'll drive over now. It's okay. Qin Lan said. Drive slowly, we're not in a hurry. Okay, see you later. Xiao Ruofei said. Then he picked up his handbag and car keys from the desk and walked out of the office. The moment she stepped out of the door, Xianxia hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Xiao Ruofei casually said, Xiao Yao, I need to go out for a while. I might not be back in the afternoon. If you don't have anything to do, you should go back to Manager Feng's place first. Yes, Chairman. Xianxia said quickly. Xiao Ruofei took the elevator directly to the underground parking lot. After getting his car, he went straight to the warehouse. Fortunately, it was already past rush hour, and there was still some time before noon, so the road was not too congested. Xiao Ruofei was able to maintain a relatively high speed on the second ring road. In about 20 minutes, he arrived at the warehouse. Xiao Ruofei saw a big truck parked in front of the warehouse from afar. On the flatbed trailer behind it was the Atlantis 34 small yacht that he had ridden yesterday. The night 15 was so cool that Qin Lan and Liao Bo, who had seen Xiao Ruofei driving this car, naturally saw it from afar. Before Xiao Ruofei's car arrived at the warehouse, Qin Lan and Liao Bo had already come out to greet him. "Mr. Xia." Qin Lan greeted him enthusiastically. Xiao Ruofei parked the car by the roadside to make room for the flatbed trailer to reverse. Then he jumped out of the car and said with a smile, "Manager Qin, sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Why didn't you call me before you set off?" Qin Lan smiled and said, "Our service principle is to put the customer first. We can wait for the customer for 1 or 2 hours, and it doesn't matter. But we can't allow the customer to arrive before we do. Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll go and open the door first." After that, Xiao Ruofei quickly walked over and opened the door of the warehouse. This warehouse was more than enough to store a yacht that was more than 10 meters long. The door of the warehouse was also designed very high, so the flatbed trailer could be completely reversed in. After the warehouse was opened, Liao Bo immediately asked the workers to start directing the reversing of the car. Xiao Ruofei and Qin Lan also watched from the side. Xiao Ruofei saw that the part of the yacht that was directly in contact with the trailer, as well as some other important parts such as the propeller, had been tightly protected with soft foam. He couldn't help but nod in his heart. The car was slowly reversing inside, and a group of workers first entered the warehouse to set up the shelf for the yacht. Although they didn't know why Xiao Ruofei wanted to put the yacht in the warehouse, the yacht club still made appropriate arrangements to make a solid bracket for the yacht. This way, it could ensure the yacht's safety. Secondly, it would be easier for Xiao Ruofei to operate the next time he needed to transfer the yacht. After the flatbed trailer was in place, the small crane and forklift that had already been prepared were also driven in. The workers jumped on the flatbed trailer and began to fix the hook. Everyone's division of labor was very clear. Some were responsible for stabilizing the yacht, some were responsible for observation, and some were responsible for protection. After a while, the yacht was steadily lifted up, and then the flatbed trailer was driven out of the warehouse. The workers held the yacht and adjusted its direction little by little, and finally it accurately landed on the bracket. Xiao Ruofei watched the workers skillfully perform the final fixing. He wanted to tell them not to do it, because he would have to loosen these fixing devices in a while. Not only would the workers' efforts be in vain, but he would also have to deal with a troublesome process. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't find any reason. After all, it was a yacht worth millions. It was unreasonable to just leave it there without fixing it. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei could only watch the workers firmly fix the yacht on the bracket. Liao Bo went over to check, and then nodded to Qin Lan, indicating that there was no problem. Qin Lan smiled and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, please check again to see if there is any problem. If there is no problem, please sign here. Then we will completely hand over this yacht to you." Xiao Ruofei saw the whole transfer process very clearly, so he smiled and said, "No need to check. Your workers are very professional." After that, Xiao Ruofei took the list and pen from Qin Lan's hand, signed his name, and returned it to Qin Lan. Seeing this, Liao Bo asked the workers to leave first. Qin Lan smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I should be the one thanking you. I've caused you a lot of trouble." "You're welcome. This is our job," Qin Lan said. Then, she glanced at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Mr. Xia, do you have time at noon? We would like to treat you to a meal." Xiao Ruofei looked at Qin Lan and Liao Bo, then smiled and said, "Manager Qin, I already have plans for lunch, so we can skip the meal." "I appreciate it. If you want to talk to me about something, you can tell me directly." Qin Lan hesitated. She originally wanted to find a place with a better environment to treat Xiao Ruofei to a meal, and then talk about Mr. Huang's yacht during the meal. She didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei would refuse her so directly. This warehouse didn't look like a place to talk about a business deal worth tens of millions. If she had known this would happen, she would have called him directly yesterday. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't refuse. He did have an appointment with Xianxia at noon, but there was still plenty of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the time to pretend to be polite with Qin Lan. In the end, Qin Lan decided to get straight to the point. She said, "Mr. Xia, it's like this. Yesterday, you mentioned that the delivery cycle of the ASMU 100 Leonardo yacht is too long. We also reported it to our leaders and actively coordinated with the manufacturer, but the manufacturer said that the orders are very full. It's difficult to shorten the delivery cycle." Xiao Ruofei listened quietly. He knew that Qin Lan wouldn't bring up this matter for no reason. If the coordination didn't work out, it would be meaningless for her to bring it up a few days later. So, there must be a follow-up. Sure enough, Qin Lan continued to say, "Mr. Xia, we really want to facilitate this transaction, so we have coordinated the relationship between all parties. Now, we have a flexible solution. I wonder if you are interested?" "Oh? Let's hear it," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Well, more than a year ago, a customer ordered an ASMU 100 Leonardo through our company. This yacht was recently produced and shipped to Huaxia by sea. At present, the customs clearance has been completed," Qin Lan said. "And this customer wants to cancel the order because of his own reasons. The model of this yacht is exactly the same as the one you saw yesterday. If you agree, we can coordinate to transfer this yacht to your name. In this way, you can directly drive the yacht you like without waiting for anything." Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows. He wasn't overjoyed by this news. Instead, he asked calmly, "Manager Qin, is this a brand new yacht?" "Of course." Qin Lan quickly said, "The yacht has no record of being used except for the sea trial after it left the factory. It was also transported through an ocean freighter. After the customs clearance, it has been docked at the dock. Our customer hasn't completed the delivery procedures yet, so naturally, it's impossible for him to have used it." "I see." Xiao Ruofei touched his chin and said, "This saves time, but as far as I know, ASMU provides customized yachts. This yacht was produced according to other people's preferences, so it may not necessarily meet my aesthetic standards." Qin Lan was most afraid of this problem. She quickly said, "Mr. Xia, in fact, although ASMU provides customized yachts, there are only a few overall plans. It's just that the customer can choose a variety of combinations. And in my personal opinion, the several plans provided by the manufacturer are actually very beautiful. You don't have to make a decision in a hurry. Why don't you take a look at the renderings of this yacht first? Maybe it's the style you like?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. Manager Qin, how about this? Send the relevant information about this yacht to my email. I'll take a look when I have time. Once I've made a decision, I'll call you." "Mr. Xia, I've brought the renderings," Qin Lan quickly said. Liao Bo immediately handed her an iPad. Qin Lan opened it and showed it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was still early, so he took the iPad and swiped it left and right to look at it. In all fairness, the yacht that Mr. Huang had customized was in line with Xiao Ruofei's aesthetic standards. At least, it wasn't the kind of yacht that he had been worried about, which was full of all kinds of shiny decorations and looked like a nouveau riche. The interior of the yacht was minimalistic, and it looked refreshing and bright. The layout of the cabin, in general, was in line with Xiao Ruofei's requirements. He quietly looked at the renderings one by one, frowning slightly from time to time. This made Qin Lan and Liao Bo nervous, and they looked at him nervously. Xiao Ruofei said, "Manager Qin, this style can only be said to be passable. There are some places that I don't want." After hearing this, Liao Bo's heart sank. He felt that there was no chance. Qin Lan, on the other hand, saw a glimmer of hope. Xiao Ruofei didn't say that there was a definite answer. On the contrary, he even picked out some problems, which meant that there was hope. If Xiao Ruofei really wasn't interested at all, or if he was disappointed with this plan, then he wouldn't have said these things at all. He would have directly rejected it. This was like buying a second-hand house. If the buyer didn't say a word after looking at it, or vaguely said something like, "I'll think about it when I go back," most of the time, there was no chance. If the buyer began to pick out all kinds of problems, it meant that he was actually tempted, and picking out problems was just a bargain. Qin Lan quickly said, Mr. Xia, after all, this was customized by someone else. It is indeed difficult to completely meet your requirements, but if you are satisfied with the overall design, the details can be modified. Xia Ruofei smiled and didn't say anything. He just looked at the pictures on the iPad slowly. Qin Lan gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Xia, if you are willing to take over this yacht, we can negotiate with the customer and give you a discount on the price. In addition, if it doesn't involve the overall structure of the yacht, we will try our best to modify it for you if you are not satisfied with it. Xia Ruofei said lightly, I think the internal facilities of this yacht are all standard. You said yesterday that there would be a discount on the equipment. Of course there is. Qin Lan said, all the preferential conditions will remain unchanged. In terms of the price, we will try our best to lower it a little. Is that okay? After that, Qin Lan opened her eyes wide and looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly. Xia Ruofei thought for a while, then finally nodded and said, you go and talk to the customer first. Whether I buy it or not depends on how much of a discount the price is. In addition, send the detailed information of this yacht, including the photocopies of the relevant documents when the customer bought it, to my email. Buying a yacht worth tens of millions was not like buying groceries. Even if Xia Ruofei didn't lack money, he couldn't be so casual. He had to carefully look at all the information and documents of this yacht, and finally compare the price before making a decision. Qin Lan immediately said, okay. Mr. Xia, we will negotiate with the customer today. The relevant information will be sent to you before noon. When Xia Ruofei bought the Atlantis 34 yacht in the warehouse, he had already filled in the relevant information, including the email address, so Qin Lan didn't need to ask Xia Ruofei for his email address. She directly handed this matter to Liao Bo. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay. Then let's call it a day. I will wait for your good news. Qin Lan also knew that it was impossible to settle this matter all of a sudden. In order to facilitate this transaction, she still needed to coordinate back and forth between Xia Ruofei and President Huang. But in any case, she was already very satisfied with this result. At least she saw the hope of a successful transaction, so she was also very happy. After Qin Lan, Liao Bo, and the others left the warehouse, Xia Ruofei went over to lock the door of the warehouse and used his mental power to detect that there was no one around to spy on them. Then he came to the side of the small yacht Atlantis 34. This yacht was firmly fixed on a bracket by the workers. If Xia Ruofei wanted to loosen the fastening device, he would have to remove at least dozens of large screws. It was almost noon now, and he had made an appointment with Xianxia for lunch. So, after pondering for a while, Xia Ruofei decided to directly put the yacht and the bracket into the Ring 2 space. When he had time in the evening, he would go to the space to take the yacht off the bracket and put it on the sea. Xia Ruofei's mental power locked onto the yacht and the bracket. With a slight thought, the more than 10-meter-long yacht and the bracket strangely disappeared into thin air from the warehouse. Xia Ruofei placed the yacht and the bracket on a flat beach by the sea of the space. Although the beach was soft, Xia Ruofei controlled the invisible force of the space to press the bracket down hard. Soon, it firmly grasped the beach. There were no strong winds or waves in the space, so there was no danger of it turning over. Xia Ruofei used his mental power to communicate with Xia Qing in the space and asked him to take care of it a little while he was working. Then, he sternly warned the White World Raccoon that it must not approach the area where the yacht was located. Otherwise, it would no longer have boundary stones to eat in the future. After settling the yacht, Xia Ruofei did not stay in the warehouse. He opened the door a little and quickly locked it after he flashed out. Then, he drove to the Lingji Catering Headquarters building. The security guards of the Ling's restaurant building were already very familiar with this flashy off-road vehicle, so they directly let it in. Moreover, Xia Ruofei parked the car in the open space in front of the building where parking was not allowed, and no one came to stop him. Xia Ruofei raised his hand to look at his watch. Just as he was about to get out of the car for a cigarette, he saw Ling Qingshua's tall figure appear at the entrance of the building. Xia Ruofei put the cigarette box back into his pocket, then opened the door and jumped out of the car. He smiled and walked up to her. Ling Qingxua was wearing a black suit today. Her black hair was tied up at the back of her head. She looked like a capable white-collar beauty. Ruofei. Ling Qingxue smiled brightly when she saw Xiao Ruofei and quickened her pace. Xiao Ruofei stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked at his girlfriend with a smile. When she walked down the stairs, Xiao Ruofei naturally held her hand and said with a smile, You look good. Of course. Ling Qingxue proudly raised her chin and said, After all, I'm a cultivator. What's the big deal about staying up for 1 or 2 nights? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, With your little cultivation, if you really meet people in the cultivation world, don't say that I taught you. I can't afford to lose face. Ling Qingxue angrily pinched Xiao Ruofei and said coquettishly, It's all your fault. You've been gone for so long. If you cultivated with me every day in the 3 mountains, my cultivation would have improved a long time ago. Ling Qingxue naturally couldn't bear to hit him too hard, but Xiao Ruofei still cooperated and said, Wife, I was wrong. Aren't I back now? This time, I'll stay a little longer and cultivate with you. That's more like it. Ling Qingxue proudly glanced at Xiao Ruofei, then asked, Where are we going for lunch? Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, Let's go to the Western restaurant around the corner from last time. I think the taste is pretty good. Sure. Ling Qingxue said. As long as Ling Qingxue was with Xiao Ruofei, it didn't matter what she ate, not to mention that the environment and taste of the Western restaurant around the corner were very good. When they drove to the Western restaurant around the corner, the manager, Bastien, and Xianxia, Xiao Ruofei's fan, were naturally very surprised. They treated them like VIPs and insisted on waiving the bill for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei persuaded and even threatened that he would never come here again if the bill was waived. Bastien finally gave up, but he still gave them a very high discount, and gave them 2 specialties and a bottle of good wine. When they were eating, Xiao Ruofei thought of what Feng Jing said today that they would actively update their Weibo and increase their exposure. So when Xiao served them the dishes, he took out his mobile phone and asked Bastien to take a photo of them. Then he took a few photos of today's food and wine and posted them on Weibo, with the caption, Come to the Western restaurant around the corner again with our manager Ling. It's still the familiar taste. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei also linked Qingxue and Xiaoxiao's Weibo accounts. For Xiao Ruofei, this was just a casual operation. The greater significance might be that he valued Feng Jing's advice. But his casual operation brought another wave of fans to Xiaoxiao, and the number of followers on Weibo suddenly increased by thousands. Even the Western restaurant around the Western restaurant became a little famous on the internet. Many people came here because of its fame. Some were looking forward to meeting Xiao Ruofei by chance, and some simply wanted to taste the Western food that the overbearing president liked. Of course, these were all in the future. After having lunch, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue went directly to the nearby Shangri-La Hotel and booked a room. They hadn't been together for nearly a month. How could a meal satisfy each other's strong needs? After a charming and gentle sex, the 2 of them were greatly satisfied physically and mentally. They hugged each other and leaned on the bed. Because both of them had to go to the company in the afternoon, more or less, they were not satisfied. Ling Qingxue nestled in Xiao Ruofei's arms, her fingers drawing circles on his chest covered with a thin layer of sweat. She said coquettishly, Ruofei, when are you going to buy a house in the city? We finally have a chance to be together, but we have to book a hotel room. It's too inconvenient. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Bye. I'll buy it right away. I've been busy a while ago, so I can't take care of it now. This time, I'll come back and solve the problem of the house. After the company's headquarters moved to the city, Xiao Ruofei also felt that living on the farm was more or less inconvenient. Although the farm was very quiet and the environment was very good, after all, the location was a little remote. If he came to the company often, he would spend more than an hour on the road every day. So, it was necessary to buy a house in the city. Moreover, the housing prices in the 3 mountains had fallen recently because of the recent regulation. It was a good time to buy a house at this time. After getting a windfall of 200 or 300 million euros in Italy. Not to mention a house, even buying a building would not be a problem. Xiao Ruofei immediately asked, By the way, didn't you say that there was a house for sale in your villa community? Don't tell me they've already been sold? Ling Qingxue said with a smile, That's not the case. Recently, the housing market has not been very good, and the volume of second-hand houses has dropped a lot. It's more difficult to sell a house like a villa, but it doesn't matter if you buy it for yourself. Speaking of this, Xianxia adjusted to a more comfortable position and said, "It seems that there are several villas for sale in our community. There are several types of houses to choose from, and I don't see anyone living in these houses. They are probably hoarded by real estate speculators. Recently, the prices have dropped a lot. If you want to buy them, they will be much cheaper now. Many real estate speculators paid for their houses with their houses. Once there was any movement in the housing market, there might be a problem with the capital chain. So, every time the housing market was regulated, many real estate speculators would sell their houses." Xiaoruofei nodded and said, "NN. Then I'll take some time to take a look. By the way, I didn't have time to ask you. The batch of young geese that I imported last time should have passed the quarantine period soon, right?" Xianxia chuckled and said, "I thought you forgot. How is that possible?" "This batch of young geese is very important to me," Xiaoruofei said. Xianxia said with a smile, "Don't worry. I have set a reminder on my phone, and when the quarantine period expires, the Inspection and Quarantine Bureau will call me to inform me. If I remember correctly, there should be 5 more days to collect them. I don't know if there will be any problems during the quarantine period," Xiaoruofei said. "If there is an epidemic or a large number of deaths during the quarantine period, the Inspection and Quarantine Bureau will inform me immediately. If I don't receive a call from them, it means that everything is fine." Xianxia said, "Don't worry. 5 days later, I will go with you to collect them." "Okay." Xiaoruofei said, "It's almost time. Let's take a shower and go." Xianxia nodded and said, Xianxia was a little shy about taking a shower with Xiaoruofei at first, but after being together for a long time, she became more open. The two of them took a shower together in the hotel's bathroom. Naturally, there was a lot of romance during the shower. After checking out at the front desk downstairs, Xiaoruofei sent Xianxia back to the company, and then drove back to the Taoyuan building. Xiaoruofei came to the chairman's office on the top floor and found that Yao Xian, who was at the door, had already left. It seemed that Feng Jing carried out his orders very quickly. Xiaoruofei smiled, opened the door and walked into the office. There were still a few minutes before it was time to go to work. He got up and took out the tea leaves from the cabinet and made himself a cup of hot tea. After drinking the tea for a while, he went to the small balcony next to him to smoke a cigarette. Then, he returned to his desk and sat down. He picked up the internal phone on the desk and called Feng Jing. "Sister Jing, are you free?" Xiaoruofei asked with a smile. "How rare. I thought you were going to run away in the afternoon again." Feng Jing joked and said, "How can I not be free when the chairman calls?" "All right then, come to my office. I have something to tell you," Xiaoruofei said. "Okay, I also have something to report to you," Feng Jing said. "Let's talk when we meet." Xiaoruofei hung up the phone. After a while, Feng Jing knocked on the door and came in. Xiaoruofei smiled and pointed to the chair opposite the desk and said, "Sister Jing, have a seat. Pour the water yourself. I don't have anyone to serve me." Feng Jing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiaoruofei and said, "You don't want an assistant even if I give you one." Xiaoruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "I don't want to waste the company's human resources." "Right, didn't I just report this morning? Why is there something else?" Feng Jing said, "I forgot to say this morning. Didn't you order a batch of strange materials through the company? These things have arrived one after another. Basically, they were all bought according to your requirements." Xiaoruofei suddenly remembered that he did ask the company's purchasing department to order a batch of materials. These were all used to make the spiritual puppet. At that time, he also saw that these materials could be bought on the market, but it was too troublesome to purchase them one by one. So, he simply asked the company's purchasing department to do it. Anyway, these things were not related to each other at all. Even if an outsider saw this list, they wouldn't know what they could do when they were combined. They wouldn't even think in the direction of the spiritual puppet. After Xiaoruofei arranged things, he didn't bother about it anymore. He heard it and said happily, "Really? That's great. Ruofei, those materials are piled up in the company's warehouse." Feng Jing said, "Do you want to take a look?" In the company's headquarters building, there were several floors that were empty, so there was a lot of space. So, they specially made a warehouse to store some office supplies and things like that. Xia Ruofei said, "I won't look at it first. How about this? I'll give you an address. You can ask Lei Hu and the others to find a car and send all these things there." After that, Xia Ruofei took a piece of paper and wrote down the address of the warehouse in the city. He thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, I'll just tell Lei Hu directly. You don't have to worry about this." "Okay," Feng Jing said. Xia Ruofei thought that the materials were all collected and was very happy. According to Xia Qing, with his current cultivation, it might not be enough to make the spiritual puppet, but some preparatory work could be done in advance. Many of the materials had to be processed twice, and his cultivation was enough for it. Feng Jing asked, "By the way, Ruofei, why did you call me over?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Of course, there's something. Sister Jing, I asked around. Xianxia's community has a few villas that are ready to be sold." Xia Ruofei thought that the materials were all collected and was very happy. According to Xia Qing, with his current cultivation, it might not be enough to make the spiritual puppet, but some preparatory work could be done in advance. Many of the materials had to be processed twice, and his cultivation was enough for it. Feng Jing asked, "By the way, Ruofei, why did you call me over?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Of course, there's something. Sister Jing, I asked around. Xianxia's community has a few villas that are ready to be sold." Xia Ruofei froze for a moment and said, "Why?" Although the property market is in a bit of a slump, it's still pretty good to buy a place to live. Also, the property prices have fallen a bit. This is the right time to sell. Feng Jing was actually quite conflicted. On one hand, she enjoyed Xia Ruofei's heartfelt concern. On the other hand, she wasn't used to living in the same neighborhood as Ling Qingxue, so she was a bit absent-minded for a moment. Xia Ruofei saw that Feng Jing wasn't speaking. He thought to himself, could it be that Sister Jing has some difficulties? He thought for a moment, then patted his forehead and said with a smile, "Look at my brain. Sister Jing, I know. Is it because you don't have enough money?" With the current property prices in Sanshan City, a villa in a better location, even if it was a small townhouse, would cost a few million. If it was a standalone villa, it would cost at least 10 million. Although Feng Jing's salary in the Taoyuan company was very high, she had only worked for a little more than a year. The company didn't give out dividends, so her 2% shares were just in name. It didn't bring her any substantial income. If she wanted to buy a villa, even if she applied for a loan, it would be a bit difficult to pay for the down payment. Xia Ruofei also saw that Feng Jing was hesitant to speak, so he naturally thought that Feng Jing didn't have enough money and was too embarrassed to ask, so she declined. Meanwhile, Feng Jing was still in a dilemma. As soon as she heard Xia Ruofei's words, she immediately went with the flow, "Yes. I don't have much savings. It's a bit difficult to buy a villa. Let's talk about it later. It's quite convenient to live in the company's house now." Feng Jing thought that this was the end of the matter. She was a bit disappointed. After all, if she lived in the same neighborhood as Xia Ruofei, she was quite looking forward to it. Feng Jing didn't expect that after Xia Ruofei heard her words, he directly said casually, "Not enough money? That's easy. It just so happens that you haven't received any dividends. Why don't I take this opportunity to withdraw some for you?" "Ah?" Feng Jing was stunned. "Wait a minute," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then he picked up the phone on the table and dialed the internal number of Peng Hao's office. "Director Peng, this is Xia Ruofei. Can you come to my office?" "Yes, now." Xia Ruofei would only call Peng Hao Little Fatty in private. In the company, he would formally call him Director Peng. Only then did Feng Jing react. She quickly said, "Ruofei, no need, no need. I don't lack money now, so it doesn't matter when I buy a house. It's not that urgent." "What do you mean by not using it? Didn't I say it already? This time, let's go look for a house together." Wouldn't it be great if we all live in the same neighborhood? Xiao Ruofei said. That's settled then. This time you have to listen to me. Feng Jing opened her mouth, but when she saw Xiao Ruofei's firm attitude, she did not say anything. After a while, Peng Hao arrived at Xiao Ruofei's office. He smiled and greeted Feng Jing. Manager Feng, you are here too. Peng Hao then looked at Xiao Ruofei and smiled. Chairman, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Do you have any important instructions for me? Xiao Ruofei asked. Director Peng, do we have enough funds in the company's accounts? It's very abundant. Peng Hao replied. Our company's cash flow is already sufficient. This time, we had gotten a large loan from the bank. We did not invest so much in the early stages of the project. Now, we have a few $100 million in our accounts. Xiao Ruofei nodded. That's good. Director Peng, go and prepare a list of 10 million dividends for Manager Feng. We don't have much time in the afternoon. Go to the bank tomorrow morning and settle this matter. 10 million dividends? Peng Hao paused for a while. Is there a problem? Xiao Ruofei asked. Oh. No. Peng Hao quickly replied and asked. Chairman, what about your side? Xiao Ruofei paused for a while and waved his hand. I don't need it. I only want Manager Feng's dividends list. Just record it when you do the accounts. My dividends can wait until the company accumulates more funds before we talk about it. Feng Jing only had 2% of the shares. According to the ratio of dividends, if she received 10 million, then Xiao Ruofei should receive 4.9 billion. If the dividends were to be distributed according to this ratio, even if it didn't empty the company's account, it would at least make it difficult to make ends meet. This was the problem that Peng Hao was worried about earlier. Now, Xiao Ruofei does not lack money and does not need to spend a lot of money. That's why there is no need for him to withdraw his dividends. Of course, although Xiao Ruofei owns 98% of the company's shares, the company's funds are the company's funds, and his personal funds are his personal funds. They cannot be mixed together. Of course, as long as the accounts are done properly, there will be no problem. Understood. Peng Hao heaved a sigh of relief and said, I will do it immediately. Manager Feng, I will need your signature later. Feng Jing said, I will go with you. You don't have to run back and forth. Then she said to Xiao Ruofei, Chairman, thank you. I will go first. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Don't be so polite. That's your share of the profits. I will give you a call after I am done with the arrangements. As Peng Hao was present, Xiao Ruofei did not mention the matter of buying the house. Instead, he vaguely mentioned it. Okay. Feng Jing nodded and said. After Feng Jing left, Xiao Ruofei thought about the batch of materials again. He can't wait to put all the materials into the space. He will go in and deal with them when he is free. Refining a spirit puppet is a complicated and huge project. Some of the work is impossible with his current cultivation, but there are a lot of basic preparations that can be done in advance, such as the pre-processing of the materials, the carving of a large number of basic formations, etc. A spirit puppet is actually a combination of a large number of basic formations to achieve an effect similar to artificial intelligence. Xiao Ruofei can understand most of the formations, but he doesn't know how to combine them. He doesn't know why those basic formations can achieve such a magical effect after combining in a special way. However, Xiao Ruofei does not need to know why. He only needs to strictly follow the refining method and do the preparation step by step. Thinking about the materials, Xiao Ruofei was about to call Lei Hu over and have him arrange for the materials to be transported to the warehouse as soon as possible. Just as he swiped the screen of his phone and was about to call Lei Hu, he heard a knock on the door. Thus, Xiao Ruofei casually put the phone on the desk and called out, Come in. The office door was pushed open and a group of people walked in. The one at the front was Lei Hu. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He thought to himself, what a telepathic connection. I was just about to call you over. You ran over yourself. But on second thought, Lei Hu is a big man. Saying that they have telepathic connection is a little strange. He couldn't help but shake his head and throw these messy thoughts aside. Lei Hu smiled and said, Chairman, look who I brought. Xiao Ruofei looked and couldn't help but smile. He personally stood up and said, "Old Su. You're here." The people who came in with Lei who were the veterans who helped Xiao Ruofei deal with Lu Haojuan some time ago. Su Yugang, Xing Liang, Wang Chong, and Zhang Aijuan, the four of them came to Xiao Ruofei's office together. "Hello, Chairman." Su Yugang and the other three greeted in unison. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Good, good, good. You all look good. It seems like the environment in Xianxia is really good." After the Lu Haojuan incident, Xiao Ruofei gave Su Yugang and the others a sum of money to take a long vacation in Xianxia. On one hand, it was to avoid the limelight, and on the other, it was naturally to reward them for their contributions. Su Yugang smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you. The few of us haven't been able to relax for a long time. The blue sea and blue sky of Xianxia made us feel a little nostalgic." Su Yugang and the others were all handpicked by Lei Hu. The one thing they had in common was that the four of them had just been recruited, and they hadn't even gone through the employment procedures. Also, their situation after retiring from the military was not very good. Because of family or other reasons, they were financially strapped. After they helped Xiao Ruofei deal with Lu Haojuan's incident, Xiao Ruofei not only provided a luxurious tour of Xianxia, but also gave each of them a large sum of money. Naturally, the difficulties at home were easily solved. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Su Yugang and the other three could be said to be dead loyal to Xiao Ruofei. After returning from Xianxia, Lei Hu had asked them to rest first. After all, the arrangements for them were made by Xiao Ruofei. This time, when they heard that Xiao Ruofei had finally returned to the Three Mountains, the four of them, who were bored out of their minds, immediately went to Lei Hu and reported to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Since you like it there, why don't you stay for a while longer? Is it because you don't have enough money?" "No, no." Su Yugang hurriedly said, "Chairman, we just did a small thing for you, and you gave us so much money and sent us on a trip. We feel very sorry in our hearts. Everyone wants to work for you as soon as possible. It's good that you're back." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You guys work hard for me. If you like Xianxia, you can buy a house there in the future. Whenever you want to go on vacation, you can go there for a while." "Hee hee." Su Yugang scratched his head and said, "The houses there are too expensive. How can we afford them?" Lei Hu said, "Su, if you work for the chairman, you won't be afraid that you won't be able to afford a house in the future." "That's right." Su Yugang said with a smile. "Don't just stand there. Come and sit here." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "If you want to drink water, pour it yourself. There are drinks in the fridge. Don't be shy. I don't have a secretary here to serve you." "Yes, thank you, Chairman." Su Yugang and the others followed Xiao Ruofei to the reception area and sat down. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Su, about the arrangement for you guys, I have thought about it some time ago. Now, there are two plans. You can choose one." Su Yugang and the others quickly sat up straight and pricked up their ears to look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said, "First of all, I want to say that no matter which plan you choose, it's best that you don't go through the formal employment procedures in the Taoyuan company." He did this out of caution. After all, the family Lu was a giant with power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Although the incident with Lu Haojuan had passed for a while, according to Xiao Ruofei's side inquiries, the family Lu didn't seem to have found anything. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If the family Lu really found any clues and Su Yugang and the others all joined the Taoyuan company, it might cause trouble. Although the possibility of this was very small, Xiao Ruofei had to be careful. Su Yugang nodded and said, "We understand." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "The first plan is that you guys continue to work for me in secret. I will give you a personal salary. As for the salary, it will be similar to the salary of the vice president of the company's security department. Usually, I don't need you guys, and you don't need to be responsible for security issues. However, at certain times, I may need you guys to perform some tasks." Xiao Ruofei was different from other rich people. As a cultivator, he did not need a bodyguard for his own safety. If he really met someone who could threaten his safety, it was not something a bodyguard could handle. Moreover, Having a bodyguard following him at all times would make it more inconvenient for him to do certain things. In addition, if the Lu family found out something, it would be easier to link Lu Haojuan's matter to Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, if Su Yugang and the others chose this plan, they would need to keep quiet and live like ordinary people. When necessary, they could use their investigative expertise to help Xiao Ruofei do things that were inconvenient for him or that he didn't want to do personally. That would be enough. As for the money spent to raise a few people, Xiao Ruofei certainly didn't care. What about the second plan? Su Yugang asked. The second plan is to go abroad to work. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I have a large farm in Australia, and I need trustworthy people to be responsible for the security work there. If you go abroad, the salary may be higher. After all, it is based on the local employee salary standards. However, you will be separated from your family, so the choice is up to you. Su Yugang and the others looked at each other, and then said, Chairman, we need to discuss it. Of course, you guys take your time to discuss it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Lei Hu, come with me. I have something for you to do. Okay. Lei Hu replied. Xiao Ruofei and Lei Hu got up and left the reception area, leaving Su Yugang and the others to discuss it here. After walking to his desk and sitting down, Xiao Ruofei directly handed the note with the address written on it to Lei Hu and said, I asked the company to help me buy a batch of materials. They are now stored in the temporary warehouse of the building. Help me transport these materials to the warehouse at this address. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei took out the key to the warehouse and handed it over. He said, oh yes, this is the key to the warehouse. After you transport the materials there, you can return the key to me. Understood. Lei Hu took the key and the note and said, I will contact the car in a while. It can be done by today. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, you can directly contact Manager Feng about the details. She personally followed up on that batch of materials. Okay. Lei Hu said, Chairman, if there is nothing else, I will go first. Go ahead. Xiao Ruofei said. Lei Hu also said goodbye to Su Yugang and the others and left Xiao Ruofei's office first. He went to look for Feng Jing to contact the materials. After Su Yugang and the others discussed in a low voice for a while, they had already made a decision. They came in front of Xiao Ruofei, and Su Yugang said, Chairman, we have discussed it. The gentle voice in the steel gun said, thank you to the readers, Jing family's second young master for 1,000 book coins. I am Hu Biao's father for 200 book coins. Will friendship last forever? Albliss, and Moonlit Snowy Tail for 100 book coins. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, oh? Tell me about it. Su Yugang hesitated for a moment and said, Chairman, after discussion, I want to stay in China. The three of them are willing to work in Australia. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and figured out the reason. He remembered that Lei Hu had told him that one of the important reasons why Su Yugang and the other three were chosen to help him deal with Lu Haojuan was that their financial situation was relatively difficult. Lei Hu had said that Su Yogong's parents and wife were in poor health and had to take medicine all year round to maintain their health. Su Yugang chose to stay in China because he had to take care of his family. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, of course I respect your choice, but old Su, I also have a suggestion. What do you think? Su Yugang quickly said, Chairman, please tell me. Xiao Ruofei said, the four of you were originally a combat team. Everyone has their own duties and cooperates very well with each other. It would be a pity if you were separated. In fact, you can also work in Australia with Xing Liang and the others. After all, you are going there to work, not to be exiled. If you have holidays or something at home, you can come back at any time, and, Xiao Ruofei paused slightly when he said this. He looked at Su Yugang and then continued, considering your family's situation, I can talk to the Australian farm and let your family go with you. Su Yugang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to be so considerate. Xiao Ruofei said, of course, the elderly may not necessarily adapt to life abroad, but you can take them to live outside for a while. The medical standards abroad are relatively better than in China. Your family can go there for treatment for a period of time. If the elderly get better and want to go back to live in China, you can send them back. Anyway, you can come back when you have holidays. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Su Yugang was really tempted. The money he earned from working for Xiao Ruofei was mainly used to treat his parents and daughter-in-law. However, the elderly were old and had more chronic diseases. They needed time to recuperate. This was not a problem that could be solved with money. If they could really bring the two elders to Australia for treatment, it might be even better. Moreover, Su Yugang had also heard that the environment in Australia was very good, so it should be more beneficial for the elderly to recover. Xing Liang also said, "Old Su, the chairman has been so considerate for you. Why are you still hesitating?" Wang Chong replied, "That's right. Class monitor Su, we don't want to be separated from you either." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Don't rush old Su. After all, this matter concerns his family. Let him think about it." Su Yugang raised his head and said with a touched expression, "Thank you, Chairman. I know you're thinking for me, but I have to ask for my family's opinion on this matter. Can you please give me some time?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Of course, there's no hurry. Go back and discuss it with your parents and daughter-in-law. I still say the same thing. I treat you as my brothers. No matter what decision you make, I will respect it." "Got it. Thank you, Chairman," Su Yugang said. "I will give you an answer within 3 days. Then, we'll take our leave first." No hurry, no hurry. You can go back and rest for a few days. Especially Xing Liang and the other two. Since you've decided to go abroad to work, you should spend more time with your family." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Of course, when you have a certain amount of financial strength, you can also bring your family out. The housing prices in Australia are not too expensive. It's not impossible to settle down there." Xing Liang and the others also thanked him. Then, the four of them bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei and left the office. After Su Yugang and the others left, Xiao Ruofei called Peng Hao again to ask about the situation. He learned that Peng Hao had completed the procedures for the dividends, and that Feng Jing had also signed it. Tomorrow, the finance department would go to the bank to transfer the money to Feng Jing. In the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei dealt with some backlogged documents in the office. Mainly, there were some reports that needed his signature. Of course, when it came to urgent matters that required Xiao Ruofei's approval, Feng Jing would usually give him a call to report to him. After obtaining his approval, she would then go ahead and do it. Signing the papers now was just a formality. After work, Xiao Ruofei did not drive. Instead, he followed a few young employees who still lived on the farm and experienced the company's commuter bus. Xiao Ruofei didn't have any heirs to begin with. She could chat happily with the ordinary employees, and the atmosphere in the car was very relaxed. After the bus arrived at the farm, it stopped directly in front of the original complex building. Xiao Ruofei and the employees went to the cafeteria for dinner, and then walked back to his small villa. After he locked the door and windows, he took out the Ling Tu scroll and entered the space with a thought. "Master." Xia Qing immediately came over to greet Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "I basically prepared all the materials needed to refine the spirit puppet. I'll bring them all to the Ling Tu world tomorrow." "That's great." Xia Qing said happily, "I also hope that Master can refine a few helpers for me as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I want to too. Isn't it because my cultivation is not enough?" Xia Qing, according to your understanding, what level of cultivation do I need to reach before I can refine the spirit puppet? Xia Qing said, "The refining method you received is for making a beginner spirit puppet. According to your current cultivation, you need to raise it by at least 2 to 3 levels before you can successfully refine it. However, your spiritual power cultivation is much higher than your true qi cultivation. Moreover, the Tao incantation and questioning heart sutra you cultivate are very good at controlling your spiritual power, so I estimate that if you break through another level, or at most 2 levels, you should be able to refine a spirit puppet." Xiao Ruofei was very happy after hearing this, because this goal was at least not unreachable. At the same time, he also captured a very important piece of information. He could not help but ask, "Beginner spirit puppet? Xia Qing, are there different levels of spirit puppets?" Xia Qing nodded and said, "Yes, beginner spirit puppets are the lowest level of spirit puppets. Their spiritual intelligence is relatively low, but they can still carry out orders to complete tasks. It's just that their autonomy is relatively poor. Xiao Ruofei looked curiously at Xia Qing, who was almost no different from a real person, and asked, "Then, what level are you?" Xia Qing's degree of humanization was really high. When he heard this, he actually showed a trace of pride and said, "Master, I'm an ultimate spirit puppet." Above the beginner spirit puppet is the intermediate spirit puppet, then the advanced spirit puppet, and above that is the ultimate spirit puppet. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, "Then what kind of cultivation is needed to refine an ultimate spirit puppet?" Xia Qing said, "When the former master made Xia Qing, he was already at the late stage of the gold core stage. According to the former master, he was barely able to make it at that time and relied on a trace of luck to succeed." Xiao Ruofei could not help but take a breath of cold air. At the same time, he also realized the gap between them. He said with a smile, "It seems that I still can't bite off more than I can chew." Xia Qing pursed his lips and did not speak. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Okay, I have nothing else to do. You can go and do your work first." "Yes, master." Xiao Ruofei's mind moved. The next moment, he directly used the invisible power of space to teleport to the beach by the Sea of Space. The Atlantis 34 yacht was quietly standing on the support. To Xiao Ruofei, it was like a slightly more advanced toy. With a trace of anticipation, he reached out and touched the smooth hull of the yacht, and then began to touch the fixing device. In the morning, the workers had used a wrench to fasten it, and there were dozens of nuts. Xiao Ruofei did not look for tools again. He directly pinched the nut with his fingers and twisted it gently, easily twisting the nut. Xiao Ruofei's movements were very fast. After a while, dozens of screws were removed by him, and the yacht was officially separated from the support. With a slight thought, the invisible power of space gathered and wrapped around the yacht. Then, the yacht slowly floated up out of thin air. The power of space lifted the yacht in the direction of the sea, and then gently placed it on the sea. Xiao Ruofei gently touched the ground with the tip of his foot and jumped up lightly. He landed on the yacht like a falling leaf, and even the hull of the yacht did not shake significantly. He stretched out his hand and flipped over to the steering panel of the yacht. Although Xiao Ruofei had not learned how to drive a yacht, he had driven a motorboat before, and the principle was basically the same. Soon, he successfully started the engine of the yacht. He pushed the throttle forward, and the yacht immediately began to accelerate on the sea. As the speed increased, Xiao Ruofei turned the steering wheel and controlled the yacht to turn freely on the sea. Anyway, there would never be a second ship here, nor would there be any reefs or the like, nor would there be any patrol boats from the maritime department. Xiao Ruofei could freely sail. The yacht's speed was getting faster and faster. Xiao Ruofei could feel the wind blowing his hair in the face. The space contained a lot of spiritual energy. Flying at high speed on the sea like this felt even more refreshing. After several upgrades, the range of the space sea had expanded by 2 to 3 kilometers. It was no longer just a little offshore area. Xiao Ruofei had a lot of fun. Finally, he turned off the yacht's engine and let the yacht undulate on the sea. He went to the deck and lay there on his back, very leisurely. Xiao Ruofei could sense that the space sea seemed to be a little too quiet. Except for a few herrings and abalones that occasionally appeared in the range of his spiritual detection, the inside of the sea was empty. Is it time to enrich the marine community? Xiao Ruofei said to himself. If possible, he really wanted to raise a few whales in the Sea of Space, and there were so many fish in the sea. He imagined wearing diving equipment and diving into his exclusive sea, surrounded by all kinds of fish, turtles, and so on. That kind of feeling made him look forward to it very much. Xiao Ruofei decided to find a chance to go out to sea and have fun for a few days. At the same time, he would collect some marine life into the space sea. He wanted to make it full of vitality. And if he went out to sea, the Asma yacht that he had his eyes on before would be very useful. It depends on what price Qin Lan can negotiate, but Xiao Ruofei has already made a decision in his heart. He is ready to buy it at a reasonable price. After all, there are not many opportunities to buy a ready-made, brand-new yacht without waiting for a day. If it weren't for the fact that the customer had financial difficulties and needed to withdraw funds in time, in this case, even if the customer wanted to sell it, they would definitely raise the price. It was impossible for them to give a profit. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was time to stop while he was ahead. He lay leisurely in the space for a while, even swaying gently with the waves on the sea and taking a nap on the deck of the yacht. After waking up, he drove the yacht back to the beach. After dropping the anchor, Xiao Ruofei directly jumped back to the shore. Then he drove the all-terrain vehicle around the entire mountain sea territory again. After the upgrade of the space this time, as expected, the scope of the entire mountain sea territory has expanded a lot. Of course, there is a deeper level of upgrade. The changes in the rules of the entire space, Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation is not enough. He can only vaguely feel it, but it is impossible for him to grasp it. Before leaving the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei also caught the white world fox and taught it a good lesson. He warned it to be obedient in the space and not to cause trouble, especially not to cause damage. After returning to the outside world, Xiao Ruofei took a shower and began to practice the Tao formula. He also wants to improve his cultivation as soon as possible so that he can refine the spiritual puppet as soon as possible. The next day, Xiao Ruofei still went to the farm cafeteria for breakfast, and then followed the staff's commuter bus to the company headquarters. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was time to stop while he was ahead. He lay leisurely in the space for a while, even swaying gently with the waves on the sea and taking a nap on the deck of the yacht. After waking up, he drove the yacht back to the beach. After dropping the anchor, Xiao Ruofei directly jumped back to the shore. Then he drove the all-terrain vehicle around the entire mountain sea territory again. After the upgrade of the space, as expected, the scope of the entire mountain sea territory has expanded a lot. Of course, there is a deeper level of upgrade. The changes in the rules of the entire space, Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation is not enough. He can only vaguely feel it, but it is impossible for him to grasp it. Before leaving the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei also caught the white world fox and taught it a good lesson. He warned it to be obedient in the space and not to cause trouble, especially not to cause damage. After returning to the outside world, Xiao Ruofei took a shower and began to practice the Tao formula. He also wants to improve his cultivation as soon as possible so that he can refine the spiritual puppet as soon as possible. The next day, Xiao Ruofei still went to the farm cafeteria for breakfast, and then followed the staff's commuter bus to the company headquarters. Baidu Search Translator, Zefizi Editor, Zefizo. No advertising message in the next few days. Xiao Ruofei mainly focused on the processing of this batch of materials. Most of the time, he stayed in the small villa on the farm. He was locked in the room alone, or to be precise, in the Ring 2 space. He processed the materials almost day and night, and at the same time, he engraved a large number of basic formations. During this process, Xiao Ruofei's proficiency in formations had also unknowingly increased by a large margin. He would only leave the space when he felt very tired physically and mentally. Occasionally, he would go to the company or the pharmaceutical factory site to relax. After careful consideration and discussion with his family, Su Yugang decided to adopt Xiao Ruofei's suggestion and go to Australia with Xing Liang and the others. His only condition was to bring his parents and wife with him. They needed to provide a place to live and help with visa issues. After Xiao Ruofei learned about it, he was very happy. He immediately called Liang Qichao in Australia and told Liang Qichao that he had arranged for 4 veterans to be fully responsible for the security work of Fairyland Farm. He also told Liang Qichao in advance about Su Yogong's special situation and asked Liang Qichao to help arrange their lives. At the same time, he also asked Liang Qichao to issue an invitation in the name of Fairyland Farm in Australia. He also called the chief administrative officer, Don Yun, and asked her to send people from the company's legal department to help Su Yugang and the others, as well as Su Yogong's parents and wife, apply for visas. In the past few days, Qin Lan from the yacht club also tried her best to mediate. While trying to fight with President Huang, she also spared no effort to call Xiao Ruofei and persuade him, hoping to find a balance to facilitate this deal. Because Xiao Ruofei was often in the space, there were times when he did not pick up the phone. Even when he did pick up the phone, his mind was mainly focused on the batch of materials, so his attitude was not very positive. This made Qin Lan a little anxious, so she increased her efforts to communicate with President Huang and lowered the price from the original base by a lot. For Xiao Ruofei, this was an unintentional gain. Finally, on the fourth day, Qin Lan called Xiao Ruofei and told him that Mr. Huang was willing to give up 5% of the profit, which was about 3.5 million yuan. Xiao Ruofei felt that this price should be about right. He had also studied the details of this yacht. At that time, President Huang might not have been short of money, so many of the configurations had been upgraded. In this way, the total price should be between 72 to 73 million. Now that he had given up so much, it was equivalent to a discount of nearly 5 million. This price was already very low. Thus, he no longer held back and decisively agreed to this price. Qin Lan was naturally overjoyed. She eagerly asked Xiao Ruofei when they could go through the formalities. Xiao Ruofei had been working in the Ring 2 space for more than 10 hours, and he felt that his spiritual power was running out. Therefore, he decided to sign the contract on the same day. The process of the transaction wasn't complicated. The yacht club was equivalent to the role of an intermediary. President Huang didn't even show up in person. Everything was entrusted to the lawyer. After Xiao Ruofei arrived at the yacht club, he signed a transfer agreement and paid 50% of the payment according to the rules. The total price was 66.5 million yuan, and the deposit was 33.25 million yuan. Xiao Ruofei's cash flow was abundant, so she paid the bill without hesitation. The rest could be left to the yacht club, including the transfer of ownership of the yacht, the relevant seaworthiness procedures, and so on. This yacht was ready-made, but it was docked at a yacht dock on Heron Island. It needed to be driven from Heron Island to the Three Mountains. Qin Lan promised that she would be able to deliver the yacht to Xiao Ruofei within 2 days. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had to pay the remaining 33.25 million yuan before the yacht was delivered. At the same time, Qin Lan had promised to give Xiao Ruofei another 500,000 yuan of optional equipment quota. Xiao Ruofei could request for modifications after the yacht was delivered. The rest could be left to the yacht club. Of course, during the modification process, Xiao Ruofei still had to pay for the part of 500,000 huaxia yuan. Xiao Ruofei saw that he couldn't get the yacht on the same day. He was also concerned about the piled-up materials in the space that hadn't been processed yet. Therefore, after he paid and received the receipt, he didn't stay at the yacht club for too long. He directly greeted them and drove back to Taoyuan Farm. After Xiao Ruofei returned to the small farm villa, he went back into the Ring 2 space and continued to draw formations. To refine a complete elementary spiritual puppet, he needed to draw at least 1,000 to 2,000 formations of various sizes. With his current cultivation level, he couldn't do a small part of the formations at all. However, he could complete most of the formations at his current level. All he needed was patience. After Xiao Ruofei immersed himself in the formations, he didn't eat or drink for more than 10 hours. With his current cultivation level, although he hadn't completely reached the state of anedia, it wouldn't affect him much if he didn't eat or drink for a few days. When he came out of the space, it was already the morning of the next day. When Xiao Ruofei was drawing formations, he needed to be absolutely focused. Therefore, he left his phone in the outside world and directly turned it to silent mode. Anyway, he would come out of the space every 10 to 20 hours. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any urgent matters. After returning to the outside world from the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei naturally checked his phone first. In addition to a few WeChat messages, there were 5 or 6 missed calls. Xiao Ruofei first checked the missed calls and found that they were all from Ling Xianxia. The first call was last evening, the second was around 10 o'clock in the evening, and the rest were all in the morning. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little worried. Ling Xianxia called so many times. Could something have happened? He hurriedly called Ling Xianxia back. A monotonous ringtone came from the receiver. It rang continuously for more than 10 times before Ling Xianxia picked up the phone. Hello. You finally showed up. Xiao Ruofei felt Ling Xianxia's complaining tone, but he was slightly relieved. At least he could be sure that Ling Xianxia wasn't in any danger. He smiled apologetically and said, "Xianxia, I'm sorry. I've been busy with something these days, and I need to be absolutely focused, so I put my phone on silent mode and didn't receive your call. I thought you were playing a game where you disappeared from the face of the earth." Ling Qingxue said, I've been calling you since last night. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, wife. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. By the way, you must have called me for something, right? Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, you're really forgetful. Did you forget what day it is today? Xiao Ruofei's heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that it was a special anniversary or birthday, and he had forgotten about it? His mind was running fast, but he couldn't remember what day it was. For example, Ling Qingshua's birthday, the anniversary of the two of them officially being together, Xiao Ruofei remembered clearly. Obviously, it wasn't today. What day? Xiao Ruofei asked, feeling a little guilty. Ling Qingxue said snappily, you've really forgotten. The batch of young geese that you spent so much effort to import from abroad will officially end today, and you actually forgot about it completely. I really have to hand it to you. Xiao Ruofei suddenly realized. He patted his head and smiled embarrassedly. Look at my brain. Qingxue, I've been so busy these 2 days that I'm dizzy. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, after I received the notice from the Inspection and Quarantine Bureau yesterday, I immediately called you, but no one answered. This morning, I called you a lot more. Xiao Ruofei, your performance is very bad. Yes. It's all my fault. Xiao Ruofei quickly apologized, then said, so, where are you now? I'll drive back to the city right away. Let's go and get these precious young geese together. By the time you came, it would have been too late. Ling Qingxue said. I couldn't contact you, so I came to get them myself. Anyway, I was the one who did the paperwork, so I just took my ID card and got them. You got all the young geese? Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed and quickly asked, did you lose any young geese? These little fellas are very tenacious. I counted them just now, and none of them are missing. Ling Qingxue said. Oh yeah, quickly tell me where to send these things. There are 50 of them. I can't bring them back to the company. I can't take care of them at home. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, honey, I'll send you the location right away. You can send these young geese there. I'll be there right away. If you arrive early, just wait for me for a while. Okay. Ling Qingxue said. Hurry up. I still have a lot of things to do at the company. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei went to the bathroom to wash up. He didn't have time to eat, but took his handbag and went downstairs quickly. He then drove to the warehouse in the city. When Xiao Ruofei arrived at the warehouse, Ling Qingxue was already waiting for him at the entrance of the warehouse. Next to her was a small truck with a dozen cages. The cages were filled with Strasbourg geese that Xiao Ruofei had imported from Europe. There were about 4 or 5 geese in each cage. Xiao Ruofei quickly pulled over and stopped the truck. He then ran all the way to Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, I'm sorry. I made you wait for me again. Xiao Ruofei said apologetically. It's okay. I just arrived. Ling Qingxue said. Hurry up and open the warehouse door. I'm in a hurry to get back to the company. In fact, the quarantine area where the live animals were imported wasn't far from the airport. After Ling Qingxue received the batch of geese, she called Xiao Ruofei on the way. Her journey back to the city was about the same as Xiao Ruofei's journey from Taoyuan farm to the city. Although she left early, because she had hired a pickup truck, her speed wasn't very fast. So, the two of them arrived at the warehouse at about the same time. Xiao Ruofei nodded and walked over to open the warehouse door. Ling Qingxue didn't hire a porter, so Xiao Ruofei simply did it himself. He easily moved 2 cages of geese at a time. After a few trips, all the geese were moved into the warehouse. After Ling Qingxue sent the pickup truck away, she said to Xiao Ruofei, Ruofei, I'll go back to the company first. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Drive carefully on the road. Got it. Ling Qingxue said. Just as she was about to leave, she turned her head and said, by the way, my dad asked you to come to our house for dinner today. I was so busy just now that I almost forgot about it. Why would my father-in-law suddenly want to invite me to dinner? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. How would I know? Xianxia said angrily. Just go and eat. Okay, I'll go first. Remember to be there at 6 o'clock in the evening. Got it. Xiao Ruofei said. After watching Xianxia drive away, Xiao Ruofei returned to the warehouse. This batch of Strasbourg geese seemed to be in good spirits. They must have been treated well in the quarantine area. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to put the geese, together with the cages, into the Ring 2 space. He locked the warehouse door and drove back to Taoyuan Farm. After a round trip, it was almost time for lunch. Xiao Ruofei hadn't eaten or drunk anything for more than a day. Although he wasn't that hungry, he was drooling at the thought of Chao Tieshu's wife's cooking. So, he went straight to the cafeteria and had lunch with the farm staff. After returning to the small villa, Xiao Ruofei locked the doors and windows. Then, he took out the spiritual map scroll from his palm and entered the space. Master. Xiaqing said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, You saw the geese that I just sent in, right? Xiaqing nodded and said, Yes, master. Xiao Ruofei asked, Do you have any way to make these geese suffer from the most serious fatty liver without suffering any pain? In fact, the delicious foie gras, strictly speaking, was the fatty liver of geese. Xiaqing asked blankly, Master, what is fatty liver? It's a disease, but after the geese get this disease, their livers become more delicious. Xiao Ruofei said. After returning to the small villa, Xiao Ruofei locked the doors and windows. Then, he took out the spiritual map scroll from his palm and entered the space. Master. Xiaqing said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, You saw the geese that I just sent in, right? Xiaqing nodded and said, Yes, master. Xiao Ruofei asked, Do you have any way to make these geese suffer from the most serious fatty liver without suffering any pain? In fact, the delicious foie gras, strictly speaking, was the fatty liver of geese. Xiaqing asked blankly, Master, what is fatty liver? It's a disease, but after the geese get this disease, their livers become more delicious. Xiao Ruofei said. Xiao Ruofei thought of the situation of people with fatty liver. This disease was not particularly common in the past. With the improvement of people's living standards, more and more people slowly got fatty liver. In fact, it was just that the body couldn't absorb the food if they ate too well. In fact, modern Chinese medicine also had research on fatty liver. In addition to absorbing the ancient books of Chinese medicine in the Inheritance Jade Talisman, Xiao Ruofei also found some books of Chinese medicine to assist in the research. Chinese medicine called diet fatty, sweet, and oily, which meant that eating something with high fat, especially thick, and especially oily food was easy to cause fatty liver. In terms of the treatment of fatty liver, modern Chinese medicine also had a mature plan. If one wanted to deliberately create fatty liver, they could do the opposite and find a way to do it in terms of diet. Xiao Ruofei didn't know how different the Strasbourg goose's body was from the human body, but he felt that it was worth a try. In fact, the modern production of fat foie gras also used this method. The cruel feeding method used in the West was essentially to make the fat goose's body unable to absorb the food, and then the liver would become abnormally fat due to overload. At the same time, in order to ensure the fatty and tender taste of the whole piece of foie gras, the farmer also tried to reduce the calcium content in the food as much as possible. Without enough calcium during development, the goose would suffer from osteochondrosis and squat lazily in the cage without moving, and its body weight would explode geometrically. In order to produce fat foie gras using this method, the goose needed to experience unbearable pain. It was locked in a narrow space every day, and it was difficult to even turn around. Then, every few hours, an iron pipe would be inserted into its throat for 20 to 30 minutes, and a large amount of food would be poured directly into its stomach. Before the food could be digested, it would be immediately filled with food again. It could be said that if the goose had a mind of its own, after experiencing such a miserable life, it would probably not be willing to reincarnate as a goose again for 10 lifetimes. In order to make the goose not experience such pain in the growth process and still produce high-quality fat foie gras, he could only think of a way in the diet structure. There was no need to eat too much, and at the same time, the nutrition and fat in the diet had to be seriously excessive, even exceeding the effect of forced feeding in Western farms. Xiao Ruofei's thoughts gradually became clear in his mind, in fact, many prescriptions had such an effect. They were originally used to make up for the body's qi and blood in the case of malnutrition. If the dosage and ratio were adjusted to a certain extent, the Strasbourg goose could be seriously overnourished. Of course, the body structure of a goose and a human was completely different. How to adjust the prescription needed to be tested. But what was certain was that once this method was successful, the Strasbourg goose would hardly experience any pain during its growth. It was not painful at all. Unless the disease had spread to the surface. Therefore, even if the livers of the Strasbourg geese became abnormally fat because of the specially formulated food, they would not feel any pain. Fattening the liver and killing it. This was the law of nature. Even the most critical animal conservationists could not find fault with it. Xiao Ruofei could confirm a few points at present. First, the herbs used in the prescription must be common herbs. If precious herbs such as 100-year-old ginseng were used, it would be meaningless. The cost would be too high. Second, these herbs must be easy to grow in large quantities. Third, he had to find a way to turn them into powder that could be mass-produced. Only when these conditions were met would it be feasible to breed Strasbourg geese on a large scale. Xiao Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was now 3:00 in the afternoon. Ling Qingxue had told him to go to the Ling family's house in the Jiangbin Villa area for dinner at 6:00 sharp. That was to say, he still had at least 2 hours to go, excluding the time on the road. He had formed several alternative plans in his mind. He had to test the effects of these prescriptions and what adjustments needed to be made. He couldn't wait any longer. Since there was still time, Xiao Ruofei immediately took out the spirit map scroll. With a thought, he entered the space. Xia Qing did not find it strange that Xiao Ruofei had returned. These days, Xiao Ruofei had entered the space almost whenever he had time to deal with the materials. Xiao Ruofei waved at Xia Qing and said, "Xia Qing, stop what you're doing. I have something for you to do." Xia Qing hurriedly ran over and said respectfully, "Master, please instruct me." Xiao Ruofei said, "From the batch of young geese I just sent in, pick 5. Pick 5 and send them to the Archean realm. Calculate the time and let them starve until their stomachs rumble. The effect I want is to feed them later. Even if the food is a little unpalatable, they will eagerly rush to eat it." "All right." Xia Qing replied without hesitation. "Master, I'll head over first." The flow of time in the Archean realm was 30 times faster than the outside world. Xiao Ruofei mainly wanted to make use of the difference in the flow of time to let the young geese quickly reach a state of hunger. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Go." Xia Qing had just circled a small area of the Mountain Sea Realm's grassland for this batch of young geese. He made a simple fence and placed them inside. When Xia Qing went to choose the young geese, Xiao Ruofei was the first to arrive at the Archean realm. The equipment he used to brew Chinese medicine and the common herbs he stored were all in the Archean realm. Xiao Ruofei quickly picked out herbs from the shelf. Sometimes, he would stop and ponder for a moment before picking out a few more. Finally, he wrapped the herbs up and placed them into a plastic container. Then, he took out a few mud-wind stoves, casseroles, charcoal, and other items for brewing medicine. With a thought, he returned to the Mountain Sea realm. Xiao Ruofei finally chose 2 prescriptions. These 2 prescriptions met the requirements. The herbs were very ordinary and not expensive. Furthermore, they were suitable for large-scale cultivation. At the same time, they could guarantee the medicinal effects. In the cave in the Mountain Sea realm, Xiao Ruofei wrote and drew on a piece of paper. After a few adjustments, each prescription formed 2 different ratios of herbs. After all, the Strasbourg goose's body was very different from the human body. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to consider the problem of the mild medicinal effects. What he wanted was a strong medicinal effect. Therefore, the ratio of the main herbs had to be increased. Every ratio of herbs was the one that Xiao Ruofei believed would have the best medicinal effects. One prescription had 2 ratios. With 2 prescriptions, there were 4 plans. In addition, he had to use ordinary feeding methods as a control group. 5 test geese were just right. After confirming the prescription, Xiao Ruofei began to boil the medicine. He was now very familiar with brewing Chinese medicine. Even if he was brewing 4 different herbs at the same time, he could easily deal with it. The herbs were placed into the casseroles and stewed with water. Xiao Ruofei kept observing the situation of the herbs in the 4 casseroles. From time to time, he would add 1 or 2 herbs. The process of brewing medicine could be said to be orderly. He was busy but not messy. After more than an hour, Xiao Ruofei had harvested 4 pots of herbs. He thought for a moment and flashed out of the space. He found a bag of corn flour in the kitchen of the small villa and put it into the space as if he had found a treasure. After returning to the upstairs villa, Xiao Ruofei entered the space and divided the bag of corn flour into 5 portions. 4 of them were poured into the 4 casseroles and stirred while pouring. After a while, the 4 pots of cornflour paste were produced. They had the aroma of corn and the smell of Chinese medicine. Xiao Ruofei didn't know if the Strasbourg geese would like it. Anyway, it smelled a little strange to him. As for the remaining cornflour, Xiao Ruofei directly added water and stirred it into a paste. This was the food prepared for the control group of geese. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment. He didn't rush to find Xiaqing. Instead, he returned to the outside world. He used the computer to make a table and then printed several copies. This was a comparison table. He wanted to divide the 5 geese into 5 groups and mark them separately. Then, 4 of them would take the Chinese medicine paste he made every day, and the remaining 1 would be fed in the traditional way. This comparison table was to fill in the 5 geese's diet, weight, and so on every day. Since it was an experiment, Xiao Ruofei wanted to be as rigorous as possible so that he could get the most accurate results. Xiao Ruofei held the table in his hand and then grabbed a carbon pen from the pen holder. With a thought, he returned to the space. Xiaqing. Xiao Ruofei directly communicated with Xiaqing with his spiritual strength. Are the 5 geese ready? Master, they have been hungry all day. Xiaqing said, it seems that they are about to faint from hunger. I guess they can eat anything now. Very good. Xiao Ruofei said, take them to the cave in the mountain sea territory. Yes, master. Xiaqing said. Xiao Ruofei also stepped out of the cave. Behind him, the 5 casseroles swayed in a straight line and floated out with him. The 5 casseroles were each labeled with a word, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The reason why they didn't use Arabic numerals was that the experiment was mainly done by Xiaqing. It was easier for Xiaqing to recognize the Chinese characters. After a while, Xiaqing came to the front of the cave with a bamboo cage. Inside the bamboo cage were the 5 Strasbourg geese. Xiao Ruofei didn't rush to let Xiaqing release the geese. Instead, he said to Xiaqing, Xiaqing, in the next few days, you have to spare some energy to help me complete an experiment. No problem. Master, please instruct me. Xiaqing said without any hesitation. Xiao Ruofei pointed at the 5 casseroles on the ground and said, there are 5 types of food here. In a while, I'll give the geese a corresponding number. Feed them every day. I'll tell you how to prepare the food later. What you need to do is to use the time flow of the Archean realm to speed up the experiment's progress. Every feeding must be recorded. The form is here. Just fill it in according to the requirements. Just fill in the form. With that said, Xiao Ruofei handed the form and pen to Xiaqing. The comparison form was very simple. Xiaqing could understand it easily. However, the carbon ink pen was very refreshing to him. It was very different from a brush, but it wrote very smoothly. He nodded and said, no problem. Master, leave it to me. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I will give you 4 prescriptions. Boil the medicine according to the prescriptions, then mix it with cornmeal and make it into a paste. Feed the geese from number 1 to number 4. As for the number 5 geese, just eat the cornmeal paste. Don't add anything else. With that said, Xiao Ruofei handed 4 pieces of paper to Xiaqing. These 4 prescriptions were actually 2 prescriptions. However, because the ratio of the herbs had been adjusted, it could be said that each of them had become 2 prescriptions. There was a number on each prescription, from number 1 to number 4. It corresponded to the number 1 to number 4 casseroles of the day. It could be said that it was clear at a glance. Xiaqing glanced at the prescriptions and refining methods before putting them into his sleeve. He nodded and said, "All right, master. The boiling method of the medicine is very simple. I will definitely be able to complete it." Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, then I will leave this experiment to you." Then, Xiao Ruofei said, "Well, now let's start feeding. Catch one first." "Yes, master," Xiaoqing said. Then he deftly grabbed a young goose from the bamboo cage. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You have to make a mark on it, or it will be mixed up." After that, Xiao Ruofei took the young goose. He silently condensed a trace of genuine qi in his hand and gently stroked the young goose. The yellow fluff suddenly fell down, and an Arabic number 1 appeared on the young goose's body. Xiao Ruofei said to Xiaoqing, "Remember, this represents number 1. Let it eat the food in number 1 casserole." "Yes, master," Xiaoqing said. Then he grabbed the young goose and took the number 1 casserole to the side. Next, Xiao Ruofei did the same thing and marked the 5 young geese. After that, Xiao Ruofei took the young goose. He silently condensed a trace of genuine qi in his hand and gently stroked the young goose. The yellow fluff suddenly fell down, and an Arabic number 1 appeared on the young goose's body. Xiao Ruofei said to Xiaoqing, "Remember, this represents number 1. Let it eat the food in number 1 casserole." "Yes, master," Xiaoqing said. Then he grabbed the young goose and took the number 1 casserole to the side. Next, Xiao Ruofei did the same thing and marked the 5 young geese. After that, Xiao Ruofei took the young goose. He silently condensed a trace of genuine qi in his hand and gently stroked the young goose. The yellow fluff suddenly fell down, and an Arabic number 1 appeared on the young goose's body. Xiao Ruofei said to Xiaoqing, "Remember, this represents number 1. Let it eat the food in number 1 casserole." "Yes, master," Xiaoqing said. Then he grabbed the young goose and took the number 1 casserole to the side. Next, Xiao Ruofei did the same thing and marked the 5 young geese. "Don't worry, master," Xiaoqing said. "I'll definitely record it carefully according to your instructions." Xiao Ruofei nodded and reminded Xiaoqing of some details before handing the experiment over to Xiaoqing. Under normal circumstances, the growth cycle of a Strasbourg goose was about 2 to 3 months. With the enhancement of the flow of time in the primordial realm, the experiment could be completed in a few days. After Xiao Ruofei left the space, he looked at the time and saw that it was already past 5. He hurriedly washed up, grabbed his coat, and ran downstairs to drive to the Riverside Villa district in the city. The agreed time was 6 o'clock, which was the rush hour after work. Xiao Ruofei rushed left and right in the traffic, even blocking traffic a few times. Finally, he arrived at Ling Qingshua's villa district around 5:50. Xiao Ruofei didn't even have time to prepare a gift for Ling Xiaotian when he left. Fortunately, most of his things were stored in the Ring 2 space, so he had plenty of time to think about what to give his future father-in-law on the way. When he got out of the car, he directly took out 2 bottles of expensive wine and 2 bottles of the highest quality drunken 8 immortals from the space. Ling Xiaotian loved to drink, so giving him good wine was the best gift. Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue had gotten off work early today. When they heard the sound of the car, the 2 of them quickly walked out of the villa. "Uncle Ling." "Qingxue." Xiao Ruofei carried the wine and walked over with a smile. "Ruofei, why are you taking things again?" Ling Xiaotian pretended to be angry. "You're not allowed to do this next time." Although he said that, his hands weren't slow. He took the 2 bags from Xiao Ruofei's hands. In fact, he had already seen that the bags were filled with wine. Ling Qingxue looked at her father speechlessly. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Dad, can't you be more reserved?" Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, "What's there to be reserved about with my son-in-law?" "You." Ling Qingxue said shyly, "What son-in-law? Do you want me to get married so much?" Xiao Ruofei hurriedly mediated. "Qingxue, this wine was originally prepared for Uncle Ling." Ling Qingxue said, "Wine isn't anything good. You always bring wine for him. What if he's sick?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't I'm here? Have you forgotten that your boyfriend is a very good doctor? If there's any discomfort, we'll be back to health to recuperate as soon as possible." Ling Xiaotian chuckled and said, sure. Okay. The father and daughter welcomed Xia Ruofei into the villa. Ling Xiaotian said, Nanny Lu is preparing dinner. Ruofei, let's go make some tea first. We haven't seen each other for a while. Let's have a good chat. Okay, I'll do as you please. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Xiaotian's living room had a very stylish root-carved tea tray. The entire tea tray was carved out of a huge tree root. After the outside was coated with varnish, it retained the original color of the original wood, but at the same time, it gave off a glossy feeling. Ling Xiaotian took some tea leaves from the tea tray and said with a smile, after all the drinking, the Dahong Pao tea you gave me is the most authentic. It tastes much better than those small mountain varieties that are sold outside for a few thousand yuan per caddy. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, Uncle Ling, if you like it, I'll bring you more next time. How can I do that? Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. Xia Ruofei said, these tea leaves were produced by our farm. What's there to be embarrassed about giving you some tea leaves? As long as you don't mind this Dahong Pao tea, I'll take care of all the tea you drink in the future. Okay. Ling Xiaotian said happily. Xia Ruofei naturally took the bag of tea leaves from Ling Xiaotian's hands and started to make the tea skillfully. If his future father-in-law was busy making tea while he sat there and waited to drink, that would be too insensible. However, just as Xia Ruofei finished making the first batch of tea, Ling Xianxia took over the task. She said with a smile, Ruofei, have a good chat with my dad. I'll make the tea. After Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian chatted for a while, Ling Xiaotian said, Ruofei, I have something to discuss with you. Recently, the winery has been asking me for instructions, hoping that we can expand production. Our wine sales are really good, and the profits are very good. The person in charge of the winery said that with such a good reputation, if we don't expand production and quickly seize the market, it will be a loss. Xia Ruofei understood what Ling Xiaotian meant. The winery's production capacity didn't depend on how much Zui Ba Immortal wine they could produce, but on how much Zui Ba Immortal wine they could reprocess. Ling Xiaotian was asking for his opinion. Xia Ruofei pondered for a while and said, Uncle Ling, since everyone has the same idea, let's expand production capacity appropriately. We can't just leave the money aside, right? Previously, Xia Ruofei had limited the monthly production mainly because the aging of Zui Ba Immortal wine required time. In order to quickly produce various grades of Zui Ba Immortal wine, he had to rely on the difference in the flow of time in the Ring 2 Space's Archean realm. The Archean realm hadn't expanded for a long time, so there wasn't much space. He couldn't possibly occupy the space of other precious crops just to produce more wine. However, the situation was slightly different now. Xia Ruofei's control of the Ring 2 Space's laws had improved greatly. He could now casually stack up small spaces in the space. This way, the Zui Ba Immortal wine could be stacked high up. As long as the space was high enough, it wouldn't be a problem to stack the wine. This was equivalent to turning a roughly flat surface into a three-dimensional space. This way, the capacity would increase by many times, and the space would no longer be limited. After all, the Zui Ba Immortal wine only needed to be placed in the space and let time and spiritual energy work together to turn it into a peerless wine. It wasn't like other crops that couldn't leave the soil of the Archean realm. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw Xia Ruofei nod in agreement. He hurriedly asked, Ruofei, how much do you think we can expand it to? Xia Ruofei said very straightforwardly, if the winery can produce it, then double it. From next month onwards, send me 200 tons of January, 6 tons of March, 2 tons of May, and 1,000 kilograms of year-long raw wine every month. Ling Xiaotian was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. He was only looking forward to increasing production by 20 to 30%. After all, he had previously proposed to expand production, but Xia Ruofei had tactfully rejected him with various reasons. He never expected Xia Ruofei to be so straightforward this time, directly promising to double the production capacity. Ling Xiaotian hurriedly said, no problem. The winery's production capacity has always been a little excessive, so we've saved up a lot of raw wine. It definitely won't be a problem to supply it to you in the first few months. If we want to supply it for a long time, we'll need to expand the production line. This work has to be arranged in advance so that there won't be any interruptions. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, sure. Uncle Ling, you can make the arrangements. I've already said that I won't be involved in the management of the winery. I'll be in charge of the raw wine and the dividends. By the way, to introduce a new production line, you'll need to invest a lot of money, right? Uncle Ling, if you need to spend money, we can just invest proportionately. Ling Xiaotian waved his hand and said, no need, no need. The winery hasn't received dividends for a long time. The funds on the books are now very abundant. It's more than enough to build a new factory and introduce a new production line. Ruofei, don't worry about this matter. I'll arrange for the subordinates to complete it as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. After talking about the winery, Ling Xiaotian talked to Xiao Ruofei about the Taoyuan company. He was originally a very successful entrepreneur, so he naturally had his own unique views on running a company. Xiao Ruofei also benefited a lot from chatting with him. When Xiao Ruofei mentioned that Feng Jing had been persuading him to show more of himself in new media, and even urged him to participate in a reality show like The Life I Yearn For, Ling Xiaotian expressed his full approval. Although Ling Xiaotian was an older generation of entrepreneurs, he didn't reject new technology and new ideas. Ling's restaurant was also one of the first catering companies to implement online food ordering. After the rise of takeout platforms, Ling's restaurant was the first to enter. He also knew that Xiao Ruofei was very popular on the internet because of the forced landing of Qantas. In his view, this was a precious resource. In fact, many founders of internet companies were also internet celebrities. Xiao Ruofei could use this popularity to promote the development of the company. After chatting for a while, Ling Xiaotian said with a smile, by the way, Ruofei, I heard from Xianxia that you're going to buy a villa in this community? Yes. Xiao Ruofei said, after the company's headquarters moved to the city, I felt that it was more or less inconvenient to live on the farm, so I wanted to buy a house in the city. The community you live in is in a good location, and the environment is quite good. If there is a suitable house, it's not bad to buy one. Ling Xiaotian said happily, okay. We'll be neighbors then. When this community was first developed, I was very optimistic about it. At that time, the opening price was several times higher than the average price in the city. Many people were watching, so I bought this villa directly. Now, the price has increased several times. Uncle Ling's vision is excellent. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, even if I wanted to buy it at that time, I didn't have that much money. Now, I can only buy it at a high price. Ling Xiaotian said with a smile, if you buy it for yourself, you don't have to care about the price of the house. The real estate market isn't very good now, so it's quite a good time to buy it. Then, Ling Xiaotian said, I have an old friend who has a villa in this community. Because he's from Heron Island, he doesn't live here much. Now that he needs cash flow for his business, he wants to sell the property here. I'll help you contact him later. His villa is quite good. Ling Qingxue, who was making tea, couldn't help but ask, Dad, you mean Uncle Jiang? He wants to sell his house? Yes. Ling Xiaotian said, recently, his company is preparing for a new project, but there's a bit of a shortage of funds. So, not only is he going to sell this villa in our community, but he's also going to sell a few shops near the entrance of the East Street. Really? Ling Qingxue said, Ruofei, Uncle Jiang's house is very good. The location is even better than ours. It's right by the Min River, and the area is much bigger than ours. Most importantly, the developer also gave us a huge garden and a private beach. I'll take you there tomorrow. You'll definitely like it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Qingxue, I'm already very tempted just by listening to you. I think you have the potential to be a real estate salesman. Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, I'm telling the truth. Unlike those real estate salesmen, they're all eloquent and can make the dead come back alive. I'm fundamentally different from them, okay? Ling Xiaotian saw the two of them bickering and couldn't help but laugh. He said, Ruofei, I'll contact old Jiang later. He has a set of keys with the property management. Tomorrow, I'll get Qingxue to take you there. If you're satisfied, I'll ask him to give you a discount. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Ling. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, Xiao Ruofei thought of looking for a house for Feng Jing, so he said, "Oh yes, Uncle Ling, our company's manager Feng also wants to buy a house in this community. Can you help me look for information about the second-hand houses for sale? After all, you've lived here for so long. You should know which houses are better." Manager Feng also wants to buy a house? Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, then said, "Old Jiang has a smaller villa, but it hasn't been renovated. This time, he's going to sell the one that he occasionally stays in during his holidays. After all, the price of a smaller villa is much lower, and he needs to raise a lot of money." Xiao Ruofei quickly asked, "Is he selling the smaller one?" "I'm not too sure about that." Ling Xiaotian said, "I remember he said that he wants to keep the smaller one and renovate it. When he's old, he'll have a place to stay in Sanshan. How about this? I'll talk to him again and try to get him to sell both houses." "Okay. You can ask him if he's willing." Xiao Ruofei said, "If he can't do it, then forget about it." Xianxia said that there are a lot of unfinished villas for sale. "Okay, I'll try my best to convince him," Ling Xiaotian said. At this time, the housekeeper, Mrs. Liu, walked into the living room and said, "Mr. Ling, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat now or?" "Ruofei, why don't we go for dinner?" Ling Xiaotian asked. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay. Let's talk while we eat." "Haha. Let's talk while we drink." Ling Xiaotian said, "You haven't been here for a long time. Let's have a few drinks today." "Okay. Then let's talk while we drink." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said. The group went to the villa's dining room. Ling Xiaotian opened one of the 2 bottles of Zui Ba Xian brought by Xiao Ruofei and said, "Ruofei, let's try the good wine you brought today." At this time, Xiao Ruofei's phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was Qin Lan from the yacht club. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Xiao Ruofei said, "Excuse me, I have to take this call." Ling Xiaotian smiled and nodded. She picked up the bottle of Zui Ba Xian and poured herself some wine. Then, she leaned over and poured Xiao Ruofei's glass as well. Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue were not outsiders, so Xiao Ruofei did not deliberately avoid them. He directly answered the call at the table. "Manager Qin," Xiao Ruofei said, "has my yacht arrived?" Qin Lan said enthusiastically, "Yes, Mr. Xia. Your yacht has been transported from Heron Island to the dock of our yacht club. When is it convenient for you to come and receive it?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "It's a bit late today. How about this? I'll come over tomorrow morning." Okay. Qin Lan said happily, "Mr. Xia, I'll be waiting for you at the club tomorrow." Compared to the deal, it was a happy ending. Mr. Huang cancelled the deal as he wished. Xiao Ruofei got a yacht that he was satisfied with at a cheaper price and faster time. Qin Lan also made a big deal of 60 to 70 million yuan. Her commission for this month would increase by a lot. "Okay, see you tomorrow," Xiao Ruofei said faintly, then hung up the phone. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Ruofei, you bought a yacht?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. Originally, it would take half a year for the yacht to be delivered, but this time, one of their customers wanted to cancel the order because of money problems. They gave me a big discount, so I accepted the order." "What kind of yacht is it?" "It must cost a lot, right?" Ling Xiaotian asked with a smile. "Asmus 100. Leonardo. It's one of the more high-end models of Asmus yachts." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The whole set is about 60 to 70 million yuan. 60 to 70 million yuan. Even though Ling Qingshua's family was not short of money, she still exclaimed and said, "You're really rich now. You bought a yacht worth 60 to 70 million yuan just like that." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "My company's cash flow is more than enough, and it's not in debt, so I didn't think too much about it. I just bought it." Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, "Xiaotian. Haha. Young people should be like that. As long as it's not a big deal, as long as it's within your financial means, you can spend whatever you want." Ling Xiaotian was also tactfully reminding Ling Qingxue that she and Xiao Ruofei were not married yet. Even if they were married in the future, she should not be too strict about money. otherwise, the man would have a rebellious mentality. Of course, Ling Qingshui had no intention of controlling Xia Ruofei's spending. She did not even catch the hint of Ling Xiaoyan's hint. Instead, she said excitedly, Ruofei, I'll go with you to see the new yacht tomorrow. Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, I'm fine with that. But don't you have to go to work? After that, Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Xiaotian. Ling Xiaotian said with a smile, Qingshui, you can go with Ruofei tomorrow. You've been working hard recently. Just take it as a relaxing time. I'll keep an eye on the company. Ling Qingshui was very happy and said sweetly, thank you, Daddy. Silly girl. You don't have to be so polite with me. Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. Come, Ruofei, let's drink. Xia Ruofei hurriedly raised his wine glass and said, Uncle Ling, let me toast you. After the two clinked glasses, Ling Xiaotian raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. Then, he praised, good wine. This was the first batch of drunken 8 immortals that Xia Ruofei had stored in the space. When this batch of wine was stored in the space, Ling Xiaotian had not even bought the winery. Xia Ruofei had bought the wine himself and stored it in the space. It was because Ling Xiaotian drank the drunken 8 immortals that Xia Ruofei had given him that he had the idea of buying the winery. This batch of wine had been stored for more than a year. Taking into account the difference in the flow of time in the primordial realm, it was several decades. Even in the outside world, a wine that had been stored for several decades was definitely a top-grade wine, not to mention that it was constantly nourished by the rich spiritual energy in the space. This batch of drunken 8 immortals had absorbed so much spiritual energy that it was more or less like a spiritual wine. Ling Qingshui had already stepped into the door of cultivation. She could naturally feel the faint spiritual energy in the drunken 8 immortals. She could not help but say, give me a glass too. Ling Xiaotian looked at his daughter and said with a smile, Qingshui, when did you learn to drink white wine? Ling Qingshui said embarrassedly, I saw your intoxicated look, so I wanted to have a taste. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, okay. I'll let my precious daughter have a taste of this top-grade wine. With that said, Ling Xiaotian handed the bottle of wine to Ling Qingshui. Ling Qingshui could not wait to pour a glass for herself. Then, she raised her glass and said, Dad, Ruofei, let's drink together. Okay. Come, cheers. Ling Qingshui took a big gulp. Although it was a little spicy, it had a fragrance that made one recall the aftertaste. At the same time, the faint spiritual energy in the wine made the qi that was slowly flowing in her meridians excited. Ling Qingshui exhaled and mimicked Ling Xiaoyan's expression as she exclaimed, it's really good wine. Ling Xiaotian and Xia Ruofei looked at each other. Did this girl become a little alcoholic? Because of Ling Qingshui's participation, the atmosphere at the table became more lively. The three of them drank and chatted, and finished the 2 bottles of drunken immortals that Xia Ruofei had brought. Ling Xiaotian still wanted to drink more. She wanted to open the 2 bottles of noble rotten wine, but Xia Ruofei hurriedly stopped her. Xia Ruofei was fine by himself. This amount of wine would not make him drunk at all. Even if Ling Qingshui's cultivation was very low, she could still use her qi to drive the alcohol out of her body. Therefore, if she really drank it, Ling Xiaotian would be the one who would get drunk. Not only was it not good for the body to get drunk, but it was also a bit of a blow to Ling Xiaotian, who thought that she was a wine immortal. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not say that he was worried that Ling Xiaotian would drink too much. That would be like adding fuel to the fire. His reason was that he still had to check Ling Xiaoyan's body. If he drank too much, he would not be able to check. Ling Xiaotian could only say reluctantly, okay. It's not easy to drink so happily today. I want to drink more. Uncle Ling, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink together in the future. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The 3 of them got up and left the dining room. Mrs. Liu would naturally clean up the cold leftovers. They made tea in the living room for a while. Xia Ruofei noticed that Ling Xiaoyan's smell of alcohol had spread a lot, so he proposed to check Ling Xiaoyan's body. Xia Ruofei checked Ling Xiaoyan's pulse and then looked at her tongue. Of course, in order to be more accurate, he used his mental strength when checking the pulse. Xia Ruofei checked carefully and said, Uncle Ling's body is in good condition. It's just that his spleen and stomach are a little weak, and his liver is a little hot. Hearing this, Ling Qingshui hurriedly said, Ruofei, give my dad a prescription and grab some medicine to take. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, these are all small problems. Medicinal treatment is not as good as food treatment. I'll give Uncle Ling 2 medicinal recipes. It just so happens that your family is in this business. Medicinal cuisine is the best way to regulate the body. Ling Xiaotian said with a smile, okay. I don't like to eat bitter Chinese medicine. It's better to use medicinal cuisine. Ling Qingshui quickly brought a pen and paper for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei quickly wrote down a prescription and handed it to Ling Xiaotian. Then he said, Uncle Ling, I've written down the ingredients needed for the medicinal cuisine and the cooking method on the paper. You can just follow the prescription. It's not suitable to eat medicinal cuisine every day. You should eat it every other day. In less than a month, these small problems will be cured. Okay. Ling Xiaotian said happily. Then she carefully put away the prescription. Then Ling Xiaotian said, Ruofei, you drank a lot tonight. You definitely can't drive. Why don't you stay here for the night? When Ling Qingshui heard this, she quickly looked at Xiao Ruofei. She naturally wanted Xiao Ruofei to stay, but she was a girl after all. She was embarrassed to ask him to stay in front of her father. Now that Ling Xiaotian had suggested it herself, she was naturally overjoyed. If Xiao Ruofei stayed here, the two of them could not only be intimate, but also use the time formation to cultivate. Ling Qingshui was very much looking forward to it. Xiao Ruofei, of course, would not decline. He smiled and said, okay. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Ling. Ling Xiaotian smiled and waved her hand. We're family. There's no need to trouble me. Ling Qingshui quickly said, Dad, I'll go prepare the guest room for Ruofei. Ling Xiaotian looked at her daughter with a faint smile and said, there's no need to prepare a guest room. Even if you prepare one, it might not be used. Nanny Lu will have to wash another set of sheets and quilts. How could Ling Qingshui not understand the meaning of Ling Xiaotian's words? She immediately blushed and said coquettishly, Dad. Ling Xiaotian waved her hand and said, okay. You've been with Ruofei for so long. I'm not an old-fashioned old man. Xiao Ruofei did not expect Ling Xiaotian to be so carefree. Didn't all fathers care about their daughters and even have a trace of hostility towards their daughters' boyfriends? He laughed dryly and said, Uncle Ling, this is not appropriate, is it? Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, anyway, that's all I have to say. You can decide how you want to stay tonight. I'll call old Jiang and ask him about the house. After that, Ling Xiaotian left Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui and went straight to the study. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui looked at each other. Finally, Ling Qingshui asked with a red face, Ruofei, what should we do? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, my future father-in-law has made it so clear. How can I let him down? Ah? My dad's at home. If we stay in the same room, will it? Ling Qingshui said shyly. If we don't stay in the same room, won't we be lying to ourselves? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, wife, it's getting late. Let's go to bed. With that, Xiao Ruofei walked up the stairs and went straight to the door of Ling Qingshui's boudoir. She then turned around and said to Ling Qingshui, who was dawdling behind her, wife, are you going to walk these few steps until daybreak? Ling Qingshui glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, let's stay together. I'm not afraid of you. With that, she strode forward and opened the door in front of Xiao Ruofei. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei as if she was trying to show off, and then walked in. Xiao Ruofei laughed and walked into the room as well. He locked the door behind him. That night, the two of them made love to each other. However, because Ling Xiaotian's bedroom was also on the same floor, and it was diagonally across from Ling Qingshui's room, the two of them had to be careful to suppress their voices while they were making love to each other. It was rare for them to have a chance to be alone together, so Ling Qingshui naturally wouldn't let it go to waste. In the second half of the night, the two of them put on their clothes and got out of bed. Xiao Ruofei set up the time formation and practiced the questioning heart sutra with Ling Qingshui for a few days in the time formation. Of course, the few days referred to the time in the time formation. In fact, only a few hours had passed in the outside world. It was 4 o'clock in the morning in the outside world when the two of them finished their cultivation. Both of them had made progress in their cultivation this time, especially Xianxia. It had been a long time since she had felt the joy of her cultivation base rising. She had cultivated the Inception Heart Questioning Sutra alone, and her progress was rather slow. Basically, she could only barely maintain her cultivation base without regressing. If Xiao Ruofei hadn't been worried that Xianxia's body wouldn't be able to take it and wanted to let her rest before dawn, she would definitely have been able to cultivate through the night. The two of them hugged each other and soon fell asleep. They didn't wake up until almost 8 o'clock in the morning. When they finished washing up and changed their clothes and went downstairs, Ling Xiaotian had already finished her breakfast and gone to the company. The housekeeper, Auntie Lu, had prepared a sumptuous breakfast for them. At the same time, she passed on Ling Xiaotian's original words. She said that she had to go to the company and would leave after breakfast so that they could have a good rest. Ling Xianxia blushed slightly and glared at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly. At this time, Auntie Lu had already prepared breakfast for the two of them and left. Ling Xianxia pinched the soft flesh on Xiao Ruofei's waist and said, "It's all your fault, it's all your fault." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and didn't dodge. He said directly, "Isn't it just oversleeping? What's there to be embarrassed about? Honey, do you want to eat or not?" "I'm going to eat. We have to go to the yacht club later." When Ling Xianxia heard about the yacht, she temporarily forgot her shyness and sat down to eat breakfast with Xiao Ruofei. After breakfast, Xiao Ruofei drove the off-road vehicle with Ling Xianxia and went straight to the yacht club. Because they didn't make an appointment yesterday, Qin Lan arrived at the yacht club early to wait. Through the glass wall, she saw Xiao Ruofei's off-road vehicle from afar and quickly walked out to greet him. Before the car stopped, Qin Lan was already standing beside the car with a smile. When Xiao Ruofei jumped out of the car, she immediately said, "Mr. Xia, good morning." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Hello, Manager Qin." At this time, Ling Xianxia also got out of the car, so Xiao Ruofei introduced her, "This is my girlfriend, Ling Xianxia." Qin Lan quickly greeted Ling Xianxia and said enthusiastically, "Hello, Miss Ling. You're so beautiful." Ling Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Thank you. Manager Qin is also very beautiful." "You flatter me." Qin Lan said politely, then asked, "Mr. Xia, Miss Ling, should we go directly to the dock to see the yacht or, let's go to the dock?" Xiao Ruofei said directly, "If there's no problem with the yacht, I'll pay the balance today." Okay. Qin Lan quickly said, "This way please." She waved her hand gently, and the electric car that had been arranged for them slowly drove over. The three of them got on the electric car and went straight to the yacht dock not far away. The weather was very good that day. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the white sails were faintly visible on the sea. It was a picturesque scene. A silver-white yacht was quietly parked in a boat berth. Under the sunlight, the 30-meter-long streamlined hull was shining, gently rising and falling with the rhythm of the waves. "It's so beautiful." Ling Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. Then, she took Xiao Ruofei's hand and asked, "Ruofei, is this the yacht?" Asma 100 Xiao Ruofei had seen many pictures of the Leonardo yacht from various angles, so naturally, he could recognize it at a glance. Although there were several yachts docked at the yacht dock, there were only 100 of them. There was only one Leonardo, so the answer was self-evident. He nodded with a smile and said, "Yes. Xianxia, we can buy such a yacht for less than 70 million, and we don't have to wait. It's worth it, right?" Yes. Ling Xianxia nodded and said, "It looks good." At this time, the electric scooter stopped next to the berth of the yacht. Qin Lan smiled and greeted them, "Mr. Xia, Miss Ling, please come this way." Qin Lan led Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xianxia to the deck of the yacht. The dark-skinned yacht pilot, Lu Yi, was already standing on the deck to welcome them. "Hello, Mr. Xia, we meet again." Lu Yi greeted him enthusiastically. As a yacht pilot, Lu Yi has seen a lot of rich people, but it is the first time he has seen someone like Xiao Ruofei who bought 2 yachts at once. Last time, it was Lu Yi who tested the yacht for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei naturally remembered him. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Old Lu, you're helping me drive the yacht again today. Thank you for your hard work. Louis grinned and said, you don't have to be so polite. This is my job. Mr. Xia, you can take a look around first. I'll go and make some preparations. Xia Ruofei was definitely going to test the yacht today, so Louis needed to make some preparations before they set sail. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Louis went to the pilot's seat in the cabin, while Qin Lan took Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui around the luxurious yacht. The huge open deck, the extremely comfortable stern deck, the unique viewing platform on the sea, the super-large master bedroom, and all kinds of luxurious interior decorations, lighting equipment, and so on. Qin Lan introduced them all in detail. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui quickly fell in love with the luxurious yacht. For rich people, such a yacht was like a palace on the sea. Going out to sea on such a yacht was definitely the best enjoyment. After the tour, Qin Lan asked, Mr. Xia, Miss Ling, shall we go out to sea for a spin? You can also experience the actual performance of this yacht. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, of course. Qin Lan immediately went to the pilot's cabin to inform Louis to start the yacht. The yacht slowly accelerated and sailed to the open sea with a splash. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui stood on the highest viewing platform, facing the whistling sea breeze and looking at the beautiful scenery on the sea. They felt relaxed and happy. Qin Lan also came to the viewing platform and accompanied Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui to talk. However, she was not a cultivator like Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui. She felt that she could not hold on for a while in the cold sea breeze. Xia Ruofei also saw it, so he said with a smile, Manager Qin, let's go to the cabin and have a look. Qin Lan looked at Xia Ruofei gratefully and said, okay. The three of them went down the viewing platform and came to the warm cabin. Qin Lan's body, which was about to be frozen, slowly began to feel better. Ling Qingshui was also very interested in how the yacht was driven, so Xia Ruofei simply took her to the pilot's cabin. Louis was operating the yacht. When he saw Xia Ruofei and the others come in, he did not get up. He just looked back and said hello, then began to concentrate on driving the yacht. Qin Lan smiled and said, Mr. Xia, you can entrust our club to manage and maintain your yacht. When you need to use it, you just need to make an appointment an hour in advance, and we will arrange the most professional yacht driver to serve you. Xia Ruofei nodded, but his heart skipped a beat. He sat down next to Louis and asked with a smile, Old Lou, is driving a yacht the same as driving a car? Do you also need a driver's license? Louis smiled and said, of course. We all have to go through a strict examination before we can take up the post. The difference between a yacht driver's license and a car driver's license is that the yacht driver's license is issued by the Maritime Department. The Department of Motor Vehicles doesn't have this authority. Xia Ruofei asked again, then. Is it difficult to get a yacht driver's license? Is the process complicated? Louis was stunned for a moment and said, in fact, relatively speaking, it may be easier to get a yacht driver's license than a car driver's license. It's just that the training fee is relatively high. Now it's about 20 to 30,000 yuan. Louis soon realized that for ordinary families, the training fee of 20 to 30,000 yuan was indeed expensive. But for a rich person like Xia Ruofei, 20 to 30,000 yuan seemed to be no different from 2 to 3 yuan. So he quickly changed the topic and continued to say, the training period is at least 10 days, and then you can get a yacht driver's license after passing a series of exams. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. He nodded slightly and said, I see. Thank you, Old Lou. Louis sighed secretly and said, Mr. Xia, you're welcome. Louis could tell that the young rich man in front of him seemed to be interested in getting a yacht driver's license. He wanted to take the exam himself. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, if all the rich people were like Mr. Xia, then wouldn't I be unemployed? In fact, the idea of getting a yacht driver's license came to Xia Ruofei when he saw Louis driving the yacht. He had originally planned to use this yacht in the outside world. When the time came, he would definitely take Ling Qingshui, other elders, and friends to go out to sea. If he could only rely on the yacht club's driver to drive the yacht, he always felt that it was useless. Especially if he took Ling Qingshui out to sea, it would definitely be a world of just the two of them, enjoying the boundless sea and the feeling of freedom. If there were outsiders on the yacht at this time, then their world would definitely be greatly reduced. Moreover, he also wanted to drive the yacht alone in the open sea when he was free and let the White World Raccoon sense if there were any hidden boundary stones in the nearby sea area. Under such circumstances, it was naturally even more inconvenient to take a driver with him. Therefore, the best solution was to get a yacht driver's license himself. That would solve the problem once and for all. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't say his thoughts out loud. In fact, he already knew how to drive a yacht. It was just that he learned how to operate a yacht quickly in the army. Naturally, he was not as good as a professional yacht driver like Louis, but his skills were definitely enough. Moreover, he also had cultivation, and his mental strength could completely make up for his lack of skills. The only problem was that he didn't have a yacht driver's license. Under such circumstances, Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't want to take the Maritime Department's training step by step and then take the exam. Therefore, he thought that after this matter was settled, he would find a way to find someone. Even if he couldn't get a yacht driver's license directly, it would be good to let him take the exam directly. After all, he couldn't do nothing for more than 10 days just to take the training. Before the matter was settled, Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to make it public. After he got the information he wanted, he didn't bring up this topic again. Instead, he casually chatted with Louis. After a few laps in the open sea, Xiao Ruofei let Louis drive the yacht back. After returning to the yacht dock, they took an electric car to the yacht club. Xiao Ruofei happily paid the rest of the money. At the same time, he also chose a few optional equipment such as a jacuzzi tub, a top-notch audiovisual entertainment system, and so on. This was also what Qin Lan promised when she was promoting the yacht. As long as the total price didn't exceed 500,000 yuan, the yacht club would upgrade the yacht for free. Xiao Ruofei handed over the transfer of ownership and other procedures to Qin Lan. He then drove away from the yacht club with Ling Qingxue and went straight to the headquarters of Ling's restaurant. After Ling Qingxue went back to work, Xiao Ruofei didn't immediately start the Night 15 off-road vehicle. Instead, he sat in the car and lit a cigarette. After taking a deep breath, he began to think about who could help him with the yacht driver's license. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Ruofei called Liu Jia, who was in Sanshan. Liu Jia was one of the playboys from Sanshan that Song Wei had introduced to him. His father was the leader of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Southeast Province. He had many friends in Sanshan and was quite efficient in his work. Among the playboys, Liu Jia had the best relationship with Xiao Ruofei. "Brother Xia." Liu Jia quickly picked up the phone and said with a smile, "You haven't contacted me for a long time." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Liu Jia, I haven't been in Sanshan for a while. How are you guys?" "We're all good." Liu Jia said, "Brother Xia, if you have time, let's get together. We haven't had a drink together in a long time." Song Wei had personally supported Xiao Ruofei, which had already made Liu Jia and the others attach great importance to Xiao Ruofei. Back then, the playboy from Beijing, Tian Xiaojun, had tried to take Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan company without risking anything. At first, he had contacted Xiao Ruofei through Liu Jia. In the end, Zhao Yongjun and the other top playboys had formed a group to look for Xiao Ruofei at Sanshan. Tian Xiaojun and the others had been humiliated. Liu Jia had witnessed Xiao Ruofei's terrifying connections with his own eyes, so he attached more importance to Xiao Ruofei. Since Xiao Ruofei had taken the initiative to call, he naturally wanted to be on good terms with Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Okay. I'll see when I have time. I'll arrange it. By the way, Liu Jia, I called you today because I need your help with something." "Brother Xia, please tell me." Liu Jia said quickly, "I'll do whatever you ask of me, no matter how difficult it is." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's not that serious. Liu Jia, I wanted to ask you if you know anyone in the Maritime Department. It's best if they have a certain rank and can help." "Maritime Department?" Liu Jia thought for a moment and said with a smile, "I do know someone who can do things." "Brother Xia, you might have seen this person before. I remember that he was there when we were drinking." "Oh? Who is it?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "His name is Shi Chang. His father is the leader of the Southeast Maritime Administration." Lu Zhi said, as for the maritime department, as long as it's not too difficult, he can do it himself. Really? Xia Ruofei said happily, that's great. Lu Zhi asked, Brother Xia, what do you want to do? Tell me about it first. I'll call Shirchang later. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, it's hard to explain it clearly over the phone. How about this? You ask Shirchang to see if he's free. If he's free, let's have dinner together tonight. I'll arrange it. Lu Zhi said with a smile, Brother Xia, you don't have to be so polite. It's our honor to be able to help you with something. Xia Ruofei said, let's talk about it when we meet. Can you help me ask Shirchang to see if he's free? He has to be free. Lu Zhi said, as for Brother Xia's matter, even if he has something important to do, he has to put it aside first. Although Shirchang's father was at the same level as Lu Zhi's father, the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission had much more power than the Maritime Department. Therefore, Shirchang had always followed Lu Zhi's lead. This was also the reason why Lu Zhi had agreed before contacting Shirchang. Xia Ruofei said, if that's the case, let's set it at 6:30 tonight. Let's go to Ling's restaurant. Okay. Lu Zhi said, Brother Xia, see you there. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he slowly started the car and drove in the direction of the Taoyuan building. He went directly from Ling Xiaotian's house to the yacht dock in the morning. He hadn't been to the company yet. Xia Ruofei arrived at the Taoyuan building and parked the car in the building's underground parking lot. Then, he took the elevator to the chairman's office. Xia Ruofei hadn't even sat down properly when the phone on the desk vibrated. Xia Ruofei saw that the caller ID was his future father-in-law, Ling Xiaotian, and quickly answered the phone. As soon as the phone was connected, Ling Xiaotian's forthright laughter immediately came from the phone. Ruofei, did you have enough cash after buying the yacht? You have to prepare a sum of money in advance. Xia Ruofei was stunned at first, then he asked excitedly, Uncle Ling, is it about the house? Yes. Ling Xiaotian laughed heartily and said, I have called old Jiang, and he heard that Xianxia's boyfriend wants to buy it. He immediately said that he will give you a discount of 3 million renminbi. But this is a large detached house, and the property rights are more than 500 square meters. Also, the housing prices in this district are much higher than the average price in Sanshan. So, even with the discount, the total price is still 33 million renminbi. Old Jiang needs to raise funds urgently, and he might not be able to wait for you to apply for a loan. He needs to pay in full. Ruofei, do you have any financial difficulties? Do you need me to support you? Xia Ruofei said, Uncle Ling, thank you. But I have enough cash on hand. I can pay in full. How about this? Let's find some time to look at the house. If it's not too bad, I will buy it. Old Jiang has already spoken to the property management. You can go there anytime you want. I will ask Qingxue to go to the property management today to get the keys, Ling Xiaotian said. Okay. Xia Ruofei said, and then asked, oh yes, Uncle Ling, you said yesterday that Mr. Jiang has a smaller villa in that district. Is he willing to sell it together? Xia Ruofei had enough money now, and he was not particularly concerned about the total price of the house he wanted to buy. He was more concerned about whether he could find a suitable house for Feng Jing. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, Ruofei, you seem to care a lot about Mr. Feng in your company. Xia Ruofei felt something was wrong when he heard this, and he quickly said, Uncle Ling, Mr. Feng has been in our Taoyuan company since the company was founded. He has worked hard for the company for the past 2 years. As the boss, of course, I have to care for my subordinates. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, you brat. I didn't say anything. I'm very confident in your character. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sweat profusely. He couldn't help but think of Song Wei and Monica. Even though Ling Xiaotian wasn't in front of him, he still couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Fortunately, Ling Xiaotian didn't notice anything and continued, Old Jiang didn't want to sell it at first, but I persuaded him for a long time before he reluctantly agreed. But I don't think there will be any discounts on the price. Let's go with the current market. Xia Ruofei said happily, that's great. Uncle Ling, this is called not bothering two people with the same problem. Being able to settle the matter of the house in one go saves a lot of trouble. By the way, how much is the small one? Ling Xiaotian said, the small one is a small townhouse. It's not very big, less than 200 square meters. But old Zhang's townhouse is in a very good location. It's on the second row along the river, and it's also at the end of the row. The first row along the river is all single-family houses, so this house should be the best among all the townhouses. According to the current second-hand house market in our neighborhood, the total price of this small townhouse should be around 13 million. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, no problem, this price is acceptable. But as for the specifics, we'll have to talk about it after Manager Feng sees the house. After all, she's the one buying the house. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, of course. Ruofei, if that's the case, bring Manager Feng to see the houses as soon as possible. I'll ask Xianxia to get the keys to both houses. Xia Ruofei said, okay. I think tomorrow morning will do. Tell Xianxia to wait for me at home. No problem. Ling Xiaotian said. After the call with Ling Xiaotian, Xia Ruofei thought for a while, picked up the phone on his desk, and dialed the CEO's office's internal line. Hello? Sister Jing, I'm Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, don't arrange any work for me tomorrow morning. I'll bring you to see the houses. Feng Jing hesitated for a while and said, Ruofei, there are a lot of things at the end of the year. Is it urgent to see the houses? Why don't we talk about it later? Xia Ruofei said, who says it's not urgent? Good houses wait for no one. Coincidentally, Xianxia's neighborhood has 2 very good houses. If we don't take the opportunity to see them, they might sell them to someone else. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. After that, Xia Ruofei said, it's settled then. You'll come with me to see the houses tomorrow. No matter how busy you are, you won't be unable to spare half a day. Besides, you're the CEO, not a small clerk. There are many things that you can arrange for others to do. All right. Feng Jing said, then I'll go with you tomorrow, that's right. Xia Ruofei said happily, you don't have to work overtime tonight. Go back to the farm, and I'll drive you tomorrow morning. We'll go directly to the Jiangbin Villa district. All right. Feng Jing agreed more readily this time. She probably felt that since Xia Ruofei had said so, she couldn't reject him. After the call with Feng Jing, Xia Ruofei called Ling Ji Private Kitchen and told them to reserve the independent private room in the backyard. At the same time, he prepared 2 dishes, Buddha jumps over the wall and Yangtze River shad, in advance. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei dealt with some company affairs in the office. At around 5 o'clock, he left the office with his handbag and drove to Ling Ji Private Kitchen. When he arrived at the private kitchen, it was a little past 6 o'clock. Lu Zhe and Shi Chang hadn't arrived yet. Xia Ruofei walked around the kitchen and gave a pack of cigarettes to the head chef. He thanked him for his hard work, then strolled to the private room in the backyard. He took out the tea leaves with ease and sat down alone to make tea. The manager and waiters here were very familiar with Xia Ruofei. They also knew that Xia Ruofei was Ling Xianxia's boyfriend, so the service was naturally warm and considerate. At around 6:20 o'clock, a waiter knocked on the door gently, then pushed it open. Lu Zhe appeared at the door with a young man in his 20s. When Lu Zhe saw Xia Ruofei, he quickly took 2 steps forward and said, Brother Xia, I'm sorry. How could we let you wait for us? This is really. We're all brothers. You don't have to be so polite. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I'm treating you, so of course I have to come early. After that, Xia Ruofei looked at the young man beside Lu Zhe. The young man wasn't very tall, but he was very strong. His hair was very short, and his blue skull looked like he had just come out of the detention center. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Brother, you must be Shi Chang. Nice to meet you. Shi Chang quickly stepped forward and said, Hello, Brother Xia. On the way here, Lu Zhe had told him to be respectful to Xia Ruofei. Moreover, Shi Chang had attended a dinner party where Xia Ruofei was present. He had seen the top playboys of the 3 mountains treat Xia Ruofei with respect, so his heart was naturally full of awe. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Hello. He brought Lu Zhe and Shi Chang to the table, and everyone sat down. Xia Ruofei signaled the waiter to serve the wine and dishes, then sat down and chatted casually with Lu Zhe and Shirchang. Xiao Ruofei's gentle attitude made Lu Zhe and Shirchang feel a little flattered. Lu Zhe asked, "Brother Xia, you said on the phone that you needed Xiangxi's help. What is it?" "Don't worry, I've already told Xiangxi. No matter how difficult your matter is, he will try his best to help you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Don't worry, let's eat something and drink some wine first. We'll talk later." Since the kitchen had already prepared the dishes, it didn't take long for the dishes to be served. Because there were only 3 of them eating tonight, Xiao Ruofei didn't order too many dishes. However, every dish was delicious, including the Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup, which had to be ordered a long time in advance, and the wild Yangtze River shad, which was extremely expensive, etc. As for the wine, he didn't prepare anything special. He just used the drunken 8 immortals that were sold in bulk. Lu Zhe was a little restless when he saw such delicious dishes. He laughed dryly and said, "Brother, you're spending too much money. If there's anything you need, just tell me. You're so polite. I'm really uneasy." Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded him, "Look at your useless face. It's just some food. What's there to be uneasy about?" However, Xiao Ruofei saw that Lu Zhe and Shirchang were a little absent-minded, so he didn't keep them in suspense. He raised his glass and drank with them. Then, he said, "Shirchang, I have something to ask you." Shirchang quickly said, "Brother, go ahead." Xiao Ruofei asked, "I heard that your father is the leader of the Southeast Maritime Administration. I want to ask if it's troublesome to get a yacht driver's license now." When Shirchang heard this, he was suddenly relieved. When he came, he had been thinking about what Xiao Ruofei wanted him to do. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it well. Not only would he embarrass Lu Zhe, but he might also offend Xiao Ruofei. If it was just a yacht driver's license, then there was nothing to worry about. Shirchang said casually, "Brother Xia, getting a yacht driver's license is easier than getting a car driver's license. If you sign up normally, you can take the test and get a driver's license in 10 days. If you want to get one, it's even easier. I'll just find someone to get one for you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Is it that easy?" Shirchang said, "Brother Xia, don't worry. The person in charge of the Maritime Administration is a good friend of mine. Getting a yacht driver's license is just a matter of a word from him. You still have to take the test, right?" Xiao Ruofei asked somewhat unconfidently. Shirchang smiled and said, "Brother Xia, these are all manageable. Just leave it to me. When the time comes, just provide me with a person's information and photos. You don't have to worry about the rest." When Lu Zhe saw this, he said, "Xiangxi, don't brag. Brother Xiao's matter is very important. There can't be any mistakes." Shirchang quickly said, "Brother Zhe, even if I bragged to anyone, I wouldn't dare to brag to Brother Xia and you. The person in charge of the yacht driver's license is really my good friend. This matter doesn't even need to go through my dad's connections. A phone call can be done. If you don't believe me, I'll make a call now." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. I'm not in a hurry." Then, Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "How about this? I'll leave the matter of the driver's license to you, but you have to find a set of yacht driver's license training materials for me to look at. I have to know some basic things. Otherwise, if I really drive the yacht out, what if something happens?" Xiao Ruofei didn't have any problems operating the yacht. He mainly wanted to understand some of the relevant regulations and knowledge points that he needed to grasp for the normal test, so that when he drove the yacht out to sea in the future, he wouldn't unknowingly violate the rules. Lu Zhe also said, "Yes, yes, yes. Safety is not a small matter. Xiangxi, when you go back, immediately do as Brother Xia said." "Okay." Shirchang said excitedly, "Brother Xia, I'll directly get you an A1F license." Xiao Ruofei asked curiously, "Are yacht driver's licenses also divided into levels? I know that only those with an A license can drive a bus." Shirchang nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Xia. The B-Series yacht driver's license can only drive yachts in inland rivers, while the A-Series yacht driver's license can drive yachts in any open sea area. A1F is the highest level of yacht driver's license. It can drive yachts of any length, and it can even drive hybrid yachts with machinery and sail, as long as you report the route and dock in advance. So there are so many things to pay attention to. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Lu Zhi also joked, Xianxia, how do you know so much? It seems that you've done a lot of licenses for people. Shi Chang laughed and said, this is all my buddy told me. I've never done a yacht driver's license for anyone. Xiao Ruofei said, Shi Chang, then I'll leave this matter to you. Remember to find me a set of learning materials. Okay. Shi Chang said quickly, Brother Xia, it's a small matter, you don't have to be so polite. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you can't say that. If I had done it myself, I would have wasted at least 10 days. I'm quite busy right now, and you've solved a big problem for me. Come, let me toast you. Okay, Brother Xia, I'll drink as much as you want. Shi Chang and Xiao Ruofei clinked glasses, then took the initiative to drink the white wine in the glass. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't drink just a little, so he also drank a glass without hesitation. Shi Chang said again, Brother Xia, the yacht driver's license is usually only valid for 5 years. When you want to renew it, just let me know in advance. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, come. Lu Zhi, you drink too. I toast you. Lu Zhi said quickly. After drinking, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Ruofei asked the manager of the private restaurant to help find 2 designated drivers. One would drive Lu Zhi's car back, and the other would help Xiao Ruofei drive. Although Xiao Ruofei wasn't drunk at all, and he could even use his true qi to force all the alcohol out of his body, and he wouldn't have any problems even if the traffic police checked him for drunk driving. After all, the waiters of the private restaurant had seen him drink. If he drove away directly, they would definitely think that Xiao Ruofei was drunk driving, and it wouldn't be good for his reputation. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't let the designated driver take him back to the farm, but chose to go to the Taoyuan building. After sending the designated driver away, Xiao Ruofei didn't go upstairs, but sat in the car and smoked a cigarette. Then, he switched to the driver's seat, started the car, and drove to the Taoyuan farm outside the city. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing had breakfast in the cafeteria, then drove to the Jiangbin Villa precinct. Because they had already agreed in advance, Ling Xianxia didn't go to work that day. She waited at home for Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. When Xiao Ruofei drove into the villa precinct, he called Ling Xianxia, so she had already come out in advance and waited at the door. Xiao Ruofei stopped the car, then stuck his head out and waved at Ling Xianxia. He smiled and said, Xianxia, get in the car. Ling Xianxia smiled and said, Uncle Zhang's villa isn't far from here. Let's walk there. You can also take a look at the surroundings of the precinct. That's fine too. Xiao Ruofei said, let's park the car at your house. Ling Xianxia nodded and opened the door of the villa. Xiao Ruofei slowly drove the car in. The two of them got out of the car, and Ling Xianxia smiled and greeted them, hello, Sister Jing. Feng Jing also smiled and greeted Ling Xianxia, Xianxia, thank you for your hard work today. Ling Xianxia said, what's so hard about it? I'm just taking you to see the houses. It's much easier than going to work. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, let's go. Let's talk as we walk. Follow me. Ling Xianxia said. The three of them walked out of the Ling family's villa and walked in the direction of the river. As Ling Xianxia walked, she said, Ruofei, the row closest to the Min River is all single-family villas. However, the positions of the villas overlooking the river are different, and the specifications of the houses are different. Uncle Zhang's villa can be said to have the best view in the entire precinct, and it's also the biggest one. It can be said that it's the king of villas. Look. It's over there. Xiao Ruofei looked in the direction of Ling Xianxia's finger. About a few hundred meters away, there was a villa quietly standing there. In this row of villas, that villa happened to be in a protruding position. At least 270 degrees, it faced the Min River without any blind spots. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it looks very good. Xianxia, this Uncle Jiang has good taste. Back then, I bought this villa. Now, its value has risen by more than 10 times. Ling Xianxia smiled and said, Uncle Jiang bought it for his vacation. It wasn't just for investment. Moreover, the turnover rate of the villa industry isn't high. If you really need money, it's not as easy to sell it as it is for small villas. For example, this time when he wanted to raise funds to sell the villa, there weren't many people who came to learn about it. Moreover, after some people came to see it, although they were very satisfied, once they understood the price, they flinched. "You're saying that I'm stupid and have a lot of money," Xiao Ruofei deliberately said with a bitter face. Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, "You're overestimating yourself. I agree that you're stupid, but you have a lot of money, he he he." Feng Jing saw Xiao Ruofei and his wife flirting and felt very uncomfortable. At the same time, she had a sour feeling. Ling Qingxue also felt it. After all, Feng Jing was a guest. If she kept talking to Xiao Ruofei and neglected Feng Jing, it was obviously not the way to treat a guest. Therefore, she turned to Feng Jing and said, "Jing Jia, let's finish looking at this villa first. Then, I'll take you to see another small townhouse. That house isn't far. It's in that direction. It's at most 10 minutes walk there." Feng Jing smiled and said, "It's okay. We'll listen to your arrangements today." The three of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived in front of the villa. When they got closer, Xiao Ruofei realized that this villa was indeed bigger than the Ling family's villa. From the outside, it looked like the villa had 3 floors. There was a large yard in front. The design was also very interesting. It wasn't a traditional style. The designer cleverly put several cuboids together to form the main body of the villa. The protruding part of the villa was designed with several large and small terraces. At the same time, a large glass curtain wall was used. It looked very modern. Ling Qingxue opened the door of the villa and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll take you in for a tour." Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing followed Ling Qingxue into the front yard of the villa. The evergreen plants in the yard were still alive in the winter. The grass was also very neat. It was obvious that it was maintained very well. In addition to a few parking spaces in the yard, there was also a sunken garage. The car could go through a clean asphalt path from the side of the yard and drive directly to the garage. Ling Qingxue led the two of them into the villa. As soon as they entered the door, Xiao Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this villa belonged to Ling Xiaoyan's old friend, so he had been worried that he would see all kinds of Huaxia-style decorations and mahogany furniture. After all, rich people at that age liked this style. Although the Huaxia style was also very good, Xiao Ruofei preferred a simpler style of decoration. He always felt that the Huaxia style decoration was too heavy. Living in it would be more or less depressing. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't like the European style very much. He felt that it was too complicated and not enough. After entering the door, Xiao Ruofei found that his worries were unnecessary. Obviously, Uncle Jiang wasn't a fan of the Huaxia style. On the contrary, the entire villa's decoration style was minimalist. It used a lot of black, white, and gray colors. It was simple and bright. At the same time, it was decorated with some small bright color blocks. It made people feel relaxed and didn't feel too monotonous. It was a perfect fit for Xiao Ruofei's ideal residence. For example, the TV wall in the living room was a simple combination of colors. The sofa opposite the TV wall was a wood color. There were gray cushions and cushions on the sofa, which looked very soft and comfortable. All the furniture was spotless. Xiao Ruofei knew that although the owner of this house only came to stay occasionally, he must have arranged for someone to clean it regularly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so well maintained. Ling Qingxue showed the two of them around the front and back of the house. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied. The villa had 3 floors on the ground and a basement. About a quarter of the basement was the garage. The other 3/4 were storage rooms, entertainment rooms, laundry rooms, and so on. It had a lot of functions. Although it was a basement, it wasn't dark or stuffy at all. Because the backyard was sunken, from the direction of the backyard, the villa had 4 floors. The basement was the first floor, so there was no problem with lighting and ventilation. On the first floor was the living room that was 8 meters high, as well as the kitchen, dining room, nanny room, and so on. On the second floor, there was a huge master bedroom. In fact, it was a large suite. In addition to the bedroom, there was a large bathroom with a jacuzzi, a spacious cloakroom and a study. The study even led to a small balcony. In addition to the master bedroom, there were several guest rooms on the second floor. They all had their own bathrooms. Half of the third floor was designed as a large balcony. This large balcony could accommodate 10 to 20 people at a barbecue and party. In addition to the 2 guest rooms, the other half was set aside for a drying room. Other than that, the sunken backyard was very spacious. It was designed with an open-air swimming pool and a large patch of grass. It looked very lively. What made Xia Ruofei the most satisfied was that after pushing open the door to the backyard and walking up a few steps, there was a pure white beach. The beach was also included in the villa's property rights. Because the Min River happened to turn at that location, the villa was at a protruding location. Therefore, the beach was completely independent. It was equivalent to a private beach. After looking around, Ling Xianxia asked with a smile, "Ruofei, are you satisfied?" "Satisfied. Super satisfied." Xia Ruofei said, "This is it. It's close to your house. I think there's no way you wouldn't be satisfied." Ling Xianxia chuckled. "Even I want Uncle Zhang's house. I used to talk about my dad. He's from Sanshan." The villa with the best location was snatched by Uncle Jiang, who's from Egret Island. Then, Ling Xianxia said, "Since you're satisfied, I'll ask my dad to reply to Uncle Jiang. We'll take this one. You prepare the money. Uncle Jiang will hire a lawyer to handle this. He doesn't have any loans for this house. The property rights are clear, so it'll be transferred over quickly." Uncle Jiang said that the furniture and appliances in this house were all bought with the best quality. He'll give them all to you. Compared to a house price of tens of millions, a house full of furniture and appliances wasn't a lot of money. However, Xia Ruofei still smiled and said, "Okay. Then, thank Uncle Jiang for me. It just so happens that I like the decoration style. We can just move in." Ling Xianxia nodded and said, "Okay, let's go look at the other small townhouse. Jingjia, the one over there is just a blank, so we can only look at the structure and location." Feng Jing smiled and nodded. "Okay. Let's go take a look first." The 3 of them left the villa and walked towards the townhouse area. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, the 3 of them came to the front of the small townhouse. Ling Xianxia pointed at the house and introduced, "Jingjia, this kind of townhouse is a quadrangle, which means that there are 4 villas side by side. Uncle Zhang's is at the east end, and it's also the best location among the 4. Moreover, this row of villas is behind the detached houses. It's the closest to the river among the townhouses. The townhouse was built on a small hill, so although there was a row of detached houses in front, the view of the river wasn't affected. In fact, the developer had designed it well. At that time, they didn't flatten the small hill. Instead, they designed the townhouses according to the actual terrain. That way, the townhouses here could also see the river. Even the 1 or 2 rows of houses at the back wouldn't be obstructed because of the high terrain. Of course, there were some villas with a worse location, at the back of the small hill, so the price was different. Further in, there were high-rise buildings in the community. However, the high-rise residential buildings and the villa area were separated. The 2 sides weren't connected, so they needed to go through different doors to enter. This design was also to ensure the privacy and comfort of the residents in the villa area. Because the house wasn't renovated, no one usually took care of it. The weeds in the courtyard were very tall, which was a sharp contrast to the house next door that was always owned by the owner. However, repairing the turf and renovating weren't a problem, as long as the house was good. After going in and looking around, Feng Jing was quite satisfied with the house. This townhouse also had 3 floors, but the area of each floor was smaller than the one that Xia Ruofei had chosen. At the same time, the villa also had a front and backyard, and the top floor also had a balcony design. It could be said that there was sky and earth. The location of the villa had a panoramic view of the Min River. Another thing that made Feng Jing the most satisfied was that because the villa was built against the mountain, it was built with cement piles on the hillside. This would produce an effect. According to the different terrains, there would be more elevated floors of different sizes below the house. The villa that they saw today had 2 elevated floors, which was equivalent to 2 more floors of space. Moreover, there was no problem with the lighting on the side facing the Min River. After seeing it, Feng Jing was actually a little moved. She asked, Xianxia, how much is this villa? Ling Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei strangely and asked, Ruofei, didn't you tell Jingjia? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, maybe I forgot. Ling Xianxia rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, how can you forget the most important thing? I'm impressed. Jingjia, Uncle Jiang originally didn't plan to sell this villa. He wanted to renovate it for his vacation, but he couldn't stand my dad's persuasion. In the end, he reluctantly agreed to sell the two villas together. Ling Xianxia said, so it's unlikely that there will be a big discount in terms of price. It's basically the same as the current market price. Then how much is it? Feng Jing asked. She was still quite confident in her heart. After all, she had just withdrawn 10 million yuan in dividends. Although this community was in the city center and adjacent to the Min River, it could be said to be quiet in the midst of chaos. After all, the area of this villa wasn't too big. She felt that 10 million yuan was enough. Ling Xianxia smiled and said, the average price of a townhouse here is about 68,000 yuan. This kind of front row is more expensive, about 70,000 yuan per square meter. The construction area of this villa is 185 square meters, so the total price is about 13 million yuan. Feng Jing couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was too expensive. The average price of a house in the Sanshan district was about 30 to 40,000 yuan, but this villa community reached 60 to 70,000 yuan. It was almost doubled. Moreover, she had worked abroad and in the Taoyuan company for many years. Although she also had a certain amount of savings, Xiao Ruofei also specially withdrew a dividend for her in order to let her buy a house. These added up were barely enough to buy this villa. But after buying it, shouldn't it be renovated? Such a large townhouse would cost a lot of money to renovate. If it wasn't renovated, it didn't make any sense to buy it. After all, buying a house was to move in as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it was an investment, the national real estate market was relatively low. This kind of high-end villa property was even more difficult to sell. It wasn't the first choice for investment at all. Therefore, after Feng Jing heard the price, she immediately became a little hesitant. When Xiao Ruofei saw this, he quickly said, I want it, I want it. This is it. This is definitely the best townhouse in the community. Xianxia, you ask Uncle Ling to tell Uncle Jiang that we want both villas. Let's trade according to the price, he said. Steel Spear said gently. Thank you to Chidian book friend Alblis and Genesis book friend Zhang Xiaoying for the 100 book coins reward support. In addition, I have been too busy recently. Steel Spear returned to the unit and began to work overtime again. I really can't rush out 2 chapters today. I apologize to everyone. I already owe 2 chapters this month. I will make up for it as soon as possible. Ah? Ruofei, this price is too expensive. Feng Jing couldn't help but blurt out. As soon as she said this, she immediately realized that it wasn't appropriate. After all, it was only because Ling Xiaotian was willing to sell it to her. Although she didn't know the average price of the houses in this area beforehand, Ling Xianxia definitely wouldn't lie to her about this issue. Therefore, it was inappropriate for her to say this in front of Ling Xianxia. Feng Jing quickly explained, Xianxia, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that this house is expensive. What I meant was, I might not have enough money. Ling Xianxia smiled and said, Jingjia, you don't have to explain. I'm not that petty. Then, Ling Xianxia smiled and looked at Xiao Ruofei. She said, it's okay if you don't have enough money. There's a wild nouveau riche here. Just ask him to lend you a little. You've been working day and night for his company. How could he not help you with such a small matter? Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Xianxia, what are you saying? What do you mean by wild nouveau riche? Could it be that you're raised by a family? Ling Xianxia chuckled. You. Xiao Ruofei was suddenly speechless. It wasn't a wise choice to argue with a woman. He decisively shut his mouth. Feng Jing said awkwardly, no need. Xianxia, I can't live in such a big house alone. It'd be a waste to buy it. I'd better find a suitable small house myself. Xiao Ruofei heard this and quickly said, "How can that be? You're the president of the Taoyuan company. How can you live in a small house? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for our company if word got out?" "Jingjia, it's settled then." It's such a big villa. It'd be a waste for me to live alone," Feng Jing said helplessly. "But I'm also alone. Wasn't the set just now bigger than this?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "That's not a reason. There are 5 or 6 floors above and below. I don't have time to clean. This is even less of a problem. Which villas these days would clean themselves?" Xiao Ruofei chuckled. "Why don't you contact a housekeeping company and send someone to clean the house regularly?" Then, Xiao Ruofei said, "Sister Jing, stop looking for excuses. I can see that you are very satisfied with this house. Isn't it just that you don't have enough money? Just give me 10 million, and I'll make up the remaining 3 million or so for you. Just treat it as a loan from me. Anyway, with your annual salary and bonus, you can earn a few million a year. Moreover, you also have shares in the company. I'm not afraid that you won't be able to pay me back." Xiao Ruofei's last words were mostly for Ling Qingxue to hear. After all, Ling Qingxue was his girlfriend. If he lent 3 million to another woman, even if this woman was his most capable subordinate in the company, it was inevitable that she would think too much. Feng Jing saw that Xiao Ruofei had already put it this way. She knew that she couldn't refuse. Moreover, she really liked this house. When she was looking at this townhouse, she was already imagining how it would look like after it was renovated. So, Feng Jing thought about it and finally nodded. Then, "Okay. But you don't have to lend me so much. Besides the 10 million bonus, I still have some savings. You can keep the money first." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Don't you still have to renovate this house after you buy it? It's such a big villa. It will cost a lot of money to renovate." Feng Jing thought that it made sense. So, she nodded and said, "Okay. Thank you, Ruofei." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Sister Jing, you don't have to be so courteous with him. A few million is nothing to him." "That's great. After we buy this house, we can be neighbors." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Then it's settled. Qingxue, ask Uncle Ling to contact the other party as soon as possible. After the house is transferred, Sister Jing still has to renovate it. And leave it to me," Ling Qingxue said. The 3 of them talked as they walked towards the Ling family's villa. On the way, Ling Qingxue called Ling Xiaotian and told her about the situation. Before the 3 of them reached the Ling family's villa, Ling Xiaotian called back. After Ling Qingxue answered the phone, she smiled and said, "It's done. Uncle Zhang's lawyer will come back this afternoon. We can go through the transfer tomorrow morning." "Oh yeah, before the transfer, we have to pay the full amount to Uncle Jiang. My dad asked if we should find a guarantee company to act as an intermediary. During a real estate transaction, a guarantee account would be opened at the bank. The buyer would transfer the money to the account, and then both parties would go through the transfer procedures. After all the procedures were completed, the buyer would go to the bank for confirmation. Then, the bank would transfer the money to the seller's account to ensure the safety of the funds. Of course, the disadvantage was that the seller couldn't get the money immediately. Another way was to find a guarantee company to do this. The guarantee company could pay the seller directly. If there were any problems with the transfer of the house, such as property rights disputes or the seller's debts that led to the property being frozen by the court, the buyer wouldn't lose any funds except for some fees. As for the money paid by the guarantee company, they would naturally ask for it themselves. They made a lot of money from the high fees. As for the payment, the guarantee company had their own ways. There were endless methods in both legal and illegal ways. They didn't have to worry about people daring to go back on their money. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No need. Why wouldn't I trust Uncle Ling's friend? I'll call him directly today." Xiao Ruofei could also see that Uncle Jiang should be in a hurry to use the money. Otherwise, he would have waited for such a short time. Since he had decided to buy it, why not call him a day earlier? As for the safety of the funds, on the one hand, the money wasn't a big amount to him. If there really was a problem, he could afford to lose it. Moreover, if Uncle Jiang really wanted to play tricks, cultivators had many more methods than guarantee companies. He wasn't afraid of not getting the money. On the other hand, Ling Xiaotian was the best guarantee. If there really was a problem with the transaction, Ling Xiaotian would be the first to disagree. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't have any concerns at all. Ling Qingxue said happily, "That's great. Uncle Jiang is waiting for the money. I'll call my dad and ask him to get Uncle Jiang's account number." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. After a while, Ling Xiaotian sent Uncle Jiang's bank account number. At this time, the three of them had just arrived at the Ling family's villa. After Xiao Ruofei received the account number sent by Ling Qingxue through WeChat, he said with a smile, "Just in time. Let's go directly to the bank to transfer the money." Feng Jing quickly said, "Ruofei, I'll transfer the 10 million yuan to you first." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "There's no hurry. We'll talk about it when we're free. I still have enough money in my account. I'll transfer the money first. Let's go. Get in the car." Xiao Ruofei took Ling Qingxue and Feng Jing to the nearby ICBC and transferred the 49 million yuan directly. When the time came for the transfer of the house, there would be some taxes and handling fees. According to the usual practice, the buyer would pay for them. The price of the house now was the seller's actual amount. All the fees that both parties had to pay were paid by the buyer. This was the industry's rule. Compared to the tens of millions of yuan for the house, these taxes were nothing. Feng Jing also went to the bank. She still insisted on transferring the 10 million yuan to Xiao Ruofei on the spot. After that, Ling Qingxue directly copied the transfer receipt at the bank. Then, she asked Xiao Ruofei to send her back to the company. At the same time, she faxed the transfer receipt to Uncle Jiang on Heron Island. After sending Ling Qingxue off, Xiao Ruofei drove Feng Jing back to the Taoyuan building. On the way, Feng Jing said, "Ruofei, thank you." Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "Sister Jing, when did you treat me as an outsider? This is a few million yuan." Feng Jing said with a smile. "If I didn't act on my own initiative, you might not have spent this money, right?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Sister Jing, the housing market hasn't been very good recently. If the price of the house falls, you can't blame me." Feng Jing glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Who else can I blame if not you? You made the decision for me for a house that's more than 10 million yuan. Let me tell you, when I heard the price, my heart was pounding." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "No way. You're the president of our Taoyuan company. A house that's more than 10 million yuan can scare you like this? That's too exaggerated. Sister Jing, as long as you work hard in the company, your shares, let alone 10 million yuan, can even reach 1 billion yuan. I believe that." Feng Jing said with a smile, "It seems that my life will be sold to you in the future. You're not only my boss, but also my creditor." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Sister Jing, you make it sound like I'm Huang Shiren, who said you're not?" Feng Jing said coquettishly, "At least you're Zhou Bapi." "No, it's Xiao Bapi." As Feng Jing spoke, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two of them talked and laughed as they returned to the company. Xiao Ruofei often came to the company during this time, so there wasn't any backlog of work. But today, he came back with Feng Jing, so it wasn't good for him to slip away immediately. So, he returned to his office. After sitting down for a while, Lei Hu knocked on the door and came in. "Brother Xia." Lei Hu greeted, "The brother on duty in the parking lot just said that you came to the company, so I came to see." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and asked, "What's the matter?" Lei Hu said, "It's not a big deal. I just wanted to report to you that Su Yugang and the others took the morning flight to Australia. According to your instructions, I went to the airport to send them off on your behalf. I also called President Liang in Australia. President Liang sent someone to pick them up at the airport and arrange their accommodation." "Good." Xiao Ruofei said, "By the way, did Su's family go with him?" "Not yet." Lei Hu said, "Su Yugang discussed with his family. He went to work for a while, and after he settled down, he'll take his family over. Then we'll do as he says." Xiao Ruofei said, "Huzi, you have to keep in touch with them. They're also under the jurisdiction of the security department, so they're considered expatriates. In the past, they were the personnel who were performing tasks outside. The organization should always care about them. If there are any difficulties, you have to help them as much as possible. If you can't solve it, report to me in time. Yes. Lei Hu said, Brother Xia, don't worry. Su Yugang and the others are also my brothers, and you've already arranged everything. They won't be mistreated in Australia. Xiao Ruofei nodded. Lei Hu said, Brother Xia, if there's nothing else, I'll go down first. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said. Then, he immediately called out, wait a minute. Lei Hu was walking out, but he stopped when he heard that. He turned around and asked, Brother Xia, do you have any other orders? Xiao Ruofei opened the drawer of his desk, took out 2 packs of cigarettes, and threw them over. Lei Hu quickly reached out and caught them. Xiao Ruofei said, give them to your brothers to try. I don't have much of this, so don't take it all for yourself. Xiao Ruofei gave Lei Hu the cigarettes that Master Song gave him. Lei Hu glanced at the white cigarette box and his eyes suddenly lit up. He said, wow. This is good stuff. Thank you, Brother Xia. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, I couldn't tell that you're someone who knows what's good for you. Lei Hu laughed and said, Brother Xia, when we were in the army, we once worked as a security guard for a chief. The chief gave me one, and I can recognize this cigarette box at a glance. No wonder. Xiao Ruofei said, okay, take the cigarettes and go quickly. Remember. Don't take it all for yourself. Got it, Brother Xia. Lei Hu said happily. He carefully put the 2 packs of cigarettes into his pocket and said, thank you, Brother Xia. I'm leaving. After Lei Hu left, Xiao Ruofei opened the thin stack of documents sent by the administrative office. They were all daily documents, reports, and the like. With his current level of mental strength, he could basically memorize them with a glance, so naturally, he handled them very quickly. After dealing with the documents, Xiao Ruofei made tea in the office for a while. When he saw that it was almost noon, he immediately packed his things, picked up his handbag and car keys, and left the office. Xiao Ruofei drove directly to the small villa in Taoyuan Farm. After jumping out of the car, he didn't have time to play with Little Hay and the others, who were wagging their tails at him. He walked directly into the house and quickly went upstairs to the master bedroom. This was because when he was driving on the road, Xiaqing in the space had sent him a message through his mental strength, telling him that the 5 Strasbourg geese used for the experiment had been raised to the point where they could be slaughtered. Xiao Ruofei couldn't wait to see if the prescription he came up with worked. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he immediately locked the doors and windows. Then, he took out the spiritual map scroll and entered the space with a thought. Xiao Ruofei didn't go directly to the Archean realm. Instead, he chose to appear in front of the small cave in the mountain sea realm and sent a message through his mental strength. Xiaqing, bring the 5 geese here. The gentle voice in the steel gun said, thank you to Chidian readers Dazed Fish for the 1,000 book coins and Alblis for the 100 book coins. End of chapter 1169. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.